Hello and welcome to the Full Grip Games $3,000 tournament weekend. I am so excited about everything we got today and am joined by Chip Ritchie. How you doing, Chip?
I'm doing so good, Andrew. I'm so excited for this event today. I'm just really excited around Pokemon right now. Brilliant Stars is an incredible set, and more importantly, it really feels like a change of direction for just the game design in general. The VSTAR mechanic is so strong, and I think we're going to see quite a bit of Arceus VSTAR today.
I do think so. Arceus VSTAR is a force to be reckoned with in the Pokemon trading card game right now. We are debuting a brand new mechanic on today's stream, the VSTAR mechanic. So these Pokemon are going to have incredible abilities and attacks that we're going to get to see in battle for some of the first time in a tabletop tournament setting. And we've got $2,000 cash on the line for these players today, and over 150 players registered for today's tournament at Full Grip Games. Really is going to be a special day.
Absolutely crazy. The last two were right around that 100 player mark. The fact that we bumped it up by 50 players, a 50% increase, absolutely incredible. These events are incredibly well run by the Full Grip team and the judging staff here. They do a great job. It's a lot of fun, and lots of prizing on the line. Someone today is going to be taking home quite a bit of cash.
Yes, we've got money on the line. We've got some Brilliant Stars sealed product on the line and a case of Dragon Shields. So a lot of great prizes for the players today. We've got some of the best judging staff in the world, helmed by AJ Schumacher today, we've got what?
5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes. Excellent. Looks like we're going to be getting rolling here in... Yes, 5 to 10 minutes. So the atmosphere here is just really hype. There's a lot of players who have traveled to today's event. A lot of players who have flown out to today's event. A lot of players just excited to play Pokemon.
Yeah, I heard people saying they drove 11 hours to be here. I know someone drove through the night last night to get here. Like, absolutely wild. These Pokemon players, people are excited for this format. They're excited for this tournament as well. Obviously, some of the old favorites are still pretty strong. Mew VMAX probably only got a little bit better in this set with Ultra Ball and Choice Belt, but I'm excited. It really does feel like just even if some of the old decks are still really good, just the game design direction in general feels like they're trying to scale things back, which is a good sign.
I do think so. Slowing the game down with the VSTAR mechanic. These Pokemon have upwards of 280 hit points.
Still so much.
And only give up 2 prize
It's crazy.
cards. But with the release of cards like Manaphy from Brilliant Stars, we're going to see the return of single prize decks in this format, which is something we hadn't seen for some time because of the dominant spread decks like Dragapult VMAX for a while, then obviously Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, and then Jolteon VMAX. Just one spread deck after another, just keeping the single prizers down.
Just no chance to set up.
None at all. And I think that this is finally going to be the age of the single prize deck, which gets me really excited.
Yeah, hopefully we see some mad partiers out there, maybe some Wormadams out there as well. There could be a lot of exciting things out in the field. I'm excited.
I think so. I definitely saw some spicy decks, some Beedrill concoctions.
Oh, some single strike mustards.
Yes, some single strike mustards out there. I saw some Duraludon VMAX, Mew VMAX, single strike decks. A lot to get excited about, and I think that Arceus VSTAR is such a dominant card that it is going to see a lot of play, even though this is release weekend. There's a lot of untested strategies that are going to be seeing play for the first time, and we're going to get to see what comes out on top.
Yeah, it's always a little interesting in these release weekend tournaments because the cards are a little bit more expensive. Maybe people haven't had enough time to get their hands on them, but I know the shop was totally sold out of their Arceus cards. People are hype on this card, and it's for more than just the attack as well. That Starbirth VSTAR power. It's effectively 2 computer searches. In one turn, you get to search any 2 cards out of your deck and put them in your hand.
For no downside.
Incredible,
it's like
incredible.
The teammates that you can use
anytime.
whenever you want, even if you're the one aggressing.
Yes.
You know, it's crazy.
And that's my favorite way to use it as well, to be aggressive. Make sure you can guarantee that turn 2 Trinity Nova attack, accelerate 3 energies into play. And it just kind of, I've always loved those type of decks that just throw their board position at the opponent and say, deal with this. If you don't, I'm going to win.
Exactly. And with the release of double turbo energy, there's going to be a lot of new strategies unlocked because of that double colorless type effect, allowing specific attacks to get powered up more quickly than they could previously, like Charizard VMAX. I know Chip and I joke about Charizard VMAX, GMAX Wildfire can easily be fired off back-to-back turns now. Obviously, Arceus VSTAR is going to be, I think, the main culprit with double turbo energy, though.
Absolutely. Very strong card. I'm excited to see what strategies players have brought up. I saw some Flygon V decks out there, which is pretty spicy.
Some of the Flygon V players were very intent on showing us their Flygon.
That is true, yes.
Making sure that we saw their Flygon.
People love
V
to
deck.
Show the casters when they're playing spicy decks.
A spicy deck, yes.
Absolutely.
Keep an eye out for me.
Win a couple rounds, then we'll talk, buddy. But
Yes. Maybe make it through. Make it to round 3.
Let's make sure your deck can function, and then But it's always a good time, and I love these events. I love that. That's one of my favorite parts about the Pokemon trading card game. The night before, figuring out what busted rogue deck you can come up with. How can you counter the expected meta? That's the type of stuff that really excites me.
Yeah, watching some of the brewing happening last night really got me excited for today's events. Watching some of my best friends just like put their heads together and try to figure out how to beat Mew VMAX primarily.
That was always the first deck you tested against.
Yes, definitely. Now, would you agree? Do you think that Mew VMAX is going to be the deck with the target on its back? And do you think that Mew VMAX can withstand the pressure it's going to be under with everybody trying to beat it?
I would say yes, it will have the target on its back. And yes, it will withstand the pressure. The deck is insane. It only got better with this set. It's so consistent, so powerful. Meloetta is really the card that just unlocks the potential. I mean, so much of it works together. The Meloetta, the Alessa Sparkles. You just do so much damage. Arceus V-Star having 220 HP is a little more relevant because it's harder for Meloetta to knock out, but Power Tablet makes kind of short work of that.
Spell, Power Tablet, Ultra Ball to thin the hand down more. Mew VMAX definitely got some more tools to work with, but I do think that there are some counters out there, and I'm thinking that with enough players throwing their best effort at beating Mew VMAX, we probably will see a healthy mix of decks in today's top 8. Now, another question for you, Chip.
All right.
What partner do you foresee being the most popular with Arceus V-Star
The most
today?
popular or the best?
Both.
So. I think, well, honestly, I guess the answer is probably Duraludon VMAX.
Yes.
Duraludon VMAX has always been such a strong card with its ability that prevents Pokemon with special energies from being able to damage it, right? So it has that extra layer of protection against decks like Mew VMAX, against things like Gengar VMAX, single strike decks out there with their single strike energies, and especially with double turbo energy now becoming very popular, that's just better for Duraludon VMAX.
Right.
But its one problem was always how slow it was. There was no good acceleration.
Abysmal.
You just had to attach turn after turn, and then it's turn 4 or 5. You're finally attacking with your Duraludon. You have to play all these healing cards to just try to make your guy survive long enough. Arceus V-Star lets you be much more aggressive, lets you set up much quicker, and it's pretty reasonable for a turn 2 board to have an Arceus V-Star and 2 Duraludon VMAXs with 3 energies in play on those bench Pokemon.
Yes, and giving Duraludon VMAX that Star Birth abilities, just that extra boost in consistency it needed as well. You don't have to rely on cards like Zacian V to draw cards anymore because you've got a great ability in Star Birth, which can unlock a whole bunch of different combinations. So I do think that Duraludon VMAX will be a popular partner. I think that water decks will probably still remain strong today with Ice Rider, Calyrex, gaining a lot with Choice Bell. Having that option to one-hit KO Arceus is really big. And with Ice Rider being more of like an affordable, tried and true archetype, I could see a lot of players kind of gravitating towards it.
Yeah, Ice Rider does seem like a decent play, and it also can be played with Arceus VSTAR, which is kind of wild.
Yes.
That's another deck that one of its struggles has been energy acceleration. It kind of runs out of steam in the late game. You're forced to play Melanie. You can't Melanie and Boss.
Yeah.
With Arceus VSTAR, you throw 3 energies on that thing. Now you have the leeway to be able to go attach boss, and target down things on the bench more easily.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a thrilling day of Pokemon trading card game content that we have got coming your way. And I am very excited to see which decks end up on top after today's tournament. We're going to be right back with the first round of the Full Grip Games $2,000 cash event. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Round 1 is getting kicked off right now. So we got to get down to the table. We've got Michael Pramawat versus CC Hoffman. I think you'll really enjoy the deck that Mike has brought to the table today.
I'm really excited for this. First off, I was not expecting Michael Pramawat to be here at this event. That was quite a surprise. We're scrolling through the pairings, and I'm like, someone named Michael Pramawat is here. I think it's probably him.
Regional champion in the house.
Truly one of the best players in the history of the game.
Yes.
One of the most consistent players as well. He's been around since the olden days, the Wizards of the Coast era. Been playing since he was a wee lad, and he's still out here grinding, playing some Pokemon, and he is playing Wormadam. I know that you are going to be excited to see this.
Yes, I am thrilled. Let's get down to the table and see what these players have got in store for us. Round 1 of the Full Grip Games 2K.
These players are waiting for the round to get started. Michael Pramawat on the right, who is playing that Wormadam deck. I'm really excited for this. He's got a lot of the thick Zoroark line from Evolving Skies. He's got that new Beedrill in there. Golisopod from Darkness Ablaze. That is a spicy inclusion as well.
Oh my gosh, I have to look up this Golisopod.
It does more damage based on how many Pokemon V your opponent has in play.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, you've played this card, yes.
I have. This is the Hard Time / Golisopod with cards like Double Turbo Energy and Twin Energy. That Hard Time / attack is easier to power up than ever. That is really exciting. And with Zoroark, you can switch effortlessly between these various Stage 1 Pokemon. With that Phantom Transformation ability, this should be a really exciting match.
And what's great about Zoroark as well is it puts 2 Pokemon in the discard pile. You get to throw the Zorua in the discard pile and the Zoroark in the discard pile, just boosting the attacks of your Wormadams for it later in the game. Over on the other side, CC Hoffman is playing the tried and true Mew VMAX deck, the deck that we've all come to, I think, love to hate. Wouldn't be a unfair thing to say at this point. You love to play it or you love to hate it is kind of where we are at with Mew VMAX in the format right now.
Yes, Mew VMAX is definitely a force to be reckoned with and only gets stronger with the release of Brilliant Stars, an incredibly consistent deck capable of utilizing power tablets and choice belts to hit upwards of 300 plus damage easily with its Cross Fusion Strike attack when it copies Genesect V's Technoblast or Meloetta's Melodious Echo.
Meloetta really is the card that makes this deck work. Probably the strategy for CC will be a little different, though, compared to what you would see in a typical VMAX or a VSTAR matchup. Usually against single prize decks, you want to try to lean on Mew V's Psychic Leap attack where you can, because it is difficult for these one prize decks to get to a one-hit KO ever. It is possible, actually, for Pramawat's deck with the Golisopod, a Choice Belt with a Twin Energy, and 5 Pokemon V in play from CC would be enough for Pramawat to get a one-hit KO with Golisopod. So we'll see how CC can adapt to that. I would really like to see the use of Psychic Leap where you can. Try to take a hit with your Mew and then play some power tablets, get a knockout, and shuffle that damaged Pokemon all the way back into the deck.
Now, taking a look at Michael Pramawat's list, he does not run any 2 prize Pokemon in this list. It is a pure single prize deck.
A man of culture.
Awesome to see a man of culture. And you know what's hilarious about this deck is that Pramawat, one of the most skilled players in the Pokemon TCG, gravitates towards these kinds of decks and really enjoyed Night March for some time.
Oh, he has won a regional championship with Night March, and he also won a regional championship with Vespiquen as well. So he is very experienced with these vengeance style of attacks, and it does appear that Pram is going to be going first. Is playing Great Ball in his list still, a card that I feel like most people would have kind of counted out of the format at this point since Ultra Ball now exists. It's a little bit better of an option, but in a deck like Wormadam, you just want to get Pokemon in play, and you also want to get Pokemon in the discard pile.
Yes, definitely. I mean, but Ball Search is going to be fantastic in this kind of deck. There are 23 different Pokemon in this Wormadam deck, which means that there's not going to be a lot of explosive one-hit KOs from the Wormadam deck. It's just going to consistently put out damage. But I think what Pramawat has kind of uncovered here is that the Hard Time Slash Golisopod with Choice Belt can hit one-hit KO numbers against Mew VMAX if they put 6 Pokemon V in play.
Yeah, well, if they only put 5 in play with the Choice Belt, that is actually enough. It is exactly 310 damage. So it's unlikely, because usually the Mew VMAX player wants to have 1 spot for Meloetta, so pretty unlikely they'll ever have 6. But the thing is, Pram will have to make sure that it is a twin energy that he attacks with on those turns as opposed to a double turbo energy, as double turbo energy will reduce his damage output by 20.
Yeah, that's crazy. The Hard Time Slash 30 plus 50 more damage for each Pokemon V your opponent has in play.
CC is starting her turn off here, and it looks like a couple of quick balls played right away. Pretty solid start for Mew VMAX. Love to see getting those Pokemon in play so you can use that Fusion Strike system ability. Easily one of the strongest abilities in the game right now. It allows you to draw cards up until you have the number of cards in your hand as you have Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. And usually powerful draw abilities like this, the past few years have been limited to once a turn.
Yeah, not this one, Chip.
Nope. You can use 4 Fusion Strike systems in a turn potentially. And CC's got a solid hand already. She's got energy and the Alessa Sparkle, so we could see a turn 1 Psychic Leap pretty easily, not necessarily shuffling anything back into the deck, but taking the first prize on a Burmy.
Yes, that could be a great way to kick off this game.
Or an Escape Rope here could put Pramawat in a really interesting spot.
Definitely. The Mew V definitely capable of getting in there early against single prize decks. Psychic Leap does a formidable 70 damage. Easy ways to pump that up as well with your power tablets, and being able to return Mew to the deck can protect your Fusion Strike energy for later on in the match, which can be good. But it looks like CC only has the 1 Mew to accelerate the energy to this turn, so we'll choose to just select 1 Fusion Strike energy off of the Alessa Sparkle and attach it to the Mew.
She's got 1 other in her hand, so I'm not sure if that 4th copy of Fusion Strike Energy is prized, but either way, I think it is probably the wise decision to not put it on a Genesect. That Fusion Strike Energy would effectively be wasted on a Genesect. You have more or less of Sparkles, and against a 1 prize deck, you have plenty of time generally to get your energies into play, so you're not as worried about it. She's drawn a few more times with the Fusion Strike system, but unfortunately, I believe she has whiffed the switch out in order to be able to take this first prize.
This is going to really benefit Pramawat, just giving him an extra turn to power through his deck and find those Pokemon that he wants to set up to start taking knockouts. So this is a relatively weak supporter to play on turn 2, and your opponent doesn't take a knockout. It almost makes you wonder if maybe Pramawat would have rathered CC take a knockout, because Bruno is only going to net Michael 4 cards.
Yes, the single strike supporter Bruno. You get to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 4 cards, but if your opponent took a knockout, you would get 7 instead. This can all be just fine for Paramount, though. Just an Ultra Ball or a Beedrill would allow him to continue to fill his hand, but I don't see either of those options. There's a supporter in there for the next turn. I think I saw that Celebrations Professor's Oak, but other than that, I think that Paramount does not have an attack this turn.
No, it doesn't look like Paramount does. I think I do see that Oak, so it's just going to be a promotion. Do you attach the energy? Do you evolve a Wormadam? I think I do like evolving the Wormadam and just protecting it for later in the match. Or you could sack it to get more Pokemon in the discard pile, but keeping the Air Balloon I think is going to be very important.
He did draw the energy, so I wonder if he maybe was considering attacking with like the Zoroark there or something like that. It's Night Slash attack, deals 70 damage. You've got the Choice Belt in hand. That's 100 damage onto Genesect potentially, and that's an easy 2 prizes later for you. But I think it's fine to protect your energy a little bit and just sack the Burmy for the turn. CC's going to be forced to commit this double turbo energy to the active Genesect. This is okay. She'll have to retreat it out, but it's not that big of a deal. The double turbo energy, your energy are a really important resource usually whenever the game is going to be really quick. You want to get them in play quickly and have access to those things. Using the double turbo energy in this matchup to retreat, probably not going to be that big of a deal.
No, it seems like it'll probably be fine. CC just looking at how to pare her hand down to draw more cards with Fusion Strike system. We've got another Genesect online, and it looks as if we find another Elisa Sparkle, but with that Fusion Strike energy in hand, is there actually another Fusion Strike energy in the deck?
I'm not sure if there is. If it's in there, she made a wise decision to not attach it last turn, like we mentioned. Draws the Cramomatic and has one of those useless Battle VIP pass in hand. This could be a huge flip for her. I wonder if she has the switching out with the double turbo energy. Maybe looking for a Boss's Orders here potentially. That could be pretty strong.
And that is a heads off of that gigantic Pikachu die. That is
I love it.
Super fun coin flip die from Japan.
She still needs Mew VMAX as well, so she's got a lot of different routes she could go with this.
Yes, off of the Cramomatic. Cramomatic, what a hilarious card.
Surely not a card that was ever meant to see play, but you know,
no, it's just
here we are.
A promo in Japan. Apparently Cramomatic is like $100 card or something. I think so, It is just absurdly
in
expensive.
Japan.
Yes, in Japan it is a $100 card because it's a promo card that was had some limited availability. And it is just seeing play in all of these Mew VMAX decks because it turns out just burning cards from your hand is good because it allows you to draw more cards, and then half the time you get to get whatever you want.
Right.
So getting those useless Battle VIP passes out of the hand, very strong. CC's going to go in with Mew VMAX, and we're going to see an attack and the first prize drawn.
Believe she has one more Fusion Strike system. She did bench the Genesect after that last draw. Yeah, I think that's what they're kind of figuring out here. If she drew into Boss's Orders here, do you think that would be worth targeting down something like the Bidoof or the Zoroark?
I think that could be a valid idea, but with Bidoof and Zoroark out, it's like, okay, if you bust up the Zoroark, then you are using a Boss's Orders to put 2 more Pokemon into the discard pile, which boosts Michael's attack. And by gusting the Bidoof, it doesn't really matter because the Zoroark could just transform into a Beedrill. Now, I really love the synergy of Michael's deck because with Phantom Transformation, every time you transform, you send the Zoroark line to the discard pile. So it helps to shuttle Pokemon.
Oh boy, Andrew, this is potentially exciting here. CC has 5 Pokemon V in play. If Michael can find that Golisopod, find a way to discard it, and find the Choice Belt and Double Turbo Energy, he could get a 1-hit knockout on Mew VMAX. That's a lot of cards to try to see off of this Bruno, but if he can do it, that would be incredible. Let's see what these 7 cards hold. Is there an Ultra Ball and the Golisopod as well? Some way to discard it? I don't think he drew it.
There are only, There are only 2 Choice Belts in the deck.
Yeah.
There is a Galarian Meowth just to help discard cards. I do
I like
love that. It looks like maybe the Zoroark can get in there.
It's for weakness.
With its Night Daze and do 140 damage to the Mew. So I think that is what Michael is going to go with. Michael still got a pretty big deck. Does play a nice amount of supporters, though, so we do see some supporter cards in Michael's hand, like Zinnia's Resolve and Professor's Research for next turn. But this turn is not going to be particularly insane. Just a little bit of a softening up on the Mew.
So this could be a really strong turn for CC if she's able to play 2 Power Tablets and can Psychic Leap and heal this Mew VMAX and maybe push the Meloetta or even a Genesect for turn. That would be really tough for Pramawat to deal with because he's still early game at this point. There's not a lot of Pokemon in the discard pile. Knocking out a Genesect is probably going to be pretty tough.
I agree. And the other thing about using Psychic Leap is that it would remove a Pokemon V from play, and then CC doesn't have to necessarily replace that. So it could make it harder to take knockouts with Golisopod further down the line. But it's all going to be about whether or not CC can just glance off these hits. This is going to be a best of 3, and I think that we're going to see a lot of players that are figuring out how to navigate a best of 3 in 50 minutes
certainly
for the first time.
Yeah, a lot of new players in this event, a lot of people playing in their first or second, mostly first ever Pokemon tournament. CC did evolve that benched Mew V, so Psychic Leap will no longer be an option. Looks like she'll just be leaning on the attacking power of Mew VMAX, and there's still a lot of hit points remaining on Mew. It could still be hard for Pramawat to get there, to get that KO.
Yes, and I don't know if CC is going to be able to power up a backup Mew VMAX this turn because
she did attach already.
Yeah, because of the lack of Fusion Strike
right.
energy in the deck. With the attachment already, even in Elisa Sparkle, I don't think there is no last Fusion Strike energy in the deck to utilize. So it is going to have to be an attack with this damaged Mew VMAX, which is great news for Michael, because Michael might be able to reach for the knockout on this Mew this turn.
He still needs a lot, but it puts the ability to do that in play, certainly.
It does need a lot, yes, because that Mew VMAX has only got 140 damage on it. The Wormadam, who looks as if it is going to be the next attacker, has an air balloon on it and not a choice belt, so that is a limitation as well. However, with CC no longer having a Mew V in play, using Psychic Leap on this Mew VMAX is not going to be possible until Pramawat clears a bench space.
Right. So this damage is going to stick around. I do kind of think that it's going to be hard for Pram to get to the KO. I'm pretty sure, quick maths here, he would need to get 14 Pokemon in the discard pile to clean up this Mew. And with no Zoroarks in play in order to use Night Transformation to discard those extra Pokemon, it's just probably not going to happen. It's going to have to be a 3-hit knockout.
Yeah, this is this is not getting knocked out next turn, but it's also probably not going anywhere. Now, this is an interesting choice. It looks like CC is going for a Boss's Orders, that nice new Cyrus artwork. I wonder who she's going to bring up.
Yeah, maybe we'll target the Wormadam. Bidoof is the other option, obviously. Not playing it yet, so maybe she's just putting it in her hand. It's kind of funny when you flip a heads on a Cramomatic and you've already got everything in your hand you need. You're like, what do I take? So Boss's Orders for the next turn is actually a solid option. She could target down, if Pramawat, say, only benches one Zorua, she can target that option down if she wanted to. So got some plays available.
It does look like the Zoroark is getting knocked out, and Pram will opt to use Zinnia's Resolve.
Okay.
Discard 2 cards from his hand and draw, 6 cards?
Yep. 1 card for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play, reminiscent of good old Erica's Hospitality, Steven's Advice. Steven's Advice a little bit stronger than Erica's ever was, but Zinnia is honestly a supporter I felt like has been a little slept on at this point in the format. There's obviously very powerful draw options available in Professor's Research and Marnie. Zinnia has been a good option, though, to kind of look back to, and it kind of can fill that extra draw slot if you need it, because it can draw you a ton of cards.
It can, and we're really starting to see Michael's deck open up now with the Beedrill hitting the board, and this is going to be a huge play.
Oh my, we see Yveltal from Celebrations with that Cry of Destruction attack. You discard up to 3 special energy from your opponent's Pokemon, and CC has 3 special energy in play. This would totally wipe her board of any ability to do anything next turn. I believe she has 1 more double turbo energy, so that would be what she's relying on.
Yes, all 3 of those Fusion Strike energy are about to hit the bin, and the double turbo energy was already used to retreat a Genesect, so Michael could just take command of this match with no way to for CC to return an attack. This Yveltal is an incredibly powerful card, and with the release of double turbo energy,
I think he whiffed the energy.
With the release of double turbo energy, there's even more opportunities to utilize Yveltal than there were previously.
Definitely. It seems like a great tech, and it would have been so good in this situation, but Pramawat did not draw the double turbo or the twin energy in order to pull off this attack, and that is devastating. He'll still be able to hit into this Mew VMAX, but you can tell that's the play he wanted, and he's not going to have access to it. Maybe not even going with the attack here. Maybe just sacking a Pokemon for a turn.
And I think that could be fine with, the option to remove the energy from CC off the table. I think that Michael is now pivoting towards, I will just remove 2 of your energy next turn with Wormadam's Matron's Anger. I think that is probably the path that Michael is looking to take, going on the aggressive and saying, okay, with 2 Zorua in play, even if you gust and knock something out, I can still transform into a Wormadam next turn. And that Zoroark is going to give Michael a lot of consistency with the stage 1 Pokemon, just a lot more ability to be responsive to cards like Boss's Orders.
CC will play an Ultra Ball, discarding an Alessa Sparkle and a basic Psychic Energy. Probably not going to grab a Pokemon if I had to guess. Most likely just wants to thin the hand down and then use Genesect's Fusion Strike system to draw more cards. And that's one of the reasons Ultra Ball is now so strong in Mew. It gives you more opportunity to thin your hand, and you just get to see so many more cards.
Exactly. Taking a look at CC's hand, she's got a Boss's Orders, Ultra Ball, and a Switch. And it looks as if she is going to be targeting down that Wormadam with the Twin Energy on it. And then drawing more cards with Genesect's Fusion Strike system.
Drawing a few more cards. I think needs 1 more. There it is. The thing about Cry of Destruction, it only discards 3 energy. So now that CC has put 4 Fusion Strike energies in play, 4 special energy, she can still attack next turn by attaching a basic Psychic Energy, and she does still have 1 more double turbo energy as well in her list. So I almost even wonder if Cry of Destruction is even worth it at this point.
CC is going to go down to just 3 prizes remaining, and Michael needs to decide who he's going to promote. Zorua hits the active spot, can transform into Zoroark, double Zoroark. This is a powerful turn for sure. Ultra Ball in the hand, and Michael is going to instantly transform that Zoroark into a Golisopod, and I think it might be time to see that Hard Times Slash.
This is huge. I love to see it. It's a little awkward. I think Michael has 1 more Choice Belt in his hand, because Michael can still very realistically win this game, right? Knock out 1 Mew VMAX, knock out another Mew VMAX. So he needs to keep the option around to be able to 1-hit KO a second Mew VMAX, and the best way to, and pretty much the only way to do that, will be with the Golisopod a second time. So I think needs to value keeping that Choice Belt, which he has kept in his hand. He needs the energy card this turn and does not find it.
Gosh, this is
he didn't find it.
Terrible, and also does not find a draw supporter either. Just a miserable draw. The only way out of this would be if Michael could maybe find a second Beedrill and transform into it.
He needs to quick ball it away, and he does not. It's just a Burmy. No energy. 2 turns in a row for Pramawat. He plays 8, 4 double turbo and 4 twin energy.
Yeah, that is a devastating whiff for Pramawat for sure. Not what you want to see. That deck is so small. Take a look at it. There's really not hardly any cards in the deck. Oh, what a terrible whiff.
That feels so bad. He's going to quick ball and look through the deck to try and see what he's got available. Oh, there's so many energy. I think I see 4 energy in
there's
there.
One. Yep.
He's like, can I just grab this? Do you mind?
Yes.
Oh, that feels so bad to see.
Too late now?
CC can take a knockout this turn, and then if Pramawat can take 2 knockouts, he can win the game. But that feels so tough to make happen. It is possible, though, but it would also involve CC benching a 5th Pokemon V on the turn after a Mew goes down.
Or...
Okay, what we got?
Pramawat hits a boss's orders on the clean Mew and a boss's orders on the damaged Mew.
That would work as well.
Yes.
And CC doesn't use Psychic Leap, right?
Psychic Leap, yes. That is... that could be the routes, right?
Yeah.
Because, CC doesn't have an option to power up a new Mew VMAX. All 4 Fusion Strike energy are in play unless there is a Psychic Leap that occurs.
Right. So Psychic Leap would have to be her path to heal that damaged one off, and cannot power up a Mew VMAX one turn, obviously, because Mew V has to be in play for a turn. Man, what an unfortunate whiff from Pramawat. CC will power up the Meloetta, and that actually could be a really good option for her, forcing Pramawat to have the boss's orders on this next turn, because Meloetta's Melodious Echo just counts the Fusion Strike energy in play. It doesn't need one attached to itself.
Now, how about this route as well?
Okay.
CC is going to go down to 2 prizes.
Yep.
What if Michael knocks out the damaged Mew and then uses Cry of Destruction the following turn?
Okay.
Then what does CC do?
Well, CC still has, the basic Psychic energy
now on the Meloetta.
It's on the Meloetta, right?
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
she does have 1 more double turbo, so there she can still attack, right?
Okay.
She plays 2 double turbos in her list.
So that is an option. Yes, the second double turbo will be an out.
But Pramawat probably isn't expecting a second double turbo, and that's one of these things about closed deck list tournaments is you make plays, maybe assuming your opponent plays kind of a more standard list. So that could be something that Pramawat gets really caught off guard by.
Yes. This is really going to come down to the wire with Pramawat not able to piece together an energy drop either of these last 2 turns, just really putting him behind. You imagine the landscape of this match would be entirely different if
2 turns of whiffs.
I know, if things had not quite gone this way. And I have to say, this game 1 is not going super quickly.
Not at all.
So Pramawat has got to be considering the concede here.
Yeah, I think if he knew the list perfectly, he maybe would go ahead and scoop it up. But since there is an option still, it really depends on what CC plays if he has the ability to win this game. And I think that double turbo energy makes it pretty tough for Pramawat to ever come back. We'll have to see if Pramawat can pull off a massive comeback here. Zoroark gets promoted right away, and the next card was the twin energy.
You know what? And it better have been, because to be honest, there has been no twin energy action happening for quite some time.
I think he has to boss this turn to win this game. I think he has to play to being able to play boss's orders. He needs to thin his hand down and use that Industrious Incisors ability to draw as many cards as possible and hit for the 1-hit KO on the Mew VMAX, and then try to potentially boss's orders again on the following turn, assuming CC tries to attack with the Meloetta.
And Pram does play 4 boss's orders.
Yep.
So there are lots of opportunities to utilize boss in this game. Considering the benching of that last Burmy.
He's debating between the Burmy or the Bidoof, and chose to go with the Burmy. Does he find the boss's orders? Is it there? Oh, he's got the Xenius, but no boss. So he can take this KO, but I don't think he will be able to win this game because CC only has 2 prizes remaining.
And
Pramawat sees the writing on the wall and knows, yeah, I needed the boss if I could have gotten it. Oh, there was a couple energies in that prize cards for Pramawat. Feels bad, man.
Definitely feels tough. These players are going to shuffle up and get ready for the second match, and you can see Pramawat shuffling rather quickly. That first game was really tough for Pram. I did not expect it to go like that. I mean, I thought that Pramawat just seemed to have so many options with the Evoltol and a consistent engine, but things just really went off the rails. And now Pramawat has to come back and win 2 games in order to take the win in this best of 3.
I expect to see Pramawat playing at a lightning fast pace in these games. He is a seasoned veteran. He understands these timing rules. Mad props to CC, though. Played extremely well in that match against one of the greatest players in the game. On stream, round 1. Right. Absolutely killed it. Very well played on her part. And she's going to be doing everything she can to lock up the win here in game 2.
Definitely. All CC needs to do now is not lose twice.
Right.
So I think that that's going to be the top thing on her mind. Looks like these players are getting set up for game 2. So let's get down to the table and see what they've got for us.
Setting up for game number 2, the players are placing their prizes out. I imagine Pramawat will be choosing to go first. Needs to get plenty of basic Pokemon in play. Oh, actually chose to go second here, I believe. What do you think of that?
Pramawat choosing to go second. That is interesting. Maybe he doesn't want to get dunked.
I guess that is the concern, but he plays so much Ball Search. It feels so unlikely for that to happen.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice. I would like to ask Michael about that decision.
Zorua can kind of get in there, though, with its rear kick, 30 damage for 2 colorless, 60 damage on the Mew. That's like not irrelevant damage towards getting a KO later.
It's not irrelevant. We'll see. CC has 2 cards in hand, both switches, and it is deciding, I think, whether or not to burn them before using Genesec's Fusion Strike system for draw. Obviously would like to find some battle VIP pass to be able to get more Pokemon into play. Does find a Quick Ball, so I imagine that we will probably be seeing that Quick Ball to grab another Genesect V and another Fusion Strike system. And I think that that's going to be one of the toughest things about regional championships in the best of 3 format is that Mew VMAX's turns last forever.
They do. There's so much deck search, so much shuffling, and no matter how quickly you play, these things take time. So CC here will take an opportunity to look through the deck a little bit, but Genesect V, the immediate grab, Fusion Strike system, just too good. And now that is not only one more ability to draw with Fusion Strike system, it is also one more Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. It all works together, Andrew.
Yes, it does. 1 Psychic Energy in the hand and another Fusion Strike system for a draw of 3. And now we have the Battle VIP pass.
Let's go.
Pramawat sitting, itching, ready to play, ready to get going. But wait, no, there's more. And I know you can't play a supporter on the first turn of the game, but what does it matter when you get to just burn through your deck and draw cards at an insane clip with Genesec's Fusion Strike system? I
would love to see CC grab 2 Mew V here. That makes it much easier to keep the Psychic Leap option open. We saw that since she evolved the second Mew VMAX in the first game, she didn't have that option available. Ended up still winning that game, obviously, so it didn't quite matter. She does only play 3 copies of Mew V in her list, though, compared to the usual 4. So it could be prized, or she could just want to value that draw of this other Fusion Strike system, which still makes sense.
Here we go with another Fusion Strike system with the bench full at this point.
Yep.
Finds a Elisa Sparkle and a couple of stadiums, but taking a look, there are 5 Pokemon V in play.
Yeah, she is yet to see the full power of what Golisopod can do. Sometimes you read the card and then it's like, okay, yeah, sure, it's pretty strong. And then your opponent attacks with it and you realize, oh, that one hit KO'd me. Yeah, it comes out of nowhere and it can be a powerful option for Pramawat. And he whiffed so hard in game number 1 multiple times. You got to think he can make it happen in game 2.
You would have to think. And the thing about Golisopod is that it can take some swift knockouts, and all Primowatt has to do is take 2 knockouts in order to win. That's not a lot to ask.
Not unreasonable. He needs the perfect number of cards, though, because both choice belts have to be involved, and CC also has to have 5 Pokemon V in play. You know, I wonder if CC got one hit KO'd by that attack, if she would think to, yeah, maybe I don't want to put another V Pokemon in play. So usually I think that Primowatt had the strategy set up in game 1, 2 hit KO one Mew VMAX, 1 hit KO another. He just didn't hit the cards at the right time.
I really like Primowatt's decision to go second, and you can see how much more of an explosive start you're going to get, right?
Zinnias.
With the turn 1 Zinnia's Resolve, just spamming Zoruas into play.
Oh, yeah.
Finding more cards, getting more established early. You really don't want to let your opponent attack before you've had a chance to play a supporter card in a single prize deck. I think that that's kind of just the fear, is that I need to draw a significant amount of cards before you start aggressing so that I can have a fully fleshed out board.
Primowatt has a huge hand off of that Zinnia's, a bunch of energy, so no energy shortages this game. It can feel a little risky to put one in play. It makes an easy boss target, but since Primowatt plays 8 energy, maybe is not too big of a deal, and maybe is going to go for that rear kick we were talking about. Getting in there, 30 damage, but ×2 for the weakness. Not irrelevant damage at all.
Zorua with the rear kick. I love it when the little Pokemon matter.
Yes, yes.
I love it when it matters that you're playing.
Get in there, Zorua.
Optimal Zorua, yes, for just that occasion that you may decide to use it. And 60 damage, nothing to scoff at. Could end up mattering later on in the match, especially if these are going to be, you know, maybe if there's going to be 1 3-hit KO on a Mew VMAX and then 1 1-hit KO or something like that.
Right.
That we see. Primowatt saw last game that he was going to have to 3-hit KO a Mew. So this 60 damage could definitely help, you know, 2 more swings really get in there to KO this Mew.
I wonder if we will see CC opt for a Psychic Leap this turn. Maybe it would be better to actually go with the Mew VMAX, because Primowatt still needs a lot to get a KO.
Yeah.
And Psychic Leaping your Mew into the deck feels a little risky to leave just a heavily damaged, or just 1 single Mew V in play.
Yeah, I think that going with Mew VMAX this turn is probably going to be the most reasonable thing, just allowing Mew to do what it does best and, you know, take knockouts while avoiding getting knocked out in return. It is tough for single prize decks to really add up to the numbers that they need in order to compete with these absolute behemoths of Pokemon VMAX. But we'll see if Primowatt can pull it off in this match. If Pram can win this one, then the players will be tied, and it'll be a contested set going into that game 3, trying to wrap things up before time is called.
Something that could be a good play for CC is actually to retreat and Psychic Leap with the benched Mew V and not shuffle it into the deck. Just leave it active, because it's still hard for Primowatt to get to that 180 at this point in the game. He would have to use a Golisopod to do it most likely, and forcing out the Golisopods early could force Primowatt to burn more resources early on in the game.
Yeah. This is definitely tough for Pram to sit through right now. Just the Mew VMAX turns never seem to end, right? And you're worried about time. You're worried about trying to mount a comeback, and you have to wait for your opponent to get through 3 Fusion Strike systems. Like, my goodness.
So much discarding of cards. So many decisions have to be made. Every single turn is Mew VMAX. So many deck searches. So many shuffles. And the thing is like, you can't not shuffle between Fusion Strike systems, right?
You have to.
You have to shuffle, so it just adds to the time. You can't, like, because especially if you're going to hold a quick ball, try to draw more cards because you maybe want to Cram-O-Matic it away as opposed to playing the quick ball, and then you see the new hand and you're like, okay, I guess I'll play the quick ball. It just adds to so much of how long these turns take.
Definitely. And I think that is just going to be a really important thing to keep in mind as tabletop play starts to come back, because this is the same round format as regional championships, which are going to resume in March. So just really important to keep in mind. Yeah, these turns with Mew VMAX kind of reminds me of Night March a little bit. I remember playing Night March at regional championships.
Yep.
And you could go to time really easily.
Even though you're flying through the deck, taking big KOs, there's just a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. Trainer's Mail, Battle Compressor, Battle Compressor, Trainer's Mail, all the shuffling, Shaman for 6, you know?
Yep.
You'd end up going to time quite often, and I think that Mew VMAX, more than any other deck in the Pokemon TCG, is definitely going to have those kinds of time constraint issues.
I feel like this is agonizing for Pram at this point. CC is just having to do so much stuff on her turn. Pram knows that his back is against the wall. He needs to play quickly. And this is where mistakes can happen when you're playing Pokemon TCG. Even though Pram is a veteran, he is trying to play as fast as possible. He needs to come back, needs to make something happen, and you have less time to think about every optimal decision. And so because of that, sometimes you have to fly a little quicker, and Pram-O-Watt going to need some help off this Industrious Incisors. Going to see a full 5 cards, though.
Yes. Pram, you can see, is wasting absolutely no time. Understands the...
No energy, no supporter. Oh, my goodness.
Nothing. Just an absolute clunker of a hand. However, can Ultra Ball for the second Beedrill and use the Galarian Meowth to put it into the discard pile, and then use Zoroark. And there it is.
Yes.
Use Zoroark to Phantom Transformation into another Beedrill. So it's definitely what we're going to see with the Galarian Meowth. Galarian Meowth going to search out a Galarian Berserker, which is not there.
No Galarian Berserkers made their way in here. It is not the worst idea, though, because it's one more Pokemon, and it boosts the damage output of the Metal Wormadam.
It does.
That is a thing.
It does.
But he doesn't have it, so it's
okay. He doesn't have it, yes. And here's more cards, and there's a Zinnias. Okay, so Zinnias for 6. That's going to be more Pokemon discarded. So decides to bench the Zorua, Zinnia discarding Ultra Ball and Yveltal. We're going to see 6 more cards from Pram-O-Watt. Still, what's there? No way. Energy? Oh, there's an energy. Okay. Yes. So now we need to decide, who are we going in with? What are we doing? I think that there are probably some valid targets in the discard pile for Zoroark's Phantom Transformation. So here it is. Oh, the Golisopod. Is this going to be a knockout? The Twin Energy. The Choice Belt.
No 60 damage already on that Mew VMAX. Doesn't need the Choice Belt. Can just use Hard Time Slash. And that deals 280 damage. Enough to pick up the KO on Mew VMAX. And that is 3 prize cards. All of a sudden, CC took the first prize. Pram-O-Watt is now ahead on prizes.
That is craziness. Finally, a Hard Times Slash after... kind of a perilous draw there, looking a little bit suspect, but Pram-O-Watt able to just churn through this game and put CC on the back foot. CC has another Mew VMAX in play if Pram-O-Watt can use some of his 4 Boss's Orders in the deck to just bring it up and finish it off. Or if CC is offering that up as the attacker this turn, Pram-O-Watt will only need maybe 2 swings in order to KO it. And now that a Golisopod is in play, right, Zoroark can continue to transform into Golisopod, and I think that Golisopod will definitely be Pram-O-Watt's favorite attacker in this matchup.
Pram-O-Watt, I think, does only have 1 Zoroark left. If I was keeping track correctly, used 2 that turn, and I think 1 other one got discarded. So he will need to find that 4th and final copy of Zoroark to get the second Golisopod into play. But as long as he can do that, and another key piece here is if CC benches another Pokemon V, and she's chosen not to take anything off this Quick Ball, which is a great decision. So I think she is very conscious of this fact now. If I don't put another Pokemon V in play, I can't get 1-hit KO'd as my Mew VMAX.
Yeah, so that is going to be a great decision from CC. And CC just figuring out, how do I play down this hand? Do I play down the hand to draw more cards? There's at least a Sparkle and a Cramomatic, a Switch. Just a lot of different options. I mean, Mew is one of those decks where it's just you have the entire deck in your hands, basically.
Yeah.
And there's almost unlimited access.
Oh, she couldn't use that fusion.
She couldn't use that. Yes, that was an illegal draw. So, yep, go ahead, Chip. And let the table judge know. Important. Stop the play. So Chip is going to let CC know there was an illegal draw there because of the fact that CC could not fill her hand to 6 because there was not a 6th Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. The card drawn was the double turbo energy. That is something that you have to keep in mind when you are using Fusion Strike System. Fusion Strike System does not just read fill your hand to 6. It is a fill your hand till you have the same amount of cards in hand as you have Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. So with the lack of a 6th Pokemon, CC did fill her hand to 6, and it was the double turbo energy that got drawn off of it. I did see that, but I'm wondering if there will be a prize penalty that is awarded to Pramawat because of the fact that CC did illegally draw a card. That might be the judge's ruling, and ultimately this will, I think, give both players a little bit of a time extension since there is a judge intervening at this point. So that'll impact the end of the game as well. And it looks like that card is getting shuffled into the deck. I know this has got to be really kind of trying for both players to go through because of the fact that, this is a really tight game too. Pram is on the comeback, right? Is mounting this comeback, but, the wind taken out of the sails with a technical error happening, a game state error. You never want your game to come down to this, but mistakes do happen, especially as players are dusting things off, dusting themselves off and getting back into tabletop play. There is no client that automates everything for you. You've got to keep track of those board states yourself, and that is part of the skill of playing the Pokemon trading card game, is keeping track and keeping an honest board state without error. So that will probably will award a prize penalty if I had to guess.
All right, back from the table here. So Mikey's doing a great job of getting things sorted out. We've got great judging staff here, and basically what the ruling was is CC saw an extra card she was not supposed to be able to see. And at that point, her prize had hit her hand and her drawn card had hit her hand. So what had to happen is the hand had to be shuffled. A card had to be a prize card. Her hand had to be shuffled, and a card had to go back into the deck. And I believe the double turbo energy was the card she drew anyway, so it ends up working out just fine. And she got that prize anyway. So everything will continue as normal. CC will lose. It will be a prize penalty. So Pramawat has to take 2 less prizes, which actually changes things massively for Pramawat here. Pramawat can just knock out Meloetta and win the game.
Yes. And the way it works is that Pramawat does not get to draw 2 additional prizes. He just has to take 2 less prizes in order to win the game. So now if Pramawat gets to just 2 prizes remaining, he will win because of that prize penalty.
His hand is so big, though. It's really difficult to draw with Beedrill. And I think a couple of boss have hit the discard pile at this point. So I feel like this is the strategy Pramawat has to go with. He's put the energy on the Burmy, has boss's orders in hand already, so just needs to find the Wormadam. Needs the Wormadam, and that is it. And he will be able to win the game. 2 cards drawn here. Let's see if he has it. Glycopod and a Research doesn't have it yet. Can discard 2 with the the Galarian Meowth, and will draw two more cards, has 2 more chances here, only needing to find an Ultra Ball, a Great Ball, or a Wormadam, and that gives him the chance to win. Let's see if he can do it off of 2.
Can he find it?
1.
1, 2 is
Oh, it's the Zork! He put the energy on the Burmy, though. If he put the energy on the Zork,
it wouldn't have worked. No. It would have gone to the discard pile.
Oh, that's right.
Can't do it.
Oh,
yes,
it does go to the discard pile.
No win yet, but I think I see a 4th Boss's Orders in Pram's hand.
Okay.
So he's got it for next turn.
Doesn't have to win this turn. Yeah.
Just needs to wait through one more VMAX turn.
Okay.
But that is that hurts because Pram's like, okay, how long could a VMAX turn take? 5 minutes, as I sit here agonizingly waiting for my chance to take the win in this match and go to game 3. And then Pram saying, okay, in order to win game 3, I'm going to have to turbo through that match as well. Yeah. I do think that these players will probably get a time extension for their match.
They did, yes.
So that is important to note as well. But
so the time that they lost due to the judge ruling will be made up for. They'll get that time added to the end of the round.
Yes, which is going to be key for Pram because Pram just has to get it within striking distance. The thing about time is that it's time plus 3. So so long as you get to like 2 or 3 prizes remaining at the plus 3, those plus 3 turns could be enough time for you to close that gap and win the game.
CC has a Boss's Orders in hand. Does she target the Zoroark here, or does she target the energy? I feel like targeting that Zoroark would be pretty strong. Oh, she's going to target the energy, though, which also makes sense.
It does.
Forces Pramawat to have 1 more piece.
It does make sense. And I think that CC realizes that going in with the Mew VMAX, and this is going to be a knockout, and I'm sure that Pramawat is definitely thrilled to be taking this KO. I'm going to use the Phantom Transformation. Oh, doesn't need to.
Nope.
Zoroark can do enough damage with its, what is it? Night Daze?
Night Daze, I do believe.
Man, I'm good. All right, with the Night Daze attack, 70 damage. Will conclude game 2 with Pramawat taking the win. A little bit of a prize penalty there, helping him out. But I think that both players are going to look to see if they can conclude this set in time going into game 3. That, I think, is more what we wanted to see out of Pramawat's deck that time. I think even without the prize penalty, Pramawat was favored with that board state, taking the big knockout with Golisopod's hard time slash early on.
Definitely.
But I think the prize penalty did end up saving him some time, not having to take 2 more prizes.
It makes a big difference, and Pramawat will be happy to have that extra time. There will be extra time added to the end of these players' round as well, like we mentioned with the prize penalty that was awarded. So Pramawat is probably going to be playing pretty quickly here, but we know how Mew VMAX turns go, and things just take a while. I feel like after losing a tough game 1 like that, though, you want to win, but you just kind of have to accept at some point that, like, if I come away with a tie, this is an acceptable outcome.
It's fine, especially with how rough that game 1 was.
Yeah.
And I think that as we are here in a Swiss best of 3 50-minute scenario, we're really getting to see the skill that comes with navigating the time in a 50-minute best of 3, which is one of the biggest parts about playing tabletop. These players are speeding into game 3, so let's get down to the table and see how this one goes.
And CC has kicked her turn off, started that Genesect. Oh, Andrew, that is not a good hand on her part. She's got an Ultra Ball, but every card in her hand is incredibly strong. Boss's Orders, 3 energy, and Alessa Sparkle, and the hand is way too big to be able to draw any cards.
That is a real clunker of a hand for sure. You have to, you have to get a Mew and just attach an energy to it, but you can't really draw any cards.
Not this turn.
And it doesn't look like, you're going to be able to play any of those battle VIP pass to get the turn kicked off or anything like that. And then when you don't find the battle VIP pass on the first turn of the game, it means that you're pretty much just going to be dead drawing into those for the rest of the game unless you happen to have a Cramomatic. And we see Primowatt wasting absolutely
slamming
no time.
the Great Ball down.
Yeah, getting into that Great Ball. Here we go. Taking the Bidoof, and I've got a Quick Ball, and I've got a Research, and here we go.
Yep.
This is thrilling. This is honestly what I love about the Pokemon at TCG is watching an experienced player navigate a best of 3. They know that it's like your internal clock is just rushing, and being able to think while also like physically processing all of this information is one of the biggest skills of the Pokemon TCG in my book.
Certainly. Primowatt did lose a Choice Belt to the Ultra Ball, has a Professor's Research in hand, so had to discard it, but it feels really bad to lose something that we've already seen as a very key resource.
And there is the Research.
No high five.
Primowatt will get 7 cards. Let's see what he can find. He's got a double turbo energy. He's got a great start. This is, I think, really what Pram has wanted all along from this deck and has really just been kind of grinding through things. A double turbo energy onto the Bidoof.
That's a little suspect there, Mr. Primowatt.
Makes you think. But if we take a look at Beedrill has a retreat cost of 2.
Sure.
And what I think is that maybe Primowatt is just prepping himself for a free retreat later on.
Give himself
in
a pivot.
The game. Because if we think about it, the double turbo energy is not going to be as good on the Wormadam since it does decrease the amount of damage you do, especially early on in the match. And you can't really put it's not really worth it to put it on the Zeruas, because what if the Zeruas want to Phantom Transformation, then you're losing it.
I don't know, Andrew. I feel like Michael's eyeing up that Tail Smash.
Tail Smash half the time.
It works every time.
Yes, there we go. 100 damage sometimes with the small investment of 2 of your energy attachments.
Oh, I didn't even notice CC drew another Fusion Strike energy.
Oh my gosh, what a terrible situation. Has to retreat the Genesect.
And pass?
Oh,
wow. Can't use any of these attacks to colorless energy. I almost feel like if she had put the Fusion Strike energy on the Mew last turn and then used the double turbo to retreat the Genesect, Alessa Sparkle could have at least gotten her a Psychic Leap off here to get a knockout. But it's hard to think that you're going to top deck just another Fusion Strike energy to clunk your hand up.
Primowatt is seeing, it's kind of like he's seeing the writing on the wall now. He's kind of seeing like, okay,
I can do this.
I could do this. This is really wrapping up. Like, my opponent is floundering right now, and I need to pounce. This deck needs to get in there and start applying pressure right now, because Mew VMAX, almost every card in a Mew VMAX deck is active.
Can he get to 15 Pokemon realistically this turn in the discard pile?
Here comes the Research, and we're going to see 7 new cards from Primowatt's side. We've got another Zoroark. We've got a Wormadam Grass type for the active, using
15 is so many. There's no way, right?
There's no chance.
Okay.
I don't think.
There's 3 in there right now. Yeah, no.
It's not a lot. No, it's going to be a Wormadam's Anger. Yeah,
CC will be very happy to see a Genesect top deck, though. That allows her to draw 2 cards after attaching the Fusion Strike energy and another Genesect. Okay,
and a Quick Ball.
Things are cooking now.
Every single card in a Mew VMAX deck is active. I mean, it's almost impossible for the deck to dead draw unless there's a path to the peak in play.
Right.
Because, every single card in the deck allows you to draw more cards. So here we are getting another Mew, and, what we're going to have is the magical 5 Pokemon V in play.
Yeah.
So now Primowatt is going to be looking at that. It's like, okay, I've got
licking his chops.
Yeah, I've got 2 Zoroark in play.
Yes.
Really, the slow start from CC more than anything is allowing Primowatt to just have the time to set up his board and not go behind in any prizes. So now Pram has the luxury of time. And like I said, in a 50-minute best of 3 scenario, you only have to get within striking distance at the end of time.
Yeah.
You don't have to take all 6 prizes by the time the time's over. And that's huge because a lot of times you're just racing to get to like 3 prizes left at time. And you're like, cool, I will get either 1 or 2 more turns. You're hoping you're on the 2 turn. Well, everybody gets 2 turns because when time's called, you got 0, 1, 2, 3, right?
Right.
So when time is called, you're guaranteed 2 more turns. 2 turns at the end of the game with a fully developed board is definitely enough time to take 3 prizes.
Premawat's flying now, sends up Zoroark, quick balls away, a Burmy, gets another Zorua. He's just going to try to stream the Golisopod after Golisopod after Golisopod, if I had to guess. Needs to just find an energy here. A double turbo would work. It would be ideal as well since you can save a twin for later, but has to go with the twin. That is just fine. Zinnia's Resolve can discard 2 cards and draw 6. Premawat's going to take this KO and go to 3 prizes.
Sheesh. Really getting in there with the Golisopod.
Oh, it looks like time was just called as well. So Pram will be turn 0. So it has to be a VMAX knockout this turn and a VMAX knockout next turn for Premawat to win this set.
Is this time called with the time extension?
Yeah, the way that Premawat just pointed makes me think he was like 0, 1, 2, 3.
Wow. 0, 1, 2. Oh, wow. Okay. So Premawat is going to take 3 prizes. Oh, this is so devastating because if this knockout had occurred before time was called,
he'd get 2 turns.
It would have, which is enough. Yep. Like I said, so it's like he's racing to just try and get to
so close
that area. But you know, Premawat now has to sit and watch and ask if CC will put another Mew VMAX in play.
Well, there's another Mew V on the bench, so she's put the extra V Pokemon in play. If she doesn't put a VMAX in play, Premawat has no way to actually win the game. And CC can't, at this point, CC has 5 prizes left. There's no way she's ever coming out as the clear winner. She can't take 5 prizes in 2 turns. So at this point, you have to analyze the board and realize I can just pass and guarantee the tie. And that is an acceptable outcome whenever if you're not going to win, taking a tie is fine because you're at least getting 1 match point as opposed to a loss, which nets you 0.
And this is going to be a crushing tie for Pram because he's got this game on lock.
Yeah.
But
if this game were to play out. Right?
If this game were to play out, he's clearly favored, but you have to look at Pram's game 1.
Right.
Did he go too long before scooping? You know, if he had maybe scooped 1 turn earlier, then he would have had the 1 turn now, which is all he needed to come out on top, which is why I just, you know, even a seasoned veteran is going to go after this match and ask themselves that question. Did I wait 1 turn too long? Because being completely honest, finishing 3 games of Pokemon in 50 minutes is not something that is easy to do. So you are going to have to make quick concessions sometimes when you realize that you're just in an unfavored board state. And again, that's where a lot of the skill of playing best of 3 really comes in.
Absolutely. CC failing the Fog Crystal, just thinning the hand down, wants to draw with Fusion Strike system. And we'll see if she does put a Mew VMAX in play. If not, this game should just end in a tie. Thinking of thinning out this switch in her hand as well. Has a boss's orders that she could play, but I mean, at best that could make it more difficult for Premawat, I guess, but to try to, like, you know, if she were to stall something up, but
right.
Premawat's got so many energy, everything can retreat pretty much.
There's an Elisa Sparkle. I'm not sure. Is CC out of Fusion Strike energy?
She retreated 2 and 1 hit the discard off that last Mew.
Literally none, yes.
You literally cannot play the Alessa because it is public knowledge that all 4 Fusion Strike energy are available. Right.
Accounted for, yes. So we just sit patiently and Premawat just kind of watching, like, evolve it, do it, you know? And these players are, you know, just kind of figuring out the final turns, figuring out, do they have any options, you know, what's the best course? And Pram's got like a hand of a dozen cards, you know, just feeling like too little too late. And I think that CC understands that maybe her best path is to just disrupt and just let the match conclude that way.
Thinking through these cards, has a few more playable ones, so, and a few Fusion Strike systems left as well. So she's gonna play this out and still kind of try to get through her deck and see maybe what could have been, try to establish her board a little bit better. You never know if there's like a gentleman's agreement in play or something like that, right? Like if I would have been in a position to win versus you at time, right?
Yes. So, and that's the thing is like, with the pandemic occurring, not a lot of players have ever been in a +3 scenario.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of unique things to navigate.
There are a lot of unique things to navigate. There's a lot to figure out. I think that this, return to, tabletop play is going to be many players' first experience in a +3 scenario.
Sure.
Ever, right? So we're gonna see a lot of that kind of happening in real time. A lot of players learning to handle their decks in paper, and in a tournament setting for the first time. And I think that that's just something that we're going to see a lot of going forward as players really start to kind of dust off their old tabletop skills.
Right. I mean, even people who had played a little bit pre-pandemic.
Yes.
Like they hadn't played in 2 years potentially. There's people here who this is their first tournament in 2 years, even seasoned players.
Yes.
Not having played over the last few. It takes a while to de-rust sometimes.
It definitely does. Fusion Strike system for 5 finds an Ultra Ball and a Mew VMAX. So drawing all these cards, does the Mew VMAX... Oh yeah, there it is. So now we got to think, and I think the Pram knew that Mew VMAX was coming down. I thought it was. I did. Looking at, the
way she was digging, right? Like she was looking for it.
Yes, she was looking for it. So now that Mew VMAX and Pramawats, being the seasoned veterans, like, okay, you have opened a door.
And she passes with it
active.
He's got the choice belt. Does he have the energy? Does he have the energy
in hand?
He's got it!
And retreats, and that's a one-hit KO on the Mew VMAX. The impossible has been done. And that's game. Pram wins on his last turn of time. CC with the fatal error of evolving that Mew VMAX. But if I'm being honest, I think that Pramawat did deserve the win in this best of 3. So I am happy to see Pramawat come out with the win because he was so far ahead in that final game, and I really didn't want to see that match come down to time.
Definitely not. Well played by both players, surely. CC played great that entire set. Round 1 being on stream against one of the best players in the history of the game. She really carried herself well, made great decisions, just a small blunder there at the end ends up costing her the match.
Exactly. And you know what? It's never easy going up against a 7-time regional champion who has been playing since the very beginning. And CC held her own against someone who is one of the most accomplished players in the game. We're going to be getting started with round 2 very quickly. Chip and I will be right back. I am here with your round 1 winner, Michael Pramawat. How you doing, Pram? It's been years.
Literally years.
Years.
Yeah. I've been doing pretty good. This is my first IRL event since the pandemic started. So
yeah. We're really excited to see you here. I know Chip was looking through the pairings and was like, someone named Michael Pramawat. We had no idea. So that's awesome. Did you just make the trip out yourself? You're in Indiana, right?
Yeah, a couple indie friends wanted to go, and they were like, do you want to go? I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm down.
Always down. Yeah, that's awesome. Now, we were commenting on how you've gravitated towards these kinds of decks before.
Mm-hmm.
A regional champion with Night March and Vespa Queen?
Yes.
Okay, so what about these decks do you really enjoy, and what made you want to build a Wormadam deck?
I just think single prize attacker decks are just fun.
They are.
So that was that. And then when I saw Zork, I was like, oh, people should play this with Gallicipod.
Definitely, right?
And then when Wormadam came out, I was like, oh, this just covers type coverage, so it's all good.
Yeah, I think that the Gallicipod seems like maybe the strongest attacker in the deck.
It is against Mew for sure.
Yes, right. Because getting up to that 310 is really tough. You don't really hit for any of the weaknesses, but having 5 V Pokemon in play is definitely a weakness when you're considering Gallicipod.
Yes, for sure.
Now, are you going to be hitting any of the regional championships when they come back?
I'll definitely be going to the one in Indianapolis, and that's going to be my first regional that I'm going to. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing you there. I'll be there as well.
cool.
Looks like we've got round 2 getting started now. So thank you again so much for being here, Pram. We'll be back with round 2 in just a moment. Getting hyped for round 2, we have got Darren O'Meara versus Jake Mershon, and I think what will be a quintessential matchup for this format.
Yep, the Mew VMAX mirror match.
Yes, which I think that if you're playing Standard, you're going to be seeing quite a bit of this.
Yeah, this mirror match can actually be a little interesting. I know that everyone loves to hate on Mew, but there's actually a decent amount of it's a lot of combos to try to go for and a lot of different lines to take based on what your hand is. So it can be kind of interesting.
It's
yeah,
deep. It's deep.
Okay.
Yeah, listen,
Sarcasm
man.
over here.
Max, listen, there's a lot of interesting plays. with
Yeah,
the
do I flip
VMAX
heads
deck.
on my Cramomatic or do I flip tails? Let's
Yes,
think
the
here.
VMAX mirror is quite deep. But anyways, let's get into it. Very excited to see what these players have got in store for us in round 2 of the Full Grip Games $2,000 cash Brilliant Stars tournaments.
Players are drawing their opening hands. We'll see who is going first. That is an interesting tech in Jake's opening hand, the Echoing Horn. Kind of a cool card. I don't hate it, honestly. That is a really unique way to, especially like with Arceus Duraludon picking up popularity in that matchup specifically, that card could be huge. That's a really cool deck choice from Jake.
The Horn of Gondor.
Gondor calls for aid.
Yes, I had to whip out the gold horn to show this epic card off. You love to see it. Now, it looks like Darren is going to be going first and finds a Battle VIP pass. Darren is a seasoned player from the Ohio area in the Pokemon TCG. I've had the pleasure of playing against Darren at many regional championships, and Darren has some accomplishments as well in the Pokemon TCG. I believe has definitely day-two'd some regional championships. I think has almost top 8'd at international championships, and I know that they would be very upset for me even bringing it up because I'm pretty sure there was like a very
bad beats.
heartbreaking,
Oh, no.
yeah, a very heartbreaking win and in. So I believe a top 32 international championship finish and definitely some top 32 regional championship finishes under their belts, and definitely an accomplished player. And a seasoned vet to the Pokemon TCG. They're working as a game designer right now in Boston. So very cool to see them make the trip out to participate in the Full Grip Games 3K weekend.
This hand is pretty awkward from Darren. Has a lot of energy in it. And I believe a Mew VMAX, or it is a Genesect. So that is good at least. That's one more card drawn and one more card thinned out of the hand. Really looking for another Mew V, I think. In this mirror match, we don't know Jake's list exactly, but most of these Mew decks these days are playing the Pokemon catchers. So if Jake is able to catcher and target the one Mew V that Darren has in play, that would just totally swing the match in Jake's favor.
Definitely. And you could tell just by the way that Darren is kind of slinging these cards around. Darren is definitely familiar with, with gameplay and just, kind of churning through these decks at a quick clip. So it'll be interesting to see both of these players navigate their decks. I mean, Mew VMAX turns can take a long time.
They can.
Yeah. But getting that shuffling down and things like that, that's going to be really important when it comes to a regional championship, because the less time you spend shuffling, the less time you spend with your game actions. You can see, like, once Darren kind of decides what they're going to do, they go and do it pretty quick.
Darren had a tough call there. The hand was really good. The switch was the obvious choice to discard off of the Ultra Ball, but the other options were 2 Fusion Strike energies and a double Turbo energy.
Okay.
So it's interesting that Darren chose the double Turbo as the card to hang on to. What do you think the thought process is there as far as keeping an extra energy around for later that can provide 2 energy?
Yeah, the double turbo energy is insane in this deck, because consider if, what if Jake pops off and gets a turn 1 Gust KO on the Mew with the Fusion Strike energy.
Yeah.
Then Darren's like, okay, drop the double turbo and we're partying, right?
Nice, yeah.
And I
Makes
can
a lot of
respond and do
sense.
whatever I need to do this next turn, and I don't have to play Elisa Sparkle as my supporter for turn. So I do really value that, especially if Jake's early aggression is going to be with Meloetta, then the damage reduction of double turbo energy will not matter at all.
Not at all. Escape Rope played by Jake right away, and we see Battle VIP Pass in hand, ready to pop off. And Jake playing the Escape Rope before Battle VIP Pass tells me he wants to go in with Meloetta as quickly as possible and take 2 prizes. This can be a common strategy for the Mew VMAX player going second in this mirror match, where you just try to KO 3 2-prize Pokemon and end the game literally on turn 3.
Yep. Turn 3, going second. Turn 1, Melodious Echo, baby. And, yeah, it's easy to see how this deck is considered the best deck in the format with aggressive strategies such as that. And the funny thing about the Mew VMAX mirror is that your Genesects have to be in play.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can't...
Your deck does not work if you do not have Genesects in play.
You have to have Genesect in play. And Genesect has 190 hit points. So that is just a constant liability because Genesect's own Techno Blast attack does enough damage to knock itself out. And it is very easy to just knock out a bunch of Genesects and take the win. Hence the reason that many of these Mew decks are playing Pokemon Catcher.
Pretty good hand from Jake. Has the Alessa Sparkle. Thins one more out with the Choice Belt. Needs to just find a energy that is a Fusion Strike energy to get the knockout. Now, Jake could also find a basic Psychic energy and a Power Tablet thanks to the boosted damage of the Choice Belt. That would equate to enough damage right now, dealing 170. Just needs a 10 more damage buffer, which Power Tablet can provide.
Oh, yeah. So... if let's see, Jake is gonna need something off this draw though.
He's only got 2 cards. Only will be drawing 2 cards off of this because the last card in hand is a Mew VMAX.
Right, and that card cannot be thin. So we'll see if Jake is able to find the goods.
There's so many good cards though.
That's right. Every single card is live.
Quick Ball, Ultra Ball, Battle VIP Pass, Cramomatic plus a Trainer card. Just finding the energy, the Fusion Strike energy itself would be enough even. Mew VMAX and a Power Tablet. He missed. He got the tablet, but no energy.
The whiff. We said it. Almost every card in the Mew VMAX deck. Almost every card in the Mew VMAX deck is live, but Mew VMAX is one of those not live cards on turn 1. And here Darren is with the boss's orders. And what's hilarious about this is you can pretty much pack it up.
It's done. It's done.
Yeah, that's it. You know, I mean, all of the you know, you got to give it to Mew VMAX. I mean, certainly you're just putting everything out on the table at the first couple turns, and then we could just pack it up, go to game 2.
It's high octane. I predict there may be a lot of time between this round and the next one. Even if this goes to 3 games, these games go quick.
Yes. I mean, if your turns take 5 minutes, it doesn't really matter if the games only last 3 turns.
Right.
Yes, it's still a pretty short game.
Yeah, it's plenty of time to finish a best of 3 in 50 minutes.
It really is.
And what's so crazy, if Jake had just drawn an energy instead of the Mew VMAX, the position is flipped. Jake is in an excellent spot, and now Darren's on the back foot. I guess even so, Jake didn't have the second Mew VMAX, so Darren would have been able to boss this Mew regardless. So maybe that's not totally fair to say that it would have been totally flipped if Jake had gotten the knockout, but by missing the KO, Jake's chances have diminished greatly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because that's the thing, is if you do ignore the Meloetta is still consistently...
It's still hitting, right.
It's still consistently a threat.
Yeah, Jake scoops it up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's no reason...
This is what I'm talking about.
No reason to play it out. There's no reason to keep playing. Jake knows that he cannot win this game, is going to send it to game 2 and try to do a little bit better from there.
You can see why we decided to make this event best of 3, right? Because after experiencing an amount of games like that, it was like, cool, I don't feel like sitting around for 30 minutes while I wait for, you know, other matches to finish. If Mew VMAX could just establish a checkmate position on the second turn of the game, which is what we just saw against another Mew VMAX deck. it's just such a fast way to get into the game. It feels like everything gets just thrown onto the table and the board states are established instantly, and there you have it. Game 1 is going to Darren.
Welcome to Standard.
Yes.
If you have not played much Standard and you're just tuning in, this is what we have for you at the moment.
This is what we have. Now, we haven't seen any of the new VSTAR Pokemon on the table yet, but I'm excited to see those in action as well. And you could see that our first game that we had
that was a great game.
Pit a Mew VMAX deck against a single prize deck. And when Mew VMAX has to take 6 knockouts to win, the game is much slower.
Much.
Yeah, much slower. But if Mew can knock out 2 prizers and 3 prizers every turn, that's exactly what it wants to do. Mew is so good at knocking out Pokemon V that it can just, chomp off those bits of the game and get to its kind of winning game state very quickly.
So these players are shuffling up, moving into game number 2. Normally here I'd ask my co-caster, like, what do you think player A could change for game 2? But I think here at this point we just know Jake needs to get more Pokemon in play. So that was really kind of the thing that slowed him down, not having enough Fusion Strike systems. Darren popped off turn 1, had a bunch of Fusion Strike systems, saw so many cards. Jake only got to use 1, and he only drew 2 cards off of it.
An astute assessment, Chip. Jake didn't draw as many cards as Darren and didn't have a good time.
Hey, man. I'm trying to make it sound a little interesting here, okay? Come on now. Give me a break.
Don't find your Genesect. You're going to have a bad time. Yeah, and that's what we saw on Jake's side of the board this game. So I'm sure that Jake is going to want to see more of those going forward. Also, I'm curious to see if Jake chooses to go first or second. I think first is usually the way.
It's so tempting to go for the turn 2, but we can see what happens a lot of times with Mew. Like the turn 1 Meloetta KO, when you're playing against it a lot on PTCGO or PTCG Live, might feel like a quick game and that they get it every single time, but they don't really. Realistically, it's maybe like a 50-50, which is still really high and still really strong. But do you take that risk now that you are already down a game? I think the answer is no. I think Jake should choose to go first here and get an additional turn to get their board more established.
I think that makes sense. I think Mew VMAX is still a deck that likes to go first, but doesn't mind going second.
Right, exactly.
And I think that first is the safer choice. But it does remind me a little bit of the old Night March mirrors, right? Where there was that debate as well. Do you go first with Night March or second with Night March? I was usually a go first kind of guy. I chose to go second sometimes when I was, feeling a certain type of way.
You ride the feeling, huh?
Yeah, you just go with the vibe. Yeah, you're like, I don't know. Yeah, second, let's go. I'm just getting in there.
Feeling the gas.
But I think that this is definitely a similar kind of feel. These players are drawing their opening hands for game 2 of round 2. At the Full Grip Games 2K. Let's get down to the table and see what they've got.
It appears that Jake has taken a mulligan most likely, so Darren will get 1 more card to work with, which is excellent when you're going second. Those extra cards make it much more likely you can pull off those crazy Meloetta plays. So Jake wanting to find a basic. The ideal starter is definitely just the Mew V in this deck, no matter what matchup you're playing against. It's got free retreat. You can pivot into whatever. I think ideally for Jake, he'd like to end this turn with a Meloetta in the active spot, maybe a Genesect, not a Mew V, though. You want to protect that as much as you can, and this is already looking so much better for Jake. Battle VIP Pass, Mew V, and 2 Genesects in this opening hand. Jake's going to have an opportunity to kind of pop off.
Yeah, I think it's so fun watching people play tabletop. I mean, look at these. Both of these players have some, so much character in how somebody holds a hand and plays their cards. They both got the kind of, hyperactive feel to holding their hands. It's like the cards are barely sticking to my fingers. They're just, getting whipped around at a rapid pace. But I like that. I'm definitely a hand fidget kind of player as well.
I can't keep my hands still when I'm playing Pokemon.
No,
fidgeting the cards in my hand always.
Got to. Yes, it's fun, and that's one of the things about the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. I really hope that they make it so that you can play with your hand, and toss the cards around, because it makes it feel like real life. I get to toss the cards around in my hand.
You can just click on the hexagons; they glow, bro.
Okay, yeah, so Jake is going to play that Battle VIP pass, the Hexagon Dimension. Jake is going to play that Battle VIP pass, and it looks like Jake is going to search out a Mew V and a Genesect
Super solid.
V. And that is definitely a solid start for Jake.
A couple Genesect in the hand, I believe, as well. So Jake will just see a ton of cards. Like I said, ideally ends this turn with an energy on a Mew V, and probably... It's so tough to figure out what to send up. Darren did start Genesect, which means that in order to get a Meloetta active to attack on turn 1, Darren will have to play either a switch or an escape rope. So you can try to plan for the escape rope a little bit. Jake actually was able to utilize escape rope very well in game number 1, where it forced a V Pokemon into the active.
Woo! It's a lot of Genesect.
It is a lot of Genesect.
Yeah, there we go. Just unload 3 Genesect onto the board. And now we can use Fusion Strike System to fill our hand to 6 up to 3 times.
Pretty strong.
This is definitely what Jake likes to see. Discarding a Rose Tower Stadium. The stadiums just won't really matter in this matchup at all. The only thing that they can do is get in the way of you drawing cards. So the Rose Tower, definitely an easy discard for Jake. Doesn't want to give it to Darren in case Darren needs a little bit of boost getting started. And Jake has got everything that he could possibly want on this first turn going first so far.
Yep, just looking for the energy drop, but off of all these cards, between Fog Crystal and all the energies that Jake has, there's just no way they're going to whiff.
Now, what's hilarious is that Jake really taking his time to shuffle up between every game action. In fact, it looks like, shuffling so vigorously that he did break a Dragon Shield sleeve, which is pretty difficult to do.
Those sleeves are tough, yes.
Yeah, they're dragon tough, Jim.
Okay. Tough as scales, you may say?
Tough as scales, yes, they are. Tough as scales. Yes.
So grabbing another sleeve here, swap it out, easy fix, and we'll get back into the game. As the opposing player in these situations, it always feels kind of tough to just kind of sit back and watch your opponent pop off, draw a bunch of cards, and you're just left kind of fidgeting with the hand. You kind of can have an opportunity to game plan out your turn, I guess, which is nice, but these turns just, they do go on.
What's hilarious is that these players have so much time to complete game 2 and 3 that I'm not even mad about it. It's fine, They have game 1 was so quick that, Jake can afford to give it a nice 50-second shuffle between every game action.
Yeah, quite the shuffling going on for sure. Hopefully Jake has those extra sleeves available. I always try to make sure I keep a couple extra in my deck box just because, breaking sleeves is definitely something that will happen. When you're playing enough cards, you shuffle enough, you play through a long day of a tournament. It's a little hard to break a sleeve in round number 2, but, it happens. It happens.
It does happen from time to time, especially if you're a particularly vigorous shuffler. But I think that... hopefully Jake didn't have to run down to the shop and buy a new box of, I think these look like ivory, would be my guess. So definitely could have been what occurred. I mean, Jake did seem like he kind of exited the table.
Jake is AFK at the moment. Yes.
So I think that perhaps now what you can do to preserve, some time in a tournament, a little life hack, if you will, from the seasoned veterans. You can just pop a card out of your discard pile that you're not going to retrieve and just use that sleeve to complete the game.
Yeah, I always like to use the top left prize card and just do it as that. And that way the game can continue on. It looks like Darren has taken over the shuffling from Jake. No more busted sleeves from Jake. Darren will take care of it.
So now the deck completely oriented wrong, but Fusion Strike System will resume. Jake is able to find a Fog Crystal and will use the Fog Crystal to search out presumably a basic Psychic Energy.
Yep, definitely. This was the one missing piece that Jake had at this point. Needed an energy drop, Now we'll have that. We did see Darren discard Pokemon Catcher in game number 1, so we know Darren is on the catchers list. So they're definitely going to be trying for that turn 1 KO on this Pokemon with an energy card.
Yes, that would be very good to slow Jake
Darren
down.
has literally taken over the shuffling, by the way.
Yeah, so just say, you're done, bud. Yeah.
To just take a break. Take a walk.
And then sometimes, your hand just gets so big, you're like, okay, can't actually Fusion Strike System anymore. Darren gonna dump a couple of Pokemon into play. Has got a Cramomatic in the hand, Choice Belts, and here's the Cramomatic.
That's a heads. I gotta feel like Alessa Sparkle gonna be eyed up here. Cramomatic, such a powerful card.
Sparkle Battle VIP Pass, probably.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, just to get more Jennies in
Wants
play.
to draw more cards, at this
Yeah,
point. I didn't see the rest of the hand quite yet.
Yeah.
And I know you are a enjoyer of the good old Pika pads back in the day. The order pad, flipping heads, just getting a trainer. You must love a Cramomatic as well, then.
I was ahead of my time, Chip. Yeah, I was ahead of my time. Yes, the order pad. You just gotta believe. Flipping coins is broken. That's the thing. Did get the Elisa Sparkle.
I mean, this guarantees the knockout, right?
It does guarantee a knockout because it's the last card in the hand to switch.
Yeah. Well, I think there's more than one card in the hand.
Okay.
Has Escape Rope, I know, is one, which you would really like to play not Escape Rope, just a manual switch. I think I saw a switch as well. Oh, yeah, because the Escape Rope got discarded off of the Cramomatic. So
yes.
I assume that Darren is making this play because they have the knockout lined up already.
Probably. That would make sense. But this does get them very close regardless. There is a switch in that hand. Yep. So this is just an incredible power play from Darren.
So strong.
And with Darren being able to place... Is that a Rose Tower too? Oh, yeah.
It's
definitely
insane.
the Elisa.
This was the play,
This
for
was
sure.
the play. I didn't see that Rose Tower in there.
Yeah.
Because then you get 2 draw to 3s. And that's fine. It's basically like having 2 Genesects.
And speaking of 2 Genesects.
Yep, here it is. And with every single card in the Mew VMAX deck pretty much being a live burnable card, you can expect that even if you are just filling your hand to 3, then you are going to be finding some busted cards.
Darren popping off a little bit. Ultra Ball can grab another Fusion Strike Pokemon. Still has access to one more Fusion Strike system. And you can see the debate going on in Darren's head. Debating between grabbing the Mew V. You definitely want to bench one this turn. But Genesect is so tempting to just draw more and more and more cards. And that's the route Darren has chosen to go.
And I agree with that. Just full greed. You already won game 1.
Full greed.
Let's go. Yeah, you're up game 1. Just put it away.
And there's so many cards that Darren can draw. They get the second Mew V. Quick Ball, Fog Crystal, Battle VIP Pass still live as well.
There's no missing it.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible. So then we're getting this situation where I feel like once Darren takes this knockout, that Darren has to be at an advantage in this set, right?
Oh, yeah, big time.
So then with Darren taking 2 prizes on the first turn of the game, was not going second the optimal? If you go second and take the first knockout, is that not optimal?
But if you whiff, you just lose. That's the risk. And it seems easy. I mean, Darren made it look easy here. But
simple.
It is a huge combo. You're talking about definitely having to hit a Cramomatic head somewhere in there to find a piece. Got to find the Fusion Strike energy or like Choice Belt and Power Tablets and the basic Psychic, and got to find the Alessa Sparkle. Got to get the Pokemon in play at the right time. There is no guarantees in the Pokemon TCG.
No, there's not. And, the 3 Fusion Strike energy, sometimes they don't want to come out to play. You'll use Alessa Sparkle. And
sometimes you have 2 in your opening hand and prized one. Like,
sure.
There are so many things that can prevent it from happening. It feels like such a power play when you make it happen, but it is not always a guarantee. Jake fidgeting with that hand, really figuring out what to do here. Has options. That's why he's having a tough time. Starts with the Cramomatic, hits a heads, can get any card out of the deck. What's Jake gonna eye up here, Andrew?
Already has the Alessa Sparkle.
I think he grabbed a Fusion Strike energy.
So it's odd, right? So, knocking out the Meloetta feels bad, but ignoring the Meloetta also feels bad. So you're at this kind of odd situation. I feel like you have to knock out the Meloetta, and then you're in a situation where, like, okay, my game plan is knock out Meloetta, knock out a Mew VMAX, knock out Genesect, or something like that.
I think with this play, Jake is going to go the route of knock out the Mew V on the bench, because has boss's orders, got the energy, so you wouldn't get the energy with Cramomatic if you had a Lesser Sparkle. And this is okay, but what this opens up is if Darren puts a third Fusion Strike energy in play, there's already a Choice Belt on this Meloetta. Now Darren just needs to find the 3 Power Tablets and can take a one-hit KO on Mew VMAX, which is a lot to find, but I don't know that there's much stopping Darren the way this game has been going.
No. It could just be lights out. That's the scary thing about ignoring Meloetta, is that Meloetta is cranking out 170 damage just by itself.
Yeah.
Right? With nothing else going on, which is insane. I mean, Darren could literally just find a Gust and knock out a Genesect or something and then just be cruising to one more
That's right.
knockout. Game over.
Doesn't even need to reach for the Mew VMAX
nothing.
KO, right?
Yeah. So you're just, you're going around the attacker that's already established, right? And you're taking out a Pokemon that's less established, but the thing is, from Jake's perspective, it's still a 3-turn win no matter what, because you can't win in 2 turns, realistically. So you have to knock out either the Meloetta or the Mew, and I think that the Meloetta just makes more sense because it takes more away from Darren's board.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jake has 1 Fusion Strike system remaining. Looking through this 6-card hand, needs to play something if they want to draw any more with Fusion Strike system. So debating what to do, has the Choice Belt, will attach that to the Mew V on the bench, and has the double turbo energy. Does get a second Power Tablet, so that could be really strong for the next turn. Jake takes his first prizes of this set. Darren debating what to send up here. Has not drawn yet, so thinking about what to promote, but I don't think it really makes a difference. Meloetta will be the attacker at the end of this turn regardless.
All right, so Darren, looking at this hand, does Darren have another Gust? We know that Darren plays the Pokemon catchers, and
Darren's got 2 options.
Yes.
Can go for the big KO on the Mew. Okay, that works too.
I like this play. Just drop the energy on the Mew.
Yep.
And then
We're chilling.
you are either in a Gust with Mew VMAX game scenario, or you are in a Gust with Meloetta game scenario, just setting up that checkmate. And this is the play that I really wanted to see from Darren. You can't really ignore the Meloetta because the Meloetta's coming right back, and is just going to be a problem that Jake is going to be forced to deal with in this game unless Jake wants to Gust every single turn of the game.
Yep, Darren will need a few pieces next turn, but as long as Darren finds a Gust card, an energy card, and a Mew VMAX, it's not checkmate, but we could call this check at this point, right? Jake is in a tough spot, back against the wall, and at this point, it's gonna come down to if Darren whiffs on the next turn or not.
Yeah, this is really coming down to the wire already. Yes, the game is really expedited with that Meloetta getting, a third of the game's prizes on the first turn of the game, looking like it's going to run it back for 2/3 of the game's prizes on turn 2, and we could see the magical 3-turn game from Darren. Ultra Ball in the hand off of that Fusion Strike system, going to guarantee the Mew VMAX the following turn, and with Power Tablets in hand as well. I mean, those are burnable cards. Pokemon Catcher already going to get you a 50% chance of taking the game-winning Gust anyway.
Yep.
And it's looking like things are really going well for Darren here.
Discarding the Power Tablet feels a little risky because what Jake could now do is Gust the Mew, and then it forces Darren to find a Gust plus a damage modifier, another Power Tablet to get the KO.
Or a Fusion Strike energy.
So there's a lot of ways. Pretty much regardless of what Darren does, they will have a path to victory on the next turn that is very reasonable to hit. It's just about determining which is the highest odds, right?
Right.
Oh, and has Escape Rope as well. And if Jake was to send up like the Meloetta or something next turn or try to attack with it, that would just be a guaranteed win. Escape Rope forcing up a 2-prize Pokemon. I guess not with the Mew VMAX in play, maybe not, but Darren will have plenty of options. That is for certain.
Another draw off of Fusion Strike system, and Darren's hand is looking pretty loaded with that final Fusion Strike energy in the hand. So if Jake ignores the Meloetta, it'll be coming back for 240 damage, and all Darren will have to do is hit heads on that Pokemon Catcher, and this game will be over.
Yep. Thinking through the last few cards in the hand. Has a Cramomatic as well, so that's a 50% chance to just get anything to get the combo pieces as well. If it's just got it. Mew VMAX plus a catcher heads potentially, or Cramomatic heads for boss, right? So either of those options work. Usually these Mew VMAX decks do not play Disruption. No Marnies for the most part. So if Jake is not playing a Marnie, Darren is sitting on the goods most likely.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Jake eyeing up both players' resources, saying, "All right, what do we got going on here? What's the situation? Is there any playing out of this?" And it's like, wow. I mean, how much of this game did Jake even get to play? It feels like Darren just absolutely dominated this set from the start.
Ooh, I wonder if Jake was checking switching outs.
That's true.
There is a chance always because these Mew VMAX decks usually play 2 switch, 2 escape rope, 3 switch, 1 escape rope, some combination of those things.
Right.
Nowadays, maybe 1 double turbo energies. Those are usually the only ways to move the Genesect. So if Jake could go for a boss play and just kind of stick a Genesect active, there is always the chance of the deck out coming into play. That could be what Jake is eyeing up as his only possible win condition.
Right, because things seem pretty bleak with Darren only having,
Because Darren could have also prized some of those switching outs, and sometimes whenever you're just in such a bad spot, you have to play to that small percentage out, right?
Right.
And that is what Jake is going to do. Oh, no, brings up the Mew. Okay.
Just going for another knockout on Mew, again, ignoring the Meloetta, but the Meloetta is just cranking out so much damage by itself. This Meloetta could go for all 6 prizes, and I think that's what we're going to see.
That would be pretty wild. We'll see if that's what ends up playing out. Jake has a pretty big hand, can't really do much as far as drawing. Oh, Ultra Ball will thin a decent amount out at least. So Jake can still draw a bit here, gets another Mew VMAX, can evolve that, put that into play. But those Genesects can't clear those out of play. Those are going to be the easy targets for Darren.
Yeah, those are going to be staying right where they're at.
Yep.
Bench Mew V evolves into Mew VMAX. And a Fusion Strike system for 1. The knockouts. Jake will go to just 2 prizes remaining. And Darren, I'm sure, we'll get to playing this Pokemon catcher.
Needs 1 of 2 heads here. Here we go.
Tails?
There's a Tails. Is there another catcher? Another catcher needs a heads. And that is it. Brings up a Genesect. Can attach the Fusion Strike energy and Fusion Strike. Because of that, Melodious Echo will be dealing more than enough to KO Genesect V. Darren, a convincing 2-0 victory over Jake Mershon.
Woo! Meloetta going for all 6 prizes at a record clip. That was brutal.
That is a great descriptor for that. That was tough.
Yeah. That's the power of Mew VMAX with Meloetta, Choice Belts, and Ultra Ball. It is absolutely brutal. The 3-turn game with all 6 prizes taken. What did we just witness, Chip?
Pretty wild stuff. It's not like Jake did anything wrong.
Nope.
Darren's deck just popped off. Darren had everything they needed. Every turn, got the Meloetta turn 2 KO, which Jake was just barely short of pulling off on their first turn in game number 1. And you gotta feel like if the cards had been just a little different in game 1 for Jake, if we would maybe be setting up for game 3 right now.
Right. Just being a little bit short there, drawing into the 2 Mew VMAX in that. And, almost every card is playable on the first turn of the game with the Mew VMAX deck, but sometimes you do get into those awkward situations where the deck gets jammed. But it's easy to see how this deck is cruising on to 2-0 and is going to be a deck that I think we see multiple love in top 8.
Certainly.
I'm curious to see if any players have been able to cook up a strategy to deal with Mew VMAX. We're going to come right back with Darren O'Meara in just a moment with a player interview. Hang tight, and we'll be right back. I am here with Darren O'Meara. Heard
Hello.
players in the chat referring to you as Dare Bear.
Oh no! Wait, who? All right, there's like two groups I could be.
Yeah, so a lot of Darren fans in the chat right now to watch your round 2 win. Now, Darren, you're an accomplished player. You top 32 international championship. Is that
Yeah.
it? Yes, I said that you had a crushing,
bit of a choke, but yeah,
a crushing win and in loss. I think to top 8.
I thought it was. It was
Uh,
not actually, but I started first seed and then ended up top 32. So that was a bit. There was a lot that went wrong that day.
Yes, but still a stellar finish in the international level. So, like, obviously, no stranger to competing at the highest level in the Pokemon TCG. Running it in with Mew VMAX today. What made you arrive to the decision to play this deck, and how's it felt in your first 2 rounds?
Yeah, so me and the New England crew basically decided that we were going to try to find a reason not to play Mew.
Yeah.
As it turns out, we did not find a reason not to play Mew. We tried several decks. None of them felt good enough. Particularly, I was eyeing up Malamar for this.
Yeah.
But really, you only need to solitaire that. And I was solitairing it. It just never... I felt like it didn't hit 320 enough.
Can be inconsistent.
And
yeah,
it's
just a little
you can't
short.
even soften things because they
No.
can just retreat it.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Or
and then,
just like, we'll go back into the deck,
Yeah.
Psychic Leap and stuff like that.
Yeah, Mad Party felt okay, but didn't really feel it. So eventually, I just landed on Mew again.
Yep.
Bought the Japanese Mews on eBay.
Yep. It's broken.
Interestingly enough, the group that I came with collectively ended up on the same 59 cards independently. So we didn't work with each other, but we still ended up on the same 59.
That's awesome.
Which was interesting.
So the Pokemon catchers, obviously just leaning into a hyper-aggressive list. I think
all
that's
gas,
probably
no brakes.
Yeah,
Yep.
all gas, no brakes. It's definitely the best way to play it, in my opinion. Is there any deck in the field that you think that you might be a little uneasy to see, or something that in your testing that you seemed might have been a little bit of an issue for Mew?
I was a bit scared of Gengar coming into this, but after talking about it with a little bit, it seems like it's doable. Also, Pokemon Catcher turn 1 can win you games. Just
Absolutely.
straight out.
I mean, we saw the Meloetta.
Yeah, the Mellow. That's exactly what the deck is built to do. Getting that Meloetta on turn 1, that's exactly what I want to do every time. Although the only thing that was missing was the catcher.
Right.
I didn't need it that time, but
Nope.
I am kind of afraid of Arceus Duraludon, but I don't know how much that there is. I don't know. I don't really know much of what I could do about that.
Yeah, it's tough. How many basic energy? 2,
we play
3?
2 and 2 training court.
Okay, so yes, against Duraludon, yeah, it's gonna be tight.
That's gonna be a bit of a problem, but
Yes.
we'll just try to dodge it. It's fine.
Try to dodge it. I think that makes sense. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing. You have a degree in game design. You've been working out of Boston. What kind of game design work are you doing?
Yeah, so I started in June. I'm working on. I work with Jam City. I work with mobile games right now. I've been doing game design for about 9 months. Just graduated last May, and then it's been great since then. I have the Jam City T-shirt, and the Jam City bag that they gave me.
The swag, the swag.
Yeah, it's been super great. I flew in here from Boston, cheap flight. So
Nice. And I know you're also into drumming. Have you had any opportunities to drum lately? You've been doing that?
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of stuff. Right now we're working on so I play with a band named Garu Power. We do a bunch of just anime J-rock stuff.
That's sick.
Right now we're working on an EP. We have 1 cover pretty much recorded, and we got 3 more coming up.
Nice.
Working with a great new producer who's also in the Pokemon community.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, shout out to Riley.
That's so sick. Well, that's awesome.
That's been going great. Yeah.
I'm glad you're having fun and really finding a good group of people in the New England area. That sounds wonderful. And thanks again for making the trip out, and congratulations on 2-0 so far in the event.
Yeah, thanks for running this. I mean, these are always great to have when there's limited professional events,
True. All right, we'll be back with round 3 in just a moment. Again, congrats to Darren O'Meara on the round 2 win. Getting set up for round 3 here at the Full Grip Games $2,000 cash Brilliant Stars tournament. Chip, what were you up to between the rounds?
I'm actually working on a little bit of a YouTube video for myself. Yes, going around asking players some Pokemon trivia, and if they can answer correctly, they get a little prize, a booster pack of Brilliant Stars, the newest set.
Yes. I believe yesterday you gave me a sample question. Asked me if I knew what Drizzle's attack name was.
You got it right, though.
I
Credit
did.
to you.
It's
Anyone
because
anyone in the chat, Drizzyle's attack name off the top of your head?
First one to get it wins. What is it? Yes, first one in the chat. Drizzile has the Shady Dealings ability.
Everyone knows that.
Yes, not often used attack name.
Oh, we see it. Freed Burrito.
Yes.
Water
anyways,
drip.
Round 3 is getting started right now. So
Yeah.
let's head down to the tournament table and see what these players have in store for us.
On the left, Joe Turrentine. Ooh, look at that shiny coughing. Big fan of that. We see that Joe is playing the Galarian Moltres, the Galarian Weezing, the Sableye, kind of this single prize dark deck that has spiked up in popularity, of course, using that Inteleon engine. And over on the right side, Kevin Baxter, great player. I know a good friend of yours as well, playing Arceus VSTAR with Duraludon VMAX.
Yeah, this could be a tough matchup for Kevin, as I'm not sure how much healing is included in this particular list. It could be a little light on the healing, more, opting for
there's none of it.
an aggressive strategy.
Yep.
Yes, and it's looking like that is probably what we got from Kevin. So Kevin,
0 healing.
looking as if he might lean into the multiple Arceus V. Would be interesting. Like, what's the best route for Kevin to combat the poison damage from Galarian Weezing? Seeing the coughing, Kevin knows that there's going to be a Weezing and some poison damage in his future.
Yeah. Duraludon VMAX, great attacker, obviously, but it's really strong against multi-prize Pokemon, and especially against decks that use special energy, since its ability prevents Pokemon with special energy from damaging it. That's not going to be relevant in this matchup. Joe is actually not playing any special energy, just 7 basic darkness energy. Kevin needs to find a supporter here, and that is a really bad whiff on the Pokegear.
Yeah, I definitely would have liked to find something substantial to get kicked off.
Oh, he has the mustard! He's got the mustard! The mustard! Rapid Strike Mustard allows you to, if it is the last card in your hand, search your deck for a single strike Pokemon and put it directly into play. This card is popping up a little bit more in popularity thanks to Arceus VSTAR's Starbirth ability. It's easy to set it up with that, but Kevin didn't even need Starbirth. He just had the pieces in the opening hand. Absolutely insane plays.
This is the turn 1 mustard.
What is happening right now?
Love to see it. If you're like me, then you absolutely love to see the turn 1 single strike mustard. This is just such a powerful card, and what's amazing about it is that not only does it allow you to draw 5 cards, but it also allows you to just spring a Duraludon VMAX into play without having to put its pre-evolution into play. So just a very good consistency card, and it's a really easy combo to pull off thanks to Arceus VSTAR's Starbirth ability, which Kevin didn't even need to use to fire off this. And with Ultra Ball, getting your hand pared down to just a single strike mustard is easier than ever.
Much easier than it has been in the past. Reminds me of the good old Archie's Ace in the Hole and Maxie's Hidden Ball Trick days. Those decks were always so much fun to play because it really rewarded good sequencing, which is a great skill to have in the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes you just kind of open up with it, though, and the deck does it for you.
Right. We see Joe going for another Sobble, eyeing up the hand.
I believe a Marnie being played now. Both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck. Joe yielding 5 cards off of this. Kevin only gets 4, so it can be a little tough to work off of that. Joe does find an energy and a scoop up net, so Galarian Weezing can come active here and start putting some poison damage into play.
There's the Weezing, there's the Dark, and sure that this is not exactly what Kevin wanted to see with Galarian Weezing in the active spot.
Severe poison.
It means that its neutralizing gas is going to make it so that Kevin cannot use this Arceus VSTAR's Starbirth ability for consistency. So Kevin is just going to have to play out of these couple cards in his hand. Does look like he has a Marnie there if he needs it.
I think Kevin is kind of fine holding on to the boss's orders in hand, though. He's got everything he needs. He had the double turbo energy, had the Arceus V-Star, so an incredible draw off of Joe's Marnie, and thanks to the Trinity Nova attack, 3 energy get accelerated from the deck into play, and that Duraludon VMAX is ready to go after turn 2. Andrew, this is insane.
This is awesome, and Kevin was able to just knock that Weezing out completely, take the poison out of the equation thanks to the evolve from the Arceus V-Star.
Yep.
So Kevin's in a great spot.
Oh, just a pass. Joe has nothing.
Wow.
And Boss's Orders brings up the coughing. Kevin will target down that only source of potential damage output from Joe. Joe is just in pure top deck mode at this point. There's a lot of cards that they could draw to get out of this, but that is an early lead from Kevin Baxter.
Definitely. You see Kevin just loading up multiple energy onto that Duraludon VMAX. Joe finds an energy search and can use Sobble's Keep Calling attack to attempt to stay competitive in this match, but
I almost wonder if Joe's too far behind now. Kevin will take 3 prizes this turn.
yes,
3 prizes total after this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin is really sprinting ahead, and you could just see the pure consistency of the Arceus V-Star engine. I mean, such a big Pokemon. It basically has VMAX hit points.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the realm of VMAX hit points, and Kevin just marching through these prize cards. Only 3 prizes left. Trinity Nova taking another knockout, and I think Kevin has accelerated enough energy into play at this point.
Joe top decks something. Raihan can allow Joe to search the deck for any card and put it into their hands.
Yep.
Research seems like a good choice. I almost wonder, Joe maybe should have put the energy on a benched Sobble just so he had that pivot available next turn, potentially, because we know this active one is definitely going down unless Kevin chose to play a Boss's Orders for no reason at all. So Kevin takes the knockout. Drizzile, Shady Dealings can grab any trainer card out of the deck, but with 2 prizes remaining on Kevin's side, this may all be for naught. Yeah.
It's a wrap. There's not a lot that Joe could do. If Joe researches into like the magical, Moltres, Double Dark, something like that, assuming that the deck does play Moltres, right?
Yes, 2 Moltres, 2 Galarian Moltres, but there's several darkness energy already in the discard pile, so getting 3 energies in 1 turn is not the most likely thing.
No, there's really nothing to be done because both of Kevin's attackers on the bench are built up as well.
Yep.
And in order to win the game, Joe would have to knock out all of them.
Yeah.
And it's just not feasible because Kevin only has 2 turns left to play.
Right. And I think Joe was kind of playing it out, trying to see if they could find a way to get back into it. But sometimes you just got to recognize when the writing's on the wall and scoop it up and hope for a little bit better draws in game number 2.
Yeah, that's a wrap on game 1. Kevin able to just Marnie Joe into a tough spot, even with Sobbles.
Joe Marnied themselves.
Yeah, right. You hate to see it.
Yeah. Sometimes Marnie bricks your opponents, and sometimes it's your own Marnie that does you in.
Yeah. So Joe with the early Marnie, just not seeing any of those Drizziles. No level balls, no nothing, no evolution incense.
A supporter card, research, another Marnie.
Yeah, and you could see how quickly the game got out of hand. Arceus V-Star coming in with the turn 2, turn 3 attack, and with all of those huge Pokemon built up on Kevin's side of the board, there was just no room for Joe's deck to be able to make a comeback. So what do you think Joe's primary strategy is going to be in this match, Chip? And how does Joe take the win in game 2?
I think Joe wants to utilize Galarian Weezing by poisoning Pokemon that are already evolved. We saw in that game, Kevin was able to evolve out of the poison, and that takes away a lot of what this deck wants to do. Just build up damage over time, 4 into 8 into 12. Like, it really can start to add up and make your opponent do weird things, potentially play switches before they would maybe want to otherwise. Manually retreating Pokemon can always be an awkward thing. So I think if Joe can just chip damage up into play, set up for some big Sableye KOs in the late game, that's really going to be the main strategy.
Right, with Kevin having no way to
And they're getting
heal.
it underway right away as well.
Yeah, let's get into it. All right, so game 2 of the 3rd round coming right up.
Joe looks like they will choose to go first, and double level ball is a great start. But starting that Sableye V, that is not the ideal starter. Sableye V is so good to come in at the end of the game with its crazy claws attack, being able to just deal incredible amounts of damage. 10 base, not much, but 60 more for each damage counter your opponent has on their Pokemon. Starting this Sableye is really unfortunate, especially because it has such a low hit point number. It can pretty easily be knocked out by Arceus VSTAR.
Yes, at just 170 hit points, this Sableye V has got, it's got Arceus VSTAR bait written all over it. This guy is going to definitely be able to get knocked out by Arceus VSTAR's Trinity Nova attack. And Arceus doesn't need any sort of buff or anything to take that knockout, and doesn't mind if it has the double turbo energy on it either. 180 damage will be sufficient. We'll see what Kevin's opening looks like. And this, I love it. The turn 1, what is it? Trinity?
It is Trinity Charge, accelerating 3 energies from Kevin's deck into play. We were talking about this last night, how even if Arceus VSTAR was not a card, this Arceus V would be pretty good in decks like this, where you can just go. It reminds me of like the old Guardian decks, Gardevoir Sylveon, or the Reshiram and Charizard decks with the Greens engine and the Volcanion. You just go second and load a ton of energy in play and force your opponent to find a way to deal with it.
Yeah, many of the VMAXs and VSTARs have pretty underwhelming Pokemon V that they have to evolve from. There are some exceptions, but many of the Pokemon V really just exist to evolve into their bigger partner.
That is their main purpose.
Yes. This Arceus V may be one of the best pre-evolutions to a V-Star or a VMAX that exists in the Pokemon TCG. The Trinity Charge attack, combined with double turbo energy, allows for some really explosive starts, as we see from Kevin.
Joe has a interesting hand here. No supporter in hand, so probably has to grab that off of Drizzile and needs to find the one air balloon in the deck. That is the only way that Joe has to move Sableye from the active spot. So I almost wonder if that's what Joe goes for right now, and Joe is debating over it in the deck. You leave yourself with a dead hand, but you almost have to do this to start putting damage in play.
Right.
Maybe you don't care. Maybe you just value the setup a little bit more, since Kevin can just evolve this Arceus.
Right. Yeah, what's the point of going in and poisoning an Arceus if it's going to just heal from the poison? But that being said, I mean, 4 damage counters is enough to boost that Sableye V's Crazy Claws attack to a KO range, as the Sableye would be able to deal 250 damage if it had 4 damage counters on it.
Yeah, so Joe, I think Joe and I were kind of on the same wavelength there, thinking about the air balloon at first, but thought better of it and just realized, okay, I need to establish my board a little bit more. It may seem like all I need to do is attack, but if Kevin evolves, it's just kind of wasted. So I like this decision. Grab the research. Can still find the air balloon potentially, but worst case scenario, maybe we could see a little load search come in there, grab an item card back from the discard pile, a trainer card actually, so could get a supporter. Oh, that's not an option when you don't draw an energy card though.
No. So we'll see. Did the Sobble on Joe's bench there just hit the bench?
He just benched it.
Okay,
that's right,
so yeah, there's going to be no Drizzile happening, and this Sableye is gonna be potentially hitting the discard pile if Kevin could just find an Arceus VSTAR, and I see an Ultra Ball in his hand.
And with Weezing on the bench, neutralizing gas not in play. So if Kevin doesn't have an energy otherwise, he'll be able to use the Starbirth VSTAR power to find that energy, as long as assuming he does not hit it off of a supporter or have one in hand already.
Yeah, so Kevin cruising in with the consistency of Arceus VSTAR, and I really love to see a different type of consistency engine at work in the Pokemon TCG.
Mustard? No.
I would have loved it, but doesn't need it. Already has 2 Duraludon V on the bench. So I think that Kevin will probably save this Starbirth power, since Kevin did find the basic metal energy. It's really all he needed was to find a basic energy. And there are both Duraludon VMAX.
Yeah.
This is perfect. Now, what Kevin could do, Kevin could use the Starbirth power now, thinking that maybe the Weezing's coming up and I might not have an opportunity to use it later. But I don't mind just letting the Weezing come up, because what's the worst it can do? Kevin is going to be able to knock it out in one hit regardless.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw Kevin's hand, but the 2 cards before these prizes were Double Turbo Energy and Single Strike Mustard.
Let's go.
So theoretically, if all of the prize cards plus the top deck are playable, Mustard could come out, and having the extra Double Turbo Energy is actually super relevant because it allows you to retreat this Arceus. You can attach, retreat, go into a Duraludon, and that heals the poison off of the active Pokemon. Joe plays an Evolution Incense, can find any Pokemon that is an evolution card out of the deck, and grabs that quick shooting Inteleon. We're going to start to see some damage pings add up, I think.
Yes. And this is what Joe wants to do, but it just feels like starting that Sableye.
Yeah, that's so tough.
That is going to set Kevin on a huge advantage and is just expediting the pace of the game. Now, if Joe wants to rely on Sableye later in the game, that's another 2 prizes.
Right.
And Joe really needs to get to work quickly. The Arceus VSTAR only giving up 2 prizes as well, just looming there, because you know that knocking out the Arceus VSTAR does nothing for your win condition.
And I think that's why Joe is going for the boss's orders here, which I like. If you can manage to knock out just 2 Duraludon VMAX, that is your 6 prizes to close out the game. And it's a lot harder for Kevin to retreat these heavy 3 retreat Duraludon VMAXs versus the 2 retreat of the Arceus VSTAR.
Now, what I might like to see from Kevin is a double turbo attachment to this Duraludon VMAX so that he can put it on the bench. I do not think that Kevin is going to want this Duraludon VMAX, and with an Ultra Ball top deck, I think we could see.
I think he's going with the research.
Oh.
The mustard is tempting, but I think he grabbed the research off the prizes.
Okay, then. All right.
I think it's actually really risky to put the 3rd VMAX in play because it's
irresponsible.
It would be cool, but it is irresponsible. So Kevin will take the opportunity to just thin that other VMAX out of the deck. It's irrelevant at this point, and research will come down and draw 7 new cards. And I think Kevin probably will go the route of attaching the double turbo to the active, so that even if he doesn't do it this turn, next turn he could retreat this Pokemon.
Right.
It will depend how many metal energy Kevin is down. He does have the 7 copies, but they go pretty quickly. There's 2 already in play, 1 on the Arceus, so 5 total in play. And this collapsed stadium could lock Joe up a little bit and make the board a bit awkward.
Definitely can. The Inteleon engine loves bench space, that's for sure. Collapse Stadium making it so that... Oh, and Kevin not retreating.
Yeah, I think this is okay. You can do it for 1 turn, and then on the next turn, there will be a lot more damage, obviously, but you can retreat back. Usually, decks like Joe's do not play that many bosses' orders.
Right.
It's tough to fit that much space when you're playing a thick evolution line. You need a lot of energy for the Moltres. You've got so many different attackers to work with. So, Joe can hit this pretty hard with, like, the Hoopa potentially. Sending up the... Coughing makes me think that Joe wants to like scoop up net or something like that into the Hoopa and go for an attack that way. we'll see what he opts for. Just a Marty.
Quick shooting coming down, placing some damage counters on both Duraludon VMAX. And yeah, I think we're just going to see Joe pile a little bit more damage onto this thing. But with Kevin going down to 2 prizes remaining, that means that Joe will not be able to use Sableye to attempt to win this game.
Right, because Sableye would just get knocked out immediately. What Joe could do is go Galarian Moltres for the knockout on this Duraludon VMAX, and then Sableye the benched Duraludon VMAX, and that might be what Joe's trying to set up here, I think.
Right, a game-winning Sableye is the only one that
can't
Joe
use it
can
before
play.
that, yeah.
Yes, but getting into a Sableye with 2 energy on it without using Raihan, gonna be pretty tough.
Well, there's a Raihan in hand and a Quick Ball as well, so there's potential here. But it does need to be Moltres first. Moltres has to be the first one, for sure.
Right. Kevin's got a great looking hand. He's got an escape rope, so he doesn't even have to waste the energy on this Duraludon. And frankly, you know, any of the benched attackers or the benched Pokemon might be better threats to take out than this coughing. The Hoopa is fine. The Hoopa and the Weezing kind of and the coughing kind of similar threat level, I would say.
Sure.
Obviously, it would be preferable to get one of those, the Drizzle or the Inteleon, but Joe, being a smart player, is not going to offer any of those up.
Certainly not. And I like this as well. Go with the 2 prize Pokemon so that Joe has a harder time. Has to play multiple boss at this point to win the game. I think Kevin will be content with only 3 prizes remaining. Just almost attacking with this Arceus until it goes down. Because it's going to take Joe so many turns to knock this out. And yeah, I mean, this is almost checkmate, I think, because there's no way unless Joe, the only way Joe can win is if this turn Galarian Moltres knocks out the Duraludon with the most damage on it, and then the next turn Sableye knocks out.
Can't happen.
But because he can't Raihan and Boss in the same turn.
Exactly. Yeah. So it would have to be Moltres, but you can't do that without using
Clara probably,
right? So it's just it's basically checkmate. And I know I said it before, but these Arceus VSTAR have basically VMAX level hit points.
280's a lot,
and with a big charm on it, this Arceus does have VMAX level HP. Yeah. 310 hit points with a big charm on it. And I really love the synergy between Arceus VSTAR and Big Charm, because the Big Charm makes all of your guys so much bigger, and Arceus VSTAR getting bigger is ridiculous.
I feel like Joe did not mean to bench this Moltres. I think this is meant to be in the hand here because Joe needed to play the Moltres down after using the energy search. So I think there's maybe a little bit of a misstep here potentially, or yeah,
looks like the concession.
I think it was tough regardless. Kevin just had too much in play, and you can see the consistency and speed of Arceus VSTAR even against single prize decks that have a favorable prize trade. It's just too much.
Yeah, I, going into this, thought it was going to be a tough matchup for Kevin.
I don't think so anymore.
No, that seemed fine. Your guys
Very
are
much so,
really big.
Too big.
Arceus VSTAR is such a great lead. It's absurd how tough that Pokemon is to knock out and how few prize cards it gives up in return. Think about it. Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia GX, 280 hit points, gave up 3 prize cards. That's half the game. The difference between giving up 2 and 3 prize cards is... It is huge.
It's a whole prize card.
It's a whole prize card. Yes. 1/6 of the game.
Yes, 1/6 of the game. 18% or whatever. Right?
Yes. So the Arceus VSTAR, and then the board states that you established with the Arceus VSTAR and the 2/3 prize Pokemon.
It's so threatening.
It just makes it so that you have forced your opponent into an 8 prize game. So with that board state established, Joe has to take 8 prizes to win? No shot.
Not
it's
happening.
Just like, even if Kevin has no healing, having to take 8 prizes guaranteed is just such a daunting task.
Kevin played it very well. Joe played really well as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, game 1 went pretty tough for Joe. Would have liked to have been able to see a little bit more fight back, but just didn't have it with the hand that they were dealt. And then game 2, starting the Sableye. After starting Sableye, I just really felt like it was kind of the wind taken out of the air at that point.
Yeah, that's definitely not how you want to start off game 2 when you're already down game 1. We're going to get Kevin Baxter back here for a player interview in just a moment. Hang tight. We'll be right back. I am joined by the Kevin Baxter, now 3-0 at the Full Grip Games 2K with Arceus VSTAR, Duraludon VMAX. Congratulations, Kevin. How you feeling so far?
Thank you. Pretty good. The last 2 tournaments here have not gone as well for me.
Yeah.
I played Shadow Rider at both, and played a bunch of mirrors, whatever. We don't need to talk about it, but this one is going pretty well, so I'm happy about it.
Yes. So you were the first Arceus VSTAR that we've featured on stream so far. You've played 3 rounds. Tell us a little bit about how your rounds have gone so far and why you think that Arceus VSTAR is a good partner for Duraludon VMAX.
Yeah, so first round I played against Mew. There's a ton of Mew here, as expected. Went to game 3. It was pretty close, back and forth, but game 3 he whiffed the turn 1 attack.
Yeah.
And they were both, well, I played Mew in the second round as well. Both of the Mews that I was playing against kept choosing second. And actually, none of them ever got a knockout on turn 1. There were a couple attacks, but Big Charm saved me. So anyway, yeah, I think the Mew matchup's pretty good as long as they don't get the turn 1 knockout. Seems to be not happening as much as maybe we all thought it. Like, you thought it was automatic, but apparently not.
Chip was saying maybe like 50%.
Right.
Yeah, 60% maybe. Yep. So you were able to win against 2 Mew VMAX decks, which is largely considered to be the best deck in the format. Duraludon VMAX kind of was an anti-meta deck in the previous format, but with the addition of Arceus VSTAR, how important has Arceus VSTAR been to your strategy and your success so far?
So actually, this is something I kind of wanted to talk about. I think the fact that there was a Duraludon deck before Brilliant Stars is kind of a trap in people's way of thinking about it. This is an Arceus deck, and Duraludon is the backup.
Okay.
This is not a Duraludon deck with a couple Arceus for flair or whatever.
Yeah.
It's first and foremost get a turn 2 Arceus attack.
Yeah.
Very good. Duraludon just happens to be really well positioned to be the guy you accelerate to.
Yes.
Just because you can't get hit by special energy and all that. So I definitely started with Arceus.
Okay.
I did not have a Duraludon deck and change it. Because I didn't play last format. I knew going into this that I wasn't going to play any tournaments until the set came out.
Yeah.
So I just kind of ignored the Fusion Strike format.
Sure. And
was just like, okay, look at all the Brilliant Stars cards. Arceus is very good. I'm playing that card. And then what other cards are good to pair with it? Duraludon is perfect. Get the 3 energy he needs and slap it on him. So I think that's an interesting. I've heard people talk about oh, you're playing the Duraludon deck. That deck wasn't very good. Is it even good now? I was like, but it's not the same deck.
It's not the same deck.
It's
There's
not even
no healing in this deck. There's no hammers. It's not really this huge tanky tank and heal deck that it used to be.
Right.
The slow grindy tank and heal. Now it is an Arceus deck. You force 8 prize games.
Oh,
it
yeah.
seems to be that's what you're doing
with
now.
360 hit points.
Yes, and even Arceus with the big charm on it is massive.
310, 2 prizes. That's a fair card.
Yes, that's a fair card. Right. It's ridiculous. So I could see very easily how Arceus and Duraludon have worked together to pair, to kind of pave your way to victory in these first 3 rounds. Is there any deck that you're maybe a little bit worried about in the rest of the rounds, or are you feeling confident?
I mean, again, since I haven't really played a ton, some of the weird single prize decks, that one I just played against, he didn't draw very well, but that could have been sketchy because I just don't know what's in that
Play
deck.
all basic energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some Moltres. They do a lot.
The Moltres. He told me in that second game, apparently he said he had outs to win if I didn't attack with Arceus VSTAR, and just my instincts from playing for 10 years is just throw the 2 prizer up.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, no, if you attacked with a 3 prize, I could have won that game. I was like, oh,
for sure.
okay.
Yes.
Not even. I was on autopilot at that point, but Yeah, no,
There was a
pretty.
shot. Yeah.
The single prize decks, we'll see. Malamar I know is really good, so we'll see how that goes. But apparently they have trouble hitting 360, so. might be
Yeah,
okay.
as do, many of the decks. Well, awesome to see you doing well today, Kevin, and good luck in the rest of your rounds going forward.
Thank you.
Players are getting geared up for the 4th round here at the Full Grip Games 2K event. We have got Andrew Pospashil. Dang, I'm messing this up. One of the Tricky Gym moderators. Andrew Pospashil on the left with Malamar, and Brian Chisholm on the right with Mad Party. So a battle of the single prizers. Let's get some hype going in the chat.
Let's go. 3-0, both of these players at this point. And this is what I think people are excited about. The fact that these single prize decks are back in the meta. Both of these players doing very well so far. 3-0 is a great start. It is still a long way to go, though. And now they find themselves playing the single prizer mirror. And these matchups really come down to who can stream every attack in a row and who can get that first prize.
Right, and we expect that both of these decks probably don't play any hand disruption.
No.
I think that it is just going to be some serious trading back and forth between these two single prize decks. Chip, which deck do you think is going to be favored?
I think I've got to give the edge to Mad Party in this spot. The basic attacker in Bunnelby is very good. And especially if we're just looking at this game, this board, Brian just needs to get 3 Mad Partiers in the discard pile and find a Twin Energy, or 4 Mad Partiers and a double Turbo Energy, and Brian will take the first knockout. And that's what it comes down to. And as long as Brian does not whiff energy, whiff Pokemon, whatever it may be, through the rest of the game, Brian should be able to come out on top. Now, that is depending on how good this opening hand is, and it's not too bad with a level ball and I believe a quick ball hiding in there as well.
I'm thinking that Malamar could be favored in this, personally. Now, what I'm thinking about Malamar is that Malamar doesn't actually play any 2-prize Pokemon at all.
Sure.
And sometimes you just have to put your Crobat V down, and I think that this list has 2 Crobat V and a Luminion V, so there are 3 different 2-prize Pokemon that Brian might have to rely on in order to stream attacks. And if Andrew can play Pokemon Catcher and hit one of them, then
right,
Andrew might be able to skip ahead in the prize trade.
Yeah, this all definitely could happen. The thing I would say though is, as the Mad Party player in these instances, you usually have to put those Crobats and Luminions in play when you're needing to dig for more Pokemon in the discard pile or dig for one more piece. It's a lot easier to manage it when you're only having to hit for 60 to 120 damage versus having to, go all out and try to, hit for 180 or 200, 300 once we get to these big numbers. So if Brian can just find supporter cards, as we see Professor's research already in the hand, as long as Brian can just find supporters, I think that they'll be in just a fine spot. Also, is playing the one collapsed stadium, so that's a way to get a Pokemon out of there.
That's true. The collapsed stadium is a really cool new stadium card from Brilliant Stars that allows you to limit both players to just 4 benched Pokemon. Brian will play a level ball and grab another Bunnelby for his bench. And it looks like maybe an escape rope in the hand could bring up that Inkay.
That would be
insane. And we see the Bunnelby getting flipped back over to the hand. This is not getting benched yet. And I think it is because we might see an escape rope play.
I think Brian only has 2 Mad Party Pokemon in the discard pile right now. Did he manage? He was able to manage a 3rd one, so that is a knockout on the Inkay turn 1. Insane draw of the escape rope. That is very good. Andrew automatically gonna be way farther behind in this spot because his attacker is a stage 1.
Yes, that Yeah. I was thinking that maybe the Malamar deck would be favored, but watching that fast start from Brian makes me really think that potentially the Mad Party deck could be favored. It's just so nimble and so easy to attack.
I wonder if Andrew could have gone for a energy assist here. A Chinchino energy assist. It deals 40 damage, which is enough to knock out Bunnelby. That could have kept him around in this game, but has already attached to the Inkay, so that's not going to be an option. Can still grab the Chinchino and start drawing cards with Make Do, so it's not too bad, but I'm not sure what Brian had in their hand. I noticed the Crobat. I'm not sure if there was any other draw option, so that's where we could see that. If that Crobat has to come into play, that's where we could see things kind of swing back towards Andrew being able to get back into this.
Yeah, it's not a play you see every day, Chip. Chinchino's energy assist would have actually taken the knockout on Brian's Bunnelby, but yeah, that Fusion Strike or the Rapid Strike energy. It's not Rapid Strike energy. What is it called?
It is called Spiral Energy.
There we are. Spiral Energy being committed to the
It is a Rapid Strike card.
It is. Oh!
No.
Hopefully Andrew sees the Chinchino energy assist this turn as Brian continues to aggress with Bunnelby using Boss's orders to drag up the Inkay with the energy on it and take another knockout. Going to just 4 prizes remaining. With the Fog Crystal in hand, Andrew's got to see that, he's just going to scoop it up, says... Pack this one up. It's looking rough out here for Malamar.
Yeah, as soon as Brian played that Boss's orders, Andrew kind of tapped that Fog Crystal in their hand, and I think it was just signifying like, yep, I should have played this card and gotten another Inkay down.
Right.
And because Andrew didn't do that, Brian's able to boss the only Inkay, and that just puts Brian too far ahead. Andrew scoops it up.
Yeah, that just got out of hand super fast. Yo, what's up?
Stream card viewer.
There's my stream viewer. Sick. All right, the graphics department. That one got out of hand really quick. Mad Party, a deck that was seen as maybe not the most serious competitive deck in the last few months, especially with the triple acceleration energy having rotated out of standard format. But with the return of another double energy with double turbo energy, Mad Party is back in the conversation. What do you think about Mad Party in our current standard format, Chip?
I kind of like it. It reminds me of the good old Night March days. Things are a little harder now because the Pokemon have so much more HP, right? Whenever Mad Party was having to hit for 180, maybe 220 if something had a Fury Belt, like, that was reasonable. We could make that happen. Even though Mad Party has the 4 extra Mad Partiers available to it to boost the damage that much more, 330 hit points is just, that's so much.
Yeah, it's not happening. But we've got Choice Belt now.
Right.
And with Choice Belt and double turbo energy, now we're starting to look at this deck like, okay, you've got 8 energy options. And they're getting into game 2.
Looks like it.
Let's go.
Andrew will be going first this time, which is what they want to do. And this time says good luck KOing both of these Inkays. Brian does get the best starter for sure, though. That Bunnelby, the basic Pokemon with the Mad Party attack, ready to go. If Brian can find 3 Mad Party Pokemon to discard, or 4 with a double turbo energy for the turn, that would be enough. And that is a great start, getting 2 Dedenne in the discard.
Yeah, this is another really strong start from Brian. I just think you could start any of those Dedennes. I've done it. I like Mad Party a whole lot. I mean, there's definitely suboptimal starters in this deck. Bunnelby is the best starter in this matchup, where all you want to do is take quick knockouts. Brian is going to search out Luminion V, and this is going to be the first time that we've seen Luminion hit the table so far today. Luminion V from Brilliant Stars, a nice full art version there, can use its Luminous Sign ability.
Luminous?
Luminous?
Luminous.
Luminious.
It's Luminion that uses its luminous sign.
Yeah, whatever you say, Chip. luminous sign to go get the Professor research out of the deck and allowing Brian to use that research to draw 7 new cards.
Oh,
this is a loaded looking hand.
Oh, he's got it. He's very much in a great spot here. Quick Ball can ditch another Pokemon. Does ditch the Crobat right away. Doesn't want to worry about benching that. I will be interested to see if Brian can pull off that collapsed stadium play, though, that we talked about before Andrew can find Pokemon Catcher, because clearing that Lumineon out of play, that is pretty much Brian's lose condition at this point. If Andrew can find a Pokemon Catcher, hit a heads, bring that up, and get back to even on the prize trade.
Right. That's going to be Andrew's really only way in, but this is crazy. I mean, just like back-to-back games, turn 1 knockouts from the Mad Party deck, and I have to give it to Brian. This list is looking super consistent.
Oh, yeah.
There's really no funny business
All
going
gas.
on here. It's all gas, no breaks. There are no Beedrill or anything like that. No funny business, just 2 Crobat, 1 Lumineon, and tons of draw power.
The great thing for Andrew is that there's very little that they need in order to pick up this KO here. Just 1 single Rapid Strike card is enough to knock out a Bunnelby with only 40 hit points. Rapid Strike Tentacles dealing more damage for each Rapid Strike card you reveal from your hand and then shuffle into your deck. The key thing missing here for Andrew is that they don't have an Inkay in the hand, and they don't have any more Dig to go get one. That Remoraid just got benched, so no option to evolve to Octillery and use the powerful Rapid Strike Search ability. So Andrew chooses to just pop that Malamar back into the deck, take the KO, but hopefully this time Andrew will be cognizant of the potential to use Energy Assist for a prize.
Right, especially if Brian's going to be streaming Bunnelbees for these first couple of turns. Yeah, Andrew doesn't have a backup Inkay, but the Chinchino will get the job done. But I don't think that Andrew saw that play last turn or last game. So hoping that maybe that starts to reveal itself over the course of Brian's turn.
So Brian is doing something I think pretty smart here. Ultra Balls for the Galarian Mr. Rhyme, and has a Crobat V as the last card in hand. Now what I'm kind of thinking we'll see is T-Break. Discard that Galarian Mr. Rhyme, draw 2 cards, and if you find a supporter card or the energy, you don't have to put the Crobat in play. We'll see if that is the line that Brian goes for, but I think if you weren't going for this, you probably would have just grabbed a Poltegeist that turn, right? So getting this Rhyme makes me think that Brian is eyeing that line up.
Another thing that Brian could do to play defensively would be if Brian finds an air balloon or an escape rope. I mean, not an escape rope because you want to knock out the Malamar. But if Brian found an air balloon, could take a knockout with the Sinistea instead, or the Poltegeist.
Sure.
And with the Poltegeist, then Andrew will not be able to use Chinchino to take the return knockout.
Yeah. So Brian does choose to go with the Crobat, wants to see more cards, which also makes sense and is getting through the deck a little bit more efficiently. It does put that liability in play, though, in that way for Andrew to potentially get back into this one. Maybe Brian is banking on the fact that, hey, these Malamar decks normally don't play Gust.
They don't play Gust, baby. We're fine. They ain't got it. All I got to do is continue attacking, and it's going to be a gravy train. So I think that might be what Brian's thinking. Just wants to set up consistently and stream attacks. And I think that with Andrew showing that he's not consistently getting backup attackers built up in this match, I think Brian is right to just go on the full-on aggro and dig for those energy.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Has the Oranguru to put in play, and still has T-Break available to draw a couple of cards. Does not have a supporter or an energy yet, though, so it's going to be onto the Primate Wisdom as the only source of extra draw, and that's a whiff from Brian this turn. And that is really good for Andrew, because that will immediately put Andrew ahead in the prize trade.
That's like a game-winning whiff for Andrew. They're tied at 5-5 prizes. Now Andrew not only gets to swing back in the prize trade, Andrew also has an opportunity to set up a backup Malamar, has an opportunity to potentially gust up one of these two prizers and really set himself ahead. This was a huge turn of events for Andrew, and you gotta imagine, I mean, with the Crobat and the T-Break, you're thinking,
surely I'll hit an energy.
Yeah, surely I'll find one, right?
7 in the deck.
There are 7 in this deck. I've played as low as 6, you know?
Yeah.
It's that is a tough whiff for sure.
I mean, the thing about this position as well is Andrew doesn't even have to play a Gust card now. The Gust card was his way back in before Brian whiffed. Now that Brian's whiffed, if Andrew just attacks every single turn and knocks out whatever Brian has active, there's not going to be a way for Brian to win. That's just how it is, because Andrew does not have any 2-prize Pokemon. So Brian's best chance is now Andrew missing out. I don't think that Brian is playing any Marnies or anything like that. Sometimes that disruption option can really get you back in, but most of the time these Mad Party lists do choose to exclude the Marnie.
Yeah, no, it's probably just going to be a wait and see scenario for Brian. Maybe wait another turn or two, kind of see how things go. But if Andrew gets a board full of Malamars, just pretty much pack it up. I mean, there could be a situation where maybe Andrew plays his hand down low-ish, and maybe there's a Gust on an Octillery that could happen. But there's no need for Andrew to play his hand down low because he only needs to do 40 damage, you know? So the different ways into this game is funny. Brian just seems so dominant, and it seemed like it was going to be an opportunity for Andrew or for Brian to run away with it, but Andrew is marching right back, taking the lead for the first time in the set.
Yes.
Going to 4 prizes remaining, and now Brian is on the back foot with 2 liabilities on the bench.
Right. Brian plays level ball, grabs the Dedenne, and we will see T-Break almost certainly, really hoping for a supporter or at minimum an energy card. A supporter would definitely be ideal at this point, though, because I believe the other cards in hand, I think it's just an air balloon is all that's left. Maybe a choice belt as well.
Yeah, gonna need to find something, and this is where, you know, a backup supporter like Beedrill or something like that can really come in handy, because if this is a whiff off these two, then okay, there is the double turbo energy, so if there are enough partiers in the discard pile, that could be a knockout. And a research. So a big draw there from Brian.
Very good. Research will discard the hand to draw 7, and there's a bunch of energy. So Brian has the setup to be able to stream attacks. Andrew's just got to make sure that their deck can remain consistent and play things in a way that you're setting yourself up to be able to hit all the pieces you need. And as long as Andrew can do that, they're in an excellent spot. It is certainly far from over, and Brian still has time to remain around. And if Andrew doesn't whiff for a couple turns, maybe you think about going to game 3. But for now, you still got to feel like you're at least somewhat in this.
Definitely.
Not feeling great, though.
Not feeling great, but you're going to force Andrew to find the backup attackers, right? It's because it's 100%. Not guaranteed. Andrew does have to piece together some stage 1s over and over again, but the Malamar deck is built to do exactly that.
Especially once you get the Octillery set up. Rapid Strike Search, just the best ability in this whole deck, honestly. Gets you any Rapid Strike card and puts it into your hand. It can get you an energy via Spiral Energy if you need that. It can get you a Inkay to put on the bench. It can find you the Malamar that you need to keep attacking. It is so good, so versatile, and that is why Andrew has definitely prioritized setting it up.
And it's so cool to see how much this Brilliant Star set has brought to the metagame. There's a lot going on here.
The Cynthia's Ambition is another huge card for decks like Malamar. These one-prize decks, usually these cards that you can only play after something is knocked out. It's hard for them to be very good in, you know, these decks that have multi-prize Pokemon, because there's less turns in the game that you're able to play them because less Pokemon get knocked out. But in single prize decks, because you're forcing your opponent to take 6 knockouts, you have 5 opportunities to play this card for full effect, and its full effect is very powerful, drawing you up to 8 cards in hand.
Absolutely. And then on Brian's side of the board, that Luminion V getting
Yeah.
him kicked off this game. Both of these decks able to take advantage of the Manaphy from Brilliant Stars as well to protect their benches. And even with these small tweaks, right? It is it's really cool to see decks that have most of the pieces have existed in the past format, right?
Oh, yeah.
Malamar's not from Brilliant Stars.
Nope.
Mad Party's not from Brilliant Stars, from Darkness Ablaze, right? Been around for a while, but Brilliant Star is such a powerful new set that it is going to unlock the potential of these single prize archetypes.
The only thing I think Andrew is really missing from their side of the field right now is just more Chinchinos. Chinchino is one of the strongest draw options for your deck because it just thins you out of Rapid Strike cards and also draws you more Rapid Strike cards potentially. Not as needed in this matchup where you just need less stuff to go back into the deck every turn because you're only having to deal 40 to 60 damage. But Andrew has definitely set themselves up pretty good. I think Andrew does also need to find an Ordinary Rod pretty soon to put back both attackers in the Malamar and also energy cards. That is the key resource that Andrew is in risk of running out of theoretically before the end of this game if Ordinary Rod can't be found.
Looks like Brian is just going to continue setting up, grabbing another Sinistea, a rather small.
Look at how small that deck
Yeah,
is.
that's what I love about Mad Party. It gets to such a thin deck so quickly, and the trades ensue. We have got another Bunnelby for a KO.
And here comes the energy assist, I think.
Ah, yes, Andrew showing that, yes, I am hip to the energy assist. Maybe I wasn't in game one, but I have unlocked the matchup. Yes, we are going to rely on Chinchino's energy assist, which then could accelerate another basic energy from the discard pile to one of the Inkays, if you have one.
Yes, that is very good. I'm not sure. Yeah, Andrew does play 3 basic psychics. So a lot of times I feel like these lists only play 2. Having that 3rd basic psychic allows you to get 3 attackers powered up. And if you can just get Malamars in play, it almost feels like checkmate. And there's that Pokemon catcher, which could even close out the game next turn.
Could. I think that's definitely a save for next turn, go for it kind of play.
Yeah.
Just see what's up. This one, not worth playing it now. Just take the safe knockout with Chinchino. Andrew might need a few more cards to be able to piece together the win next turn, as I don't, there's no Malamar in play yet. But
I don't think Andrew even used Rapid Strike Search.
No,
It's
Andrew,
like, who needs it, right?
who needs it? Yeah, Andrew was able to take advantage of the bonus, effect of Chinchino, and you can see Brian just we're just turning, I'm going to make you have it, and then we're going to go to game 3. And I think that's correct on Brian's side. Just make sure that nothing crazy happens. Big flip.
It's
a head.
That's it.
And Brian will scoop it up. Pokemon catcher head, sealing the deal for Rapid Strike Malamar. And Andrew Ionios will go to game 3 in this contested set.
Something just feels right about watching 2 single prize decks duke it out.
Yeah.
It just feels. This feels more like Pokemon. Man.
It does.
Yeah,
it does. It's nice. I like the 2 prize Pokemon do make it a little bit more interesting with the ability.
VSTARs, yeah.
No, I'm just like in the single prize deck with the ability to like make comebacks and things like that.
Definitely.
So I like that, but I love it when the focus is on the single prizers, right? It's really great to see these little guys go at it, and you get to see some pretty unique plays, like we saw with Chinchino using energy assist. You don't always get to use energy assist, but it is there, and in a pinch could be a very effective attack.
I mean, it was also really useful in that instance to put the energy in play, because if that catcher had been a Tails, you have that extra energy now. I actually almost wonder if Andrew should have not shown the catcher. He was in a position where he was going to win that game as long as he didn't miss. And now that Brian knows the catcher exists, does that affect how Brian plays? And I think it will.
That's true. Brian might be a little bit more stingy with benching his 2 prize Pokemon for Andrew to gust up. Looks like these players are getting set up for the game 3, though. So let's get down to the table and see who's going to take the win.
Sometimes it's like you said, where you're just forced to bench those 2 prize Pokemon. But maybe it can make Brian play a little differently, like that play in the second game where Brian had the option to T-break away the Mad Partier before using Crobat. Maybe if Brian knows for sure that there is Gust in Andrew's deck, that's not a play that that Brian goes for. I actually wonder here if Brian will choose to go second.
I do wonder that. Brian was able to get a turn 1 attack in both games so far, which it's crazy that Andrew was able to pull out the win with Brian getting a turn 1 attack in game 2. Brian getting a less than optimal starts with the Manaphy opening, but not as bad as somebody like Dedenne.
Yeah. You know, the more I think about it, there's literally no reason for Brian to ever choose to go second.
Nope.
Because you actually just take away a turn from yourself, right?
Yep.
Because Andrew's attacker is a stage 1. So because of that, all Brian has to do is take this turn, set up, and then if you attack next turn, it's the same thing as getting a turn to attack effectively, but you're getting one more turn for yourself to get set up.
Yeah, going first is definitely optimal since
sure.
Andrew is not able to attack on the first turn of the game and needs to evolve up all of his attackers. Brian can just take his time, and maybe by choosing to go first will alleviate some of the pressure of having to use a 2-prize Pokemon like Crobat or Luminion to set up more quickly. And using those 2 quick balls to go get to Sinistea, I really like that.
Yeah.
Sinistea is going to be able to evolve into Poltegeist next turn so that Poltegeist can start using that T-break ability.
Very strong. Brian just passes it over now, and Andrew will kick things off. A double Remoraid in play and a Fog Crystal to grab out an Inkay potentially. I feel like that will be the play. It's kind of interesting to see 2 Remoraids come down because normally you only need 1 Octillery in play. And the second Remoraid can kind of clog up your bench, to be honest. But in this matchup, you need less Rapid Strike Pokemon anyway, so it's probably just fine. And I think Andrew, okay, looking at this hand now, I think Andrew just needs to kind of burn cards out because the only draw option, I believe, was a Karina's Focus.
Right, it's probably looking to do that, but grabbing the Octillery preemptively, so maybe not trying to thin for a Karina's Focus. It is interesting in this matchup, you know that your opponent will not disrupt your hand.
Yes.
So it can be correct to pre-search for some things if you're trying to thin for a more powerful top deck or something.
This is a little scary, though, because Andrew is going to end this turn with just 1 Inkay in play.
That is rough.
It's a lot for Brian to get the boss, and the attack, and the switch, and the energy, and enough Pokemon in the discard pile. It's quite a lot, but it's also quite possible.
Definitely. With 2 Poltegeist out, Brian is going to be able to see 4 new cards if you can find 2 Mad Partiers to discard. The first one there, Dedenne, coming off of Brian's Level Ball. And Brian will shuffle up. We're going to see a T-break for 2. And Brian probably just wants to find a supporter card to get going. Maybe even just a research. I don't think that Brian's going to worry too much about trying to hit the Gust. If Brian just trades, then Brian wins. So another one and an Ultra Ball, maybe.
Yeah, the Gust is like a would-be nice type of thing. And this is awkward because Brian has the Collapse Stadium in hand.
Yes.
But also an Ultra Ball is the only way to draw right now.
But Arangaru's Primate Wisdom.
Oh, nice.
Going to be able to put it on top of the deck, which is really cool.
Huge.
Because then Brian can Ultra Ball for Crobat V. And Crobat V's Dark Asset will fill Brian's hand to 6 cards. So getting a full draw of 6 off of that. And then if Brian can find that Collapse Stadium at the right time with another basic Pokemon, he'll be able to kick his own Crobat off the bench. Really cool combination.
Absolutely huge. This does open up the opportunity for Andrew to, of course, come back if Brian is unable to bump this card. Brian does still need to find the switching card to take a knockout this turn. And there it is. Air Balloon is the key piece. Oh, and this is not over yet for Brian either. Brian's got, rolling up the sleeves there, buddy. You've got the research in hand. Can keep going if you want to. I guess Brian does want to be mindful of how many Mad Partiers get discarded because you need to attack 6 times, which means
you do.
You need 6 Mad Partiers. So discarding this Poltegeist feels a little bad almost.
Right. You definitely need to be aware
Right.
of how many partiers you're putting into the discard pile. Brian does play 1 copy of Rescue Carrier.
Okay,
so
that's 2 more attackers. So.
Exactly. So he does have some flexibility in the discards because Rescue Carrier can just put 2 Bunnelby back to the hand at the end of the game, which could help to close things out. The research for 7.
Pretty good.
And this is just a huge draw turn. You figure with 2 Poltegeist and a research and a dark asset for
and
6.
that collapsed stadium there.
And the collapsed stadium to kick the Crobat. That is a draw of 17 this turn, which is crazy for a deck that isn't playing Genesect.
I'd say that was a pretty ideal turn for
Yes,
Brian.
this was definitely ideal. Brian's got the dream set up and will take the lead, going to just 5 prizes remaining.
Andrew's got a pretty good hand, has the Octillery we know from last turn, evolves Malamar right away, attaches the energy, and Karina's Focus can draw 3 cards, which is not too bad. There are already Rapid Strike Pokemon, or Rapid Strike cards in the hand. I believe there was at least. But Andrew will choose to use this Rapid Strike search before playing a supporter, grabs out the Inkay, which is 100% a piece that has to be found this turn. Andrew has to bench another Inkay here.
Yes, it is necessary. So makes sense. Andrew's going to go fish that Inkay out of the deck. And getting the knockout on the Bunnelby is not going to be a challenge at all because only needs to discard 1 Rapid Strike or shuffle 1 Rapid Strike card from the hand back into the deck. 2 Chinchino in the hand, super awkward. No Minchino down. Does have a Ordinary Rod, which can potentially put the Remoraid back into the deck. I think just looking to thin before a Karina's Focus.
Okay, Andrew's going to draw 4 cards off this Karina's Focus and has to find a Rapid Strike card. Surely there's no way that they miss, right?
No, but it's
but,
possible.
But
it's possible. There are 2 Chinchino in the hand.
Right.
You know, that's kind of a weird clog. And
I almost wonder if this is what Andrew is thinking about. Maybe Andrew is thinking about just guaranteeing the knockout here, but you need more cards for sure.
You need to see more cards. You play it.
Yes.
Go for all of it. You'll get the Chinchino, and you'll get, or the Minchino and the card. Yeah, here's a Great Ball. Here's a Minchino. See, I literally told you, bro. Yeah,
you called it.
Yeah, you're gonna get all. You're gonna get it all. You gotta
only
go.
1 Rapid Strike card though.
You gotta go. Yep, you were getting it though. Totally. The whole deck is Rapid Strike cards. What you mean? You know.
True. I guess Great Ball can become a Rapid Strike card as well, so that works out as well.
I think the Octillery. Yeah, just go back into the deck. That's fine. Just take the Octillery off the search. Yep, and then you can toss it back into the deck with Rapid Strike Tentacles. So Andrew is going to be able to continue the trade, but with Brian being up a prize and with no liabilities on board and with 2 Poltegeist, you can see that Andrew certainly has his work cut out for him.
Hey, we did see that Brian whiffed in game number 2, though.
Nothing's guaranteed.
Brian was ahead and then whiffed in game number 2, which ended up ultimately being locking the game up for Andrew after that missed attack. So Andrew will take the knockout with Rapid Strike Tentacles. Brian just needs to find attackers and energy. As long as Brian can do that, Brian should come out on top.
Taking a look at his hand, Brian's got quite a large hand to work with right now, counting his partiers. And it looks like he's setting a die up so that we can see how many he's
just
got.
needs 6 in there. So as long as there are 6 partiers in the discard, that is the magic number where you're able to knock out everything in your opponent's deck at this point.
Yes, and I think with the double turbo energy, we'll need 7. So probably wanted to just double check. And with a big research coming in, that is going to be satisfied because a Galarian Mr. Rhyme just hit the discard as well as a part of that research. So I think that extra partier is now accounted for.
So we've actually talked about this a little bit because we've talked about Malamar throughout the course of the last few days. There are sometimes places where it is correct to boss the Octillery or boss the Minchino, and sometimes places where it is correct to just knock out the Malamar and force your opponent to find more pieces.
Right.
Brian had a boss's orders in hand. Is it correct to just research and see more cards at this point, or should you go for a boss's orders and try to target down that Octillery at this point?
I think you know that your opponent's never disrupting your hand. So I agree with Brian's decision to just power through the deck.
Yeah.
Because all Brian needs to do to guarantee the win, assuming no cheeky stuff like no, Horn plays. I mean, they're closed deck lists. You don't know.
Horn is a Rapid Strike card.
Yeah, Horn is a Rapid Strike card, yes. You don't know, but assuming no cheeky Horn plays, there's no way for Andrew to come back if you just announce Mad Party for knockout every single turn of the game. So I think that Brian's one game that he lost in this set came from a whiffed energy. I agree with the play to just research into the deck, get to the bottom of the deck as quick as possible.
Yep, I like it.
And try to find those energy and attackers and probably the rescue carrier to, seal the deal with the final couple attackers needed to win this game.
Andrew definitely wants to find an Inkay, and there's a level ball, there's a fog crystal, plenty of ways to get it. Might as well great ball first. See if you can find it this way. That lets you save those other cards for better pieces, and sure enough, there's the Inkay. Saving that fog crystal to get a psychic energy could definitely be a huge piece as well.
Yeah, Inkay hits the bench, and Andrew's got a big hand. Will have no problem taking a knockout on the 60 hit points. Poltegeist with his Rapid Strike, Malamar's Rapid Strike Tentacles attack.
And we see a second Minccino hitting the field, which is huge. Definitely an important card. I think Andrew wants to try to work in an attack with the Cinccino again, if he can try to come back in this one. Attacking with Cinccino is very strong whenever your opponent uses Bunnelby.
Right, and I think, if Andrew has one thing that he wants to do, probably set up a second Minccino.
Yeah.
And there it is. So hitting the bench as well. I think that Andrew's board is looking very solid, and we'll be able to carry him through the rest of the game, but it's just going to be up to Brian to miss a beat somewhere along the line.
Yeah. Andrew determining which Rapid Strike cards are the best ones to go back into the deck. Karina's and a Spiral Energy or Tower of Waters, whatever that was. This seems fine to me. Doesn't really matter, I guess. And now it'll be on to Brian, who is looking for energy, and right away, there's a twin in the hand.
Yeah.
And a double turbo.
Hits the Poltegeist before Andrew's even done shuffling. Yep, here we go. We're cruising, tied at 4-4 prizes, but establishing that attacker with an energy, ready to go. The hand is so big at this point that you have to think that Brian is going to be able to cruise through for these final 4 knockouts.
It's just going to be about finding the Pokemon, I think, because there's a lot of Mad Partiers in the discard pile. Sinestes have had to be discarded. Bunnelbys have had to be discarded. So I feel like Brian is going to have to find that rescue carrier to get some of these Pokemon back to keep himself competitive in this one. Andrew attaching the energy, which is huge. We already see a Rapid Strike card in hand, and just needs to find one more off of a Cynthia, which is going to grab 7 cards off the Cynthia. That you can see why people were so excited for this card in this deck.
Yes, it is so good. It is so good. And yeah, Brian is only playing 3 Sinistea. That's pretty par for the course for for a Mad Party deck. So when you consider that, that means that with 4 Bunnelby and 3 Poltegeist, you're only looking at 7 potential attackers, and there are only 7 potential energy with which to attack with in the deck. So if you happen to prize something awkward, things could get tight coming down the line.
Definitely. Brian will cut the deck, and Cynthia's Ambition, drawing an ambitious 7 cards. Incredible. I love to see it.
So good.
It is so strong.
And then with Cinccino's Make Do, you're looking at, that's 8 cards, 10 cards, 12 cards. It's easy to see how this Malamar's Rapid Strike Tentacles attack can really add up to some big numbers at the end of the game. All you need is 8 Rapid Strike cards in your hand, and you're going to be doing 320 damage.
Yep. Andrew plays an Evolution Incense, which looks like it will grab the Octillery, and I feel like that is just going to be Rapid Strike Tentacles fodder at this point. It kind of gets to an interesting spot at the end game with this deck, because you want to make do to keep drawing cards, but all of your cards are either Rapid Strike cards or outs to Rapid Strike cards. So what do you discard in those situations? It can be a little annoying to deal with.
I think with Brian just top decking the Rescue Carrier, will play it and grabs the Poltegeist and another Bunnelby, the final 3 attackers that he needs in order to win the game. So now that those 3 attackers have been revealed, the only question is, will Brian be able to find the energy he needs to close out the match? And I believe he just found another energy off the prizes.
Oh, well, he already had one in hand, so I think that is it then. Because if that is another energy off the prizes, that's the next 2 knockouts already lined up. Everything in Andrew's deck will be KO'd. Andrew's going to make use of the energy assist, so, working it in. Andrew's playing it well, but just going down a prize in the single prizer mirror and not having a 2-prizer to target on the bench, it's just, as long as your opponent doesn't miss, it's going to be really hard for you to win.
Brian's Collapse Stadium really just
that was
the
huge.
saving grace in this matchup, was able to show off that play perfectly with the Crobat V energy assist, looking like it's going to be the attack of choice for Andrew. And that energy assist will knock out Bunnelby, taking Andrew to just 2 prizes left. But those attackers are already established on Brian's side of the board.
Andrew's going to keep playing it out, though. I mean, Andrew doesn't know that Brian's got the 2 energy in hand, so he's got to stick it out and hope that somehow Brian misses. But Brian's got such a small deck. There's always a chance that something got discarded earlier, and maybe an energy's on the bottom card of the deck, and maybe an energy's prized. And
you never know.
If those things happen, Andrew would win.
Right.
So that's what you have to do. As long as you have a win condition, you got to stick it out.
And sometimes your win condition is just your opponent throwing.
That is true.
And
making a mistake.
Sometimes, what if your opponent accidentally makes a major game state error? I mean, these kinds of things, you just have to play it out and just hope for the best. But it is, a really tough spot for it is a tough spot for Andrew to be in.
Brian just benched a Dedenne.
Oh, that's strange.
I am confused.
But here we are.
Maybe just throwing a little style for the stream.
No, I think that Brian is playing around the Echoing Horn.
Okay, sure.
If Andrew played it.
The only possible win condition.
Possible win condition that Andrew has is Echoing Horn. And
I like it.
And this is what Brian is playing around with the benching of the Dedenne, saying okay, if you have a counter stadium and an Echoing Horn and a Pokemon Catcher Heads, then you could win, right? Yeah. Sure, but I'm going to force you to have that one more piece because the Dedenne on my bench makes my board position no weaker than it was previously.
Really smart from Brian, honestly.
It shows that he's in tune with his opponent's outs, which is good.
Yes.
It's good to see.
Very good decision. And we know that Andrew does not have the Echoing Horn, and we know that Brian has that extra energy in hand, right? So as long as that's the case, Andrew can play this turn out, and all Brian needs is just that energy.
That energy, and that's it. Definitely a heads-up play, jamming his own bench, though, saying, I don't want any shenanigans, okay? Because shenanigans are the only ways I lose now. So you definitely got to...
Yeah, we've all been there where our opponent plays 2 of a card that nobody plays 2 of, and it causes us to lose the game. But fortunately for Brian, Andrew does not have the horns to make it happen.
No, but that is the exciting thing about playing paper. Closed deck list.
Versus the online tournaments.
Right. Closed deck list. You really get to see those kind of spicy tech shine. The cards that your opponent might not be expecting or anticipating. And then you can make crafty plays like hiding a certain card or tech in the first couple games. If you don't need to play them or reveal them in the discard, right, then you could just keep them hidden in your hand, Marnie them to the bottom of your deck, whatever, what have you, and then reveal them when the time is just right and catch your opponent off guard.
There's the Rapid Strike Tentacles. Does Brian have the energy? And yes, prepped it on top with the Oranguru. Smart as well in case your opponent plays a random Marnie for some reason. And Brian Chisholm wins a pretty solid 3-game set. Mad Party taking down the Rapid Strike Malamar.
I think you called it, Chip, saying that Mad Party had the slight edge in that one. It was close for sure. Mad Party can, just on average, attack a turn earlier than the Rapid Strike Malamar deck. Both of these decks, powerful single prize options in this Brilliant Stars format. Brian's going to advance to 4-0 at this Full Grip Games 2K, and Andrew, unfortunately, will drop to 3-1, but still has a great opportunity to fight back and potentially make top 8.
Yeah, we're officially at the halfway point now, so being at 3-1, you still feel pretty solid about where you're at. You probably need to be 7-1 to make it. With 150 people and 8 rounds, like, it's
6-1-1 is like
it's probably not 602s, maybe
602s, right? Because you're gonna go your 6-0s will die D twice.
There will be 602s. There will be 701s, 7-1s. 6-1-1 is probably
not
in
top 16. With that.
So you're it's a little bit of pressure on you now, having lost a game. You pretty much have to win out at this point, but you're still in it, and you've got a great deck to that you're positioned well with through the rest of the event.
We're going to take a quick break and then be back with Brian Chisholm with a player interview. So hang tight, and we'll be right back. I am joined by Brian Chisholm, now 4-0 at the Full Grip Games 2K. Congratulations, Brian. How you feeling?
Good, thank you. The deck has ran really smooth. I was kind of nervous going into it that there would be a lot more Spiritomb being played, but I haven't hit anybody playing it yet.
No chance. Nobody respects the party.
No.
But tell me, how did you arrive on the decision to play Mad Party at today's event?
I was too lazy to test out other decks.
Let's go.
And I was just hoping it would work, and so far it's gone well.
Now, what have your matchups been like so far? We just saw you play against Rapid Strike Malamar. That's a tough single prize.
Yeah.
Against single prize, you were able to get out the gates quick. But how were you able to win your other 3 matches? What did you play against?
So I played against Mew in round 1, and in all my testing, it's just been really good. You just are one prizer, and you take knockouts really fast. So I just 2-0'd him. And then round 2, I played against Michael Pramerat. He was playing Wormadam. I was not expecting him to be playing Wormadam. And he chose to go first. I got turn 1 knockout going second.
Oof.
And then game 2, the same thing happened, and I just didn't whiff an attack either game.
Wow.
And then round 3, I hit Jolteon, which was one of the scarier matchups.
Right.
But Manaphy really helped. And I've just drawn really well.
Yeah. I mean, the list seems to be working really great. I think with the 2 Crobat and the Luminion, it seems like you kind of got no funny business in the deck. It's just all gas, no brakes, and with multiple switch outs, you're able to consistently get those turn 1 attacks that you might have whiffed in other slower variants. So I definitely like the build decision there. How often were you able to use the Collapse Stadium to bump the Crobat, or was that the first time
So
today?
far, that's the first time today. But that was the idea for it, of if I'm in any matchup where that 2 prize is relevant, I can just get rid of it. And
it worked.
Yeah.
It worked, since you were able to rely on the Crobat to draw and then stack the Collapse Stadium. We were worried that you weren't you were going to have to discard it at the wrong time, but now the Oranguru really put in a lot of work there. That was great. Yeah. Excellent. Now, where are you from, Brian? Where'd you guys make a trip from?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire? Did you come down with some friends? Or? Yeah. Awesome.
Shout out Chris and Nick.
Chris and
Steve. And Darren.
Awesome. Oh, so you guys are from the New England. So you came with like Darren O'Mara and stuff?
Well, I didn't come up with him, but yeah, I know him.
You know him. Awesome. He was talking to me about the players from up in that area. It's really cool to see groups of players make the trip out to Full Grip for the tournament. So thank you guys so much for traveling out.
It's been fun, yeah.
Awesome. And good luck in the rest of your rounds,
Thank you.
Brian. Yep. We're getting geared up for the 5th round here at Full Grip Games, and we have got 2 different decks that we haven't seen yet today, and this is going to be an exciting matchup, I think, Chip.
I'm pumped for this one, Andrew. I always want to feature as much variety as we can, right?
Oh, for sure.
And this is about as variety as you're going to get. I love getting this guy on stream. John Mostovi always comes up with really unique and interesting decks, and I think they are getting underway. So we'll get down to the table and see what this interesting deck is that John has cooked up. That's right, Andrew. Right there in the active spot. Amazing Rare Reshiram sitting at 3-0-1.
I can't believe it.
Incredible.
Is something. 3-0-1. This deck plays Amazing Reshiram. It plays Moltres from Brilliant Stars, Regieleki, Galarian Moltres V, Flaffy, and Chinchino, and
Yep,
a whole bunch of stuff, actually.
A whole bunch of stuff. This is what I mean. I love seeing what John brings to these tournaments because he loves to play these rogue decks like this.
Yes. He's definitely the brewer. Yeah, the brewer.
Always in the lab.
Yes, always in the lab. Super no leaks. Yeah. Never letting anybody know what kind of spice he's got. And rightfully so. When you got a deck that looks as spicy as this, you don't want anybody to know what you've got cooking up.
And on the other side, his opponent is Jeff Garrison, who is playing Jolteon. 3-0-1 with Jolteon. I think that is a deck that pretty much everyone had written off coming into this weekend.
It certainly is. Jolteon VMAX is just a very good deck still. Despite Manaphy's existence, I think it'll occupy a similar place that Urshifu VMAX used to occupy, even with Mew from Unbroken Bonds in the format. It's just going to be one of those meta-dependent things, where you're trying to wager how many of the Manaphy will I actually see at a tournament, right?
Right.
And will I be able to sometimes win the matchups where my opponent is playing Manaphy?
Right. I want to talk about John's deck a little bit because it's super interesting. Like I said, love whenever players play unique decks like this. So Amazing Rare Reshiram is kind of one of these cards that I think people have always recognized had potential. 270 damage is a lot of damage, but a couple of cards came out in Brilliant Stars that really, for me, unlocked the potential of this card. One of them being Choice Belt. You get to boost that damage by 30. There's a couple VMAXs out there with 300 HP. Just so happens that Jolteon VMAX is one of those. But the biggest one is definitely the Magma Basin Stadium because it allows you to accelerate an extra energy into play. So if you have a Flaffy in play and a Magma Basin, and then in your discard pile there is a Lightning Energy and a Fire Energy, you can Magma Basin the Fire Energy into play. Use Flaffy's Dynamotor to accelerate a Lightning Energy into play. And now all of a sudden, all you have to do is attach a Darkness Energy, and your Reshiram is ready to go and start swinging for 270.
Yeah, there's a lot that has changed since the last set for Amazing Reshiram, for sure. Yeah, the ability, with the Flaffy and the Magma Basin, and also the Manaphy protecting your bench, and I mean just the fact that Arceus VSTAR exists and is in your one-hit KO range, right?
Yep.
Because you can hit that 300 mark, which doesn't one-hit KO all Pokemon VMAX by any means, but it does one-hit KO all Pokemon V-Star.
That's
which
right.
Should be relevant in today's tournament.
Yeah, with how popular we saw Arceus was, no surprise at all. Jeff's deck, Jolteon, I mean, most people should be very well aware of how this deck functions. And if it wasn't for Manaphy coming out, this deck would have gotten a big boost in consistency thanks to Ultra Ball, as we see Jeff does play one right away to discard another gold Ultra Ball, and
that's so sick.
an expensive discard, but it's what you got to do. Jeff will eye up the Jolteon V right away. It appears, and Jolteon V Max's Max Thunder Rumble deals 100 damage to the active Pokemon, and then 100 damage to a benched Pokemon that has any damage counters on it. But what John has in his deck is the Manaphy with that Wave Veil ability from this new set, which says your benched Pokemon cannot be damaged by your opponent's attacks, which is brutal for the Jolteon deck.
It is, because when you limit Jolteon VMAX to just 100 damage, it's really not good, right? Just doing 100 damage a turn with the Pokemon VMAX that's not where you want to be at
It is
all.
actually bad.
It is quite bad.
Yes.
Like unplayably bad. So Where Jolteon VMAX shines is its ability to hit the bench. Its attack, Max Thunder Rumble, does 100 damage to the active, and then 100 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon that has any damage counters on it. As we see, Jeff started that. Oops. As we see, Jeff started that.
Don't worry, nobody noticed.
That Minchino, yeah, totally. That started that Galarian Zigzagoon, which he can use to ping a damage counter on one of John's benched Pokemon.
So the key thing in this matchup is going to be Jeff's ability to take care of the Manaphy. Play boss's orders when it comes into play, get rid of it, and that way your damage is consistent throughout the rest of the game. Now, John can counteract that by playing his ordinary route. He does only have one copy, so it has to be found at the right time, and then you need to be able to find the Manaphy once again. But if Jeff can just work in a few turns of multi-prize turns against these low HP Pokemon, I mean, Max Thunder Rumble deals with Flaffies very easily.
I think another interesting thing about Jeff's list, there is one copy of Cheryl in there.
Yeah.
So if there's a turn where maybe John doesn't have the choice belt or something like that, and maybe is like a little bit short of the knockout on the Jolteon deck will have the potential to maybe glance off a hit once during the game with a Cheryl. Looking through the list, I don't know that I see a Tool Scrapper or anything like that, so no option to
That's kind of a card that pops like in and out of Jolteon lists.
Right.
People will play it sometimes, but it seems like right now Jeff didn't feel like it was worthy of a spot in this deck, and getting rid of that choice belt seems like it would be pretty good if he had the option.
I think so. I was just like looking for like, do these Reshiram just get to hang out and with their choice belts? And it looks like yes, they're will.
Chilling.
They are big chilling. John really establishing his board with the Chinchino and the Manaphy this turn. Things looking much stronger than they were last turn. Off of this Bruno, though, really just gotta hope to find an energy, right?
Just wants an attachment.
But that's not the one you want.
Not the darkness energy.
Yeah,
that is the one energy you can't recover from the discard pile as well, so it feels bad to discard with the make do of Chinchino. You could always ordinary route it back, but compared to having the ability to get it back with Dynamotor and Magma Basin, I think John would have rather discarded either of those other two cards.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of an awkward turn from John, like obviously. Okay, using Make Do, discarding the Darkness Energy, finds a Level Ball and another Reshiram. That's great. But with the discard of the Darkness Energy, now you can't commit another energy to the other Reshiram, which seems like that would probably be what you would want to do.
Sure, since it got discarded, not an option. Level Ball is great, though. Probably going to grab a Mareep. Just try to establish some of those attackers. John does also play the Regieleki from Evolving Skies, which is, I think, just a basic lightning attacker that can one-hit KO Suicune. So usually going to be good for that matchup, but it can actually come in clutch to just pick up odd one prizes here and there with the Terra Spark attack. And it actually puts on some decent pressure as well with that bench damage ability as well, dealing 40 damage to 2 bench Pokemon.
What I like about the Regieleki is that its Terra Spark attack can soften up a Pokemon VMAX for Reshiram to hit the one-hit KO on later, and that could help John to fix some math throughout his games.
Jeez, this deck from John is just crazy.
It is.
I love it.
It is awesome. Yeah, it's really sick. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this thing works. Jeff has got the Drizzile, and will use Shady Dealings to search for a trainer card out of his deck. So, wonder what he's aiming for. See a Scoop Up Net. Yep, getting pulled to the top. Big gold one.
Nice.
Right? And is going to be able to use that to reset one of his non-rule box Pokemon.
You'll probably get that Zigzagoon out of the active spot if I had to guess. You need to try to start attacking. Max Thunder Rumble does still knock out all the stuff in John's deck. So, I mean, it'll knock out the Reshiram eventually. It'll knock out this Chinchino here. But needs to find the VMAX, actually. That's kind of interesting. Jeff grabbed just a scoop up net as opposed to a supporter. Maybe there is a supporter in there, but I'm not seeing one.
Just the Speed Lightning.
Okay, draw
And
2.
Those is that a research?
It is a research.
It is a full art.
But that's 2 pretty terrible cards to draw off the Speed
Yeah.
Lightning.
Not exactly what you want, but
Oh.
we'll let it rip and draw 7 cards. And I think I do see the Jolteon VMAX
Nice.
in that 7 cards. So there is going to be a Max Thunder Rumble occurring this turn. The Crobat taking the 10 damage from the Galarian Zigzagoons. Headbutt Tantrum, and maybe Jeff will set up another Jolteon, seeing that, it is possible for this Jolteon VMAX to get knocked out.
Yeah, John does still need a bit, but it is possible. John has to discard either a fire or lightning energy and then attach the other one and then accelerate that other piece and also have a retreat option. So John needs quite a lot. Jeff did discard Boss's Orders there, and that seems like a pretty good card because you really want to boss that Manaphy pretty quickly when you can. So hopefully Jeff's got another one in hand ready for next turn.
Yeah, this is such a funny, board state. I mean, I've never analyzed a board state that looks like this before.
Yeah, did you ever think you would see a Flaffy, Chinchino, Crobat, Manaphy, and Reshiram all in play?
I'm glad I did. Yeah, we've got the Magma Basin coming into play.
Nice.
No fire energy have been found yet. The Moltres and a research. I did think that was a Reshiram in his hand last turn. Looks like it is
Okay.
a Moltres, which can soften things up, in a pinch. So that's not too bad. Does find a lightning energy
Ooh.
and a Chinchino, and an air balloon. Okay, but I'm not sure that there's any way to discard cards in that hand. So there's not going to be any way to get a lightning energy into the discard pile. Now, a strange thing about this matchup is that if you gust up the amazing Reshiram and swing into it, you're not necessarily taking a knockout unless you also have a quick shooting Inteleon, which could happen, right? Jeff could find a quick shooting Inteleon, use quick shooting, and then finish off a Reshiram with a gust to do 100 damage with Max Thunder Rumble. Then you're using a gust not on Manaphy, which feels good if you're John.
Right.
And if Reshiram does get damaged, the amazing Blaze Attack does 60 damage to itself. So it could be a situation where Reshiram is knocking itself out, but if it's taking 3 prizes, that's probably okay.
And something else interesting is Jeff can even set it up with quick shootings, right? Because if John has to use Magma Basin to put damage in play, that will put an energy in play, that will put 20 damage on the Reshiram, and now 2 quick shootings equals Reshiram KOing itself. John has nothing really to play with though, and has to just send up the Moltres and pass it over to Jeff. And this is a big opening for Jeff. I really don't love the fact that Jeff discarded that boss, because this would be such a great turn to deal with that Manaphy, and then you've set yourself up to be able to target down benched Pokemon pretty easily. But
right.
It doesn't look like, I don't know if Jeff has another boss in hand or what.
There's a second Jolteon VMAX coming into play.
Yep.
And Speed Lightning Energy coming down. Gonna find 2 cards off the top.
I think the boss is in hand. So
an Elemental Badge. And then who do you boss here, Chip?
Oh, it's Manaphy. It's always Manaphy. John only plays one. I mean, Jeff doesn't know John's list, but I mean, John's only got one ordinary rod. You got to force your opponent to find it and get it back. And if they can't, you just do so much more through the rest of the game.
You do. So you got to take the Manaphy out, but you're looking at the Reshiram like, huh.
Maybe if Jeff had gotten a quick shooting Inteleon or an out to one off of this, then maybe I would like the just knock out the Reshiram, right?
Right.
But KOing this just gives you so much more leeway the rest of the game.
It does.
And John's deck is, we've seen kind of the downsides of decks like this right now, where they're really cool when they work, but sometimes they take a lot to get working.
They do. As we see, John's hand is not a very clean looking hand. There's a lot of different odds and ends here, but none of them seem great. It didn't play a single card out of the hand. Just
No.
Bruno for 7 different ones, hopefully.
And John had the second amazing rare Reshiram there, but did not want to bench it because it's just an easy target for Jeff to take out with Max Thunder Rumble.
Right, and that is the insane thing about Max Thunder Rumble. So even if John does take this knockout, it's possible for Jeff to take 2 prizes, maybe knock out 2 amazing rare Reshiram, or knock out a Reshiram and the Flaffy, right? Like all at once.
Yeah.
So the dream would be the knockout with the Rod and the Manaphy back, but that is not.
Did John find the fire? Oh, there it is.
Fire
Okay.
is there, so that is going to guarantee the knockouts with the amazing Reshiram. We're going to get to see what is my first ever witnessing of a one-hit KO of a Pokemon VMAX with amazing Reshiram, so this is pretty hype.
Amazing Blaze. 270 damage, but this Pokemon deals 60 damage to itself. I think a pretty worthy trade-off to deal a total of 300 after that Choice Belt.
There it is. With the Choice Belt attached, 300 damage and a 3 prize take from John.
That's half the game.
That is half the game. John will take the lead. I do think that if there's one thing about John's board, he didn't get the Manaphy back.
Nope.
That's unfortunate.
Yep.
But did get a second Flaffy down or Mareep down,
Right.
which is the only thing that can keep him in this game. Because in order to theoretically take a one-hit KO on this next Jolteon,
Right.
would need to find Magma Basin, Flaffy, a Dark Energy, the other Reshiram,
Yeah.
and an Air Balloon, assuming that Jeff targets down the Mareep with the Air Balloon, which
Right.
I think is the correct play.
I actually feel like Jeff, with 4 prizes remaining, can target down the Crobat here. And it's a little risky because if John does get Manaphy back, that takes away your win condition. But if you put 100 damage on the Crobat here, you go down to 3 prizes left and have set yourself up a very clear path to take your last 3 prizes on the next turn.
I know, but leaving the Flaffy there just gives John such a clear path.
I mean, with 2 I think if there was only 1 Flaffy, sure, I go for it. But with 2 Flaffy in play, even if you target down that Air Balloon, it is 1 more piece to force John to find.
Just one more piece.
It's 1 more piece.
And it could just get the Manaphy back.
John also has Raihan as well, which is another way to accelerate energy. So it doesn't
Fair.
even necessarily need all of the pieces because Raihan gets the energy plus finds another piece, right? So it's going to be close for sure. And I'm interested to see what route Jeff takes.
It is definitely going to be close.
Zigzagoon comes
Galarian
down.
Zigzagoon can ping 10 damage. We'll see where Jeff decides to place the 10 damage onto that Mareep. And then looking at a research and a boss, deciding to discard the boss now that the Manaphy is out the way.
Now that I think about it, it pretty much makes no sense to target the Crobat because with your take,
I'm glad you're on my side here now,
if
Jeff.
you take 2 prizes here, you
still do it again if there's no Manaphy.
Right. If there's no
That's
Manaphy,
what I'm
you
saying,
still
man.
get to take 2 prizes. Right.
That's what I'm saying.
So Drizzyle's Shady Dealings can get Jeff any trainer out of the deck and place it directly into the hand. This is going to be close. John would like to find the Manaphy, but the main thing is Manaphy is the option if you don't get the knockout, right? The main thing is if you can find all the pieces to the knockout, you win the game. It is a ridiculous combo to pull off, and John does have a pretty big hand.
Yeah, so this is, I'm just sitting here in anticipation. Can John respond to a Max Thunder Rumble this turn? We see the quick shooting coming down onto the Moltres on the bench. And this is going to be a 2 prize take from Jeff, bringing him down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
Targets the Moltres as opposed to the Flaffy here.
Wow. Okay, I think that this really opens things up. If John...
John has a huge hand.
If John just has Raihan in his hand, like Raihan Quick Ball, I think he's got it, which is insane, but it's not quite there. There's a Galarian Moltres. It's a big hand, but, how do you play it just right
Sometimes big hands just make things awkward. You have more stuff to work with, but it makes it harder to set up other plays. Like if you had a stadium plus the ability to get a Crobat, right? And you could draw some cards there if your hand is a little in an awkward spot. And I think John's hand is just really kind of clogged.
He's got an Ultra Ball.
Okay.
So the question is, does he have, and he's got like a research, I think.
Okay.
So probably just doing some quick maths, trying to figure out, okay, do I Ultra Ball for probably the, probably for the Reshiram,
Sure.
and then try to research into the deck and hope to find the Flaffy or whatever.
Needs the darkness energy.
Needs
too.
the darkness energy. Needs to get, there is a fire in the discard pile already, so needs the Magma Basin,
Or
right?
is the choice belt in the deck?
And the choice belts also going to need that.
I didn't notice it in the deck.
I did not see the choice belts in the deck, unfortunately. Looks like that might be the missing piece, but okay. So then the next,
So that changes things, yeah.
Does change things. What we're going to need to see then is that Manaphy come back out.
Yeah, that has to be what John goes for. If John does not find Manaphy, assuming there is no choice band, then this game, Jeff just has the knockout next turn. I believe there was a boss's orders left in the hand still, and boss on the Mareep, and then you KO the benched Flaffy that's got 10 damage on it already.
Right. So it's going to have to be, there's Galarian and Moltres, just a bigger dude. Can also get in there in a pinch. Doesn't get one hit KO by Jolteon, so interesting. And a quick ball.
Okay. So that can get the Reshiram, so we could still see the pieces, but now the bench is locked, so now there's no option for Manaphy. Assuming Reshiram gets benched here.
Yeah, so who's the attacker?
Yeah,
right?
Since the Moltres got benched, yeah, I don't know that there is an attacker.
I think that maybe it's just coming down to the realization that it's not quite going to be able to work out. I guess it is possible to attack with Galarian Moltres. I think that's what John is trying to do.
Okay.
Because you can find a counter stadium, charge an energy on to Moltres, Dynamotor, attach.
Yep.
Right? So you can attack with the Galarian Moltres this turn.
Yep.
And to the Galarian Moltres does not get one hit KO by Jolteon.
Nope.
So, and John with the darkness energy in his hand is definitely eyeing up that play.
Okay.
On the Moltres. So I like that.
Yeah, since the choice belt is gone, like there's no option. It's either prized or got discarded. This is definitely the best play, and John needs to find Ordinary Rod and needs to find a recovery option.
Yeah, needs to find the counter stadium so that he can actually charge. But he's going to have a research to dig for it. Yep. So that's the hope.
Darkness energy in hand and a research. I was debating not attaching.
Yeah, which could give him an option after the
Yeah, that is the last thing I expected.
That is not the Pokemon that I thought was going to be wearing the darkness energy.
All right, needs the Ordinary Rod. There's a quick ball. So is there an Ordinary Rod? Oh, no.
I don't see it, and I expect the scoop would probably be what I would do if you don't have a way to defend against the...
You can leave the Flaffy active for a turn. Oh, no, there's a quick shooting Intellion, right?
Yeah.
The game's over.
Yeah, it definitely does seem over. I think that John, just go first, try to get a stronger go this next turn. There's not really anything to be done here, and John kind of sees it and is going to scoop it up and go to game 2. Jeff Garrison taking game 1 with Jolteon VMAX, able to target down John's Manaphy and just assert Jolteon's dominance in that match. That was really cool to see the amazing Reshiram take the knockout, but oh man, you could just see how many different pieces need to come together just right for this deck to work.
It is very high maintenance.
Yes.
We saw a Mad Party last round, and that was just like attach an energy and discard some guys, and I'm attacking. We're chilling. One energy a turn. Yeah. This is like you have 82 combo pieces in a 60 card deck. I don't even know how that works, but
and
John found a way, right?
In there, right? Chinchino's in there. We didn't see any Chinchinos hit the bench.
No.
Presumably, Chinchino's going to help John to kind of really make sense of this deck by allowing you to discard the pieces you don't need and draw into the pieces you hopefully do need.
Right.
So I think that John certainly has an out in this match. I mean, there's Manaphy, there's the ability to one-hit KO. John took half the prizes, one knockout, right? But I think we're going to need a more solid board setup from John if John is going to go and win 2 games in the set.
Definitely. I actually just realized John only plays 1 choice belt.
Oh,
So that's why there was only 1.
that would do it. Okay, it would make sense, I guess.
Because 300 is not the most relevant number,
Yeah, it's
right?
not always
it's
relevant,
just
right?
Jolteon.
Yeah. And then probably uses Regieleki to soften things up relatively often, I would imagine then.
Definitely.
Yeah, so that's probably going to be more of what John's strategy is. So there's only one big one-hit KO potential in this match. Let's head down to the table for game 2 and see if John is able to mount a comeback.
Oh, that is a lot of gold in Jeff's hand. Look at that hand. That's like $200 hand right there.
And the full art Cheryl, my man.
And just riffle shuffle him right away. I love to see it.
You do love to see it. That's sick, man. Blinged out decks just hit different IRL. They do. I mean, this. Wow. That is something.
So John definitely kind of faltered in the setup department of this last game. We didn't really see the ideal board, I would say, and Jeff really took advantage of that. Had a great opportunity to take out the Manaphy, and Manaphy was almost not a factor. It was only the one turn that it was in play that it prevented 100 damage, the turn that it got KO'd, right? So if Jeff can manage to do that again, and John's unable to find Ordinary Rod again, you know, maybe it's not too big of a deal for Jolteon that Manaphy is around if you can deal with it that efficiently.
Right. I think that's the that's what it seems, and I think that's just it's what's gonna keep Jolteon such a consistent threat in this format, is that it, with the Inteleon engine, has such a consistent out to knock out that Manaphy. And then how many recovery cards are decks playing? You're not playing more than 1. Can you find that one when you need it? Probably not.
Nope.
You know, so unless you're playing the Inteleon engine, right? In which case then you are hand selecting whatever you want out of your deck. So the Manaphy certainly helps. Decks like this wouldn't have any chance if it was not for the Manaphy. But I'm excited to see if John can get a more stable board state set up in this game 2, and maybe we get to see another big one-hit knockout with amazing Reshiram.
The Amazing Blaze is a certainly amazing attack. I would love to see it happen once more, Andrew, and it looks like we'll have to wait a little longer though, as Jeff has another mulligan.
Another mully.
What's the most mulligans you've ever taken from someone else in a tournament?
I feel like 5 or 6.
That's
something.
A lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. You ever played against Guardy Sylveon? You know?
Yeah, right. Only 4 basic Pokemon.
Yeah, there's not many in those decks.
I think I took 4 against a Greninja at regionals one time. I think that's my most. What's the most you've ever given up?
Oh, I feel like I've given up like 7.
7? What deck was that?
Insane. I don't even. It was not even like maybe Buzzrock or something.
Like something that shouldn't ever mulligan that many times.
Nope. Yeah, just we just got. It's like flipping 10 tails in a row or something. You know, you're just like this. I guess there's a
there is
very
a statistical
chance of this happening. It doesn't happen often, but okay.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Well, this is a good hand if Jeff has a basic up. Nope, just kidding. There was a couple of quick balls. You know, we saw a Jolteon VMAX and Energy, but no basic.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, I mean, look at how many mulligans that Jeff is on right now. And Jeff's deck plays, 4 Jolteon, 4 Sobble, 2 Zigzagoon. That is it. But, I mean, it's not none. 9, So you'd think that you would hit one of your 9 after a few hands, but every single one of these mulligans is going to net John another card to start, which could really do him some favors in the opening turns.
Oh, absolutely, especially when your deck needs this many pieces to set up. I mean, each extra card is one more chance at a Minccino on the bench.
Right.
One more chance at a Mareep on the bench. One more chance at getting your energy attachment for turn. It's... Oh, is that another mulligan?
No,
okay.
We got it. All
I thought, no way.
And that is going to be game on.
John definitely going to take all 3 of those mulligans and now draws for turn. Starts the Minccino. I believe the same starter as last game, but that Chinchino went down pretty quickly in the last one. Only got 1 make do off, and that it wasn't ever enough. So John wants to get set up quite a bit better, and we'll have so many more options now thanks to all of those mulligans. And this quick ball is great. Discards a lightning energy, which is excellent for Dynamotor in the future turns, and gives John a chance to get one of these basic Pokemon in play, like a Mareep or another Minccino.
Little thing about this Minccino, it's new from Brilliant Stars.
It is.
And it's good.
It's very good.
Real good. Call for Family is an incredible consistency attack for decks like John's that play a bunch of different Pokemon that you might want to select out of the deck. And I think that this Minccino artwork is very cute. It's like dusting with its tail, so definitely a big fan.
Just helping out around the house.
Yeah,
you know?
helping out around the house. I think
trying to do its part.
The first few times I looked at this card, I thought it was dirty. I was like, why are there like little black specks on the card? Like, what is this? And then I realized, oh no, the Minccino is dusting. It's very nice, very cute card.
Just wants to contribute. You know?
I know, just helping everybody out. So yeah, this Minccino is a great new addition to any deck that runs the Cinccino engine because it just helps set your dudes out. And
yeah,
that's exactly what you want.
It's not always like it just becomes the best basic. Like you're not always going to use this. You might use this Minccino 1 out of 10 or 15 games.
Yep.
But like that 1 out of 10 or 15 times, it is like pretty good to have that option versus the other one, which just does 10 damage.
I mean, earlier in the day, we saw Michael Pramawat set up a 2-hit KO with a ram or something.
Yep,
from Zorua.
Rear kick.
Rear kick it was from Zorua. So, I'm a big fan of players selecting the optimal baby Pokemon to play in their deck, and those baby Pokemon getting to see some action.
Yeah, getting in there, showing their worth. Jeff is playing that old school fossil energy search. Love that. Pretty cool. Gets to search the deck for any basic energy. And just an opportunity to check the prizes here and see what exactly they've got to work with for the rest of this game.
Looks like a lightning energy. Yep, gonna come off the energy search, to be expected. Lightning energy will come down onto the Jolteon V, and Jolteon V can soften something up on the first turn with its attack, just doing 20 damage. So that's good. Actually, Speed Lightning Energy probably going to be the draw card of choice. It looks like, yeah, Jeff's opening hand is not good, so that's why the energy search would have been played.
That's 2 Boss's Orders in hand.
Yes, and
there's a research there, but
is that a research? Yeah.
I don't know if you can discard 2 Boss.
It's pretty tough. Yeah, and there's no Sobble or anything like that. So
Jeff does play 3. So
that is a high count.
Okay, Jeff's gonna just pass it over. Be content. John could technically win. I don't expect it to happen, but it is possible.
It is. So you're saying
I'm a dreamer, okay? Listen.
You're saying there's a chance.
There is indeed.
190 hit points separate John from the win. That's it.
And that could be achieved with Reshiram or Galarian Moltres.
Galarian Moltres is probably the easier
I think so.
out here.
I agree.
2 Darkness Energy in the discard pile. Or, no, 1 Darkness Energy in the discard pile, 1 Lightning Energy in the discard pile.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And you can see with 3 different type of energy in your deck, things get convoluted pretty quickly.
Absolutely. We see Make Do, discards a card, draws 2 more. There's the Manaphy. Oh, definitely a good card to bench this turn if John is not winning the game. Discards the Regieleki, so that's not going to be a route in this one. I think that's a Marnie in hand. I almost wonder if John is like holding off on the Marnie since Jeff didn't do anything, but Jeff still has a big hand, right? So I feel like you can't not play a supporter, right?
John offering up the... Oh,
I like this.
I see. Okay.
We'll Make Do action, or sorry, a little energy assist action.
Little energy assist, okay. Just for 40. And an extremely relevant 40.
Yeah.
And if there's an energy in the discard pile, you could accelerate that energy to the benched amazing Reshiram. This is so sick.
I love it. I love it.
Wow.
So Jeff still has a good hand. Even though Jeff didn't do anything last turn, he's got the main things he needs. With Boss's Orders,
Evolution
to KO the Manaphy, there's
energy.
A Jolteon in hand, the energy, yep. There's plenty of ways to just deal with this Manaphy right away, and it is risky, though, because you don't have any other Pokemon in play. You could lose to the Reshiram here.
I think that would be John's idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
So either way, I mean, so you're either researching away 2 boss, leaving the Manaphy
I think
there.
Jeff top decked Marnie this turn, so that is an option as
Okay.
well.
All right. So there's a research away 2 boss, or you can Marnie, right? Both boss to the bottom of the deck, or you just say, he ain't got it, bro, and gust up the Manaphy. I think that Marnie is like the safer play.
I agree.
And probably the play that I make, but I also respect the boss.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Jeff, we'll see. Because sometimes it's just like you make that decision based on what kind of day you're having,
Exactly.
If things are going well for you, your opponent's bricking, your
Up
deck is
game
working
1.
well, yeah, you just kind of roll with it. And,
Like, you ain't got it, man. Your deck has like 3 different kinds of energy in it.
but Jeff is wiser than both of us, it seems. And
I said I like the Marnie play, but I respect the boss.
Okay.
It's just like if I'm feeling extra saucy, I might go for the boss. But now the Marnie is the more reasonable play.
Sure.
And as we can see, Jeff was able to preserve both of the boss's orders in the hand previously, and then shuffle the deck back around with a level ball, which will definitely go for a Sobble. Now, with the knockout of the Chinchino by Jolteon, John is still going to be in a position where he could hit a 1-hit knockout on, or I guess now a 2-hit knockout. He could hit a return knockout on this Jolteon VMAX.
The response is there for the taking. John just has to find the pieces. Jeff plays a level ball to grab Sobble. Definitely something that was missing from that first turn. No Sobbles in play. That is really what unlocks the potential of this deck, is the ability to use shady dealings. John's got a pretty solid hand. Level ball can go get anything with 90 HP or less out of the deck, probably a Flaffy or a Minchino if I had to guess. And there's also the Magma Basin already in hand as well. And if there's a supporter there, this is looking pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, that anything can happen when you get Marnied to 4 cards in a single prize deck. There is the Chinchino to help dig out of it, but there's no guarantees. I think a big Bruno this turn would probably be ideal. You see John eyeing up, or a research, something to really churn through the deck more.
Yeah.
John grabs the Mareep off of the level ball. Is it level ball, quick ball?
It was a level ball.
Level ball. And we'll shuffle up. Magma Basin in hand.
Yep. That's kind of, yeah, okay, so it's just going to get discarded from
just
the make do.
Yep. And there's a Bruno.
Nice.
With the Ultra Ball.
Nice.
And the Flaffy in hand. And that Ultra Ball might not even see play, because the other card in the hand is the amazing Reshiram, which probably doesn't want to get Ultra Balled away.
Right.
And the Minchino hits the bench. Bruno for a big 7 cards coming right up. And hold on tight. The make do has already been played.
Yep.
But if John can find, I think, is there a lightning? No, there's lightning is already on the Reshiram.
Yep.
So it needs to be fire energy in the discard pile.
And a dark energy from hand for
dark
turn.
energy from hand. Is the fire energy already in the discard pile?
There is. I do not believe there is a fire energy in the discard pile.
Let's see.
I think it was a darkness energy
okay.
on the Chinchino.
So we need to find a way to discard
a fire
and
draw a dark. Yes, draw a dark. Let's see that hand. There's a fire
and a dark.
Is there a way to discard?
I don't think I see.
Oh, it's right there, but it's so close, but he's just short of getting there.
I know, and had to use the make do before the Bruno, unfortunately. So it's going to be a Moltres turn, and my goodness, how this game would be so different if John hits the...
So close.
Yes, so
just one
different.
piece of the combo away.
Yes.
Now, the nice thing is that even though this is less than ideal for John, that Manaphy is still in play. Jeff was not able to deal with it as quickly as he did in Game 1.
Yep.
And so because of that, John is less pressured by Max Thunder Rumble. So John will have more turns to kind of try to fight back in this one. And especially when we look at this hand from Jeff, I think we're going to see a third lightning energy on this active, because that's the only way Jeff can draw cards.
Ooh-wee. Yeah, sometimes Marnie does your opponent more favors than it does you. And I think that's probably what we're seeing here. Jeff only needs a level ball or an evolution incense or a Drizzile in order to really turn this hand around, though, and speed lightning energy could certainly find it. Galarian Zigzagoon will ping 10 damage onto the Flaffy.
Not bad. I mean, once the Manaphy goes down, it
And
sets
escape
things up.
rope.
Oh, this is kind of an interesting play because you don't really care about the Moltres too much. It's not too threatening, only dealing 90. And so I think Jeff here will maybe attach and retreat this Zigzag. Nope, just kidding. We're going to draw a couple cards.
And those are not good.
That's called whiffing an attack.
Yes.
Oh,
actually. Wow.
I think Jeff, if Jeff wanted to draw cards with the Speed Lightning, I think you should have done it before playing the escape rope. Because
Well, yes, because then you
leave yourself the option to at least attack this turn still.
Right. And now John's going to be like, oh, yeah.
This is a big opening for John to get right back in this.
Definitely. A damaged Jolteon, air balloon in hand. I mean, I'm fine with this. Moltres just take the knockout.
Yeah.
Another energy come down onto the amazing Reshiram.
Yep.
And the Moltres is just showing that it's a consistent single prize attacker in this deck that plays fire energy. So I definitely don't mind it. I think that is the other draw card in Jeff's hand right now just another Speed Light.
Yep.
Will we see a third Speed Lightning energy come down onto this Jolteon VMAX?
I think so, Andrew.
That does seem like that is probably what's occurring, yes.
And Jeff's going to ping 10 damage on the bench with Headbutt Tantrum.
Ooh,
Draw
boy.
2.
Quick Ball and Lightning. Ooh, so bad.
That's so bad. He can't believe it. 4 energy on the
There's
Jolteon.
4. You guys are seeing this, right? Yes, there is
It's not
4.
just me.
This is a huge Jolteon here. And I'm sure in all of Jeff's games that he's played so far, this has not happened yet.
Oh, probably ever with this deck.
Ever with this
Yeah.
deck, even. Just like, what is going on here? Someone in the chat says, imagine using Cheryl on this.
That is costly. Quite costly.
Yeah, that would be suboptimal. Yeah.
Less than ideal.
Yeah, not great. Just like a 4 energy Jolteon.
So Jeff is just retreating here as opposed to knocking out the Moltres. Doesn't want to just give up the easy prizes to John. I guess since John already has 2 energy on the Reshiram, it's pretty easy to just respond with a KO.
Right. All right, John going in with a make do immediately. Has a 2 energy Reshiram. What's cool about this Moltres, I mean, the Moltres just consistently attacks. Doesn't need to switch in and out of the active position or anything like that. Like Zapdos and Hoopa, who are other low maintenance single energy attackers in the format. The Moltres, as long as it's got some damage counters on it, it's going to be swinging for 90 damage a turn, and will be able to net John another prize off of the Zigzagoon if John does not have a Gust. Now, I'm sure that Jeff would like to, either knock out the Manaphy or to knock out the Reshiram. Like, either of those are better than knocking out the Moltres and just leaving the Jolteon there. And John's going to go to 4 prizes remaining after 2 quick single prize knockouts with the...
There we go. Jeff finally gets an out to draw cards.
Yes.
Evolution Incense can get Drizzile. Shady Dealings grabs any trainer from the deck. And it will probably just be a research if I had to guess. Maybe a Marnie, though. John does have a pretty big hand. So you might want to limit John. And John's just been able to sit on this hand for quite a while as well.
Right.
And so that is what Jeff decides to do, and I like this.
Yeah, Marnie, right, just to try and limit things a little bit. I try to make it so John doesn't find that choice belt. It could be a situation where the Cheryl does get played. I think that Jeff would be in a reasonable position to use the Cheryl.
Sure.
If Jeff has the energy to be able to respond. A level ball could get another Sobble out of the deck. I mean, Jeff would lose 5 energy here, but theoretically, if you get to keep your elemental badges, then you only need 2 more energy to attack the rest of the game.
Yep.
You just have to make sure that you're careful.
Yeah, very careful.
Yes.
So John now only needs a fire energy, I think, on that Reshiram, and there's one in the discard pile. So either a fire energy from hand, a Raihan, or a Magma Basin will be enough to let John use Amazing Blaze and pick up the KO on the active Jolteon VMAX. Oh, no, this is the non-damaged one, so would also need
Choice belt.
Choice Belt. Plays Escape Rope, though, so this can Oh, this puts Jeff in a really weird spot. You either give up 3 prizes or you have to sack one of your 1 prize Pokemon. And by taking this 1 prize, John only has to KO 1 VMAX to win the game. And John can now KO this 1 prize Pokemon with the Moltres.
I like this. Yep, it's good. Raihan. And that'll accelerate the energy and go get the Stadium out of the deck, presumably, to power the energy onto the Moltres so that Moltres can actually take the knockout on this Drizzile.
Yep.
And there it is. So I do like this play from John. It also just eliminates another consistency card from Jeff's board. Jeff not being able to rely on maybe a Shady Dealings Inteleon this next turn. To go get 2 trainers out of the deck is going to be good news for John. And I'm really loving that we get to see the Moltres get in here in this game. It has been a huge boon for John's deck.
Yeah, John does need to make sure to put 2 damage counters on that Moltres, since that is the cost of using Magma Basin, and that is also the only way that Inferno Wings deals the boosted damage.
It is, yes. So hopefully they do. Yep, there it is. Very good.
And with that damage, Inferno Wings will now be dealing 90 damage, which is exactly enough to knock out Drizzile. And John goes down to 3 prizes. Jeff with 4 still remaining. And John has the Reshiram on the bench. If John can just boss his orders this Jolteon, he's got the game already set up. Jeff needs to find a boss on the Reshiram and a Zigzagoon to ping it up to be able to knock it out. And it does not look like Jeff has those options.
Okay, just a Sobble bench. And yeah, Jeff's probably just going to have to say, all right, if you have it, you have it. But Jeff being up game 1. Oh, we do see a Drizzile, but like, what is the?
There's no one card that saves him here.
No, because there is no. I mean, even gusting the Reshiram doesn't work, right?
You need the Zigzagoon as well.
You do. So there's really not a great option. Marnie's probably not going to do enough, especially with a Cinccino and a Minccino over on John's board. So I think at this point, honestly, I think it's probably more important for Jeff to play quickly than it is for him to make the right decision here.
Sure.
Because Jeff definitely has an option to win game 3, but at this point, things are looking pretty bad. And Jeff is, I think, running the risk of taking too much time to wrap up this game 2.
Right.
He's like really grinding the gears, trying to figure out what the correct play is. And there might be like maybe a 2% out or something at this point, but it doesn't seem great.
No, it's very low percent and pretty much involves John whiffing. I mean, John does only play 1 choice spell. Oh, no, it doesn't even need the choice spell. It needs the boss. But John does only have 2 boss's orders. So, he's going to boss the Reshiram.
And just swing into it.
Okay.
And then so John's in a place where choice belt and win or boss and win. Either of them. 2 make dues to make it happen.
Yep, and can thin a card out of the deck with the quick ball. John's going for it this turn. Discards the other Reshiram. John knows this is the time. If I'm going to win this game, it's going to be right here on this turn.
And there is the potential for John to whiff, right? Because he gets to see 4 cards if he does whiff both. I mean, but then the Reshiram is still doing 270 damage to this Jolteon, right? And then can Jeff realistically Cheryl it, maybe use quick shooting, finish off the Reshiram? Like, there's all these different...
Was that a choice belt? That's it.
There it is, and that is game. John will take game 2 with the rip of the choice belt off of Cinccino's make do ability. Amazing Blaze doing a massive 300 damage for the game. That was awesome.
2 games, 2 amazing Blazes. I'm happy.
Yeah, 2 different stories as well. I think that was quite a brick for a Jolteon VMAX deck if I've ever seen one.
4 energy on a Jolteon VMAX?
Yeah. Good things were not happening. Yeah, if you have 4 lightning energy on a Jolteon VMAX.
In fact, bad things were happening.
Bad things were definitely happening.
Yes.
But I think that these players are going to be trying to power through game 3 as quickly as possible. Both of them already have 1 tie on their records. They're probably not looking for another one necessarily. It would be better to be able to intentional draw at the end of Swiss rounds than to eat up your second draw here. Because if you do eat up a second draw here in the middle of Swiss, then a draw pretty much eliminates you from top top cut if you have a third tie.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. 602 will probably make cut. I think that will probably be the cutoff to make cut is 602. And these players are still in a position to do that if they tie here. And a tie is certainly better than a loss.
Right.
So if you see that we're definitely getting close to time. I'm not sure exactly how much is left, but it is not much. And these players are going to want to play quickly. But I think if you recognize okay, my opponent's got a better board state, I just need to make sure that I don't get benched out, right? Get a bunch of basic Pokemon in play. And that way your opponent can't just win in a couple turns. It needs multiple turns to close out the game. So
Right. Well, these players don't have much time. So let's see what they've got. It looks like maybe time was called as they're shuffling up for game 3. And maybe we'll have a little bit of a game on our hands. Let's take a look.
Okay. Yeah, I think that turn marker is just off of the screen on the main camera, but if we look at the table cam, we can see it, and it appears that it is turn 1 for Jeff. So that is usually how it works in turns, right? Where there is no turn 0 because there's no turn in progress. So the player going first is turn 1.
And there it is.
These guys know as long as there's enough basic Pokemon, we're just going to tie. No reason to waste anyone's time. Let's tie and, hope we can win our next 3 rounds.
So now John Mostovi and Jeff Garrison will both advance to 302. They are still in the hunt for a top 8 placement, but need to win out in order to do so. And we can see how tough it is to finish 3 games of Pokemon in 50 minutes.
It is.
Really, if you want to have a shot at getting into a third game, most of the time, a player will have to scoop very early.
You got to know when to scoop. When you're going to lose a game in a best of 3, if you know, even sometimes it's even good to scoop if your percent chance to win is just too low.
It's just
even
30,
if there is a chance,
20 or 30. You're just no, because
the time is more important, especially if the matchup is fine for you, right?
I mean, you could make the argument that maybe Jeff should have scooped as soon as things started going south that game 2, and just keep the momentum from game 1, smack it back down, and just be like, all right, I'm going first with my Jolteon deck against your literal crazy pile.
Crazy pile.
I'm going first with my Jolteon deck against your crazy pile, and I'm going turn 2 Max Thunder Rumble. If you don't have Manaphy out, I'm running you over. And Jeff knows that his Jolteon deck is consistent, right? So you don't have to really grind through the motions of that game 2 and sit there, letting your opponent really maximize their strategy against you. There's something I think that's just a mental game about it as well, because in that case you're letting John kind of really set up and become more confident in the series. Whereas in my mind, if you just scoop up game 2, go to game 3 real quick, you're like, game 1 is still fresh in our memories. Right. I remember what game 1 was like. We're going to repeat that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty surprised to see Jolteon at 3-0-2. He's still in a solid place, and Jeff obviously needs to win out to get into cut. And I'm very surprised to see amazing Reshiram at 3-0-2. But best of luck to both of these players. Their decks are both very cool, and it was great to see their match. Unfortunately, this one did end in a tie, but round 6 will be coming up very shortly. So
round 6 of 8 in just a moment. Really excited to see if we get any new decks. We've been able to show off a lot of new decks each and every round. So hopefully we could get some new decks. Maybe Flygon V deck if it won.
If they won,
if they won,
take a look at it.
We're getting Flygon V on camera for the next round. So we'll be right back. Round 6 is underway with Michael Slutsky on the right. I know I've been calling him Slutsky my entire life. I've known him for years.
I think everyone does. So,
yes, I've known him for years, and I'm just you just told me before the round started. It's actually Slutsky. Yeah.
Yes.
The more you know. So Michael Slutsky on the right. Round 6, he's 4-0-1 with an incredibly spicy Arceus VSTAR deck featuring not only Galarian Zapdos we see here, but also Flygon V.
This deck is so sick. It is really kind of like a toolbox deck, but the main function is to utilize Flygon to one-hit KO VMAX Pokemon really easily, and then also to use the Starbirth VSTAR power on Arceus VSTAR to set up single strike mustard plays in order to pull Beedrill out of the deck. I know you are a big time Beedrill fan. You've played that card in so many decks.
So let me tell you about my buddy Beedrill, okay? Beedrill is an insane card. Single strike Beedrill has the Persist Sting attack, which for 1 grass energy reads, if your opponent has any special energy attached to their active Pokemon, it's automatically knocked out. So you automatically get to KO any Pokemon with a special energy attached. And Max is going to be piloting Mew VMAX, and you know there's going to be some special energy in that deck.
This feels like probably a pretty good matchup for Michael, honestly. And it's hard to say that a deck has a good matchup versus Mew VMAX, right?
Hey, you know what Michael's hand looks like right now?
Is it not good?
It's
or
literally
or is it the gas?
It's literally an Ultra Ball, a single strike mustard, an Ultra Ball, a single strike mustard, and an air balloon, and something else. So
he's cracked.
He could just Ultra Ball literally for the Arceus V-Star next turn, mustard for the Beedrill, air balloon,
gosh.
And then the most insane thing about pairing Arceus V-Star with the Beedrill is the most difficult part about doing the mustard Beedrill play is finding the grass energy afterwards. But if you could just use your V-Star power to go get it,
right,
pack it up.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
It. Yeah.
That is incredible.
That
is so good. Yeah,
it's correct.
So the way Michael is going to want to approach this matchup is to try to just take 2-3 prize KOs, most likely. Now, if Arceus V-Star can come in and one-hit KO a Mew V, that's obviously pretty good. And now with Max putting 2 energy on a Mew V, that seems like a reasonable option. But usually, Michael is going to want to one-hit KO a VMAX with the Flygon, and then one-hit KO a VMAX with the Beedrill. Just attacking 3 times effectively, since 1 time needs to be done with the Arceus to power up Flygon. That is pretty good, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. Now, Max, it looks like not going to be attacking with that Meloetta on the first turn, unfortunately, so no chance of a big turn 1 knockout with Meloetta. But powering up the Mew, so we might see a little Psychic Leap for some damage, as there's already 1 power tablet in play. So it is doing a base 100 damage. I guess it is theoretically possible to take a knockout on a Arceus
oh my
V
goodness.
with a Psychic Leap. Though I hope that that's not what we're about to see.
It is possible. That's not something that had literally ever crossed my mind, but yes, it could happen.
It could happen with the choice belt and 4 power tablets, but not likely. So we'll probably just end up seeing a Psychic Leap for some middling amount of damage.
But is it even good to attack with your Mew here? This 70 damage is pretty irrelevant.
Completely.
And then you're putting your 2 energy Mew in harm's way of an Arceus. That all Michael needs to do is attach a double turbo energy, and that's 180. That's enough to KO it.
My favorite thing about this, oh yeah, he's doing it.
But I guess psychically
and
not going to shuffle it in.
And the thing is, this Beedrill, he doesn't even know because it's a closed deck list.
Yeah.
So the Beedrill's just about to come out the gut.
He's going to get hit with the sauce.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, this is a little awkward, though. Michael does have to discard the air balloon, but the mustard's in hand, so you just have to go for it.
You have to do it. You don't want to, but I
what
guess
Michael could do is Ultra Ball away the mustard and then use the V-Star power for another mustard.
Right. Yeah, so that is certainly possible. I think that...
Or, is it better to use the V-Star power for the air balloon, I guess, after the mustard, right?
Yeah, Michael's going to search the deck real quick with Energy Search, see what is available in the deck. Gonna grab a Grass Energy. And grabbing the Grass Energy, are we going to see a crazy Beedrill mustard play now.
It's interesting that the grass energy got grabbed. Michael pretty much has to discard that, right? So I wonder what's the benefit of discarding the grass versus the energy search? Is there some way to recover? Oh, he plays training court.
Three of them.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
getting it into
that makes
the
perfect sense.
Getting the energy into the discard pile is actually a pretty reasonable way to find it. So yeah. Michael is going to Ultra Ball for
There
the
it is.
Arceus, and here it is. Beedrill is going to get searched out with the effect of Single Strike Mustard. Single Strike Mustard can only be played if it's the last card in your hand, and thanks to Ultra Ball, Michael was able to pare his hand down perfectly, and now he will draw 5 cards per the effect of Single Strike Mustard.
Michael just needs a switch card and a double turbo energy, and has the quick ball to go get the Flygon to just throw a bunch of energies on that. Michael is just
zooming.
This is so sick. This is so sick.
This is quite sick. Yes, this is very, very cool. And what's so awesome about this is that the Arceus is huge.
Yes.
It takes a knockout on this Mew and sets Michael up 2 prizes, and then in the back pocket, there's a Beedrill.
Yeah.
Like, what? I can't just I can't just burn through my deck and knock out the Arceus because that Beedrill just is going to punish me.
I like how Max is like, yeah, I'm definitely going to need to read that card. Like, I would definitely want to read the Flygon too. Like,
hand her over. And this is why this matchup is so nuts, because with a Flygon V on the bench, if Michael is able to pull off the Trinity Nova this turn, which he will, because he'll use the Starbirth ability to make sure he does.
Yeah,
right?
if he doesn't draw it off this Crobat.
Yes, if he doesn't draw it off the Crobat, he's going to forcibly, use the power, right, to accelerate 3 energy from the deck to Flygon, which means that Michael's going to have 2 Pokemon that could both one-hit KO Mew in play on turn 2. With a fully loaded Arceus in the active.
What is this deck? This deck is so sick.
This deck is cracked, man. I know. Frank texted me. Okay. He's like, I got the cracked deck. And I was like, yeah, man. Sure.
I've heard a story you've heard before.
This is a very Frank thing to say. Yes. And I gotta give it to him. This deck is some sauce.
This is pretty sweet.
Yes.
Michael uses that VSTAR power, Starbirth, grabs the air balloon. Now Arceus V will move to the bench. Double turbo to the active, and Trinity Nova KOs the Mew V and puts 3 energy onto the Flygon. The Flygon is set up and ready to go. Draconic Impulse can just KO a Mew VMAX.
This deck is nuts. This deck is crazy. Oh, man.
What does Max even do?
It just like that, Michael has gone to 4 prizes remaining. Beedrill online. I honestly think, man, Beedrill's the GOAT.
Yeah, Beedrill is such an insane threat, to be honest. Like, it can just one-hit KO anything. It doesn't care about HP. It's just knocked out.
Yes. And in order to adequately deal with it, you'd have to gust it up and take a single prize knockout. Yeah, right. With a Flygon on Michael's bench and an Arceus V-Star. It's checkmate.
What can Max do? It's tough. There's nothing. Yeah. I mean, Michael plays 3 training court, and Max also plays 2, so it's pretty likely that training court's going to get played. The only thing Michael needs is 1 more energy card onto the Flygon, and it's just knockout. This is insane.
It is so nuts. I can't believe that this deck is working. But I mean, that's the beauty of Arceus V-Star. It just pieces everything together, and you can have all these different Pokemon with different energy types. And not only does Arceus give you the consistency to pull off the mustard supporter, but it also gives you the option to accelerate 2 different types of energy from the deck to your bench Pokemon to power up an attacker like Flygon. I'm not gonna lie, I read Flygon, I was like, this guy's bulk, bro, like total bulk. Like, go ahead. And
Well, if you read my set review, you would have known it at least has potential. It does so much damage, dude.
I think this is so funny. I mean, it is amazing to see. There's no greater joy for me casting than getting surprised by something that I wasn't expecting. And this is the excitement of a release weekend tournament. Is we get to be the first to see these decks and ideas and action, and creative deck building is rewarded at events like this, and this is really a joy to see.
Very exciting. Max gonna keep playing it out. Has energy spread on a bunch of different Pokemon here, so could even have a hard time attacking. I think Fog Crystal can grab the basic Psychic at least, so as long as a Mew VMAX comes out, Max can attack, but it's not even enough to knock out Arceus. It will be enough to knock out this Arceus V, though.
Sure, right. I think it is definitely, the most reasonable thing to set up. You are losing an Air Balloon. I mean, maybe Crobat, but I think that Michael probably just doesn't want to worry about having to move something. Frankly, because Michael,
you don't really care about having a pivot whenever everything on your board is a threat.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. That's what I'm thinking from Michael's side. Michael, in order to win, Michael just needs to keep momentum at this point. So the last thing you want is to like have your opponent rope something up and then you have to retreat it or something like that. So I think that Michael might be thinking that maybe, maybe if this thing gets knocked out, great, I'm going to come in for another big, knockout either way. And if it doesn't, then I'll just retreat it and carry on.
Yep. Training Court grabs the Psychic Energy from the discard pile, but I think Max whiffed the Mew VMAX.
Oof.
So another Psychic Leap? That's not even knocking out this Arceus V.
Yeah.
I guess you can attach to Meloetta and go with that. Like, that at least gets you 2 prizes here, but
it does.
That's losing a lot of your gas.
You're offering up a single prizer, so
yeah, sure.
If you offer up the single prizer, then Michael could take that knockout, then knock out 1 Mew VMAX in order to win. There are 2 Meloetta on Max's side of the board, and if there are 2 Meloetta on Max's side of the board, then maybe I don't even think that there's enough Fusion Strike energy to reliably attack with both of those Meloetta.
No.
Yeah. Definitely not, right? Yeah. So that other Meloetta is kind of just sitting there.
One's already been KO'd, so like...
Yeah, exactly. So I think that the routes to victory, knocking out a Meloetta and a Mew VMAX, is very realistic for Michael.
Right. I think Michael... Well, Max is going to go with the Psychic Leap, which is not even enough to KO, so... Michael here is feeling great. I think the safe thing for Michael is just to attack with the Arceus again.
Oh, yes.
Max is just going to send up this... Oh, it's going to be a Psychic Leap. That makes sense. Okay.
That does make sense. I think that offering up the Meloetta without the energy is fine, because this is the only route that Max has to force both Meloetta to get knocked out and a Mew VMAX, which gives him the maximum amount of time.
So if Michael puts a Grass Energy onto the Beedrill and then just accelerates 1 more energy from the deck to the Flygon,
it's checkmate.
I think that's checkmate.
A boss's
orders just for good measure,
yeah, might as well just take out your only Mew V while I'm at it. With my Arceus VSTAR, Trinity Nova can accelerate more energy into play. Awkwardly, you can't accelerate to your Beedrill, but it's fine. The Training Court is going to give you the option to get energy back for the Beedrill throughout the game.
Yep.
And at this point, it does seem like Michael's really got this one locked up. I mean, knocking out another Mew V with the Arceus, 2 prizes left. It's scoop o'clock. Yeah, Max is gonna go ahead and concede and sees that there's really no point in continuing to play this match. Bro,
insane plays.
That was nuts. Yeah.
This deck is so cool, man.
The turn 2 Mustard. Yeah, the turn 2 Mustard was really hyped to see without even relying on the Starbirth ability to get it. And I think who was it that we saw with the turn 1 mustard earlier?
It was
today?
Kevin earlier, right?
Kevin
Yeah,
earlier,
yeah.
yes. So that was really hype. I think Kevin said he got a turn 1 mustard twice so far, and there's only one in that deck.
Yeah.
Yes, and twice at that point when we saw Kevin, round 2 or 3.
Yes,
he had mustard turn 1 twice.
Yeah, this deck plays 3 mustard, so it is very heavy on the mustard. Extra mustard, please.
I love mustard. Yes, but I think that this is going to be something that we see more of. Single Strike Mustard is a card that has a ton of potential. It just brings a Pokemon out of the deck and puts it onto your bench.
Yeah.
It draws you cards. You can get it consistently with Ultra Ball and Arceus VSTAR, and it's starting to seem like these kinds of strategies are going to be strategies we're only starting to see the beginning of here at Full Grip Games.
The way this is built is really kind of reminding me of just like good old Archie's Blastoise decks, with the Cramomatics, you've got computer search through the Arceus V-Star, right?
Yeah.
Of course, Ultra Ball comes back, super sick, and this deck is very fun to watch.
Very fun to watch indeed. Looks like these players are getting shuffled up for the next game, so let's get down to the table and see what they've got for us.
Looks like Michael already has his basic ready to go. Max needs to find one on the other side of the table. Now, as Max, is there any real adjustment to be made? Or if your opponent just gets the stones like that, is it just you can't do anything?
Yeah, dude, there's nothing you can do, man. It's looking rough. Okay, so for Max, I think if Max is able to go first and just do what Mew does best, lean into Meloetta early on, don't offer up any Mew VMAX, any spicy Mew VMAX knockouts for the Beedrill, right? And just lean into Meloetta, take some real pointed knockouts, maybe stop an Arceus V-Star from coming into play altogether. This could be Max's strategy. Just got to go fast, right? And no looking back. So I think that going first is certainly going to do Max some favors, and getting that turn 1 battle VIP pass. It looks as if Max is having a solid turn 1 already.
Very solid indeed. 4 Fusion Strike Pokemon already in play. The Meloetta in the active spot, certainly the ideal attacker. But speaking of ideal, Michael has started that Arceus V, which with its attack just accelerates 3 energies out of the deck. The Trinity Charge, getting you 3 energies onto a Pokemon V. So if Michael can just bench a Flygon, it doesn't do damage, but you're still getting your important attacker powered up, which is really strong.
Right, a double turbo energy would allow Michael to use it. We don't see one right now. In fact, this hand is a little... Oh, there is one. And there is a quick ball as well, and a Cremomatic. So there's actually a lot to consider in this hand.
Oh my gosh, if he mustards, I just don't even know what I'm going to do.
Do it. Oh, let's go.
I think there's a mustard in hand. I think that's that second card to the left.
I do think that there... I think he's pared it down like the Archies. This is like
it's Archies. It is Archies.
It's like the Archies he's seeing. If
I think he needs a Cremomatic heads to make it happen, but
for an Ultra Ball, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So,
but it is very much possible.
This is Archies, bro.
That's a heads. He got the heads.
Ooh, here he goes.
This is what you want to see. This is what Pokemon is about. The unique deck building, crazy combos like this.
God.
This is the excitement of the release weekend. Something you would have never expected to see. Wow, what a deck that this crew has come up with.
Yeah, this is so neat. With that Cremomatic, I'm thinking we're going to be seeing a turn 1 mustard play from Michael. Turn 1 going second. I've been hearing about the turn 1 mustards, but seeing it in action,
woo!
Oh man, what a rush.
Unreal.
Off of the Cremomatic, you can get an Ultra Ball, which is what Michael gets. I mean, you think about it, flip a heads on Cremomatic, That's like half a Starbirth.
Yeah.
Just for free.
Fair.
Yeah. Well, Ultra Ball away the Rod and the Fighting Energy, and I like Michael's decision to get a second Arceus down because that Arceus V-Star is going to be an integral part of setting this deck up. And here we go. Turn one Mustard double turbo energy.
Unreal.
On the active Arceus V. If Michael can just draw into a Flygon V, there's going to be 5 energy in play turn one with the double turbo, and then the Flygon powered up, and then
a Beedrill ready to go.
Beedrill. Oh man, this is a lot to comprehend.
And there's an Ultra Ball. That's it. The Flygon ready to go. Energy search as well to put a energy in the discard pile for the training court. Is Michael just going with the Starbirth right away, though?
I think he's just going with the...
the Trinity Charge.
Trinity Charge to the other Arceus, I think is where we're going. I don't think that Michael necessarily even cares to get a Flygon into play yet, as there is no target for it to knock out, really, and the Meloetta is probably going to be the aggressor this next turn.
Okay, sure.
So, really, I think Michael is saying, like, all right, I want to knock out the Meloetta with an Arceus V-Star guaranteed.
And then that is what powers up your Flygon
Yes,
V.
and then the next one powers up the Flygon V. So that's what we've got from Michael this turn, and Michael's had about as good of a turn one as you can possibly have.
What a deck, man. What a deck. Max has not even had a bad start or anything like that, but I already feel like this game is going Michael's way. This is insane. Michael also holding the Ultra Ball as well, as opposed to getting the Flygon, because that is out to the Arceus V-Star, of course.
Or to another Mustard.
Yes. Oh, wow. We're doing another one, baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that Michael will Mustard turn 1, turn 2.
Honestly, if you just Mustard twice, do you even need Flygon?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because you Ultra Ball for the Arceus V-Star, and then you use Arceus V-Star to Mustard again.
Yeah.
So, and then you've got another one.
And you've got 2 Beedrill that just 1-hit KO, 2 Mew VMAX.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Ooh, but the escape rope. Okay, that's a tough call there. So Michael will lose the Beedrill, though. That's what Michael needs to do, but it is quite unfortunate.
I do agree with the sacrificial Beedrill, because there's another one coming. I'm telling you, he's got it next turn.
And that's why he's okay with this play, yes.
Yes, I'm okay with the sacrificial Bee, yes.
Fog Crystal can grab out an basic Psychic Pokemon or a basic Energy to try to attack. Max needing the Alessa Sparkle. Is that in hand? Yes, there it is. Can grab 2 Fusion Strike Energies from the deck. Gonna target both of the Mews. I believe there's a Fusion Strike Energy in hand already. So now, as long as Max finds the Mew VMAX, the active can attack and 1-hit KO this Beedrill, and Max might feel safe with with no Beedrill in play. But if Michael can Starbirth and Mustard it out, Michael could just 1-hit KO the Mew this turn.
Yes, which would be pretty wild.
Yep.
Yeah. So we've got another Fusion Strike Energy probably going to get dropped onto the Meloetta. It does seem like that's probably
going to go with that as opposed to the Mew.
Yeah, that's going to be the attacker of choice.
Sure.
Doing 210 damage, pretty solid. And we've got another Fusion Strike system from Max. Fill his hand to 6. And still one more after this. Switch and Power Tablet in the hand. Not really cards that he needs to burn this turn, so we see him conserve them, and I agree with that. No need to really do too much.
Can draw one more, just get the one more card.
The Mew
drawn.
VMAX in play, though.
Yeah, but you can't Mustard and Boss, right?
No, you can't. Yes. But still.
It is there.
The Mew VMAX is there now with a Fusion Strike Energy on it.
So the game plan is pretty set up for Michael, to be honest. You Arceus V-Star to knock out this Meloetta and accelerate to a Flygon. If you pull off the Mustard this turn, that is pretty good too.
Yep.
And then you have this other Arceus ready to go that can KO.
You already see, I'm telling you, dude, you see the hands working, like you already know, like it's a coming.
It's Mustard time.
It's Mustard time. I mean, maybe there's the Crobat there, which is making things like a little bit weird.
You can discard it.
You definitely can. Yes, and that's if
you can put the second double turbo on the active as well, because it still knocks out the Meloetta.
It does.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think that that's probably fine. There's an energy search, burnable card, right?
Yep.
So it's just asking yourself, do I want to use my V-Star power now, or do I want to use it later? Either way, Michael doesn't have anything in the hand.
Yeah, I think you have to use it here.
I think it's fine.
Michael
to use
might be debating if it's okay to mustard or if he should just research this turn and then look to mustard later. But the thing is if you research now with your V-Star power, you're going to have a harder time setting up the mustard. So
I agree.
You just got to go with it, I feel like.
You got to go with the mustard. Gets +1, +1 Pokemon into play. I mean, I think Michael could be debating a boss this turn.
Okay.
He's got the boss in his hand. He's probably eyeing up the Mew with the fusion energy on it and says, like, okay, I could take 2 prizes this turn if I want to, but then you're just ignoring the Meloetta, which will come back. Yeah. So I think the Meloetta has to get knocked out.
Well, Michael is grabbing a basic energy here off this energy search, which will make it harder to mustard.
I'll probably go on to the active.
Well, so he's got an Ultra Ball away.
Yeah, he's got it. Yeah,
no, because he's got double turbo in hand. Yeah, he is going to go for the boss play.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Crobat.
Okay.
Yeah, I like this.
This is just fine.
Yep.
Set up yourself a little bit more, and then you still keep access to your V-Star power. You still take 2 prizes. You go down this would be his first knockout, so you still have 4 remaining. So
yeah,
if you're setting up Flygon on the bench, like, you're still in a good spot. You don't have to Beedrill, right? You can just Flygon the Mew VMAX that's in play.
In fact, arguably, since Beedrill has already been taken out and the rest of the Pokemon in Michael's deck are all 2-prizers, arguably you're better off, maybe only saving the Beedrill for a finishing 1-hit KO at the end of the game if you need it, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess for Max, though, the difference between knocking out Beedrill and Crobat is pretty much nothing, because your minimum damage is pretty much 210, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
So
this is true.
So with this Cramomatic heads, Michael does search out the Arceus V-Star Ultra Ball. I have a feeling is going to eye up the Flygon V.
Yep, and here it goes. Flygon V on the bench, and Michael can just evolve the active with the air balloon into the Arceus V-Star, right?
Wait, he can still mustard this turn, though, if he wants to.
He bossed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Of course.
So here we are with the Arceus V-Star using Trinity Nova to knock out the Mew with the Fusion Strike energy, taking Michael down to just 4 prizes remaining.
Yep.
And accelerating 2 energy from the deck to the Flygon. The Flygon a little bit light on energy because I guess there are a lot of energy in play already.
Yeah, it can be a little weird because you pull all your energy out of the deck. And this is actually... this could be a little sketchy for Michael because Flygon does require 4 energy to attack. But Michael does have the Arceus that is on the bench that can attack a Genesect still or a Meloetta.
The deck plays Raihan.
And the deck plays Raihan. Okay,
and Michael has not used the V-Star power yet.
That is true.
So Michael could very easily Raihan, V-Star power, Starbirth for the Raihan, and make that play, force that play to happen with the Flygon.
Max has a huge hand, which is usually pretty awkward with the Mew VMAX, but luckily a lot of burnable cards. Quick Ball can pretty easily choose to discard the Battle VIP Pass, and then Switch is not too relevant either. This will grab any Pokemon out of the deck, and I don't think there was a good choice there. Max has a Mew VMAX in there. Oh, there's a Mew V as well, but Max is going to choose to not grab that Mew V. I'm pretty sure that's what that was.
And there is the Flygon. Yes, Flygon V making its way on top of the energy. Very nice. And yeah, just trying to craft, like, where's Max's routes? I guess the Meloetta on the bench is, like, loaded up and ready to go again.
Yep.
But, that Meloetta will go down. Mike will be at 3 prizes remaining. And with Max unable to take a 3-prize knockout because Michael does not play any 3-prize Pokemon, there is no way for Max to win in 2 turns.
Nope.
Which is... I mean, that's the great thing about Pokemon V-Star. My goodness, like, it's so frustrating to see a game end so fast. Even just the addition of 1 extra turn with Pokemon V-Star as opposed to Pokemon VMAX being everywhere, the games get much more dynamic.
Boss's Orders grabs that Flygon from the bench, brings it active, and I think Michael is A-okay with this. You lose your big guy, kind of the
Fine.
star of the deck outside of the Arceus V-Star. I don't know. Where do you rank the stars of this deck between Flygon, Arceus, and the Beedrill? But Michael is still going to be fine since Starbirth can set up this Mustard to get the Beedrill out and just respond KO this Mew.
I think Kevin said it best. It's an Arceus deck.
Yeah.
It's an Arceus. Arceus is the star. This deck doesn't exist if not for that monster of a Pokemon that just makes everything work. It's the glue that holds it all together. It's an Arceus deck, Arceus and friends, and that's really what all the Arceus decks are. They got all these different kinds of Pokemon that become so much better when they're next to Arceus.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Michael's fine to send up the air ballooned Arceus V-Star here. Cram-O-Matic, just air. He's already got the Ultra Ball in hand.
Yo,
this is
Mustard knockout.
This is it.
This is it.
Has the pieces pretty much lined up. Has to make sure.
Well,
I mean, it has
the
the
tails.
Well, it has the V-Star power. So it's
Oh,
fine.
right.
Yeah.
Ooh, but it's not. Yeah, he's into
Fist
it.
pump.
Fist pump. Yes.
Love it.
Honestly, if I was 3 for 3 on Cram-O-Matic heads at 401, I'd be fist pumping too.
Filthy.
Yeah, that is a.
The thing is,
definitely-
I think you just grab a card to discard with the Ultra Ball here, right? Like, and then you can go get. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I think you just grab a card to discard with the Ultra Ball that's in your hand, and then you still have to use the V-Star power. It would be nice if you could save your V-Star power for a boss's orders, right, for the last turn.
Right.
In case, but Max doesn't even have a Mew VMAX in play, so it doesn't even matter. Like a Mew V to evolve into a VMAX next turn. So if Michael just knocks out this Mew VMAX, everything in play gets knocked out by the Arceus V-Star.
This is insane. Yeah, that's serious. Yep.
The one with the choice belt on the bench, as long as it evolves into an Arceus, I suppose.
Right, because then the only attacker that Max can really promote is, going to be the Meloetta, which definitely gets knocked out by anything on Michael's board. So Max will be in a position where the choice belted Arceus V will be able to actually knock out anything that Max can potentially have.
Yeah.
So it's got to be, I think that it's got to be a Beedrill play this turn, right?
Yes. So Ultra Ball can grab the second Arceus V-Star.
And there's a training core already in play, right?
Right.
So then that can get the grass energy
Exactly,
from the discard
for the
pile.
Beedrill, yes.
Yep. So
Ultra Ball grabs this Arceus. Starbirth will get just some burnable card and a Mustard. Mustard out the Beedrill. Beedrill comes into play. You draw 5 cards. You get the grass off the training court.
Yep.
And then that is knocking out the Mew, and that is set up for the game. Because the Arceus V-Star on the bench with 3 energy on it, just 1 hit KOs everything in Max's field.
Yeah, there are 2 ordinary rod in this deck, bro.
Wow.
So sick. Air balloon, burnable card, just whatever.
Anything that can be played. And
Yeah.
the air balloon is probably the best choice because it can just go on the Crobat, which theoretically could get stuck active for a turn.
Yep.
And so now you take away that potential lose condition. And even though it's really not a lose condition because you can just get an energy with Training Court, right? So you might as well just grab that card and boom, more Mustard with the Beedrill. And Michael has the KO set up. This is so sick.
Insanity. The Mustard Beedrill play with the guaranteed energy because of the training court. Arceus V-Star might be the best engine the Pokemon trading card game's ever seen.
It's a little hard to call that this early with, the Titans that Zoroark GX was, but this is pretty insane.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. This is insane.
That was crazy.
You realize it's just got teammates, but you don't need anyone to get knocked out. It's just got teammates. It's got teammates. It does 180 damage. Zoroark did 120 damage, man. This thing does 200 damage, accelerates 3 energy into play. It's nuts. He's got 280 hit points because of 2 prizes.
This card is very, very good.
The card's bananas. You can even turn off its weakness with Dunsparce. It's absolutely
And
bananas.
they play the Dunsparce.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The card's bananas. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a one-man engine. That's
what do you think about, we saw Michael discard that Spiritomb last turn. What do you think about the decision to play that tech for the Mad Parties and the Wormadams?
If your deck is already broken and beats everything else, why not? If you've already got everything else covered, then knock yourself out. Whatever. I already think that honestly, Arceus V-Star is just pretty good against Mad Party because it's huge and only gives up 2 prizes and is like relatively tough to knock out. So you're going to force the Mad Party deck to put a lot of dudes in the discard pile. Yeah, that could do some damage at the end of the game.
Do some
I mean,
damage.
it's automatic. It basically auto wins the matchup. It's 1 card. So I don't hate it. You know? You got to take some risks in order to win an event sometimes, and I think that's a fair one. If you see a Mad Party deck in top 8, you're gonna be licking your chops.
You'll be happy. Oh, 4 tablets on the table. It's not relevant, but that is sick.
That is sick. With Michael having just 1 prize remaining, yeah, the Meloetta will, take the 1-hit knockouts.
It's kind of weird to see 4 tablets on a turn where you only have 1 Fusion Strike energy in play.
Yeah.
So it's only adding 120 to your base of 70.
This is nuts. Wow. I mean, Michael's got checkmate on board. There's nothing that Max can do to stop it. Max does have just 3 prizes remaining, but I mean, it's just there's no way for Max to take 3 prizes this turn. There's no 3 prize Pokemon to play. There was no Mew in play last turn, and Michael just sitting with 2 fully powered Arceus V-Star on the bench, just going to promote 1 and take the game-winning knockout.
That's it.
Michael emerging victorious, moving to
Wow.
5-0-1 with the Arceus V-Star Flygon v Beedrill deck. Didn't think I'd be saying that.
What a sentence.
It was truly a pleasure to see that deck in action, Chip.
I hope we get to see more of it.
I do as well. I mean, you know that I'm a man who loves Beedrill.
You have,
Yes.
I think if you looked at your YouTube channel, there are quite a few videos that have Beedrill in the thumbnail.
Because it's sick. It's so sick. And now, before it was like, in order to consistently get the Beedrill out with Mustard, you pretty much had to play the Intellion engine.
Yeah.
But now, the Arceus engine, you get to save so much space.
Yep.
Intellion is like a 4-4-3 commitment. You're in.
Plus level balls, yeah.
You're in for a lot for the Intellion. You get hardly any deck space to do anything else that's cool. But with Arceus, it's like the one-man show, It's just it accelerates the energy. It gets you exactly what you need. It does everything all at once. It can win matchups all by itself. Even if the rest of your deck decided not to show up, Arceus could just win some games doing just Arceus things.
It is that good.
It is that good. So to see Michael move on to 5-0-1 with this deck is very rewarding, and I'm looking forward to getting Michael back here and seeing what he has to say about his tournament run so far.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear about his past rounds. I wonder how many Mews he's taken down today, because that matchup, I mean, I don't think in all the testing of the last, several formats, like this past format, Fusion Strike format, like everyone is trying to find a deck that consistently beats Mew VMAX. And even the decks that consistently beat Mew VMAX, it's like 60% of the time.
Right.
That seems like it is hard to lose to Mew VMAX.
I would agree. Yes, I think that the way that you lose is if they just get the insane pop-off with Meloetta, like turn 1 going second, and you had like maybe a lackluster turn 1.
Yes.
That's like it.
So it's if they have the best turn and you had a bad turn.
Yes.
If that doesn't happen, like it seems like a pretty solid matchup, which is weird to say about a Mew VMAX matchup.
Yeah, especially with like a rogue deck that is just showing up. So that's really exciting to see. It seems like Brilliant Stars is definitely going to be shaking up this standard metagame. So stoked to get Michael back here. We'll be right back with the player interview in just a moment. I am here with Michael Slutsky, hot off his round 6 win, 5-0-1 with the spicy Beedrill Flygon deck. How did you get here?
About a month ago, Frank Persick messaged me, and he was like, I got this spicy deck, and he sent it to me, and I booked my ticket, because I was like, this deck seems so cool. I don't care if I do poorly. It just looks really fun, and it ended up being pretty good.
That's awesome. Yes, it is. It is really sick to see in action. How many times have you mustarded today?
Every game for sure, at least once.
Yeah.
Like including in sets, like 3 times in a set.
Yeah.
It's just there's like a natural combination of cards that gets there, and then also Arceus VSTAR is just like one of the most like broken cards I've ever seen. So
yeah, it really is.
When you can like in the second game, when you can get a mustard off without using the VSTAR ability, it basically guarantees a second mustard at some point. So I don't know, it's crazy.
It is crazy. I mean, crazy is the only way to describe it. I don't think we actually got to see the Flygon attack that set.
Yeah.
Because it was targeted down. But how important has Flygon been to the success of the deck? And have you taken any crazy knockouts with Flygon as well?
Well, if I ever knock something out with it, I'll let you know. I think I played like 4 Mew today.
Yes.
And they just race it down every time. And I
Sure.
mean, it's kind
of a deterrent.
Yeah, it's almost like bait.
Yes.
Like that Flygon in the second game had the grass energy, and I knew he was gonna, because he was like, I gotta knock this out.
They always have it.
And so it puts the grass in the discard for the training court. So
Beedrill.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I maybe knocked something out with Flygon once.
You're right.
In some game.
Yeah.
But I mean, I assume if I play against a non-Mew VMAX, like a single strike or something, it would be good there.
For sure.
But I'll let you know when that happens.
Right. Flygon's dope. I mean, it's cool he's just getting some action. I honestly thought that was like a bulk common V, a bulk V for sure.
Yeah, I didn't even know what it did until Frank sent me the list.
No, yeah, that card does not read good.
Yeah.
At all. So definitely impressive to see that. And also awesome to see you just back at the tournament scene. What have you been up to? You're in Madison right now, right?
Or... I'm in Minnesota.
Minnesota, that's right.
Yeah.
Minneapolis. Okay.
Just, hanging out. When the tournaments got announced, I was kind of debating like whether or not I wanted to start playing, and I had some credit from canceled flights because of COVID. So I came here, and I don't know, I kind of want to start playing again just because I'm, doing well here. So
it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun just to see people too.
Yeah, it's been a good time. And this deck, like the VSTAR mechanic, I feel like is like really cool.
Yeah.
It feels like they made a mistake going away from GXs, and now they're like that mechanic, and now they're trying to bring it back. But Arceus, there's like so many options you can do every turn. And then also, I mean, like, I made a joke. I was trying to like achievement hunt this weekend, so I wanted to knock a VMAX out with a Beedrill the turn that I mustered it. And so that guy allowed me to do that in the second game.
Let's
so that's
go.
like an achievement checked off.
There you go.
And my other achievement that I'm trying to hunt for this weekend is donking somebody with a Beedrill. So don't know if we'll get there, but that's my other objective this weekend.
Well, I think congratulations, Michael. You're truly a Beedrill player now.
Thank
yes,
you. Yeah.
It is a rush, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, my very first competitive deck back in 2009 was Speedrill.
Oh,
with Band Attack Beedrill. So it feels kind of cool
sick.
to rep my guy.
Yeah,
so.
Love it. Well, congratulations on 501. We'll be rooting for you, hoping to see you in top 8. We'll be right back with round 7 after this quick break. Looks as if round 7 is kicking off with... we got Riley Hulbert on the right, so I'm going to adjust my
fix that name,
overlay. But yes, we have got Riley Hulbert on the right with a Duraludon VMAX deck with Arceus VSTAR. And what does Keegan got for us, Chip?
Keegan is also playing Arceus VSTAR, but instead of Duraludon, we see the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. And this is a really cool matchup to me because both of these decks, Ice Rider and Duraludon, they were like okay decks in the last format or two. They were just fine, weren't outstanding by any means. Duraludon, I think, won a few tournaments. Ice Rider won a couple tournaments online here and there. But both of these decks got big time buffs by Arceus VSTAR because it helps with the energy acceleration, which was such a problem for them previous to this.
Yeah, looking at the attachment of the double turbo energy to the Ice Rider V, I'm like, does that belong there? But I guess Ride of the High King can get used for the cost of a double turbo energy, 2 colorless energy. And Max Lance does read, you may discard up to 2 energy from this Pokemon. So you can just sack the double turbo energy to satisfy the requirement for Max Lance.
Yes.
To do maximum damage 250 damage, 280 with that choice belt.
And then -20 for the double turbo energy. 260. But yes, it is. Yeah, exactly. But
funny,
yeah, and
even
it
if
also
you discard the double turbo, it's -21st.
the damage calculation occurs before any effects. But Keegan just doesn't have much of anything and is forced to pass over to Riley. Riley, with a solid start, got an energy on an Arceus V, and right away, wow.
Flips over the VSTAR marker like he's been doing it all day.
And you know what card he grabbed right away?
The double turbo energy.
Well,
no,
that rapid strike mustard.
Single
strike mustard.
The other strike. Yes. Single strike mustard. He's
nope,
going
just kidding.
for
It was a choice belt.
Oh,
and that's the game.
And that's the game.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, that yeah. The Ice Rider. I was thinking in my head it had 220, but it does have 210. No, it's 210.
Is it 210?
Yep,
Yeah,
and that is exactly enough with the choice belt. Very unfortunate for Keegan, but really unfortunate for Keegan.
Yeah.
Never how you want to start a round.
No.
Especially, we barely even got settled in.
I was just getting into my vibe, really. And then, Riley flipped over that marker so nonchalant was like, is over, dude.
So both of these players are 4-0-2.
Yeah.
And in order to stay in contention for top 8, they need to win both rounds.
Right.
If either player loses, they're at that point playing for top 16.
Right.
Which is still a solid accomplishment at a tournament of 156, 55 players.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good to make it into the top 16 of a field of that size, but
everybody wants to make top 8.
You want to make top 8.
Yeah,
got to get to top
here
cut.
All day. Riley flew here from Madison, Wisconsin, just to hang with the homies this weekend.
And that's where the money starts as well, where people are playing for the $2,000 split amongst the top 8. So that is a very, very bad start for Keegan here in round number 7. When the last 2 rounds are the most crucial, you have to win both.
You do, with 2 ties on the record. Riley's got to be looking for, or both players looking for that 602 to catapult them into top 8. And this Arceus Duraludon deck seems to be very consistent from what we've seen. And I mean, Arceus Ice Rider also seems very consistent. Just a very unfortunate hand on for Keegan, I think. Looks like these guys have got their hands drawn for game 2. So let's get down to the table and see if Keegan can mount a little bit of a comeback.
Riley does have a mulligan to start with, so Keegan will get at least 1 extra card. Riley only plays 6 basic Pokemon in this deck. It is a 4-2 Arceus VSTAR line and a 2-3 Duraludon VMAX line.
I love the 2-3.
The 2-3.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think I was trying to sell you guys on the 2-3
You were
last
selling
night,
us on the 2-3.
And I did sell you on the 2-3 last night.
Yeah, well,
because of the mustard.
Yeah, the mustard is...
The mustard was sick.
Insane card.
Yes, the mustard was sick. It's like, you don't just play the Duraludon without the mustard.
No.
You have to. For the style points alone.
And you definitely earn style points when you bust out a mustard on stream.
And the intimidation factor.
It is quite intimidating.
Yes, when you mustard, you're asserting your dominance.
Oh.
On the tabletop, yes.
Yes.
Yes, and I will get my Pokemon straight out the deck. Slap it onto the bench. No evolution required.
Yep.
Yes.
So Riley, needing to find a basic, definitely wants to start that Arceus V. We've talked about this before, how good that card is just on its own. The Trinity Charge attack for 2 colorless, letting you accelerate 3 energy from the deck to your Pokemon V in play. If Riley can find the Arceus V as the starter, well, not in this hand, but if that's what Riley starts with, since I have to assume Keegan will be going first.
Yeah.
That is the ideal situation for Riley. And Keegan, on the other side, really is just going to be looking for an energy drop onto an Arceus to try to get into the turn 2 Trinity Nova attack.
Yeah, there's not much that you need, which is one of the amazing things about Arceus in the first place, is that just a basic with an energy drop will do. It's one of the reasons I'm sure that Riley is playing a 4-2 Arceus VSTAR line.
Yeah.
because you only need one Arceus VSTAR, but you must have an Arceus V turn 1 every single game.
Yep.
So, with only 2 Duraludon in the deck, your odds are much higher of starting some Arceus than they are of starting Duraludon. And you don't really want to start the Duraludon because it's not as good as starting Arceus. So there we go. And here is the Arceus, right? It just shows up. And with the choice belt, or not the choice belt, with the big charm as well, just makes Arceus so much more difficult to knock out early in the match.
Definitely. So there's the Arceus on Riley's side. Keegan starts the Ice Rider once again. You definitely would rather start the Arceus V, but Keegan has a whole turn to find a way to get an Arceus V with an energy and into the active spot before next turn, and Quick Ball is a pretty good start.
Definitely. There's also the Path to the Peak in the hand, but it's interesting because the Ice Rider deck also plays Arceus VSTAR, but you usually want to play the path down after you use your Starbirth ability to help get set up. With no water in the hand to discard, Quick Ball is going to discard a Melanie, signaling that Keegan doesn't really have a super Melanie compliant hand going on. So it's probably going to be a different supporter that gets played next turn.
Yeah, Ice Rider loves Melanie. It just adds another energy. It draws you cards. It boosts your damage output. And it's really easy to set it up traditionally with this deck when you were playing the Inteleon engine. But now with Arceus VSTAR, it can be a little tougher because you don't have the Capacious Buckets with the, easy search with the Shady Dealings Inteleon. But Keegan's hand is solid. Has the Air Balloon, which is a huge attachment. Has the double Turbo Energy, which is maybe an even bigger attachment. And we should feel pretty content with where things are at.
Ooh.
Will throw that past the Peak and play. Already has the Arceus VSTAR in hand, so feels comfortable enough to throw this out. Doesn't have to worry about anything else.
This is true.
No need to dig with Crobat or anything.
Riley does have, I think, one of those collapsed stadiums in his hand, which is a cool card to run in this Duraludon VMAX Arceus VSTAR deck. I think that, I was gravitating towards Crystal Cave, but it's not necessary. You don't need to try and, heal every little bit of damage on your Duraludon VMAX anymore because you're just more fast and aggressive. You could just lean into being aggressive, and Collapse Stadium fulfills the role of countering your opponent's path, which you need to do if you're up against a deck that is trying to turn off your Duraludon VMAX's Skyscraper ability. But it's also just mildly disruptive, and that can be nice.
Yeah, especially against decks that love to fill the bench. Inteleon decks want to have a bunch of Sobbles in play. Sometimes if your opponent just drops like 4 Pokemon in play and then you drop the Collapsed Stadium, they've now locked themselves out of being able to use like a Crobat or Lumineon.
See, the Riley finds a Research. First card off of the Pokegear. That is what you want to see. Doesn't have the most exciting hand right now, so that Research is going to be big to allow him to refresh his hand. Can put the Duraludon V down and then just see some more cards.
Definitely looking for that double Turbo Energy.
Oh, yeah. It wants to get things kicked off. And what's kind of funny is that the Duraludon V, which doesn't typically attack, can, in a pinch, one-hit KO a Ice Rider Calyrex.
That Gatling Slug attack. Yeah, it does more damage for each metal energy attached to Duraludon V.
Yes. The Research will net Riley 7 cards, and he does find the double Turbo Energy to equip to his Arceus V, and will use the Trinity Charge attack to go get 3 energy out of the deck and place them onto the bench Duraludon V that has a big charm on it, and with that hard coat ability, it's going to be taking 30 less damage from attacks. That's an effective 280 hit points.
Yeah, that Duraludon V is not going anywhere this turn.
That's for sure.
Sticking around for the party. Keegan, on the other hand, has a double turbo already on the Arceus and has a air balloon on the Ice Rider Calyrex V. So only needing an Arceus VSTAR, which we know was in the hand, and a energy to attack. And, ooh, I actually don't know that I see the energy in hand.
No, it does have, I think, a research, though.
Okay.
And the thing is about this hand is that, yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's like kind of weird and clunky. Getting rid of another Melanie. It's got an escape rope. But, you know, with Keegan having the path in play, Keegan is not going to be able to rely on their own Starbirth ability, right?
Right. Yeah, it needs to draw the energy, but I think getting this hit onto this Duraludon before it evolves and gets that Skyscraper ability is pretty nice. These are definitely... Ideally, if you could just knock out 2 Duraludon and not ever hit into the Arceus, that would be ideal. So I'm sure that's what Keegan would like to do. Has to discard a Path to the Peak on the Ultra Ball, which is a pretty key card, so your Arceus can damage the Duraludon VMAXs. So that is a little unfortunate. But Keegan may eye up the Bidoof. Does play a 1-1 Beedrill line, or sorry, 2-2. Really getting in there with the Beedrills and the Industrious Incisors to draw some extra cards.
Beaver Rider. That's what I've heard this deck called. Yeah.
Beaver Rider.
Yes, the Beaver and then the Ice Rider.
Well, I understood. Yes, thank you, Andrew.
Yes. It's just a different consistency engine than the Italian engine, which you typically see. So it's really nice to see just what had become, you know, just every single deck playing Italian, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to see the addition of some new consistency cards to the format.
Other options.
Like Beedrill and Arceus, which just allow for some more creative deck building decisions.
Absolutely. An interesting tech here from Keegan is that Yveltal with the Cry of Destruction attack. Not relevant in this matchup, but an interesting card to see teched into this list. Definitely there for those Mew VMAX decks.
Yes, the Yveltal can take advantage of the double turbo energy that the deck already runs. And the double turbo energy being in these decks just allows you to splash those cards that are double turbo energy compatible, like Yveltal, so much more easily than you might have in the past, since Twin Energy doesn't work on Pokemon V.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that Yveltal is definitely a nice, cool card that just gives you some different win condition options against a Mew VMAX deck.
So Quick Ball finds, I believe, that second Ice Rider. Keegan is already set up to attack for the turn. 180 damage, minus 30, so 150 being dealt to the Duraludon V. And, we need to make sure the damage, Oh, just kidding.
Oh, the path turns off?
Riley is one step ahead of all of us, man.
Riley's a smart guy.
Yes, that is true.
Not a lot gets past him.
Nope.
Yep. So that's Arceus VSTAR attack. Will accelerate 3 water energy from the deck to Keegan's Pokemon.
Spreading the energy out a bit, too.
Yes, and then it's going to be up to Riley, the escape rope, bringing up the Duraludon and giving us some foul treatment, which is not great for Riley, because if Riley evolves that into a Duraludon VMAX, that's an easy 3 prizes.
Yeah, I almost wonder if he won't evolve this now.
Yeah. Could just swing.
Yeah.
As a 2-prizer.
I mean, you're only hitting for 90 damage at the moment with Gatling Swing. So maybe it is better to still just do 220. You give up the 3. You could go with 2 Arceus V-Star this game. 2 Arceus V-Star, 1 Duraludon. Is that the same thing?
Here's the deal, is you have to evolve it. Riley already knows. Yeah. You have to evolve it because no matter what, your opponent's winning with 3 knockouts.
Right.
Period. You have 2 prizers and you have 3 prizers. Any combination of those guys, unless like 3 and 3, is going to require 3 knockouts, right?
Yeah.
So since Riley has the Arceus V already on the bench, that's going to turn into the V-Star, and Riley's going to try and force that V-Star, towards Keegan next after this Duraludon. But I think that Riley is correct to get this thing evolved up into Duraludon VMAX and say, all right, yes, you got a little bit of a head start there, but I am going to still force you to knock out my Arceus V-Star and another Duraludon VMAX in order to take the win.
Do as much damage as possible seems like a good strat to me. Riley uses that V-Star power Starbirth flip of the V-Star marker and can now search his deck for any 2 cards. I believe there's a professor's research already in Riley's hand. So what are the things that you feel like he could be eyeing up here? What does he still need to establish that he has not yet?
The mustard is always...
It's always a thought.
Always a thought. Am I going to mustard here? Because there are no other Pokemon V in play. So you could get Ultra Ball Mustard, and then all of a sudden you have it.
Sure.
So that is an option. And we see the Ultra Ball getting flipped to the front of the deck. Because how else are you getting another Duraludon VMAX in play? So that might be it. And it is going to be the easiest way to get another fully powered, another fully powered Duraludon VMAX in play. But the escape rope would also be quite good. So we see that as a consideration as well. I think that if we take a look at all of the Pokemon on Keegan's board, if Riley were to play escape rope, he could potentially get a knockout this turn by using the Duraludon to knock out any of those targets. If it's Bidoof, then you can just easily Trinity Charge and or Trinity Nova and knock that thing out.
Yep.
And if it's one of the other guys, maybe you can take the knockout with Duraludon VMAX.
And you still have the research to draw more cards even and try to get a basic Duraludon V in play, so you can set up your second Duraludon VMAX. Riley also has a boss's orders in hand, so there's options as far as that goes.
It looks like Riley is just going for the conservative play. Get a boss's orders, actually, and just take a knockout with the Duraludon V. I really like this play. Knocking out the 2 energy
the
Ice
2 basic
Rider.
energy.
Yeah, the 2 basic energy Ice Rider with... And then making it so okay, the Arceus can't actually touch the Duraludon VMAX right now with the double turbo energy. Needs a path to the peak, and I'm pretty sure Keegan got rid of 2 paths to the peak in the opening hand.
There's one that's been played, and then at least one discarded. Least one discarded. So
exactly.
Keegan does play the full 4, but right now Skyscraper is standing strong, and no special energy will damage it for now.
Yeah, so that G-Max Pulverization taking the first 2 prizes for Riley Hulbert of this game. Weird that Riley is in the lead, but it feels like a little bit of a precarious spot for Riley still. Riley needs a few more things to get set up correctly in order to take this win. And if an Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX makes its way into the active spot to finish off this Duraludon, if Riley 2-hit KOs the Ice Rider, he'll still need to gust up something else and finish it off for game. So that's still a potential 3-turn route in order to win, where Keegan could theoretically win in 3 turns starting right now.
Yeah.
It is possible. Keegan would need to get a lot going, certainly, but we could see it.
Industrious Incisors will fill the hand up to 5. There is a path to the peak, so that is what Keegan wanted to see. That is enough to pick up a KO here on this Duraludon VMAX, and that would award Keegan 3 prizes, and like you said, 2 turns theoretically away.
Yeah, so that is that's significant. However, the only Ice Rider in play is equipped with an air balloon.
Yeah.
So that cannot be a choice belt, which means that Keegan will not have a way to 1-hit KO Riley's Arceus.
Nope.
Right? I mean, there's just no way. So that actually is going to swing the tides back in Riley's favor, because if Keegan does not set down a fresh Ice Rider this turn, there is no chance to finish off a fresh Arceus the following turn.
Well, I got to tell you, Keegan only plays 2 Ice Rider Calyrex V.
So
one has already hit the discard pile, and one has an air balloon.
So that is it, which is really interesting. Right?
Keegan is going to use Starbirth, so we'll grab any 2 cards from the deck, and there's just, any option in the world is available to Keegan right now.
Yes. The deck is in the palm of his hand, literally.
You proud of yourself for that one? And there, Keegan grabs 1 card, brings up Boss's Orders to the front of the deck as well. Oh, is that a Melanie, I think, grabbed?
This is going to be a resource battle between these 2 coming down the line with only a 2-2 Ice Rider line. Keegan's already got one Ice Rider down, so that Gust play on the 2 energy Ice
So
Rider
huge.
ended up being a really clutch call from Riley.
Yeah, good decision from Riley. I mean, I think it was his best play, even if his opponent did play more Ice Riders, because that is the most immediate threat. It's got the basic energies. Your opponent's already down 2 Path to the Peaks. And Keegan eyes the Choice Band up and will put it onto the Arceus VSTAR on the bench.
Yep, and just wanting to use that Starbirth ability, I think maybe not necessarily needing anything in particular. I mean, Keegan already had the path and everything. Got like an Ice Rider and a Choice Belt or something, you know? Maybe nothing terribly necessary. Maybe got the research. I didn't quite see. But I think just realizing, like, okay, I'm slamming down the path. And I just want to make sure that I get this ability out the way.
Sure, because it could stay in play at this point.
It could, right? You know, Keegan with a extremely short game 1 is not entirely sure how many stadiums Riley plays.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. I feel like you got to assume that Duraludon has 4 just because of how big Path to the Peak is against that deck.
That's true.
Yeah, so you got to assume that the full 4 are in there. But Keegan will send up this Arceus, get this KO, and load up, I assume, this Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. The question is, how many energy are in the deck? And I think that answer is just 1.
Yes. And with just 1, then it means that in order to power up the Ice Rider Calyrex, it's going to have to be a Melanie.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And there are, I think, multiple Melanie in the discard pile at this point.
You know what Riley's got in hand, Andrew?
Tell me it's the mustard.
It is the mustard.
It's
and
the
Ultra Ball
mustard.
is also in hand.
Yeah, well, you know, it looks as if we're going to see a single strike mustard. My favorite play in the Pokemon trading card game right now. If you've got 0 cards in your hand, well, that aren't named Single Strike Mustard, if Single Strike Mustard is the last card in your hand, you can play it to search out any Single Strike Pokemon from your deck, even if it's an evolved Pokemon, like Duraludon VMAX, or I should say Evolution Pokemon.
Yes.
Because it is not evolved.
Yep.
It is just placed on the bench.
Yes.
Which the Single Strike style Mustard allows you to do. And it's not all. You also get to draw 5 cards. We're going to see 5 cards come in for Riley off the top of the deck. And he's already got everything that he needs to attack with Arceus V-Star's Trinity Nova.
Getting that stadium is definitely big. You want to put that in play so your opponent has as hard of a time as possible hitting that Duraludon VMAX. Skyscraper shutting off the ability of these Pokemon with double turbo energy from hitting them, of course. So Riley will launch a 180 damage Trinity Nova into Keegan's Arceus V-Star. And the benched Duraludon VMAX is going to get loaded up. Oh, but that's a little awkward. Is Riley out of metal energy? Because Duraludon's attack costs 2 metal and 1 fighting. That's not right there.
Well, Chip, that looks like 2 fighting and a metal.
Either Riley is colorblind or he is out of metal energies.
It's looking to me like Riley might be out of metal energy.
Yes, I agree.
And would need to find one off of the prizes. But, like I said earlier, this is big.
Man,
if Keegan also has the path, or it doesn't need one, it's going to be able to swing in with the full 3 water energy Arceus on the bench. Now, what's really tough about this match is that a tie is basically a loss for both of these players.
It is, yeah.
Yes.
This is, the escape rope is so good against Riley's deck because Riley ideally only has 3 Pokemon in play after turn 2, right? Like the Arceus V-Star and then 1 or 2 Duraludon VMAX. That is the ideal board state. So your opponent can always play escape rope to force you to send up a 3 prize Pokemon. And this is a huge hit for Keegan to get in, because if Keegan has that 4th Path to the Peak in the deck, which I did see in there, it was in there, Keegan will be able to hit this Arceus here, and then it doesn't even need it this
Doesn't
turn
need
to
the
hit.
path, just the
No,
boss.
I'm thinking like for the future turns though. But I guess the Arceus is not going down, right? With the
There's
3
no
energy,
way for
right?
Riley to knock it out.
Yeah, not immediately. At
No,
least.
this match is turning into this match is getting out of hand very fast for Riley.
Yes.
It is starting to get away from him, and it might be like a all right, we need to scoop right now, and I need to go first.
Yeah.
You know, that was like the play that Riley may have needed to just let happen. With the Beedrill there, you have to assume that your opponent is going to be able to find the game-winning boss's orders. You know, the turn after, I think that Keegan's deck at this point is extremely small. It's just like not a lot of deck there that Keegan is drawing out of.
No.
Yeah.
And there's that path.
Exactly.
Well, and
the
there's that boss. That's the
Yes,
most important
yeah.
piece.
So
yes.
with the path and the boss, it's going to be a matter of just a couple of turns for Keegan to be able to, you know, finish off this DuraludonVMAX. And I think that Riley would be smart to just, you know, realize that and probably scoop it up, go to game 3 and try to get it going as quickly as possible, going first. And
I think Keegan only drew 4 cards off his own Marnie. Yep, there you go.
There you go. Want to get a 5th. Yep. And
Another boss for good measure.
Yes.
That's
yes.
actually pretty bad if Riley plays his own Marnie. But Riley has no way to know, of course, that those boss are in Keegan's hand.
Right.
So this is a big hit. 230 damage. The max damage you can do with Trinity Nova, I believe.
Yes.
With the choice belt. And now Duraludon with just 100 hit points remaining. No energy left in the deck. Keegan will shuffle it up
what's
still.
funny is that Keegan actually has Path Boss in hand, but Riley has a Marnie. And Keegan did not play his Path.
Right.
In order, you know, to save it for, you know, if they needed to finish it off with the double turbo Arceus on the bench, because there are no energy left in the deck. So at this point, you know, Riley is just thinning and is probably going to Marnie this turn.
Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense. Switch into the Arceus VSTAR. Smack into your opponent's Arceus VSTAR. The thing is Riley is still 3 turns away from winning. Has to 2-hit KO this Arceus VSTAR and then knock out the damaged one on the bench. So.
I guess there's not a lot of incentive for Riley to scoop here because Riley did win a turn 2 game 1.
Yes.
So
there's plenty of time.
There is probably plenty of time for Riley to see this game out, which is probably what he's thinking. Yeah, that first game was extremely quick.
Riley needs to attach a double turbo energy, I think, this next turn to the Arceus V on the bench. So his path needs to be, you know, take a hit this turn. His path always involves Keegan not getting the boss. And Riley's just going to scoop.
The boss path.
Riley's just going to scoop, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I think like Riley's understanding, like, yeah, okay.
It's so Keegan's got plenty
unlikely.
of time.
Yeah. I think it makes sense for Riley to scoop that one up and just say, all right, in the Arceus mirror, I'm going first. I'm gonna have the upper foot in this game 3 situation. Yeah, that was a lot closer. We really got to see Keegan's deck and see what makes the deck work and why Keegan is at this 402 spot. I mean, this is a pretty tough deck to play against.
Oh, absolutely. And those escape ropes were the game-changing factor, I think, in that game, where Keegan is able to get a gust effect effectively, right? Pretty much it's a gust effect, and still play a draw supporter, establish the board, hit other pieces. It was just so strong. And that is kind of a downfall of these, you know, few Pokemon in play type of strategies, because this type of strategy has been popular before, where you like have just these big Pokemon your opponent can't KO. With Escape Rope being a pretty popular choice in the format, it puts you in really tough scenarios.
Well, I think we saw exactly what happens when Riley's not able to force the 8 prize game. Yeah. If all you're doing is knocking out 2 DuraludonVMAX, that's bad for Riley. Yeah, no, Riley has to force you through the Arceus VSTAR, and with the escape rope, that just wasn't happening. That Arceus VSTAR did not take a single hit.
No.
So going into game 3, I'm sure that Riley is going to have that on his mind, and going first, forcing the Arceus VSTAR to take a hit will be much easier, I think. It looks like these players are getting set up, so let's head down to the table and see who's going to take it home in game 3.
players are still shuffling up, Riley will have the ability to choose to go first or second, and in this Arceus mirror, going first seems like a pretty solid advantage to me, getting an energy attachment on turn 1, hopefully to an Arceus V, so that you can be the first player to get off a Trinity Nova.
Yes, it's going to be, wanting to see an Arceus, there it is, wanting to see a Duraludon. Unfortunately, no basic energy in this, no energy at all in this hand, so really hoping to see an energy off the top for Riley. And
if Riley misses an energy drop, that is really bad for him. That
is very bad. We'll see off the top. And it is not. That is tough. That's going to slow this whole deck down. All of the momentum of going first in the Arceus mirror pretty much taken away.
Yep.
With the lack of the turn 1 energy drop.
I feel like now Riley is probably going to look for a Trinity Charge.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and that's what you care about most, is the energies in play on your Duraludon VMAX.
Yes, getting the energy on the Duraludon VMAX is going to be very important. If Keegan gets a turn 1, Trinity Charge, that'd be big as well. We'll see if Keegan's able to pull it off on their side of the board.
Keegan has a Professor's Research in hand.
And a Path, it looks like.
Pretty good cards. Usually Path is going to be better. Oh, 2 Paths. So that's really tough.
Yeah.
Because you're getting literally no effect from it right now.
Not really, no. And Riley, with as many stadiums as Riley plays, it probably is just going to get countered.
Yeah.
And having 2 down means that Riley is definitely going to be able to win the stadium war in this match.
Keegan plays 2 quick balls right away. Probably going to eye up 1 Ice Rider Calyrex V. Has another Arceus V in hand already, so the second quick ball could go ahead and establish a Bidoof. Try to get that Beedrill in play as early as turn 2. And I think a Research as the final card in hand. We could see the fabled Professor's Research for the clean 7 cards.
Chip loves a clean Professor's Research for 7.
If these guys don't high five, I'm gonna riot.
Yeah, I'm not super into it, man. No, I'm not.
Something just feels right. Come on now.
Something feels right. I don't know. It looks like Keegan is gonna grab the Bidoof and the Ice Rider to place onto the bench. Quick balls go to the discard pile, and all right, Chip and I are high-fiving right now in the studio.
They didn't do it, so we had to, okay?
Yes,
listen,
go.
I don't make the rules. It's written in the rule book, Andrew.
Yeah, that's true. That's
a big whiff, though. Keegan did not find the double turbo energy, just basic water energy. So Keegan can still be the first one to launch a Trinity Nova off, but this was an opportunity for Keegan to really pull ahead. Now it's kind of like neither player is really feeling great about their spot.
I think so long as Riley finds a double turbo energy, it's fine, right? I mean, do you evolve into this Arceus VSTAR here? I feel like you don't, and you just dig for the double turbo and hope to find it.
Yeah, Riley will certainly check the prizes here. This is his first deck search, and maybe we'll feel okay discarding this Arceus VSTAR as long as the other is in the deck, and I did notice that card in there, so that is probably going to be okay. Maybe get a quick count of those double turbo energies, make sure you've got 4, or see how good your odds are, and just dump the hand and go.
Looks like Riley will grab the Duraludon VMAX, and then is this Arceus VSTAR? Yeah, just making sure that the other one's in the deck's very important, because you don't want to discard.
Yeah, if the other one wasn't in the deck, because Riley does only have 2, you can't discard this one. But
yeah, so probably just gonna ship this one and say, oh well, you go get him, Arceus V.
Oh, maybe Riley's choosing to play Marnie this turn. I think that discarding the Research and then nope. Still has the Juniper. Yep,
send it.
Going with it.
And looking for the double turbo energy. Metal.
One more.
No. Wow. Yes. So a very slow start. This is quite bad for Riley. Looking at the hands, basic metal energy onto the bench, and you can see the disdain with which he attaches it to that bench Arceus V. That is not ideal.
Not at all. Riley is not pleased to see that. I am certain That is a tough top deck there for Keegan, though, because if Keegan has to just discard another path to the peak, before he's even had a chance to get any value whatsoever. Keegan will have the advantage here, though, with the first Trinity Nova, provided...
Well, okay, there's a Melanie in hand, right?
Is there a water in the discard already? Because if so, that is very good.
I don't know that there is. So I think Keegan is trying to thin their hand down. But it's like, do you commit the water, or you Beedrill for 2? Beedrill for 2? Water. Then this is not it. I think Keegan has also missed.
What is happening?
And Keegan cannot use the Starbirth ability to fix it.
What is happening?
So Keegan has also missed the Trinity Nova because there's no water in that discard pile, or else the Melanie would have been played.
Oh my gosh.
So now we're going to see a second water attached and a pass. To which Riley will probably be like, nice.
Riley may be in disbelief.
Yeah, there it is.
Both of these players' decks are
Riley's got switch and metal. So like, cool, I guess I'll do it this way.
Yeah, I'll do it the hard way.
But with 2 water energy on that Arceus VSTAR, it will be able to one-hit KO this Arceus V, which is big, right? Because typically... that one-hit KO is out of range because of the double turbo energy.
Right, it reduces the damage, but now you're dealing 200 base plus 30 from the choice band with no drawbacks. So this is a pretty simple and straightforward KO for Keegan.
Yes, which is quite bad for Riley. Riley does not have a supporter in the hand, did just thin 3 energy out of the deck, but the only supporter in Keegan's hand right now is a Marnie.
I almost feel like Keegan will not play this Marnie.
No, might just... use Industrious and Scissors for 1, and then take the knockout and the lead. Asking Riley how many cards in the hand. Definitely considering it.
Has Escape Rope as well, which that actually could be key for the next turn potentially.
Right.
Where you could just go knock out Arceus, and then you have to start dealing with this Duraludon.
Right. It's definitely looking tough for Riley right now, especially since Keegan's going to get a bunch more water energy into play with this Trinity Nova, and it's really unfortunate for Riley having gone first, not getting the first, not getting the first Arceus play is like pretty devastating.
Especially since your opponent missed and you had one more turn to do it.
Oh yeah,
and you still didn't get it.
Nope. Yep, not great. In fact, Riley didn't get to use Trinity Nova at all. Just a Trinity Charge. It's not quite the same.
So Keegan gonna just double check the hand before deciding where these energy go. Do you ever just load them up on the Arceus?
I think that this is what
Keegan agrees. Yeah.
Load them up on the Arceus. Arceus seems, slightly more dependable. Another metal energy going onto the bench. Arceus V. I mean, this is all Riley has, and a research off the top of the deck. Okay, this is big. Riley is
back in it.
Gonna be back in it. Wants to find an Arceus VSTAR to be able to evolve up that bench to Arceus V so that it does not just get escape roped up and knocked out. That would be bad.
It doesn't have an Ultra Ball or the Arceus, though.
No, even just the Duraludon V would be more difficult for Keegan to knock out than the Arceus. So if that's an option, Riley may decide to take it.
As long as the path got bumped, of course.
I think yes, but I think that Riley might not bump the path because I don't think that Riley wants to let Keegan have access to their own VSTAR power at this point in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with all those energies on the Arceus, it's pretty much irrelevant. It's pretty much known that this Duraludon is going to be taking a pretty heavy beating.
Yes, I think at this point Keegan's pretty much achieved checkmate, just having gotten the first Arceus attack.
Yeah,
it's
not
just a race.
Good for Riley.
These are 2-hit KO races. Yeah, that's what they are.
So,
and Keegan already got the first KO down, and Riley has not attacked yet.
Yeah.
So that is Keegan is 2 steps ahead of Riley.
Yeah.
Not just 1 turn. I mean 2 turns ahead because each KO is a 2-hit knockout. So it's not looking great.
Far from it, indeed. Another Arceus V VSTAR in play. Keegan could actually manually retreat this Arceus and then Melanie to the Ice Rider on the bench, start to power that up, and then go in with a clean Arceus, so that way you're not giving up any prize cards. Keegan also plays one copy of Sharon's Care. I don't think that they have access to it right now, but that's a card that could be brutal at some point to just heal off a ton of damage, just basically erasing the fact that Riley even attacked.
Right. One water energy onto the Ice Rider. I definitely don't mind the retreat and the Melanie. It seems fine. And
the escape rope is probably still good here though from Keegan, because Riley put 2 Pokemon V in play. You might actually, if Riley misses the evolution again, you could theoretically just ignore this Duraludon VMAX entirely through the entire game.
You could. I think it probably just makes sense to swing into the active, though. But here we go. We're going to see the escape rope.
Because we know Riley didn't have the Ultra Ball or the Arceus V-Star, right? Because it would have gotten played. So Keegan can make this play knowing that if Riley sends up this Duraludon, Riley doesn't have access to the V-Star yet. You can draw a couple cards with the Industrious Incisors, and then you're just a boss's orders away, potentially, from closing the whole game out.
Yeah, but if... I guess that... Yes, because knocking out this Duraludon, Keegan will always have the option to knock out an Arceus V-Star with a Choice Belt on the Ice Rider. So even if Riley tries to evolve the Arceus out of range for the knockout, Keegan still could reach that number with a Choice Belted Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Yeah. So Keegan will play a quick ball, take a look through the deck, maybe thin something out, shuffle it up, and get a good look. That is still a pretty thick deck, to be honest. Probably about half the deck's still available there. There's 2 Choice Belts, I think I'm noticing in there. So those are cards that Keegan will want to find a couple boss's orders. That is really going to be the main one to look for next turn. Keegan did bench the second Bidoof, so a second Beedrill could come out. 2 Industrial Incisors in one turn can see you so many cards.
Definitely. Yeah, the double Beedrill would be sick to see. Another Path to the Peak can't be played, but a Marnie potentially coming down from Keegan.
And I think at this point, even though Riley's hand was maybe not the best, you want to play this Marnie because you're just wanting to get deeper into your deck to find the boss's orders for the next turn, to find more pieces to pull off that combo. And I think that boss was there. If Keegan can find an Ice Rider VMAX, an Energy, and the Choice Belt, it doesn't even matter if Riley evolves this Arceus V-Star on the on the bench.
Right. Yeah, Keegan's really churning through the deck. These 3 Water Energy Arceus are just proven to be disastrous in the Paths to the Peaks for this Duraludon VMAX deck. Keegan's going to go to just 2 prize cards remaining to Riley's 6.
Riley hoping this one card on the top will be the best in the deck at this point. This is
2 fully loaded Arceus. Oof. All with water energy, not a single double turbo energy in play.
Not looking good.
So even countering the path doesn't do anything.
No.
Effectively at this point.
Oh, and Keegan has escape rope too, which is effectively the same thing as boss at this point. So Keegan can play the escape rope and then go research to try to find the rest of the combo pieces to just close out the game on the next turn. And Riley is yet to take any prizes.
Yeah, it's tough. Riley is super far behind in this match, and how do you limit your opponent from finding what they need with the Beedrill in play? Industrious and Scissors going to allow you to go find exactly what you want. Double turbo energy onto the Arceus. It does feel like Riley's maybe doing a little bit too little too late.
Ooh, if Riley could get a big charm... Yeah, it doesn't have it, though. If Riley could get a big charm, that could put the Arceus V-Star out of range of being one-hit KO'd by the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Right.
But we'll see what Keegan's got. Escape rope in hand. Is there a research? I think there's an Ultra Ball. That's step 1 as well. Needs the Choice Belt. I think there's the Melanie, there's the rope. Yeah, it needs the Choice Belt. That is the main thing that Keegan needs at this point. Has the Bidoof, the Beedrill, can get maybe the second Beedrill with this first Ultra Ball. I think there's 2 Ultra Balls in the hand, potentially.
Getting rid of the research, I think maybe favoring Melanie.
Yeah, it has to be the Melanie.
Right, because I think the deck is pretty much out of water energy at this point. So Going to have to be the Melanie, getting rid of some supporters that Keegan does not plan on playing.
Oh, there's a water in hand, actually.
Oh, so then...
Maybe the research should not have been discarded.
Potentially not. Well, now here goes the water.
Well, actually, this kind of makes some sense because Keegan is going to draw with the Beedrill, and then I guess doesn't have the second Beedrill, though.
I think just...
just research. Keeping the
research over the Melanie would have been good. It allows you to see more cards to go for the game-winning play.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. Oh, yeah, wants to get the second... Yeah, Beedrill off of the Ultra Ball there. Realizing that no need to fail that search.
Yeah. There's a great option there with Beedrill.
Yes, the beads.
So many cards are going to get seen this turn.
It's hard to imagine.
And I think Riley knows with 2 Boss's Orders getting discarded,
yeah.
he just knows that the escape rope is coming. Industrious Incisors #1. Only card needed is the Choice Belt. If Keegan can find it, Keegan will win this game. It does not find it on this first Industrious Incisors. Can thin another card out of the deck here with the Ultra Ball, a couple cards out of the hand as well. I would maybe just grab a basic Pokemon, like even the Crobat, just take it and put it on the bench, honestly, at this point. You can hit this win pretty easily. You've got 2 Choice Belts in the deck. A Melanie will draw you 3 after this next Industrious Incisor, so you're seeing still 6 more total cards. Pretty decent odds here. Keegan will use the second Industrious Incisors, drawing 3 more cards, needing only Choice Belts to win. Doesn't have it yet.
No Choice Belts, and imagine it, the research has said it's a Melanie. That's okay. 3 more cards. Will Keegan find the game-winning Choice Belt off of these 3? To use Max Lance.
Oh my gosh. What has
happened?
Keegan has had 2 Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX on top of his Ice Rider V.
The entire game.
No. This entire turn, though. Okay, what happened was he Ultra Balled for the first Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, put it on the Ice Rider V, and then off the second one that we thought he failed when he went back for the Beedrill, oh man, this game state is screwed.
This game state is absolutely broken. Yes. The double... Oh.
This is more than a 2 prize penalty.
This is not something I have ever seen in my life. I mean, accidents happen. My goodness.
Wow. I think that... Oh, wow.
These players are like in a lose and out scenario here. This is going to be a head judge question for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the ruling, I would have to imagine. It's going to take the judges a while to rewind it. The rule just with judging in general, you always try to fix the game state if you can.
Yes.
And get it if it's there's irreparable and then there's like partially repairable. If you can get it close enough and still give a penalty, they'll do that. I don't even know if they can get this close enough.
Someone in the chat asked, is that now a 6 prize Pokemon?
Yeah, 2 VMAXs on top.
How many prizes is a double Ice Rider worth? Chip. Oh, man. That's one heck of a thing to realize. Oh, boy. Yes. This is... So
what they have to try to do, because it's known what cards Keegan had in hand after each... I guess it's not known because he still has private knowledge.
I don't think it's reversible. I don't think it's reversible. It might just be a game loss.
So what they could do, I mean, it's so backwards and messed up. Okay, so
how many sequences happened with the double Ice Rider?
At some point, you have to just say that too much time has gone by.
Too much time has gone by with a double Ice Rider in play. It's probably a game loss.
It probably is. What the judges will try to fix it if they can, but if it's truly not fixable, then it's just going to be a game loss.
I mean, Keegan. Yeah.
So the way to rewind it would be Keegan just drew 5 cards off the second Industrious Incisors, right? That's the last thing that happened before it was caught. So we know that Keegan has 5 cards in hand, drew 3 of them, right? So what they theoretically could do. This would be the closest way to rewind it. And this is not the best solution, but I'll just talk through it. So you shuffle the hand up and put 3 cards back that were drawn. and then you know that the Ultra Ball discarded 2 double turbo energies, so you put those cards back into the hand. You shuffle that hand up, put 3 cards back, because that's what was drawn off the first Industrious Incisors, and then you put the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX in the hand, the Beedrill into the deck, and that is like as close as it would get. And that is just rewinding, I think, too many actions. So I think you have to say that this is...
What?
Wait, what is happening?
Wait, what? This is not just play ball.
They put the dice there, so that's a 2 prize. So it must just be a 2 prize penalty.
Okay. And the choice belt is not found. So then all Riley needs is boss's orders.
Wait,
per
Riley
game.
can win this game with boss now, though.
Yes. Wait. A 2 prize penalty is it? Huh.
And they didn't even do any of the stuff I said.
No. It does not seem like just a play ball scenario, but does Riley have a boss's orders?
If Riley has a boss, the game is over.
The game is over if Riley has a boss's
or
orders.
a stadium, because Riley has not used his VSTAR power yet.
Right.
Boss or stadium.
It is
There's
a stadium!
the stadium!
And Riley is going to be able to go get boss's orders to win the game with the 2 prize penalty. Oh my gosh, and that's it. That's literally it. Switch boss, game over. Gust up your Arceus, and that's the game. Oh my gosh. What an insane conclusion. Oh, wow. I mean, you hate to see a game go down like that, but part of the skill of playing the Pokemon trading card game is maintaining a board state. This is something that's going to be very important as players get back to playing IRL. And honestly, I think that that's kind of the only kind of mistake that you make once, you know? You gotta watch out for your game state. Accidents happen. Poor Keegan, that is a tough way to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo! Yeah, that's well, Riley's gonna advance to 5-0-2, and his route to top 8 continues.
Yeah.
In the most unlikely of scenarios, Riley was drawing terribly that last game. Games 2 and 3, I mean, things were just not going good.
I don't know what to say. That is a crazy sequence of events there in that last game. I don't know how it was not a game loss.
Me neither,
there was way too much gone with that board state, but regardless, Riley comes out the victor. You got to feel bad for Keegan because that is like, it was in the grasps, right?
It was right there.
So close.
The final sequence, I mean, it was all there, even if just maybe the research had been played instead of the Melanie. Probably
I actually thought back to that. So the reason that he went with the Melanie over the research is because he was leaving, the Melanie was the last card in hand, right? Cannot leave research as the last card in hand because he had to discard the water energy, which was the last water energy in the deck.
Why didn't he just attach it and go?
Because he had to Ultra Ball. He was Ultra Balling to thin the hand down and get the Ice Rider and then get the Beedrill, but he got the double Ice Rider. That's the turn that he got the double Ice Rider. So you could have just, attached the water and then researched, but then you're not also getting to use your Beedrills. So I think that's fair. It maybe there's a way to do it where you discard the Melanie, attach the water, and then your last 2 cards in hand are Research and Ultra Ball. And then you can, or maybe it would have been 3 cards though. It would have been like, and so you're only drawing 2 off the Industrious Incisors. So it can be tough to work out those close scenarios. I'm sure there's a mathematical way that is highest odds, but it could be close. Crazy. Anyway,
that's crazy. Anyways, the excitement continues here at Full Grip Games. We'll be right back after this quick break. I am here with Riley Hulbert after a thrilling round 7. Yeah, Riley.
Emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, what was going through your mind in that one? Game 1 went great, but then things really went off the rails.
They certainly did. My deck didn't really do what it was meant to do for a majority of that series, nor was that a good matchup. I was kind of scrolling through the stats and seeing, okay, who can I reasonably play against? And I saw that Keegan was the only other person who had this record, and I was not looking forward to this.
No.
So obviously the matchup's a little tough. You can definitely navigate it if you start quickly and move fast.
Which you didn't.
Which I did not. But I think, like, even, for example, like if game 1 had gone even longer, like I think I would have been in a pretty good spot, like having
even if he had a bench Pokemon, I would have taken the 2-prize knockout. I would have had energy all over my board. So I think if you can move fast, the matchup's fine, but they're generally favored with the Ice Rider into the Duraludon Arceus matchup.
Yeah, looking at 2 Arceus built up with 3 water on them each, I was just like, oh yeah, Riley's this is bad,
The choice belt too, to just knock out all of my little guys. That didn't feel. I mean, little in the grand scheme of things.
Yes, but like knocking out all your guys, the paths to turn off all the abilities, including the Duraludon V's ability. Yeah, it is all just a mess, really.
Yeah, and a lot of it was, I felt like I had to be really careful with when I deactivated Path.
Yes.
Because I didn't really want him to have access to his Arceus VSTAR power. Because he's in a better matchup, I wanted him to be the one struggling to draw and get his cards.
Yes, that was really key. I saw you withhold the Collapse Stadium a turn intentionally, because you realized, like, all right, dude's got 2 Arceus out, like, could just go get whatever he wanted.
It's really tempting to play that, because I did need those cards. I did really, really need those cards. But I knew that if he got the cards that he wanted, he was more likely to win than if I got the cards I wanted.
Definitely.
So I was just hoping that he would
all you were trying to do was not lose for a little while.
Yeah.
And that bought you enough time to eventually win. Yes. Yeah. Because you spent enough time not losing that your opponent made a critical game-losing error. Yes, unfortunately.
Slightly critical.
Right. So the chat was wondering how many prizes a double Ice Rider is worth. Which
hopefully 6, right?
Hopefully 6. Yeah, that is a tough way to go down. But Riley going to be advancing to 5-0-2. I think that was a little bit of a sus matchup. You haven't had a loss yet today, though.
I haven't.
What were your closest matchups? That was probably one. Because from all appearances, it was looking like it was probably not going to work out.
The closest matches I played today were round 1 against Eternatus. They played basically just the right amount of basic energy to kind of get through my dudes.
Yeah.
And he played very skillfully around the Collapse Stadium. He had pretty much exactly the right amount of Pokemon available at all times, which is really good on his part. Not at all like
not just throwing 8 down every time and just getting absolutely destroyed by Collapse Stadium.
Exactly. After that, I felt pretty good through most of my matches throughout the day. The one I was actually really scared of that I played in earlier was I played against the Leafeon Moltres deck.
Yes.
And my Pokemon have notoriously high retreat.
They're fatties.
But it ended up not really mattering. I was able to kind of, Leafeon has HP less than 220, which means that Arceus has this great ability to just remove them from the game. So so I kind of just did that instead.
Yeah. That's awesome. Now, many of our viewers know, but some do not, that there is a special podcast where they can find you. Where is that, Riley?
Yeah, JW and I record the Tag Team podcast every Wednesday on my Twitch channel, but primarily you can find it on your podcasting platforms, your Apples, your Google Podcasts, your Spotify's, all that kind of stuff. And every single Wednesday we record kind of a snapshot of meta, new cards that are coming out, our thoughts on the game and the direction it's going. If you're listening and that sounds appealing to you, I definitely recommend checking it out.
Yeah, it's an awesome Pokemon TCG podcast. These two guys are both regional champions. They're some of the best players in the game and definitely have some awesome insight into the Pokemon TCG. So if you're into podcasts, make sure to check out the Tag Team podcast featuring Riley Hulbert and JW Flex Daddy Righteous Creewall. Or is it just Flex Daddy now?
He's going more to Flex Daddy. It's a work in progress.
Cut the Righteous, right?
He's cut the Righteous. He wants it to be easier to remember.
It's cleaner.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Well, congratulations, Riley, and good luck in your final Swiss round to win an in to top a classic win.
Classic scenario. Been here many times. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, let's not mess it up. All right. Well, good luck, Riley, in your final round. We'll be right back. Diving right in to the 8th and final Swiss round of the Full Grip Games Standard $2,000 cash event. We have got Luke Shepik on the right versus Kurt Spice on the left. And tell you what, Chip, we've seen Luke here before.
We have seen Luke here before. The last Full Grip Games 1K doubleheader, Luke got streamed on his winning in round to top 8 on Saturday, where he was playing Jolteon VMAX against a Suicune deck. Very good matchup, but Luke had maybe one of the worst series of draws I've ever seen from a Jolteon deck, and Suicune somehow found a way to win that terrible matchup.
It's the other way around. Luke was definitely playing the Suicune deck. It got beat by Jolteon.
Well, which is just okay.
Yes, but so he's
hit an auto loss.
Hit an auto
Okay,
loss.
okay,
Yes. So close enough, right?
Sure.
You got the decks right. But yes, Luke was playing Suicune, lost his winning in, and then in day 2 of the Gym Leader Challenge, lost his winning in again. Oof. In the Gym Leader Challenge event. So back-to-back days. Luke is on his way.
Yeah, this is Luke wants to definitely redeem himself here. Losing 2 winning ends in a row. This is what he wants to do. Prove himself. He can do this. Get into top cut, and he's playing the deck to do it. Mew VMAX, the most dominant deck in the format for the last 3 months, and it is not showing any signs of slowing down with brilliant stars. Lots of players still playing it today, and it's still doing very well. Luke sitting here trying to get into the top cut with it.
Yes. Luke is kicking things off, going first, and it looks as if Luke's opening is quite strong here.
Yeah, when you're quick balling away a Rotom phone, your hand is solid.
Yeah, you're huge chilling for sure. Luke going first and doing some Mew stuff. We'll Fusion Strike System a bunch. We're gonna quick ball a bunch of things away, and we're gonna use Genesec's ability to churn through the deck and draw an absolutely obnoxious amount of cards. It's what Mew VMAX loves to do. Fusion Strike Energy gonna hit that active Mew. Rose Tower gonna give
so many cards are about
Luke
to be drawn.
The option to fill the hand to 3, so it looks like Luke is gonna use that Rose Tower, bench the Meloetta, and now the Fusion Strike system begins.
2 more cards. There is a Cramomatic and an Ultra Ball.
Could get rid of the
Cramomatic away, Ultra Ball to look for Battle VIP Pass.
That's the play. Yep, can't play that Ultra Ball anyway. Too much good stuff in the hand. And
needs to hit the heads here to find a Battle VIP Pass. Oh, it's off the table. This one.
It's a tails.
Oh.
Yeah.
Still has 1 more Genesect, though. Can still draw 2 cards. And so can still use the Ultra Ball to get rid of whatever these 2 cards are, potentially.
Well. Here is the...
Oh, can't use the Ultra Ball that he discarded off of the... Yep, okay.
You got it, man.
Yep. we got it. Figured it out.
But Luke has found another Ultra Ball, which he will play to presumably find yet another Genesect, and then fill the hand once again to 5 cards.
Yep.
And then
the turns don't end.
Nope. And the last card that Luke probably wants to find to fill the bench would be a final Mew V, 2 Mew V, a Meloetta, 3 Genesect. Yep, that looks about right.
We haven't even covered yet anything about Kirk. What Kirk's playing over here was playing the good old Dark Toolbox deck, the Galarian Weezings, the Galarian Moltres, which this is usually a tougher matchup for the Mew deck. So Luke's going to have a tough time getting, fighting his way back and trying to figure out how to navigate these things. But as long as he can do it, he'll find himself into the top 8. For redemption after the last couple. Now, Kirk, on the other hand, is going to do everything he can to prevent that from happening. And playing the Dark deck feels like he might be in an okay spot.
Is this a repeat situation of last time? Luke played against an auto loss. I mean, Suicune into Jolteon during the last 1K. Now we got Mew into Dark Toolbox, which many consider, if there's one deck in standard format that has probably the best matchup against Mew VMAX, it's this Dark Toolbox deck, right? Because Moltres at the end of the Galarian Moltres just 1-hit KOs Mew VMAX so easily.
It does. After Mew has taken 3 prizes, Galarian Moltres just 1-hit KOs Mew VMAX after 1-hit KO Mew VMAX. Like, that is all you have to do. Pretty much as this deck, you can just chill.
You just literally do whatever you want, set up some Drizziles, and then you go in with Galarian Moltres and the Fiery Wrath attack. And Fiery Wrath it is. If the opponent has taken 3 prize cards, it's going to be pumping out 170 damage. Multiply that times 2 because Mew VMAX is weak to darkness type. And you're going to be doing 340 damage, which is plenty of damage to take the 1-hit knockouts on Mew VMAX. So that's going to be Kurt's primary strategy. What Kurt does between here and there, it doesn't matter too much.
Yep.
The Meloetta is pretty easy pickings for Hoopa, which does a perfect 90 damage. We haven't seen a lot of Oricorio in these Mew decks today. I think that Oricorio is a card that sees a lot of play to help with the Jolteon VMAX matchup, but with Jolteon VMAX being a deck that's probably a little bit lower on players' radars today, especially with the release of Brilliant Stars and Manaphy from Brilliant Stars, which we see in the active spot.
Yep.
Yep. Those spread decks are not seeing as much play. And with the spread decks not seeing as much play, there's not going to be as much of a need for a card like Oricorio. So without Oricorio, the Hoopa is free to one-hit KO the Meloetta, which only has 90 hit points. And with that easy response to Meloetta, then what does Luke even throw at this deck? If you attack with Mew VMAX, you run the risk of getting knocked out by the Galarian Moltres. If you tackle Meloetta, the Hoopa's got you covered. And we're about to see a turn 1 Galarian Weezing from Kurt with the Marnie to boot.
Yep, that's pretty strong. Now, Luke had in that last hand saved a boss's orders. Luke knows what they're up against here.
Yes.
Was ready to use the boss's orders to get around that neutralizing gas. And that is a second Tails on Cramomatic this game for Luke, unfortunately. But Luke was saving that so that neutralizing gas would get sent to the bench and Luke would be able to use the Fusion Strike system ability. Now, that's not something that Luke can do. Another chance at a Cramomatic here. Not three Tails.
Third time's a charm.
There we go. There
we go. Luke is going to be able to search out a boss's orders just to clear that ability lock. Right?
And KOing this Sobble is huge, by the way. Look at Kurt's hand. It's Sableye, Moltres, and an Evolution Incense. So totally relying on the Evolution Incense to get a Drizzile, but if Luke's taking this KO, that is no longer an option.
And with Galarian Weezing's neutralizing gas out the way, Luke is going to be free to draw through his entire deck with Fusion Strike System.
Yep.
So here we go, filling the hand to 6 big ones. Luke is going to need an Energy and a Mew VMAX in order to keep the pressure up.
Already has the Energy and actually doesn't even need the Mew VMAX.
Oh, we cannot. Oop.
Psychic Leap.
This is bad.
Oh, yeah. Cannot play the LSS Sparkle.
It's like illegal deck search. It's not bad, not an irreversible game state. However,
it probably will be a prize penalty.
It probably will be a prize penalty because illegal deck search, you're not allowed to pick up your deck and just look at it. Luke had already played a boss's orders.
Yep.
You were not allowed to use boss's orders and Elisa Sparkle in the same turn. And there's a lot that goes into playing the Pokemon trading card game on a tabletop. When the game itself is not keeping you from doing certain actions, you can make it's like riding a bike without training wheels, right? There is no guardrails for you, and if you go off the rails just real quick, it just was a second, it just popped open the deck just for a second, because maybe it slipped your mind that you'd already played a supporter. And then all of a sudden you're in deep water. So Luke is going to sit and await the judge's decision on what happens because it accidentally looked at the deck, was trying to play Elisa Sparkle even though he'd already played boss's orders for the turn. And it might be a prize penalty. However, if Luke knocks out this Sobble and Kurt doesn't get anything off the top of the deck, it's not going to matter.
So the deck is being shuffled right now by the judge, it appears, which, makes sense. Deck order information was revealed and play will resume, and I will just go with the assumed 2 prize penalty.
I think that's what's happened here. Yes. Yeah. So Luke is going to Ultra Ball and look for that Mew VMAX out of the deck. Mew VMAX will need an Energy, but once that Energy,
there's 2 Energy on it.
Oh, yes. I thought that was maybe a choice helmet. Choice
belts. Yes. Yeah. No, the Fusion Strike Energy from turn 1. I really would have liked to have seen Luke hold off on evolving the Mew because it's not in risk of being KO'd as a Mew. It's just going to probably get poisoned, and then you get an opportunity to heal it. Now you're kind of forcing yourself to try to find a switch in order to heal off whatever this poison damage is, because that 40 damage from severe poison, that racks up very quickly.
It does, but Mew's got free retreat.
That is true,
It's like a million switch in this deck, so.
There's ways out of it.
Yep, for sure. That's going to be a knockout. Kurt.
Woo, what a top deck.
That research was sitting on top of the deck the entire time as Kurt had to sit there and wait for the ruling, looking at the hand, just saying, all right, my Sobble's about to go,
What a top deck. That was very good for Kurt. Plays the Evolution Incense, can grab another Weezing so that it's, that's really good to get, because if Luke was to play like an Escape Rope, now you have another Weezing to push.
Exactly. So the Escape Rope is no longer going to break that neutralizing gas lock. And Kurt is, right in this game. And with the potential prize penalty that I think that was was awarded to Kurt after the illegal deck search from Luke. Then Kurt is moving right along here and should be in a pretty decent spot. Finds another Sobble.
Kurt has Avery in hand as well. That is going to be a brutal card for the next turn. Honestly, Avery's been a pretty cool supporter that can just be so devastating versus certain decks. You draw 3 cards, which is, it's an okay amount of cards. It's not a great draw supporter. But the effect of forcing your opponent to discard down to 3 benched Pokemon is incredibly strong, especially in a matchup like Mew VMAX, where the opponent wants to have a massive board with a bunch of Fusion Strike Pokemon in play.
Yeah, Avery is pretty much seeing play because of Mew VMAX.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it's for. It happens to be good versus some other board states, but if it wasn't for Mew VMAX, it wouldn't be as useful to play Avery. But this is an interesting decision from Kurt. Instead of poisoning with the Weezing and turning off the abilities, just opting to poke the Mew for 90 damage.
Maybe he wants to hold off on going in with Weezing until a turn where you can combo it with like the Avery or combo it with a Marnie, something like that. One of those 2 disruptive cards with the ability lock. It kind of reminds me of good old like Garbotoxin plus N, stuff like that. So you want to disrupt your opponent as much as possible in one turn to try to slow them down. And Hoopa still deals a solid 90 damage, which will really put this Mew much closer in range of something like a Moltres, which could even now knock this out next turn.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But with Luke gusting up the Sobble again, Kurt is not going to be able to use Drizzle's Shady Dealings ability.
Dang.
And I am starting to ask myself, like, okay, how dependable is this dark deck going to be when you don't have access to Shady Dealings, right? I mean, how consistent can it possibly be?
Yeah, and Kurt has a Clara in hand, which is pretty good to get a couple energies, theoretically, but I'm not sure how many energies are actually even in the discard pile yet, since, Luke didn't put one in there this turn because the Hoopa got sent to the bench, and now Kurt might just have to be playing that. This is a tough choice.
You know what? And Kurt continues to find what he needs off the top of his deck.
Marnie or Avery here, Andrew. What do you like?
Both of those are reasonable plays. I think I like the Avery slightly better because it allows you to keep the Marnie in your hand for next turn. So it's guaranteed 2 turns of draw. With Luke kind of turning through things, it is reasonable to think that
2 turns of draw when you don't have a Sobble in play
that's
is also good too.
Yeah, you're just guaranteeing yourself 2 turns of draw, and you get to keep the Clara, you get to keep the Moltres that are already in your hand, which are pretty good. You're going to be looking at those cards to do some work in the next couple of turns. So I think that I like just keeping the card advantage in my hand, especially without any Sobble or Drizzle down.
Yeah.
This is an interesting play.
Ooh.
Scoop up net, get the energy to the discard pile, hoop it back down.
And gonna go with the Marnie.
So you get the guaranteed energy back off the training court.
Okay.
That's a way to keep a card from your hands, on the other side. So it's kind of like you're getting 6 cards, which is kind of interesting.
And Kurt can bench 2 Sobbles here, so good luck, Luke, KOing both of those this turn.
Yeah, you can't knock them all out, huh?
I think Luke is going to be eyeing up a Psychic Leap this turn, if I had to guess. Healing that Mew, because it's going to really add up on the damage here, depending on what Kurt goes in with, can either Neutralizing Gas and go with the Severe Poison, or go in with Hoopa and use the Assault Gate to deal 90 more damage.
I think this is like the Marnie Weezing play.
Yeah.
He was like, all right,
yeah, gonna
we're going in with the Marnie Weezing. I'm gonna get 2 Sobble down. All right, and we're finally gonna stick you. And then it's possible that Kurt will be able to pull off a more meaningful play the following turn when Luke goes to 3 prizes. It's all about just kind of fighting for that board state, that board position that you want with the Weezing deck. The Weezing deck is a very fun deck to play. It's very methodical and patient, I would say, which is unlike most of the format right now.
So Kurt wisely does not attach an energy for turn, just holds on to the 2 darkness energies and has 2 Drizziles in hand, 1 Drizzile and 1 Evolution Incense. So it is pretty easy from those combo of cards, it's pretty easy to pull a Moltres play off.
You could tell that Kurt is dialed into what needs to happen in order to get that Moltres play. The scoop up net on the Hoopa, get the energy off of that thing. I don't need it there. Put it in the discard pile for Training Court. Then the Training Court can bring an energy back. Now I've got a 2 energy hand, and Kurt knows that Luke does not play any hand disruption. The Mew decks rarely do.
Yep.
So Luke's got an Elisa Sparkle this turn. Will accelerate some fusion energy into play, and it might be a turn where we see Luke pivot to a different attacker instead of keeping this poisoned Mew VMAX in the active to just eat more poison damage from the Weezing.
Yeah, I think it'll depend on what else Luke has. You have to attack with Cross Fusion Strike here pretty much, or the Meloetta. Okay.
Meloetta looks like it's probably going to get in there.
That's good. That's really good. I did not see that other basic energy, so that will allow for the Meloetta to get in there. Now you don't have a 3-prize Pokemon in the active spot when your opponent is going to be ready to be on that Moltres turn, where that Moltres can finally be hitting 1-hit knockouts.
Right. So the ball's back in Kurt's court, with Luke having just 3 prize cards remaining to Kurt's 6. But I think that Kurt has that 2 prize penalty. At least, it's what it seemed like.
Yeah. So Kurt only needs to take 4 prize cards to win the game.
Yes. So the Meloetta is actually a meaningful knockout for Kurt in routes to get to that point. And with the Hoopa on the bench, it can easily take that. Yeah. So it's not going to be a challenge to do so. So what Kurt has to do is just build up his hand and board state to be in a place that can basically whip up a Galarian Moltres next turn. And since the Mew decks are not playing Tool Scrapper, the Manaphy with the Air Balloon is just going to sit there as a free pivot for the Galarian Moltres pretty much the entire time. It does look like Kurt is going for a Clara right now, though, off of this Shady Dealings.
Yeah, and going in, I think there's already a Moltres in the discard. There's still one in the deck.
Yeah.
Kurt also has the Inteleon in hand, that quick shooting Inteleon, which can add to some numbers a little bit. It can't hit the Pokemon with Fusion Strike energy, so I guess actually not that relevant at this point. So Kurt, eyeing up the Pokemon in the discard pile with the Clara, only has 1 Darkness energy down there. Sableye is another potential option as well. There are so many ways for Kurt to try to close out this game. And it does appear the Clara will be played, and it will grab a Sableye, a Galarian Moltres, and a Darkness Energy. And Hoopa will hit the field and or get an energy, I should say. And Assault Gate picks up this KO, and Kurt's content holding this hand. Evolution Incense can get Inteleon next turn, so that can really just pull off any play for you.
Yeah, I think that, Kurt realizing that just needing to build this hand to respond next turn is all we need to do. Taking the knockouts, going to 1 less prize remaining. And Luke has got Power Tablet, might be looking at a Psychic Leap into a Meloetta.
Okay.
That would be the best play Luke could make.
Yeah, it keeps Kurt from having a possible win option next turn,
Yes.
right? Because there's no 3-prize Pokemon in play at all. Now, Kurt could still be in a pretty good spot because Luke would still need 2 more turns after this turn to potentially win.
Yeah.
So,
Oh.
Was that
going
in a
to look a switch or something?
I think it was a switch, yeah. Just
Yeah.
barely off the camera there.
Got it. Cool. Oh, I get it. So Kurt is using the die as like a Fusion Strike System counter. Got it. I was curious as to what the die on the table was doing, but nah, I get it. So that makes sense. Luke's going to use Fusion Strike System. Cram-O-Matic, discarding a Battle VIP pass and a heads.
Nice.
Is going to allow Luke to
Look
grab-
at the size of that. That's 5-card deck.
That's the deck.
Wow.
In the hand. That's the entire deck.
That's
right?
it all. That's all of it.
That's it. It's no energy in that deck or anything, really. But if Luke is going to use the Psychic Leap attack this turn, then that deck is going to get, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 more cards? So
Yeah.
Basically double in size.
Yeah. So that card, that card was the Cram-O-Matic card. Has to grab that. And now needs one more power tablet. I think.
Had Luke forgotten to take a...
No. So he just set the card he got off Cram-O-Matic right there, and it just looked like it was in his prizes.
Okay, I was going to
Yes.
say, okay,
yes,
that was
it did look a
weird.
little weird. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
No, that
cool.
was the card that he grabbed off Cram-O-Matic and then
All
just
right.
put it in his
Got
prize
it.
and put it
Excellent.
back in his hand. Yep.
Yep, and it looks like Luke is going to use the Psychic Leap, copying it with Mew VMAX's, what is it, Max? You got it.
Cross Fusion Strike.
There it is, yes, okay. Cross Fusion Strike attack. I was like dialed into having to have Max, but no, that's Max Miracle.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Because, you know, all the VMAXs got to have Max in the name.
It's
Yeah.
a cross fusion strike because you can strike by crossing your attacks.
Right, the fusion gets crossed.
Yes,
See,
yes.
that's, it makes sense.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, the Psychic Leap. All right, good. And back into the deck it goes. And the ball is back in Kurt's court with Luke having just 2 prizes remaining. Yeah, things are really starting to come down to the wire with Kurt needing to pick up 3 more prizes in order to win because of that 2-prize penalty earlier in the game. Evolution Incense can net Kurt a Drizzile.
And Luke targeted the Drizzile last turn, so that cuts off any Inteleon plays, which if you use Shady Dealings Inteleon to grab 2 trainer cards out of the deck, you can just do pretty much anything.
Yeah, making the magic happen.
Yes.
Definitely.
So I think for Kurt, you need to Moltres just 2 times. If you can just Moltres twice, you pretty much win the game. And there is still a Clara in the deck, so that should be pretty feasible to make happen.
Yes.
Because it's already knocking out the Genesect. You don't care about weakness or not or whatever.
No.
If Moltres knocks out this Genesect, and then the second Moltres can knock out anything else. So, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of cards in that hand. I feel like this should be should be possible.
Moltres, right?
Yeah.
I mean, should be able to take the final couple of knockouts that need to be taken.
Eyeing up the boss's orders.
But it is close. I mean, the game is close.
Yeah, well, Kurt has the Inteleon in hand. So by going for
Kurt
boss's
can
orders here,
boss the Meloetta
yeah.
and knock it out with Hoopa, and then force a Mew VMAX to have to take the knockouts.
Well, could even boss the Mew VMAX and just knock it out with Galarian Moltres. Because what happens there is either your opponent... then it's really hard for Luke to even attack this turn. I don't actually know if he could.
Is the Moltres in 2 energy in hand?
Yes, because of the Clara last turn.
Got it. Yeah, so that's an option as well.
And then you know that, so Kurt has Inteleon in hand, right? Luke doesn't play any disruption. Yeah. So if Luke was to, boss and somehow, boss KO is not possible, right? So you're guaranteed the Inteleon next turn, and Inteleon can get you the other Clara out of the deck, which will get you enough to respond KO. It can get you like Clara plus Training Court, which is everything you need to just knock out the active.
Right. And I think what's devastating is that if it wasn't for the 2-prize penalty, Luke has this game.
Yeah.
Probably, and it's looking like, it would really be coming down to the wire.
So Kurt did not go for the boss.
Nope.
I think that was a quick ball. Okay.
So
just getting the other Moltres as well?
Might be setting up 2 Moltres or something like that. That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Grabbing the Moltres.
I didn't know if there was that many energy in hand. And 1 getting discarded.
Is there? in a Raihan
Okay.
to get
The dark back.
the other dark, and then also another dark.
I don't know that there's many darks in the discard pile, so that
There
might be
aren't.
why Kurt is having to play a little weird like this.
I think that Kurt is just doing this, yes, to get more darkness energy onto the field.
The main goal is just attack with Moltres here, and if you do that, because you have Inteleon in hand, you know Luke doesn't play any disruption, you can win the game because of the 2 prize penalty.
Yes. So you'll attack with Moltres back-to-back turns. That's the large thing that like needs to occur, right?
Yep.
And with the Inteleon, all you're going to need to do is Clara. So Kurt is just trying to set up his board so that the Clara play will net the Moltres again no matter what.
Right.
Yep. Because if Luke were to gust the Drizzile this turn, then it's just checkmate because the
Moltres is already
comes
powered
back
up. Yeah,
right, yeah. So actually, I take back what I said because even without the 2 prize penalty, I think Kurt is winning this game.
Right, can just knock out this Mew VMAX.
Knock out the Mew VMAX. So the 2 prize penalty will actually make no difference.
Well, unless Luke didn't put this VMAX in play and like attacked with the Mew V, but you're down a lot of power tablets already, so that's that's tough.
Probably not happening. And with Kurt, with Luke having like maybe a 8-card deck, 7-card deck at this point.
Ooh,
the Pumpkaboo, the spice.
That is a nice little tech there, just a way to get rid of some Path to the Peaks. Oh, that's pretty interesting.
In a pinch. Yeah, Luke drawing. Does find Elisa Sparkle.
I think was looking for maybe one last power tablet in the deck. I think that has to be what it was.
In order to what? Psychic Leap this
Yes,
thing?
to Psychic Leap it.
Yes.
And then if you Psychic Leap it, you can see Luke's counting the deck. Psychic Leap takes the 3 prize Pokemon out of play, but it doesn't matter at this point because Kurt wins with the ability to just recycle this Moltres. Training Court plus Clara is enough for the game.
Yep. Clara, Energy Search. Yep. And that seems to be...
no energy in the deck, though, so it needs to be the Training Court. Oh, and drew an energy for
Has
turn.
an energy in the hand. Yep,
that's
there he goes. And Galarian Moltres with Fiery Wrath will take the game-winning knockout on Luke's Mew VMAX. Kurt taking the full 6 prizes, so prize penalty or no. Kurt won that game fair and square. Yeah, that one ended up getting real grindy and weird, especially in the middle of the game. With Luke knocking out multiple Sobbles. I mean, you could see the dark deck kind of having a little bit of a weird time getting going, but once you get the board established with multiple Weezing, the Drizziles, the Inteleons, the Claras start flowing, good to go.
Yeah, very solid. And really, there was one turn where if Kurt did not draw out of the dead hand after a Sobble was KO'd, that this game Luke probably would have run over him.
There were 2 turns. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was 2 turns where like the Sobble got knocked out, the hand was dead. The first time it was top deck Research. The second time it was top deck Marnie.
Well, had the Avery still that turn, so like there's still something there.
There's still something there. But yes, that one turn with
Research,
the Research
is the big one. That was for
huge.
sure.
Yeah. Definitely.
And you can just see like what we were talking about. The Inteleon dark deck can just wait. It has time, and you just get to the point where you're eventually going to attack with 2 Moltres, and it will knock out 2 VMAXs.
It's an extremely patient deck. Doesn't really need to do anything for the first 4 turns of the game.
Yeah.
Just kind of...
In this matchup.
In this particular matchup.
Yes.
Maybe you knock out a Meloetta or 2. That's like it, really. And then at the end of the game, the Moltres is just going to sweep. This has been one of those.
And they're already jumping right into this next one. They're
Let's get
firing
into
off.
game 2.
In game number 2, it does appear... Ooh, did Luke choose to go second?
I have heard tell that many Mew VMAX players today are choosing to go second.
Just in general.
Oh, yes.
I like it.
I have heard a lot of this. I think
I'm all for the greed.
I think that they are feeling empowered with Ultra Ball. I think that's it. Maybe
it's going to their heads.
Yes, I think maybe with the with the old Great Ball lists or whatever, they weren't really that greedy. But no, now with the Ultra Ball, yes, they are. They're feeling like they got the turn 1 Meloetta knockout every single game.
Every game, it's so easy.
Every single game, yes.
It's practically guaranteed.
Yeah, so that's going to be Luke's game plan, it looks like.
Moltres is probably one of the worst starters for Kurt because you just really want to be able to utilize it in the late game, and it's also got 2 retreats, so it's a little hard to get out of there. You can scoop up net to pick it up. Kurt only able to get 1 Sobble in play, so that is less Sobble than you would generally like, but Luke can slam down a couple of Pokemon right away. Also playing the Air Balloon, which is not a card you see really all that often in these Mew VMAX decks.
Yeah, no, but Air Balloon's a super good card.
Oh yeah,
just
I like it.
The Genesect some pivot is
I actually
good.
play 1 in my deck as well, but I play 1 Shopping Center as well to pop it back and move it around if I need to.
In your Mew VMAX list.
Yes.
The
You get the retreat once, and then you throw the Shopping Center in play and pop that back, and then you've got it to retreat again if you need it.
And this man said shopping center.
Shopping, whatever it's
Mall.
called. Shopping.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not called Shopping Mall.
It is called shopping center. I just said
Shopping center, yeah.
This man said he plays shopping
Oh,
center. in his
yeah.
deck. Yeah, it's busted, bro.
Well,
Move your
very
tools
good
around.
here from Luke as well, getting the turn 1 Meloetta attack. Honestly, in this matchup, Genesect is not a bad attacker. If you can find your switching cards and you can get the Genesect powered up pretty quickly, it knocks everything out, and it's not weak to Dark. So your opponent can't KO it with you only having 3 prizes. They have to wait until you've taken that 4th prize in order to KO it with Moltres.
Yeah, and you know what? Luke chose to go second. It looks like Luke's getting the
Didn't accelerate to the
Genesect though. Yeah, so gonna need some
not
power
going that-
tablets to take
not
this
going
knockout.
that route.
Yes. Escape rope. Ooh, or not. With the escape rope, gonna push up a Sobble or a Coughing.
And this is really good too because I think Kurt would rather this Moltres be knocked out because this
Definitely.
Moltres can be recovered with Clara, but now Kurt's going to be forced to find like a scoop up net or something in order to get it out of play.
Yeah, this is this is not great. You don't love the Coughing getting knocked out. I guess the Coughing is definitely the promotion though. I mean, you want to save the Sobble at all costs if you can, because you could, just get another Coughing and use Ascension to get into a Weezing. No, you're not poisoning, but you could still slow some things down. But the Sobble getting promoted, I mean, it's going to be a weird maybe couple turns from Kurt as Kurt tries to weather the early aggression from Luke. However, Luke didn't do a whole lot. There's only 2 Genesect in play and 1 Meloetta. And that Meloetta could get just bopped by a Hoopa.
Yeah, and I think that could be what Kurt wants to eye up here.
Quick ball away, what a Weezing.
Yep.
And won't be needing that. Here's the Hoopa
Yeah.
coming to the front of the deck.
And this will be hard for Luke to respond to. Luke will need pretty much just a bunch of power tablets and then Alessa Sparkle as well to respond to this. And Luke did not have a good hand last turn. So Hoopa is going to get in here and take the first prize for Kurt. And I think Kurt will be feeling pretty solid about that situation. As we see Drizzyle's Shady Dealings finds Energy Search. Energy Search finds the basic Darkness Energy. And the basic Darkness Energy will be slammed onto the Hoopa, I am sure.
Yep.
And now Kurt just needs to find a scoop up net.
Scoop up net. So I think just research. You just go for it. Your opponent's having a little bit of a rough start. Here's the Hoopa. Research for 7 cards. Can Kurt find the scoop up net? And there it is. That's going to be a knockout for Kurt and no energy in play for Luke.
And this resets the Shady Dealings for next turn. It gives you another opportunity to search through the deck. Kurt found Coughing, which is great. Level Ball goes and gets a Sobble. This is very good for Kurt.
Oh, yeah. This deck popping off.
There we go. Popping off.
I'd say
90 damage turn 2.
Yes, but now... Luke's got Ultra Ball, is going to be able to go get a Mew or something like that. Has to play another, maybe a Meloetta, but has to play another Alessa Sparkle in order to attack this turn. And Luke does have a Fusion Strike energy in the hand, trying to decide, okay, do I go Meloetta? Do I go Mew? It all feels not great, right? So
Yeah.
Meloetta is going to be the card of choice for Luke.
Luke may be trying to lean on the one prizer a little bit as much as he can and then go in with the Muse later, but I almost feel like it's better to go in with the Muse early and then Psychic Leap them in and then try to use your Meloettas.
Right.
Force the bosses whenever your opponent's trying to play Clara. Rose Tower can draw a couple cards here, which is super solid. Love the stadium. Love the extra card draw. A stadium that can draw you cards is pretty solid.
For sure. Especially when you only have 2 Genesect in play.
Yeah, it's less than ideal.
And not like a ton of Fusion Strike Pokemon. So, like, yeah, that's it's certainly helping. It's basically a 3rd Genesect right now, since all the Genesect are only drawing to 3. There's 1 Power Tablet, and...
Yeah, 1 Genesect has been used.
Tablet.
Oh, for 1 card.
There's a boss and a... Oh, that's
need
not
to be a Lesser Sparkle. Not even close.
No. Oh, and the ball is back in Kurt's court. Drizzile for Shady Dealings, and things are just not panning out for Luke in this win and into top 8 scenario.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's very unfortunate for sure. Kurt could be in a little bit of trouble here, though. Needs to find a way to move the Hoopa. Assault Gate only works whenever Hoopa moves from the bench to the active during your turn. So because it is in the active spot right now and has been for the entire turn, it's doing nothing right now.
Right. Looks like Kurt is shuffling around. Maybe a Clara... and Moltres.
2 Clara.
2 Clara.
Oh, that's a pretty clunky hand.
It's not pretty. Definitely would be nice to have the Tapu Koko down on the bench as a free retreat pivot. It's not here, right? But honestly, Kurt has to be pleased with the pace of this game so far, with Luke not just firing off every single turn.
Right.
That's about as good as things get, giving Kurt plenty of time to get something moving. I do think that the best thing that Kurt can do is just get Weezing into the active position now.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Your opponent's
agree.
not drawing. Like, what do you know what I mean? Like, all you have to do is just get the Weezing in the active position, and I agree with this play. Just scoop up net and Ascension, basically, right?
So Shady Dealings grabs the Scoop Up Net, which can move the Hoopa. There's already an energy in hand. You can Ascension into the Weezing and really just be in a great spot. There's another Drizzile as well, so still another Shady Dealings opportunity. That could find a Marnie or something like that. Some way to draw a few more cards and kind of reset this hand, because you don't love to see the 2 Clara in this hand. You want to find those cards later in the game.
I really like this play from Kurt.
Yeah.
I think, realizing when your opponent is just kind of going through it and not drawing the best with Mew VMAX.
Yeah, probably for that reason you wouldn't want to play the Marnie.
Nope.
Yeah.
You just want to lock it up and just poison. Let that poison just rack up turn after turn. The double Shady Dealings turn is going to net Kurt 1 more trainer card from the deck to put into the hand. No supporter card has been played, but what supporter card do you want to play? You can't research because you've got 2 Clara in your hand. You can't Marnie because your opponent's dead drawing. So,
Avery?
What are you doing? Avery is the best supporter you can play, but I don't even see it. So
yeah, it might not even be in the deck right now.
I don't think it is.
I think it got discarded turn 1, actually. It was a handful of supporters, remember?
Yes.
So I think he discarded it. And now we see Training Court grabbed.
Which would make sense to stop Luke from drawing altogether.
Rose Tower,
Yes.
Wow.
Yep, so just being like, there's actually none of that going to be happening for you.
Really taking control of this game.
Yes, right. With the suboptimal start from Luke, I do really like the coughing. Just using Ascension. Going to go get Weezing and turn off Luke's abilities. Now, what can Luke possibly draw? It has to be a boss's orders, right?
Boss's orders. There is one in hand.
Oh.
And a Rose Tower as well to bump the stadium and draw some cards. But you need so much still after this. I mean, the draw off of one of these Rose Tower or Fusion Strike systems has to be like Ultra Ball or Quick Ball.
It has to be an Ultra Ball because there's a Battle VIP pass in this hand. It's not going anywhere.
No.
You know, so it's got to be. Oh, another Battle VIP pass is terrible.
This is the trouble with this card.
And has to just pass. The hand is jammed.
This is really, really bad for Luke. All Kurt has to do is just attach an energy and retreat.
Oh, yeah. No problem doing that.
Doesn't mind it one bit, and Severe Poison will start to rack some damage up in play, and Luke is still unable to use abilities. And now, even if Luke does top deck way to get another Pokemon in play, there's no abilities to draw out of this.
This is why Galarian Weezing is so good in this matchup, because if you can get your okay, but like, what are you doing? You have to get boss, right? Yeah, and there it is. Okay, so Cramomatic heads on one of these abysmal Battle VIP pass that Luke is stuck with in the hand, but the only card that will bail Luke out is a Boss's Orders, which he tried last turn and didn't really net him enough draw to be able to do anything. So, are we doing that again? That's it. These Mew decks don't play any draw cards.
Right.
So there is no option to draw without Genesect. You live by the Genesect, you die by the Genesect. So
Luke could just get a Fusion Strike energy. A Fusion Strike energy attached to the Meloetta, and you knock out the Galarian Weezing. And then that threat is pretty much cleared off. I don't know that Kurt can get another Weezing set up this turn with what Kurt has in hand. And then, even though you're down a Meloetta and a couple Fusion Strike energy, you're at least going to be able to play the game.
I think you kind of have to get the boss and just hope you combo off.
Okay.
Because here's the deal. If you get the Fusion Strike energy and knock out the Weezing.
I think Luke's already played 2 boss, though. So, like, now are we talking about using the last boss?
Oh, yeah, you got to. I think so, right? Because if...
I think there was Escape Rope. Okay, this is good.
Okay. That's better than boss.
Yes.
But you have to get around that. I don't know what Judge is doing.
I think there's a busted sleeve.
Okay,
so they're doing the good old
the top left. Okay,
swap it with the top left and
Swap-a-roo.
move on to the next game.
Yep, keep it pushing. I like it. So
okay. This is good. We're drawing now. Yeah.
Needs the combo off. Right, because you have to get a Mew
cards
down. Luke got a Mew down. This is big, right? Here's another Genesect. You have to trust the deck a little bit because you've been drawing so bad for so many turns now that you can't possibly draw. Yeah, and here's some quick balls, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's it. I mean,
you can see Luke speeding up now, getting excited. My deck is finally working.
Every single card in the Mew VMAX deck is broken. So, you got to imagine that you can only draw into so many Battle VIP passes.
Right.
Yeah, before the draws start to really buff out. So I think that Luke made a good choice off of that Cramomatic, breaking the lock, and now does need a little something.
Yep, a Lesser Sparkle. Or a Fusion Strike energy.
Right, does need a little something. This is going to be the third Fusion Strike system with Genesect. However, it will be a big one for 6. So that's what we're looking at. Luke with the full board has got a lot of work to do in this set. Not only needs to run away with the win here, but then in order to make it to top 8 would have to run it back for another, which seems like a pretty monumental task at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
seems
the
tough.
VMAX deck. Definitely. All right. 6 big cards for Luke.
Is there an energy? There's a Cramomatic, so
there is a double turbo, which is like
that doesn't count.
Not really the energy that you want.
Yeah, not for the the Meloetta. It would reduce your damage to 50 at this point.
Yeah, it's not going to do it. Yeah.
But Cramomatic, is that Cramomatic away a Cramomatic?
Sometimes.
When you Cramomatic away a Cramomatic, it's 50% more likely to be heads.
It always is.
Yes.
Yes.
That's just math.
Listen. Mew VMAX players, they hit their Cramomatics when they need them.
Did Luke just grab the power tablet?
Off of the
Cramomatic?
That appears to be what Luke is grabbing.
So there must be a Fusion Strike energy in hand or some energy or something. Luke has busted another. Oh, no.
Is Luke okay?
I think we maybe
experienced a chair break.
Oh. We did experience a chair break.
Yes, we experienced a chair break. So hopefully Luke is okay. And Luke is back on the scene.
Luke
All right.
is back. Okay,
Luke is
wow.
back. Good. All right. Chair break. Those chairs are like literally from the 90s, bro.
No,
they're not,
no.
Yeah, they're not great. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Wait,
chair.
but Luke needs another energy.
I think I know what happened there because I have like leaned back on one of those metal chairs before.
Yeah.
And the metal leg just folds.
Oh.
Yeah, it's so like if Luke was maybe just leaning too far to one side, one of the metal legs could have just like folded underneath it. Yeah, it'd be happening sometimes. Yeah.
So it looks like another sleeve was busted as well. So there was a swap out of the sleeves by the judging once again.
Yes, that is a commentating first though. Yeah.
Someone busting a chair.
I'm just glad Luke's okay.
Yes,
I'm glad Luke's okay.
It seems like Luke's
someone
back
falls
in
out
there.
the seat. You're like, you
Oh
know,
gosh.
yeah, it could be bad, but no, that's fine.
Luke has played 2 power tablets, but does not have the energy. And double turbo energy does not increase your damage enough. You're doing 110 to this Galarian Moltres. And just pass.
Oh my god! Wait,
I think Luke must have thought that there was already 2 energy on this
I
Meloetta,
think
or like
Luke
had a
at this point-
psychic energy or something.
I think Luke at this point maybe is just it wasn't processing the board appropriately. Like thought that the Meloetta had the energy it needed in play, but
but all Kurt has is attached pass.
What?
Kurt's hand is so bad. It is 2 Clara, energy search, and then energy cards.
Okay, so now Meloetta will retreat into Mew, and Luke will carry on. Okay.
Rose Tower for 1.
Here we go.
Ultra Ball for the VMAX.
Okay. And we're back in business.
Okay. Oh, the
Yeah.
VMAX is already in play. Yeah, we just got
Yeah.
a second VMAX.
Yep. And now Luke is cruising. That deck is not very big. Take a look at Luke's deck there. That is getting mighty small.
Yeah, Luke needed this second VMAX as well because he needs to be able to use Cross Fusion Strike to copy the Max Miracle of the benched Mew, because there's a double turbo on the active. You can't Max Miracle with 2 colorless energy. So Cross Fusion Strike can copy the Max Miracle of the benched Mew. However, Luke will still need to play a power tablet because the damage is reduced by 20.
Yes.
So only dealing 110 at the moment. And
Or
Luke,
Technoblast. You just do Technoblast.
yeah, but then you're just forcing yourself to have to switch, and you're not gonna have abilities next turn, right? Because Kurt is definitely going into the Weezing, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
You do know that. So we're gonna take a quick look at
So if you got switch, I guess it's fine. But
Luke's deck and see what resources he has available. Shuffle up. Wow, what a roller coaster here.
yeah, this is definitely a cursed game.
Okay, found the card he wanted off of the
Rotom phone. Yeah, very quick. Yes.
Yes. I don't think I've ever heard a game described as cursed.
I mean,
commentating.
the last couple games have honestly been kind of cursed, if we're being real.
If we're being real. Well, I think we're closing in on hour 10 of the tournament.
And Luke just flipped over the boss's orders from the Fusion Strike system before even like drawing the rest of the cards. Okay, there we go. No big deal. You can just do that. And this is chaotic at this point.
This is chaos.
Kurt has to send up the Galarian Weezing, which is not a bad thing.
Yep.
So I wonder what... Oh, so I bet Luke bossed and then probably Cross Fusion Strike the Max Miracle, so now he can still attack next turn without having to switch, right?
Right. All right, so Luke is at now 4 prizes remaining, right? My, calculations are correct. Yeah, this is something. I mean, this is winning into top 8. I mean, there's there's hundreds of dollars, there's thousands of dollars on the line here.
Yeah.
These players have been playing for close to 10 hours.
Yep.
I've been commentating for 9.5.
Right there with you, buddy.
Yep.
I don't know how you did one of these by yourself.
It was not good. Yeah, well, I have hired you for every single one since.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Yes, this is why I would never commentate one of
Kurt's
these
going
by
to power
myself
up this
ever again.
Galarian Moltres the hard way, the old-fashioned way. 3 turns of manual attachments, no problem.
No problem. I respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kurt top decked a draw supporter. Has the Marnie.
Okay.
Looking through his options, does have the Galarian in hand, so is potentially debating just going for that here to recover like the Inteleon, the Sobble Drizzile pieces to reset that, but thinks better of it and goes for the Marnie.
Marnie, Weezing. Now, Luke's deck is, relatively small at this point.
Yeah.
Training court's coming back. But how many stadiums does Luke realistically have left? Or not stadiums, but like bosses too. I mean, there's been quite a few bosses played to get around things. Escape ropes have been played. And at this point, Kurt still doesn't have to do too much in order to win this game. That's a Galarian Moltres with 2 energy on it on the bench.
Yep.
At this point, is actually just threatening, because it's live next turn.
Yeah.
And with the Tapu Koko finally hitting the bench, my goodness, that is like the most important piece of the puzzle.
Yeah,
so
such a good and important pivot.
Yes. Kurt can just easily slide into whatever Kurt wants.
Luke plays Ultra Ball, and this will be key to see if, Luke did copy the Max Miracle last turn, which I assume that he did. He'll be able to attack with Technoblast, but if for some reason Luke did use Technoblast last turn, he's in a position where he can't attack.
Right.
And it's hard for us to know, right, because we can't hear the players, so we don't know which attack was announced. Cannot use the Fusion Strike system. Training Court can grab another energy from the deck, though, which is very good.
Yep, with Galarian Weezing's neutralizing gas abilities are not going to be working, but Luke can just take the knockout.
Yep, good.
Right, with Technoblast this time because of the double turbo energy decreasing the damage. Can't just use Max Miracle.
Right, can't use it again, though.
But with a Darkness energy coming off of that training court, Galarian Moltres is going to be able...
I think Luke just scooped it up.
I think Luke understood what had happened. Yeah, it just is. It's going down. The Moltres built up with multiple Sobble in play, and my only ability to attack next turn being with another Mew VMAX. All you have to do is Drizzile for Clara, and it's looking like a wrap.
It does appear to be a wrap. Tough game there from Luke, but congratulations to Kurt, who will be moving on to the top 8 of the Full Grip Games Standard 2K.
That's it. That's our winning in to top 8 with Kurt advancing probably with a 6-1-1 record.
I think so, yes.
It seems likely that Kurt will be advancing with a 6-1-1 record to top 8. I'm really looking forward to seeing which decks and which players made it to the top 8 of this $2,000 cash event. It hopefully will be a nice representation of the metagame that we saw here with a bunch of different decks that we saw throughout the day.
I'm excited to see what decks made it in. I'm excited to get into the top 8. This is where, the whole tournament is fun, but this is where things get really exciting. The competition heats up. Every single match is a money match where you're playing for hundreds of more dollars each time you kind of ladder up. I'm not exactly sure what the breakdown is. I imagine just double of the 1K for each person, right? So like $800 up top for first place, which is crazy high. Just for making top 8, you're locking up $100, which is incredible. And of course, Brilliant Stars product as well to the players who are placing
Dragon
in the
Shields
top
to the winners.
8. Yep. Absolutely.
Yep. So a lot on the line in this top 8 playoff that we're about to have. Very excited to get Kurt back here for an interview, though, real quick. So we'll be right back with Kurt after this quick break. I am here with Kurt, who just won their winning in to top 8, record of 6-1-1 with Galarian Weezing Moltres. How you feeling?
I did. I'm feeling great, man. I'm super stoked. That was a wild match.
Yes, it was.
Twisted surge.
I know. That was crazy for sure. Now, how was your route to this 6-1-1 record? What were some of the highlights? What were some decks you were able to beat? Was there anything that was like close? What was the one loss you had?
Yeah, so the one loss, that was to Mew.
Yes.
And yeah, so I lost that in 3. And then I also tied with Andrew Denkis. He was playing like the Arceus, Ice Rider. Yeah, like the Drizziles and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, and I definitely punted both those away. This deck is kind of hard. But it's nice too, like having all those options all the time.
Right. It's a little bit of a thinker.
It's fun too in the standard format because it's all about like build my stuff, and sometimes this deck's just like go, go. Okay, now we're doing stuff. Like once it's like 3 turns in or whatever.
Right. I mean, especially against some VMAX decks, you're kind of just biding your time and waiting around until Moltres starts knocking things out.
Yeah, you just have to be really mindful of their Moletas because those will mess up the late game if you let them get the right prize trade and like get down to 3 before you get a big knockout.
Right.
Yeah, but for the most part, you can kind of just chill. You can either get Weezing or not. It's only one prize either way. It either happens or it doesn't. So that's pretty sweet too.
Nice. Now, where are you from? Did you travel here? Did you come with some friends?
Yeah, I came from Baltimore. I came with my friend Ryan, and then a couple other guys from Maryland ended up coming unbeknownst. So we had a nice little powwow yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, so it was like 5.5 hours. You're from Baltimore, right?
I am.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, so
that's what's
my
up.
parents live in Fells Point right now. So, yeah, I love it there. And it's just beautiful down in Fells Point. And then my grandparents live on the Eastern Shore, so spent a lot of time.
It's definitely like beautiful, sketchy, beautiful, sketchy, beautiful, sketchy.
It depends on what street you're on.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, but I do love the city a lot. It's a great place for sure. And so, did all of your friends arrive at the same deck, or did all your friends have like a different take on the tournament?
We ended up just all playing something different. I actually really liked my friend Quentin's deck the most out of all of our decks. Had I known about this, I would have probably switched to it, and good thing I didn't.
Yeah,
but he had a really sweet Gengar, just a Gengar Path deck, but he put Beedrill in it.
Nice.
To get around Path.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's all like 3-in-1s, so you don't really give up too many 2s or anything like that. But I think he hit a couple unfortunate matchups. I somehow beat Urshifu today.
Oh.
That was crazy. I totally forgot about that.
Okay, so tell us about how that went.
Yeah, so it was basically like games 1 and 3. I was able to just like Marnie brick him for like enough time and knock out the VMAX. He would like set up a VMAX before he'd like research.
Yeah.
And I was able to knock out both the VMAXs in games 1 and 3 before he was able to rapid flow.
And you played the Manaphy, right?
Yeah, I had the Manaphy, and then like Sableye would just like crazy claws him right before he would get rapid flow.
Crazy how that matchup is possible with Manaphy, and you can claw the Manaphy back.
Yeah,
That's
Manaphy
crazy.
gave this deck some life for sure.
Definitely did. So that's really neat to see. Well, congratulations, Kurt, on top 8. Really proud of you, and I look forward to seeing how you finish up in today's tournament.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, and thanks for running this whole deal.
Of course. We are getting into our top 8 match here at the Full Grip Games $2,000 cash standard events, with Isaac Bowers on the left and Jacob Weber on the right. Isaac Bowers showed me his deck earlier in the day, was very excited about it, said he's piloting a deck of his own creation that he calls Silly Birds.
Silly Birds.
Silly Birds.
I love it, man. That is sweet. I always like when someone's really excited about their rogue deck that they've put together, and this is certainly that. It has all kinds of different Pokemon in it. Suicune V, Galarian Moltres V, Galarian Zapdos V, even Zamazenta V from Brilliant Stars, which is kind of a crazy inclusion as well. The Evolving Skies Galarian Moltres, which is in the active spot, which is not a great starter. And yeah, all supported, of course, by the ever-popular Inteleon draw engine.
And you have to say, have to imagine, yep, Isaac's going to be grabbing a Sobble off of that level ball. There's a lot going on in this deck and a lot to unpack for sure. But it's basically a counterbox deck. From talking with Isaac about it,
yeah,
it is a counterbox deck supported by the Inteleon engine. And I love this Zamazenta. Zamazenta is actually really good. I think that with Brilliant Stars, there are some really good revenge attackers in the format. I mean, previously, Dubwool V had done some things, right?
Revenge Blast.
In the Pokemon TCG with its attack. Now we've got this Zamazenta V that has a Revenge Blast attack. Does 120 damage plus 30 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. And then we also have a Shaman V and a Shaman VSTAR both with revenge attacks that are seeing some hype as well.
And what makes this Zamazenta really cool is that it also has the option of this Regal Stance ability, which we just saw Isaac use. You can use it once during your turn. You shuffle your hand and then into your deck and then draw 5 cards. And if you use this ability, your turn ends. Similar to Zamazenta's counterpart, which is, of course, Zacian V from the Sword and Shield base set. I would say not quite as strong as Intrepid Sword, but much more splashable since it has a pretty solid attack in the Revenge Blast. And being a metal type, it can hit for weakness on popular Pokemon like Ice Rider, Calyrex, VMAX.
Yes, and Isaac was telling me that they were able to take some big knockouts on Ice Riders with this Revenge Blast attack throughout the tournament with cards like Energy Switch, Galarian Moltres to charge energy into play. Cards like Raihan, able to accelerate extra energy into play. This Galarian Moltres single prizer in the active spot, obviously able to take some pretty gnarly knockouts at the end of the match as well. I think that this is a very cool kind of deck from Isaac, and it's definitely fun to see a different take on deck building here, represented in top 8 of the event. Jacob's going to take the first knockout of the match with Gengar VMAX.
Fear and Panic, baby.
Isaac has a couple of Pokemon V in play. That Gengar is going to be swinging for plenty of damage with Fear and Panic to take the knockouts. Now, I'm not sure if Jacob is familiar with Isaac's deck, but there's definitely a Galarian Zapdos in there.
There is, but the thing about Galarian Zapdos is that it only can attack for... It has a steep attack cost that gets reduced as more Pokemon V are put in play by your opponent. And Jacob only has 1 Pokemon V in play. And so Galarian Zapdos' attack still costs a fighting and 3 colorless. So that's not really that good of an option for Isaac. And Jacob also has a Path to the Peak in play, which is not very good for Isaac's deck. Has a lot of different Pokemon rule box abilities to try to utilize, and doesn't really have the option to do those things thanks to Path to the Peak.
Right. There's definitely just a really strong strategy there with the Gengar VMAX decks that are running Path to the Peak. It's such a low maintenance deck that you don't even really need your abilities on your Pokemon V. There's just usually Crobat V is the only one in the deck that really sees any play, and the thing is, once you use it, then you don't care about it. So you could just use the Crobat V's Dark Asset to help you set up, or at the end of the game, if your opponent's countered your stadium, and then find a stadium like Path to the Peak off of your Crobat V's Dark Asset, and then lay it down right afterwards. So that's the kind of strategy we usually see from this Gengar deck, and the Gengar deck has been very popular and quite strong here in this Brilliant Stars meta.
Isaac plays an Escape Rope. Jacob has a pretty easy choice. Just sends up this Houndoom with the Hiding Darkness energy on it. And Isaac sends up this Drizzile, which is one of the only sources of draw next turn. And the Shady Dealings Inteleon is drawn right away. I love that Isaac's rocking all these old school cards, though.
This is sick, honestly, on the hand cam, getting to see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The energy switch,
so
the energy
sick.
search.
I know. Isaac just knows that we're all sitting here gawking at those old cards. Yeah, that looks sick.
Level Ball can grab another Sobble. Isaac did drop the energy for turn onto the Suicune, trying to power up that Blizzard Rondo attack, which deals 20 damage and then 20 more damage for each benched Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's, which is really still kind of the main attacker of this deck. You know, there's mostly water energies still. I guess actually mostly darkness energies, but several water energies. Melanie is a huge part of this deck as well. And it is just the most efficient attacker, only needing 2 energy in order to hit for a pretty hefty amount of damage.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this deck, honestly. It's, it has a lot of moving parts, a lot of different Pokemon V that can hit for all sorts of different weaknesses, and the Inteleon engine being the glue that just keeps it all together. Some energy acceleration in the form of Galarian Moltres, and I'm excited to see if Isaac can get to the point where they're taking some big pointed knockouts with, Zapdos or something like that, because even though Zapdos's attack costs 4 energy, even with just 2 Pokemon V in play, then its attack will cost 2.
Yep.
And you could use like Raihan and an Aurora Energy or something like that to power it up. Is there Aurora Energy in the deck?
No, it's all basic energy.
All right, so then maybe just one of the 2 fighting energy then. Yes.
Well, the nice thing is you can find it with the Raihan, right?
Exactly.
If you're playing Raihan, it doesn't matter what energy type you're getting. You just go grab the fighting energy. The thing is, though, Path to the Peak turns off Zapdos's ability.
That's tough.
And so that's another piece of the puzzle Isaac has to have. Now, Training Court's very good in their decks since there's a ton of different energy types, and once they hit the discard pile, they'll be very useful regardless. But that is just another thing to have to find in order to be attacking with the Zapdos.
It looks like Jacob's going to bench another Houndour, and will retreat into Gengar. And Gengar VMAX will easily take another knockouts.
Oh, yeah.
With the Fear and Panic attack.
No problem at all. Makes short work of Drizzile. And Isaac can send up the Suicune. And Isaac needs to get going here. At this point, they're pretty far behind. 2 prizes down. And there's not even any damage in play on these VMAX Pokemon.
No.
Raihan's a good start.
Raihan is a good start, but where are we going? Just attacking with a Suicune, I guess, but then Suicune goes down, and
I believe Isaac does have an energy switch in hand, so that opens up some plays.
It feels like with all these 2-prize attackers that Jacob's low-maintenance Gengar deck just getting out the gates so quick. If this Gengar VMAX doesn't get knocked out this turn, Isaac's going to have a real uphill battle for the rest of this match.
Isaac going to value finding a way to use these abilities, puts the Training Court down, now even has access to good old Fleet-Footed from Suicune, which is, I know, an ability I have forgotten to use many times. Oh, Isaac, though, a pro, using it right away.
Finds Melanie. Melanie not going to be a live card this turn since Raihan was just played as the supporter for turn.
He's got the attack. He's got the attack with the Zapdos here. Quick Ball goes and grabs the Zapdos, manually retreats the Suicune, has not attached for turn yet, has energy switch in hand, has Melanie in hand, and then can energy search for the basic fighting energy, and Galarian Zapdos can pick up a 1-hit KO on the fighting weak Gengar VMAX. He's pulled the pieces together.
And this is just a deck that definitely, Isaac created this deck, knows exactly, how to piece together all the spicy plays, and this is a spicy play.
That is so sick.
Looking at Isaac's hand, I was like, I don't think that this is possible.
Yeah. Cannot Melanie, because I already played Raihan, but can Dire Flame Wings and has the energy switch.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Wow.
So with that 2 energy on the Galarian Zapdos V, Thunderous Kick is going to take 3 prize cards. What a crazy turn of events for Isaac. It seemed like Isaac was in a tough spot, but now just bouncing right back into the game with a well-timed Galarian Zapdos V. What a crazy turn.
And the thing is, Isaac plays Clara. So Isaac can set this similar type play back up again to get back this one of Galarian Zapdos. And Isaac could win this game by just attacking 2 times.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You have to imagine that Jacob only goes in with a Gengar V this next turn to force Isaac to take 2 more knockouts to win, right? Going in with a Gengar VMAX would just be irresponsible, I would think, right? There's no real reason to do that. But, as a Galarian Zapdos enjoyer myself, that was awesome. It's the first Galarian Zapdos knockout we've seen today. So
I know that's one of your favorite newer Pokemon for sure.
Yes, the Galarian Zapdos is very cool. Looks like Jacob Weber is going to get another Gengar into play with the Quick Ball, the old school Quick Balls. Yep, the old school quick balls, very cool.
Yes.
Those have an errata, so that they
is,
they are legal for standard play.
The text is quite different from what quick ball actually does nowadays.
It actually reads more like great ball.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think you like reveal cards from the top of your deck until you find an evolution Pokemon, right, or something like that.
It is different. That's for sure.
Well, now Jacob is able to get that Gengar in play using the old school quick ball with the new school rules, and off the Marnie finds a Cramomatic with possibly the easiest choice in the world to discard Battle VIP Pass, and unfortunately hits a Tails.
Yep, and then it looks like it's going to be Gengar V taking the knockout on the Galarian Zapdos, with Jacob going down to just 2 prize cards remaining, really leaning on the success of that early Gengar VMAX.
Right.
One single strike roar. Got a little ahead of myself with the prize counter.
Yeah. has not attacked quite yet.
But it's surely happening.
It is coming, yes.
Yeah. It's just better to be early than late on the prize counter, so that's fine. And then
I can use that Pain Explosion attack on the Gengar V. Deals 190 damage and gets boosted, of course, by Single Strike Energy up to 230, more than enough to knock out the Galarian Zapdos, with the downside, of course, of having to put 3 damage counters on yourself, but that is, hardly a hefty price to pay whenever you're picking up a 2 prize knockout and going to just 2 prizes remaining.
So Isaac's primary out would be if somehow they could whip up a Galarian Moltres V and take the knockout that way.
Okay, yeah.
Right, because a single prizer would make it so that Jacob at least would need a boss's orders in order to take the win. But if Isaac could promote a single prizer, that would be quite good. Looks like the hand is a little bit rough right now, though. Yeah. Suicune is going to get that water energy, and Marnie is going to be the supporter that sees play, so that Isaac will get to see the next 5 cards.
Actually, Suicune is doing exactly enough damage to pick up the KO. Wow. 160 plus the 50 is 210, but Isaac has to find the energy switch to pull that play off. Has not used Fleet-Footed yet. Drew 5 off the Marnie. Not sure if there's the energy switch in hand. Also can find Drizzile, and there is the energy switch. So, yeah, I believe this should be exactly enough with a total of, 7 benched Pokemon in play. That's 140 plus the active. That's 160, right? Because it's plus 20 for this. Yeah, so 160 plus 50. That's 210.
Yeah, this is a nice knockout with Suicune. However, if Jacob's able to find an Urn of Vitality to put the single strike energy back into the deck, then it should just be a single strike roar and maybe a manual attachment from hand.
Yep.
And Gengar will be able to sweep up the game-winning knockout with a Pain Explosion.
Yeah, it's still not unrealistic for Isaac to win, though, so he's got to stick it out and hope that Jacob, off this Marnie, only 4 cards, right, can't, has to hope that Urn isn't, I just see the Urn in hand right away. Jacob's already got it in hand.
They always have
They always have it.
They do always have it.
But needs an Urn and another Houndoom, because there's only one Houndoom in play, so just one Urn is not quite enough.
Right. Apparently my card switcher doesn't want to go to Suicune, so here we are with Gengar.
Yeah, Suicune's getting in there. We're good. Top deck the Houndoom! Top deck the Houndoom has the Urn of Vitality. That is game. 2 Single Strike Energy go into the deck, and Single Strike Roar can pull both of them out, accelerate them to the Gengar, and Pain Explosion deals more than enough to KO Suicune V. And what a back and forth. Jacob Weber comes away with the win, though.
Jacob Weber taking that win with the Gengar VMAX deck, showing how low maintenance and consistent that strategy can be. These players are going to shuffle up and get ready for the second game. Jacob Weber just 1 win away from advancing to top 4. Gengar VMAX really showing his strength in that top H game 1. What do you think of the Silly Birds deck?
I love it. That was such... I mean, obviously Isaac didn't come out on top in that instance, but we got to see a lot of what their deck is meant to do.
I think
just
so.
pull off those crazy plays with the energy switches, like just so it doesn't feel like a deck with 4 different energy types should work, but it seems like this deck works pretty well. Isaac had a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah.
But got down to an early 2-prize deficit. If Isaac had gotten a little quicker of a start, I almost wonder if that game could have gone the other way.
I think so, and I think Isaac's going to choose to go first in this next game, and that's going to do a lot for Isaac's setup. Hopefully allow Isaac to get more Sobble, Drizzile into play, as I think being able to hand select exactly what trainers to get each and every turn are going to help to pull off these more complex plays to take big knockouts.
Isaac's opening hand last time was not very good. It started with the Galarian Moltres and attached. His opponent Marnied him, and then all he could do was go with the Zamazenta V and use that ability to shuffle and draw 5 on turn 2, and that's not an ability you want to use on turn 2 of the game.
It's not really the strongest turn 1, turn 2 in the book. So I think that I've got some faith in Isaac. These guys are getting started. Let's see how game 2 goes.
Right away, things are looking much better for Isaac Bowers. Gets 2 energies in the discard pile and has another one in hand to be able to attach. And discarding these energies is so strong because it activates Melanie. It also activates the Galarian Moltres V with the Dire Flame Wings ability to accelerate that energy back into play. And Quick Ball just going to ditch that fighting energy. Why not? Let's just throw them all in the discard pile.
Well, you know, with all the different types of energy in the discard pile,
Training Court,
you can get whichever one you want back with Training Court.
Yeah,
yes, they're all there. Or Raihan.
Yes.
So getting them, and then Galarian Moltres is actually going to get an energy, and then we see the Melanie in hand too. So what this means is that we're going to see a Dire Flame Wings.
Yeah.
And then with Melanie in hand, it's if the Training Court sticks, it's a guaranteed attack with Suicune this next turn.
Yes. So very good. And Isaac also knows that there's not really much Jacob can do on turn 1. It's really just a setup turn for the single strike deck. So gonna take some time to try to get some Houndours in play, find Gengar Vs as well. Might have to throw a Crobat out there. Who knows? Jacob will certainly be looking for a path to the peak, though. Isaac's deck is definitely ability reliant. Of course, the Dire Flame Wings, you know, things like the Crobats, things like the Suicune's Fleet-Footed. So turning off those abilities is pretty nice.
Definitely. If a path were to stick this turn, it would be pretty good for Jacob, just slowing the deck down a little bit, as all these little abilities in Isaac's deck really add up. It seems like each of these big basic Pokemon V has something going on, right? It's the Galarian Moltres with Dire Flame Wings, the Fleet-Footed, the Galarian Zapdos with whatever its ability is called, and
yeah, I got nothing for you there, bud. Not a card I have the most experience with, I have to admit.
With its Fighting Instinct ability, Chip. Yes, Fighting Instinct. That would be a good one for your quiz show.
Well, Jacob does find the Battle VIP pass to fill the bench all the way up if they want. Probably just one more Gengar into Houndour. The risk at this point, though, is do you just put 3 Pokemon V in play and accept that Zapdos can run wild?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, obviously setting up is good, but getting knocked out, yeah, that's bad. So you're going to want to balance these two things when setting up your board position against a deck that plays Galarian Zapdos, and the fighting energy is already accounted for.
Yep.
It is in the discard pile, which, you know, oddly means that it's more accessible than it might be otherwise.
Jacob will play a Marnie, is certainly looking for the path to the peak, if for nothing else, just to bump this Training Court and make it as hard as possible for Isaac to find the fighting energy. Wow, draws the Zapdos and an energy search. That's pretty good.
There it is.
Probably will go with Suicune to start with, but just having access to those cards, even with the stadium being bumped, Isaac is feeling pretty good about that card draw.
Yes, got a Melanie. So some stuff to work with and a water energy. So a guaranteed attack with the Suicune is going to be incredibly strong for Isaac. No stadium, so unfortunately no way to use Fleet-Footed.
Nope.
But still a solid hand to work with.
Draws 3 cards off the Melanie.
Is that a Drizzile?
I think it is an Oh, it is a Drizzile. I thought it was the Inteleon.
The shiny Drizzile.
Nice.
Yeah, so Shady Dealings going to be able to search out whatever Isaac wants out of their deck, and it looks like it's going to be a Stadium card.
Seems good. Get your Fleet-footed in, get a energy back. You can attach to... I guess you have to attach the active, but you have a water energy in hand already to do that. Isaac just really wants to draw this extra card, and it is a Marnie, which is a good option for the future turns.
And with going first, you can just see how the landscape of the whole game changes. You go first, you're going to get the first knockout. Jacob is going to take a sizable knockout this following turn, assuming that the Gengar will get a couple of single strike roars and be able to knock out the Suicune. So then Isaac has to ask himself, am I going to bench the Zapdos early? It doesn't have like a free retreater in play. Does not decide to bench the Zapdos, and is just going to take a knockout with the Suicune.
Yeah, I think that's just fine. If your opponent plays a Marnie, that's unfortunate, but there's a lot of ways to get the Zapdos back. You don't want to just put it in play, and then now your only way to utilize it, if it gets bossed and KO'd, would be through a Clara. So Jacob will start with a Quick Ball, and I wonder if Jacob will take a strategy this game of just using the 2 prize attackers. You could just get through all of Isaac's attackers with just 3 Gengars. And in this position, if Jacob was the first one to attack with a 2-prizer and take a 2-prize knockout, if Isaac's unable to work in a 1-prize attacker, then Jacob would just come out on top. Jacob, though, is going with Gengar VMAX, so it is kind of irrelevant.
Right, yeah. The 2-prize strategy did seem like it'd be pretty reasonable, though, since Jacob could just race for the 2-prizer knockouts, right? Since Jacob is going to be taking the first meaningful knockout in this game. Isaac did take the first knockout on a Houndour, but that's just 1 prize. Jacob is going to be swinging for, just a lot of damage with Gengar VMAX now.
300. Yeah, 300 exactly. With the G-Max Swallow Up.
Yes, and Fear and Panic not actually going to be taking a knockout with only 2 Pokemon V in play. Right. So it had to be a G-Max Swallow Up, which does come with the downside of not being able to attack next turn. But 3 Pokemon V in play and no Path to the Peak. It's Zapdos time.
It is Zapdos' time, if it has ever been Zapdos' time.
It is Zapdos time right now.
All Isaac needs is a switch, and this play is pulled off, and Raihan spells out a switch to me, Andrew.
Yep, and with the energy on the Galarian Moltres, all Isaac is going to need after this KO with the Zapdos is a Gust on the Crobat V with Galarian Moltres, and that'll be game over.
Isaac eyeing, maybe is there not a regular switch in the deck?
There might not be.
There's 2 escape rope. Yeah, no regular switch, actually.
Okay. So could be a hard retreat.
Yeah, hard retreat still works, though.
It definitely still works. That's why I was questioning, like, maybe is the Zapdos going to go down? Because I don't think there's a lot of pivots in here.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a little awkward to pivot in this deck, it seems, but that just adds to the planning. It adds to the planning ahead, right? You have to be mindful of those things, and those are the type of plays that you're very cognizant of when you're the one who has made the deck.
That's for sure. Isaac knows what he's going to have to do in order to streamline attacks in this deck. Looks like the Shady Dealings Inteleon will hit the board, and Isaac is choosing what 2 cards they're going to want out of the deck with the Shady Dealings ability.
Eyes up a Raihan
and a Clara.
Just 2 options for next turn, I guess. But
yeah, it's
risky to get 2 good cards like that are like game-winning cards for you on the next turn, because your opponent sees that and is like, well, I'll just play Marnie.
Right. Yeah, sometimes it's I feel like, I want to get a game-winning card and then maybe like a scoop-up net to reset the Inteleon. Yeah, be like, all right, if you do any funny business, I can just Drizzile again and go get whatever I need.
Dire Flame Wings brings that energy back, so it almost makes the retreat feel like it was just a 1 retreat.
Doesn't really matter, right?
Nope.
Because Dire Flame Wings is just the ability it keeps on giving, so next turn can charge itself back up again. I do like this level ball for another Sobble. Just going to give Isaac's board a little bit more a little bit more stability, which feels really good.
For sure. Gives you more options to potentially use Drizzile on the next turn, and Drizzile gets you any trainer card, which just unlocks your entire deck for the most part. So Isaac takes this KO, 3 prize cards awarded, and now Jacob's staring down this Zapdos and has no energy cards in play right now.
Yeah, this is, I think, the dream game for the Silly Birds deck. This is exactly as you write it up. You've got the guys hitting for the weakness at the right times, and it's precisely what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sure enough, the cards Isaac got with the Inteleon are getting Marnie to the bottom of the deck.
And this is a great start for the turn for Jacob. Definitely wanted the Gengar VMAX here, since Isaac has 2 prizes remaining. If you just go in with the Gengar V, it's very easy after the Single Strike Roar damage comes onto the Gengar V. It's very easy for Moltres V to just knock it out. So needed the VMAX and does need to find some energies. Has the Single Strike Roars. I think only 1 is in the discard pile right now for the urn. But, ooh, Jacob did draw an energy, so that could make things a little awkward if 1 is maybe prized. No, they're both in there. No problem at all. So 40 damage onto the Gengar VMAX, and the ball will kind of be in Isaac's court. Does Isaac have a way to find that Clara again? That is the only way to recover this Galarian Moltres V. Or sorry, Galarian Zapdos V actually is playing 2 copies. Okay, I thought there was only 1 in this list, but there are 2.
And I think I see a level ball in Isaac's hand. And
Okay.
a Suicune and a Raihan. There's a quick ball and a Raihan. I feel like if there's any play that can make it happen.
Oh yeah, and that could be it right here.
Yep. Quick ball for the Zapdos.
And then Melanie, that was the draw for turn. Or Raihan, either one works. Just get that extra energy. You have the training court in place still. Dire Flame Wings brings the energy to the active, and then you manually retreat. And
Oh,
you have
there
2
you go.
energies on the bench.
That's it.
That's it.
And that's going to be game, right? I think that we're just going to watch.
Yeah, he's got to play it out.
Yep.
Raihan brings an energy back from the discard pile, places it on the Galarian Zapdos. Now Isaac's able to search the deck for any card that they want. Might as well get an energy card, can get, I mean, it just doesn't matter really, as long as you make sure you can attack. Has not used the Dire Flame Wings ability, can bring a Darkness energy up to the Galarian Moltres, retreat that energy off, and then, whoa, I think, did he get an extra energy?
He got an energy switch.
But there's no energy in play.
He's going to Dire Flame Wings.
Did he not Dire Flame Wings to, he attached
Training
for
court.
turn?
Anyways,
Yeah.
he's got it.
Training court got it. Yes.
Training court will get it. It doesn't matter.
There was a lot of ways to do it, and Isaac figured it out. It's a little hard to know which sequence he went with without hearing the words, but Isaac closes out the game with a big Galarian Zapdos knockout.
You know, I love to see Galarian Zapdos out here taking knockouts.
Yeah.
That is a sick card. 170 damage. I mean, even with Jacob not playing entirely into the Galarian Zapdos, right? Never putting, one time putting 3 Pokemon V in play. So we had the 1/1 energy Zapdos. Yeah. But even if Zapdos needs 2 energy on it, looks like Isaac has the ability to power up that Zapdos with the cheeky plays like Energy Switch, Raihan, and just to get it going. So the Galarian Zapdoses are really putting in work in this matchup, and you can see how this deck was just crafted to hit for weakness, and that's exactly what we saw in that game too.
And you can tell when the person playing the deck knows what they're doing, and Isaac built this deck. Isaac knows what is happening. Looks like the players are getting going here for game number 3. We'll get down to the table and see who will win this exciting top 8 match.
Yeah, let's get some hype in the chat. These players are playing for hundreds of dollars and a place in top 4. Let's see who takes it down.
Wow, what a start from Jacob. It appears that a Cram-O-Matic was played and a Tails was flipped and a Path to the Peak and an Energy on a Houndour. That's not the best turn for Single Strike. Isaac could have theoretically won, but it doesn't look like that is happening. Is just going to attach to the Sobble and keep calling. So Isaac doesn't have much either. No supporter to go with.
Yeah, so a little bit of a a slow start from both of these players, but honestly, that's fine. I kind of like games that start off, maybe with not your plan A, maybe closer to your plan B, C, or D, right? You get to see some more interesting stuff as players try to play out of the suboptimal starts, like here. Probably going to see this Houndoom knock out a Sobble. But apparently, if you play single strike enough, this is something that happens all the time.
Oh, yeah. Single strike Houndoom taking a KO on a one prizer, not too bad. And that is actually literally the only play that Jacob has available. Just attach and can Ultra Ball down a Gengar, which is good. But is it even that good, though? Do you get another Houndoom here? Houndour?
You get another Houndour. You got to, right? What's the point of a Gengar? You're not attacking with it next turn.
Right, you can't without a Houndour, yeah.
So you might as well get a Houndour down and say...
Unless you don't want to attack with the Houndoom here. And you actually you could attack with the Gengar next turn because you have Single Strike Roar, right? So you can bench the Gengar, Single Strike Roar, attach for turn from the hand to the active, and you still get a knockout, and you have an energy on your Gengar still. Yeah.
I do see that there's an energy in the hand. I did not see the energy, so I do agree with the attacking with the Houndour. Or with the Houndoom.
Yeah.
And I think that with the energy getting slapped onto the Gengar, this is definitely the correct grab. I did miss that energy in the hand, and this means that the Gengar will probably be able to attack this next turn.
Right.
Because even if Isaac is able to respond to this Houndoom and take a knockout, it means that there's going to be at least a Pokemon V in play, which means that Gengar VMAX will be able to take a knockout, or will be able to attack at the very least.
Sure. Isaac's hand is not very good.
Ooh.
Most of Isaac's ways to
level ball for Drizzle, right?
Yeah, but outside of that, it's just going to have to be a research to dump the hand. There's no other real plays that Isaac's going to be able to make. Most of the ways that Isaac can attack in one turn with a Pokemon V involves playing your supporter for turn. Raihan or Melanie. There's not a water energy in the discard pile. I think it's a darkness energy. So Isaac could Raihan to the benched Suicune and then get a water energy, but you can't move the Sobble. So I don't think it's quite going to work out to attack this turn unless the cards off this research are really, really strong.
Right. Yeah, it's just not super ideal. You can juice an extra energy into play with the Moltres, which is fine. You do play energy switch
with
in
the energy
deck.
Switches,
Yeah, you play energy switch in the deck. Why not? I think the deck probably also plays a couple scoop up nets. Maybe, maybe not. The deck does have a lot going on.
It might be hard to fit the space for the scoop up nets.
Yeah, no scoop up nets. So that Moltres
does just hit the discard pile.
Oh yeah, yep. Because Aztec knows there ain't no scoop up nets.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Yep. So that thing's hitting the discard pile. Where it belongs. You can always just use the. What is it? The charge. Yeah, the malevolent charge is not malevolent.
Yes, malevolent charge.
Dire Flame.
Oh, you're talking about the
yeah,
V. Yes,
to get the extra energy to play. Malevolent charge is the baby Galarian.
That's right.
Moltres, Yep. You can always just use the Dire Flame wings to get energy into play.
So Isaac discards basic water energy. This is great because it will now activate Melanie for the rest of the game, pretty much, because once the Pokemon that has the water energy received from Melanie attacks, it will probably be KO'd, right? So that is now going to be an option for the rest of the game. Isaac can also grab a Galarian Moltres V. Dire Flame Wings can bring back the energy like you were mentioning. So this is still solid. A couple of energy can come into play, and Isaac should feel pretty decent about this turn, especially with this training court as well, which now will activate the ability to use Dire Flame Wings.
Right. Just looking at the hand, though, doesn't look like there's going to be an attack this turn. No, which is real tough for Isaac. I mean, Isaac's looking at another situation similar to game one, where Jacob's just taken the first knockout and is going to take a 2-prize lead before Isaac really gets to do anything. And Isaac also decides not to use Dire Flame Wings.
Yeah, I think that might just be a small misstep there. Definitely, I can't think of a reason you wouldn't want to go ahead and use it. I guess Clara. Oh, has Clara in hand, so maybe can Clara for the Galarian Zap. That's literally why he didn't do it. has Clara in hand, so Clara can grab the Galarian Moltres from the discard pile and just charge both of those fighting energies into play or those darkness energies into play right away and attack with the Galarian Moltres.
That's crazy.
Isaac sees all the lines.
Yes,
How
yes.
how dare us question him?
I know. Honestly, yes. How dare we question the Silly Birds creator? Yeah, this is Jacob's board is starting to develop though. We got a Houndoom still, 2 energy on it. Gengar V now with 2 energy on it. Another Houndour in play and another Gengar on the bench. So things are really starting to smooth out over here. A couple of Battle VIP Pass in the hand, which are not going to be super useful, but not going to matter thanks to Houndoom taking another knockout and Jacob going down to just 4 prizes remaining, taking the big 2-prize lead, which is very significant in this matchup where most of Isaac's attackers are 2 prizers.
Yeah, absolutely. Suicune in the active now can attack pretty efficiently with the Blizzard Rondo, dealing more than enough to knock out this Houndoom at this point.
Right, but like
Isaac wants to set something else up. It is definitely not feeling great. Maybe a Boss's Orders play could be good. You're not quite dealing enough with this Pokemon, but if you could power up the...
the boss. I mean, if you could boss up the Gengar with a 2 single strike energy on it, the Houndoom's not really doing anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, to a Pokemon V, this is how you come back in the game.
If anything, Houndoom is a liability now that it has the single strike energy locked up on it, because that is not something that can be accelerated out of the deck, because there's no way for that to leave play. It cannot be retreated off because of the Hiding Darkness energy. So if you don't knock it out, that energy is stuck there the rest of the game.
And it's looking like Ultra Ball to discard a couple of cards. Is the Zapdos hitting though? The Clara's in hand though. All right, so getting rid of the Clara instead.
Okay,
that makes sense. And
yeah, I was gonna say not the dose.
What do we got? Okay, now it's Inteleon time.
Okay,
and we can use Shady Dealings to go get 2 cards out of the deck. And with Inteleon, I'm imagining it's Boss's Order since the Suicune did get a choice belt.
Yes.
So we're fixing math, right? To deal just enough damage to the Gengar.
And grabbing a Raihan for next turn. I love it.
Yeah. Always one step ahead.
Planning it out masterfully. This seemed like things were going pretty solid for Jacob. Took an early 2-prize lead, but Isaac will tie the game up with this play.
Yeah, I do really like this line. I mean, yeah, things were looking really rough for Isaac, but with things coming together just right, I do like the Zapdos just hitting the bench as well because of the lack of pivots, right?
Yeah.
So with that, Training Courts bringing the energy back, energy switch going on to the Zapdos, and I really like this line because if the Suicune gets responded to now, the Zapdos is already here.
Yeah. And then Isaac grabs an energy out of the discard pile with Training Court and takes the KO. And what a 2 prizes to find. Boss's Orders and Melanie. So it has incredible options next turn. Can accelerate an energy into play if the Suicune goes down, or just slap that fighting energy down. Has the option to boss something if Jacob has like a slow turn potentially. Isaac, I am feeling like, is in the driver's seat. Silly Birds is taking over, Andrew.
This is crazy. How? It just seems like, I was like, oh yeah, Jacob's running it. There it is. But no, I mean, the lack of a second Houndoom in play, the fact that 1 single strike energy is stranded on the Houndoom, the fact that Jacob's hands just got like too many battle passes in it, VIP passes. Now, with the Gengar, looking at it, it is now dealing 190 damage with its Fear and Panic, or not 200 damage with its Fear and Panic attack, right? With 1 single strike energy, needs to get a second single strike roar.
Needs a Houndoom really bad.
Needs a Houndoom off of this Marnie.
It has to be this card. It's not.
It's not. Okay.
Okay, still has Crobat.
Quickball, go get Crobat to draw more cards. Yes, there is Crobat in the hand.
The thing about that is it's another Pokemon V in play, meaning that Zapdos is inevitable.
Yes. So you're basically sacrificing this Gengar VMAX to potentially knock out the Suicune. The Zapdos play is guaranteed for Isaac, but theoretically, if Jacob can go knockout Suicune, knockout Zapdos, it's game over.
That's true.
So it doesn't matter if you're sacking a 3-prizer because it's not going to be win for Isaac. If Jacob can just continue to trade, Jacob will end up on top.
Yeah, and Jacob already has the next attacker potentially with that single strike Urshifu V in hand, I believe is what that was.
Is there no Crobat?
I thought there was one in hand.
I thought I saw it. Okay, I guess so. Right? There is. It's right there. It's just weird to see the retreat before the Crobat.
Right, yeah, normally you would wait. Oh, that Choice Belt is enough. Fear and Panic is now picking up the KO, so does not need to put the Crobat in play. And I guess punching the Urshifu, though, it's still Zapdos only, and Zapdos already has an energy on it as well.
Yeah. I think that it doesn't really matter because the Houndoom's got free retreat. So. Yep. Okay,
pivot,
that Gengar is going to take the knockout, and Jacob is going to go to just 2 prize cards remaining. Can Isaac mount this comeback with Zapdos? Only 1 single strike Houndoom in play for Jacob. Is the Crobat's going to be enough? Oh, there is a Crobat and an urn in Jacob's hand.
Yeah, those were some pretty good prize cards, I think. Oh, and Isaac plays the Melanie and does not find a basic fighting energy.
Is there one in Training Court?
No, he Training Courted it last turn into the hand, and then it got Marnie to the bottom of the deck.
Oh, man, that's not good.
This is very bad.
This is quite bad.
And the hand is bricked out. There's no real plays. You can get a quick shooting Inteleon off, but this is not really going to be doing much.
I think that this is almost like a GG's kind of scenario. Yes. Oh, how the tables have turned again.
Wow.
Oh, Isaac was up.
Oh, the next card in his deck is an Energy Search.
Energy. Oh, an Energy Search. Wow. So close. But that Gengar VMAX is going to be able to deal enough damage to take a 1-hit KO on just about anything on Isaac's board. If Jacob can find a boss's orders, assuming that the Zapdos does not stay active.
It can't,
right? Right? Then Jacob will need to find a boss's orders in order to win. But at this point, just giving Jacob the time to be able to attach more energy to the Urshifu will allow Jacob to set up a checkmate situation.
Right. Yes, this is not looking ideal for Isaac, and it's going to have to be a big whiff from Jacob for Isaac to come back. Jacob's got to play it out, though, and there is a single strike energy locked up on that Houndoom. We don't know how many could be prized, potentially. And we see 5 cards. Yeah. Oh, just discarded from the Zamazenta to draw 5 more. I think whenever I said this earlier, it was shuffle draw, and I was thinking of that new stadium that just got announced.
Oh, yeah. It's discard draw 5.
It's discard draw 5.
Yep. A single strike Roar will find a single strike energy in the deck and accelerate it to Gengar. And if Jacob just has a boss's orders or can find a boss's orders or not, okay, yes, going on to the Urshifu because the Gengar already has enough energy on it to knock out any of the Pokemon V in play with the Choice Belt and the single strike energy.
Yep.
So loading up energy onto the Urshifu with single strike Roar. And then we've got a Crobat for 3 looking for a game-winning boss's orders.
Just 1 card. Does not find it this turn.
Nope. So going to be 1 more turn, but we find a second Houndoom. And with this established board, you have to think that Jacob is going to establish checkmate with that Urshifu. There is a single urn in Jacob's hand as well, which is going to allow Jacob to throw any amount of energy that they want back into the deck, and single strike Roar it's back into play. So even if the Gengar does go down, single strike Roar will provide the energy for the Urshifu V to be able to finish off the game.
Yeah, it's going to be up to the ability of Jacob to find the urn, which we know is in hand. So if Isaac does not play a Marnie, Jacob just has the pieces already available. Jacob's going to take a moment to thin cards out of the deck now that are just useless. Battle VIP Pass and Gengar VMAX seem like good options to get rid of. Can put another Gengar V in the hand. This is all in case Isaac decides to play a Marnie. Now these cards are on the bottom of the deck. They're less likely to be drawn, and Jacob's put themselves in a position to find the Urn of Vitality needed to close it out.
Jacob goes down to just one prize card remaining, and Galarian Zapdos looks like it's going to get in there for a final hurrah with its thunderous kick attack to one-hit KO the Gengar. But with just one prize remaining, all Jacob has to do is find a single energy for Urshifu V, and we see the urn in Jacob's hand, which will throw the single strike energy back into the deck, and single strike Houndoom can accelerate it onto the Urshifu so that Urshifu can take a game-winning knockouts. And I think that at this point, so, if you're Isaac, you just have to take your prizes and say, well,
and just hope. And this is going to be it. Jacob draws for turn, slams the Urn of Vitality, shuffles the energy back in. Single Strike Roar can put them back into play, and Impact Blow deals more than enough damage to knock out the Galarian Zapdos, and Jacob Weber will win the game and move on to top 4.
Wow. I mean, that was a great set. Big props to Isaac for making it this far with a very creative deck. And congratulations to Jacob, who will be advancing to top 4 here at the Full Grip Games $2,000 cash standard event featuring the newest Pokemon trading card game set, Brilliant Stars.
Extremely well played by both players. Gotta give massive props to Isaac for making it to top 8 with a deck of their own creation. That is truly always the best feeling. A deck that no one is putting any respect on, a deck that no one else is playing. You've spent the time with it, you've worked with it, and then you top a massive event with it. That just feels so good.
Exactly.
Congratulations to Isaac.
Yes, both players definitely have a lot to be proud of, and a few $100 more in their pockets.
Yes.
So that is something to be excited about as well. Definitely hope to see Isaac back at the Gym Leader Challenge event tomorrow. If he's sticking around, that would be excellent. Jacob is going to be sticking around for another match in top 4. So I'm looking forward to speaking with Jacob and seeing how he has gotten this far with Gengar VMAX. Seems like a very just consistent deck. Choice Belt really heightens this deck's damage output, which was already absurdly high.
And the Ultra Ball really helps the consistency as well. So kind of the problems that Gengar could have, where it was maybe just a little short, even though it had a high damage output already, and maybe just a little too inconsistent, even though it was kind of consistent already. It just got elevated a lot with Brilliant Stars.
Definitely. We'll be right back with a player interview from Jacob, as well as a look at what the rest of your top 4 matches are going to look like. I am joined by Jacob Weber, who just won their match in top 8 to advance to top 4 here at the Full Grip Games 2K. How you feeling, Jacob?
I'm feeling great. The Gengar is real fun to play.
Yeah, you've been enjoying it. So what made you want to play Gengar for today's event?
Felt pretty good about playing against Mew. I played against 5 of them in Swiss today. So, yeah.
And I imagine that's probably where some of your 5 wins came from.
Yep, won all 5 of them. So,
so is this the first non-Mew deck that you beat today?
No, I won one other game. I played against an Arceus deck.
Because you were 6-1-1.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So you did beat one other deck. Yeah. So you were 6. You had 6 wins. 5 of them were against Mew decks. And then you beat this toolbox deck.
Yeah.
What did you think about Isaac's Silly Birds, I think he was calling it?
It was I didn't expect it. I mean, it just Zapdos came out of nowhere and just killed my guy, and I was like it's like all my guys are weak to fighting, but yeah. And,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, cool to see, but the consistency, I think, of Gengar really paid off in that best of 3 series. Now, where are you from? Where'd you make the trip from for today's event?
I'm from Dayton. So
okay, nice.
Yeah, about 3 hours.
Cool. Did you travel up with any friends of yours or anybody from the area?
I traveled with my friend Joe, who you had on stream earlier. And
Joe Turrentine?
Yep, and then my brother Alex.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Congratulations on making it to top 4. Is there anybody that you want to thank while you're here on stream?
Just the 2 guys I mentioned before that test with.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Jacob, and thanks again for making the trip out. We'll be rooting for you in top 4. See if you can make it to the finals.
Thanks.
These players are getting set up for the top 4 match, the Full Grip Games $2,000 cash. Brilliant Stars Legal Standard events. We've got Curse Spice on the left versus the Riley Hulbert on the right. Now, did these 2 players meet before? Was it? No, it wasn't.
No.
It was a similar matchup, right?
Yes. So we saw Kevin on stream, who was playing a very similar list to Riley. I think only 1 card different. Play against a different player who was playing the same deck that Kirk is playing. But Kurt is playing. But we have seen Kurt on stream. Obviously, we saw Kurt in that last round where he took down Luke's Mew VMAX deck in order to get into the top 8. And it looks like Kurt has won their top 8 match and now finds themselves in top 4 up against Riley, who we saw in round 7. And Riley's deck really did not function very well for him in round 7.
I think we witnessed Riley's worst set of the tournament.
Yes.
Because if we take a look at his record,
702.
Undefeated.
Wow.
I mean, definitely a dominant performance so far from Riley. And Riley's got a solid opening hand with Arceus V in the active, opting for the Metal Energy, which is safe when you don't know your opponent's list and it's coughing. You're like, all right, with coughing sometimes comes shenanigans, you know. So I'll go with the safe basic Metal Energy, which is fine. And the big charm onto the benched Duraludon V, passing it over to Kurt to kick things off. I'm guessing that we're probably going to see a Ascension.
So this is really interesting because these players have decks that are meant to counter specific things. Kurt's deck with the Galarian Weezing that has that neutralizing gas ability is meant to really punish decks that have a lot of abilities, and then also punish decks with weakness as well with things like the Galarian Moltres. Riley really only has 1 ability that's important. It is Starbirth, and that's in this matchup at least, right? Normally, Riley's deck is reliant on the Skyscraper ability of Duraludon VMAX, trying to slow down all the special energy decks. Well, Kurt's not playing any special energy, so what happens when you take 2 decks that are meant to counter specific things and you pit them against each other when neither deck has the thing the other is meant to counter?
Right. It's 2 decks that are counter decks, but they're not meant to counter each other. So you're just going to have Riley's big dude's deck against Kurt's with a dark counterbox deck. And this deck seems pretty popular. I'm pretty sure that Mike Gibbs is also running the dark box deck, right? The Dark Intellion deck.
Yep.
With Weezing and Galarian Moltres. And Mike Gibbs was our last Full Grip Games 1K Gym Leader Challenge winner.
That's right.
From a couple months ago. So really cool to see Mike back in top 4 of the standard event after winning the Gym Leader Challenge event last time. Looks like Kurt is just going to ascend into Galarian Weezing and pass things over to Riley.
A key card, though, Kurt hit the boss's orders, which is not a great supporter on turn 1 normally, but it's going to slow down Riley a lot because that Duraludon has a big old 3 retreat cost, and Arceus VSTAR cannot use its Starbirth VSTAR power to go fetch Switch out of the deck because Neutralizing Gas has turned off all of Riley's abilities.
Yeah, so Riley just has to naturally draw into the Switch, the Arceus VSTAR, and the Double Turbo Energy. I do think the Double Turbo Energy is already in hand, as we saw the previous turn, but yes, this Duraludon could very well be stuck for Riley, which would give Kurt some valuable time to get set up. I think that Riley is favored in this match if Riley is able to get out the gates quick, just knock out Weezings with Arceus VSTAR. Arceus VSTAR is just such a pain. And here's the research looking for Arceus V-Star and a switch.
There's the Ultra Ball, so that's piece number 1. Now just needing switch or the escape rope. Plays 1 copy of rope. What's that last card? Oh, it's the mustard. That is not a switch card, so Riley is going to miss out on the attack this turn.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Riley. No way to move the Duraludon, so that well-timed boss's orders from Kurt is going to stick Riley's Duraludon in the active spots.
And just has to pass. That is not how Riley drew this up.
No, and I think that Riley is correct to not evolve the Duraludon because you can heal it from poison with the evolution into the Duraludon VMAX the following turn. So I like the hold off on that evolution into Duraludon, even though he does have the Duraludon VMAX in his hand.
Kurt here has a research, but there's a lot of other good stuff in this hand. Also has the Drizzile. Shady Dealings can search any trainer card out of the deck. Riley has a pretty decently sized hand, so Marnie could be a reasonable option here. We'll see which route Kurt wants to go. Also could value trying to set up some more Sobbles, so just getting some quick balls in place so you have more draw later. And Marnie does appear to be the grab. Energy Search will be played, and a Darkness Energy gets grabbed from that.
Yeah, Marnie makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's a lot of juice in that hand that you can't really afford to just research. I'm sure that, I mean, Riley might not mind the Marnie, considering that this hand is not, you know, the most insane. It could have played the Ultra Ball a little aggressively to go get the Arceus V-Star potentially, but I think it's fine. If Riley doesn't reorganize the deck, Riley did just get, you know, thrown another Marnie and knows that the switch was not in the bottom 7 or so cards and is thinking like, okay, you know, maybe there's a switch in the next, you know, 5 cards, 6 cards.
Yeah, that's what's kind of cool about Marnie versus something like N, where those decks are just those cards are just randomly placed throughout your deck now after being shuffled in. Now you know where those cards are, and you can make plays based off of that. You can force shuffle your deck with something like a quick ball if you know you want something that got shuffled to the bottom, or you can just play a Marnie or research and draw off the top because you know the piece you are missing was not there.
Riley finds the Arceus V-Star, but is still just missing that switch. Will counter the training courts and run Marnie back for 5 more cards. Can Riley find that switch? And
does not find it.
Yeah, so still stuck in the active, and with no VMAX, this Duraludon V is just going to be rotting here in the active spot.
And this is what Kurt's deck wants to do. Slow the game down, give yourself time to, you know, kind of establish a bit of Pokemon in play, mostly the Sobbles, just so you can kind of combo off after your opponent has taken a few prizes and really get in there with the Galarian Moltres.
I think what Riley is now realizing, though, is that this might be a game where it's, you know, 2 Arceus, potentially, maybe 1 VMAX, something like that. You know, there's another Arceus down on the board now. If this Duraludon never evolves, you know, maybe he's trying to like work out his prizes differently. I mean, either way, it is 3 Pokemon that need knocked out. Arceus V-Star is a great energy accelerator, but I guess it's still ideal just to get 2 VMAXs into play.
I wonder if Riley is like kind of kicking himself for benching the Duraludon on turn 1.
That was just an error, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's still, you want to get your VMAX in play, so I understand it. And it's hard. Usually, if Kurt has a draw supporter, that's the route that they'll go, as opposed to playing the boss's orders. But it just so happens that Kurt had kind of a tough hand to justify researching away and just decided to go the route with the boss. And Kurt is fine to play a slower game.
Right, especially, I mean, with the Weezing, like, what are they going to do? I mean, they could just have the switch. I mean, it's certainly true. But, okay, so Riley's going to see another Marnie, and has the deck
has not been shuffled.
It has not been reordered yet. So
not Riley's, at least.
We are deeper into the deck, and there's a research, and you have to imagine, okay, off this research,
surely
there will be a switch.
Surely there will be a switch.
Surely there will be a switch.
So Riley can go for the strategy of the 1 VMAX and the 2 Arceus like you mentioned, and that's just fine. The difference between knocking out a Arceus VSTAR versus knocking out a
There's
Duraludon
the
VMAX
switch.
isn't the biggest, and yes, that's the
Riley's
piece.
got it. So the energy there, the switch off the top of the deck, we'll be able to switch the poisoned Duraludon V into the Arceus V-Star, and we're finally going to see a Trinity Nova from the Arceus V-Star. Research will net Riley 7 more cards off the top of the deck. Now, Chip, what do you think Riley wants to set up his board from here? Okay, there's a heavily damaged Duraludon V, which is now equipped with a fighting energy, Arceus V on the bench. Do we bench another Duraludon V and start accelerating to that? We go for the mustard play eventually.
I kind of feel like Riley should be okay to just evolve this damaged Duraludon V. Powering up another one just invites like a Pokemon to get stuck active and poison KO'd. And so Riley will go this route and just throw some energies onto this Duraludon V, and also splitting them with the Arceus, which I like as well. And what Riley can kind of do if Kurt is going with the poison route and just chilling behind a Weezing is Riley doesn't mind retreating off some of these double turbo energies.
Does not at all.
Just pivoting between the Arceus, because those are really, you have plenty of them. You have 4 of them. If you can just switch between a couple of Arceus and keep attacking and limiting Kurt's damage, really limiting their effectiveness on the game, that's just what Riley wants to do, is just consistently be able to keep taking KOs.
So I'm wondering what Kurt's plan is going to be. There are no coughing, no hoopa, nothing like that in play. Level ball being played now could search out a Drizzile and potentially use Shady Dealings. Just a little bit of an awkward board state. There's, the Drizzile with the energy is on the bench, so that's not going to be a pivot to retreat. So in order to get this Drizzile out of the active spot, you would need to use a scoop up net or something like that. It does look like maybe Quick Ball is being favored as the card to grab off of the Shady Dealings. The Quick Ball could get, you definitely want like Tapu Koko. You want maybe a Hoopa. These are the things you want to be doing right here.
Kurt just pulled like 7 cards to the front of the deck. Like, there's a lot of different paths that could be taken. Level Ball will be the first option, and Scoop Up Net can pick up the Drizzile with the energy on it to kick that to the discard pile, activating things like Clara for later on in the game.
Okay, so off of the Drizzile Shady Dealings, we got Level Ball for coughing, and then Scoop Up Net, the Drizzile, going to get a Evolution Incense to get Inteleon, and now we could get 2 trainers, and it looks like Kurt is just trying to prevent Riley from using his Starbirth ability, so might just opt to... Oh, it looks like...
I think we're just going to poke here.
Yeah, poke here with Hoopa. Okay, I was going to say, it looks like maybe an Ascension happening. No, the Hoopa hits the bench, and it's probably going to be an Assault Gate for 90.
There's already so much damage on the benched Duraludon that I think we're in a position where what Kurt can do is just hit this Arceus with the Hoopa, and then you're set up to be able to take a 2-prize KO with the Sableye at some point. You'll lose 2 prizes, of course, that'll go down, but then you can just close out the game by attacking 2 times with Galarian Moltres.
Yeah.
I think at some point you might have to put a little damage onto the Arceus on the bench, right? Because at the end of the game, Moltres caps at 270, but with just one ping from the Inteleon, 1 quick shooting will be enough to put that over the edge to get the 1-hit knockout.
So I think that Riley's going to need a fresh Duraludon VMAX.
Yeah.
Because Riley needs to kind of soak damage on these random dudes and then, kind of put Kurt in a weird spot where Kurt can't use Clara and Boss in the same turn to take the final knockouts, right? The Arceus V-Star is going to take 90 damage from Hoopa all the way in left field. What is that Hoopa doing over there? Yeah.
Slide on over a bit, Hoops. Come on.
Come on, man. Where are you going?
And Riley is going to use Quick Ball, so I'll be interested to see if he goes this route and grabs another Duraludon. It would make sense. And does discard a boss's orders.
Put the hoop in the middle. Thank goodness.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that was going to drive me nuts. Gotta keep an organized board state. The Pokeball's there for a reason, all right? So it's guidance.
Kurt could not have benched that Tapu Koko because of the collapsed stadium. So easy fix. Nothing really was affected by it. Kurt just pops it back into the hand, and we move on with the game.
Yep. Not a problem at all. Because nothing changed.
No.
Now Riley's got a damaged Arceus VSTAR. Is going to Quick Ball, get another Arceus V out of the deck.
And Quick Balls it away. So just thinning at this point. So will Riley set up another Pokemon at this point? Another Arceus, another VMAX. Is able to now use Starbirth, which is huge. Can get any 2 cards. So Riley is going to be able to set up whatever plays he wants. Oh, there it is, Andrew.
I told you, bro. Here he comes.
Single strike mustard.
Yeah, you almost rapid striked it again, my dude.
What are you talking about? Did not. Come on.
Yeah. Single strike mustard coming into play. Gonna allow Riley to whip up a Duraludon VMAX. Just out of nowhere. Which is awesome. That is going to be very good for Riley's board state, because if he uses the Trinity Nova attack to accelerate some energy into play, he's going to want to put him on a Pokemon that doesn't have any damage, and preferably one that has an obscene amount of hit points.
Yeah. 330 hit points on Duraludon VMAX. The fact that you can just pull that card out of the deck without having to discard it for something like, Archie's Ace in the Hole, Maxie's, and even Rapid Strike Mustard. Those Pokemon have to be in the discard pile. Single Strike Mustard just grabs them out of the deck. It's absolutely absurd. It's such a strong combo if you can pull it off, and it's now all possible thanks to cards like Ultra Ball and, of course, Starbirth from Arceus VSTAR.
Yeah, so this Arceus VSTAR, it's got 90 damage on it. It could get knocked out by a Galarian Moltres. Can probably hit the numbers now, doing 220, right? So 220 plus 90 is, just enough. 310. Well, 310, right? Yes.
What,
yes.
Galarian Moltres, the baby Galarian Moltres is only doing
120.
Yeah, it's doing 120 right now.
Not enough.
No, not quite. The only option to get a KO here would be Sableye.
Oh, so it's probably not happening.
No, and not with this hand at least.
No, and this is what you can see how this matchup is pretty close. These dudes are just huge.
Yeah.
And they all one-hit KO the Sableye.
Right.
So, anytime you put that Sableye on the board, it's going to be rough.
It's acceptable to put Sableye in play, especially because it actually accelerates the game a little bit to where Riley's taking more prizes, so your Moltres is now doing more damage. But it is going to be tough to chain together Moltres whenever the fresh Duraludon got played by Riley. So,
and what's funny is that the collapsed stadium is actually making it so that Kurt cannot put another Pokemon in play right now.
That's kind of annoying, Riley.
Yes.
Come on now.
So that is big. And then speaking of big, the big charm. My goodness. The Arceus with 310 hit points is an absolute menace.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is going to be tough to take down. This Arceus with 90 damage on it still has 220 hit points. It's ridiculous.
It's pretty absurd.
A lot of damage that still needs dealt to take 2 prizes. It's going to be tough, right? But Kurt hasn't taken a prize yet, and it's going to be a while. This is the kind of deck that if Riley can just shove these 2 prizers into the active position, I think that this is Riley's game plan. Just go double Arceus. You're not going to want to KO them, really, for a while. And then sweep with the Duraludon for the last couple. Something like that.
I think the Pokemon are just too big.
They're huge.
It's so hard for Kurt to ever knock out one. It's so much work to get to 1 KO. And you have to find a way to manage 3 before your opponent is able to take 6 knockouts. That is it's tough. It's really, really tough.
It is for sure. Scoop Upnet going to reset the Shady Dealings Inteleon so that Kurt will have access to another Drizzile next turn, and Tapu Koko is the Pokemon of choice, turning off the abilities, but yeah, who cares? I mean, Raleigh has already gotten that Starbirth power off last turn, so maybe a little bit more poison from the Weezing, but with no hand disruption or anything like that. I think Riley's probably going to be content to just retreat this double turbo energy off of the Arceus and eat 40 damage and go in with a fresh dude. And we can see how this matchup is not all so bad. I mean, Riley got a pretty slow start considering that the Weezing stuck that Duraludon for many turns and racked up 120 damage on it, right?
Yeah.
But I'd say that the ball very much feels like it's in Riley's court at this moment. But if there's anything that I know about this Sableye Inteleon deck, it's that things can happen pretty quick.
It ramps up as the game goes on. That's what the deck is built to do. The Moltres just gets in there once your opponent has started to take a bunch of prize cards. That is just kind of the idea of the deck. Riley will play a Marnie. Kurt had a pretty big hand that he was sitting on, had that Inteleon that just got scooped up.
Oh,
so,
yeah, we're sending that to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, Riley said, yeah, you don't need that. That's okay. And look at this hand. Kurt has 2 Inteleon, a Raihan, and a Darkness Energy. That's nothing. There's nothing that Kurt can do with that.
Is it 2 quick shooting Inteleon?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I mean, 2.
Okay, if it was the other one, you could do anything with that.
Oh, yes, but this hand is not.
That's that pre-release promo quick shooting.
Oh, but top deck's the...
Is that the Moltres?
Moltres.
Okay, so could actually
take
attack.
A bite.
Yeah, can attack.
Yes, as Raleigh goes to 3 prizes remaining, the Moltres is going to be dealing a decent chunk of damage, right? 2 quick shooters. I mean, so it's okay, awkward.
Actually, if Kurt can just attack with Moltres 3 times, which is hard to do. You got to chain the Claras. You got to get that training court in play and get some energies back. But if Kurt can actually do that, I think
still loses.
No.
Yes.
How?
When is he doing 280 to the Arceus, the clean Arceus V-Star
with the quick shooting Inteleons? Once there's 1 prize remaining, quick shooting Inteleon adds the damage
the
up.
The Arceus V-Star is going up next turn.
Right. Oh, yeah, and then, because Riley will take a prize next turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Riley's got 3 turns left, and Kurt, I'm looking at probably 4 turns left for Kurt.
Yeah, it's 4 turns. So
you know what I mean?
1 turn too slow.
It's just like, I think that if Riley just goes attack, like, it's probably fine. But the Arceus V-Star, I'd say, does need to come up next turn, but look at Riley's hand. It's got the switch already.
Right.
Yeah, so I think so long as Riley keeps dancing with these different Pokemon around, then it's not going to matter if Riley can just, dodge the one-hit KO on the Arceus V-Star this next turn, find the energy for it, then Riley should be in the clear, I think. But
I think even if Kurt does get the one-hit KO on the Arceus V-Star, that I think Riley still wins because the
6 prizes left.
Yes,
right.
It's just too much work. It's 3 knockouts that have to happen, and you're not taking one of them this turn when your opponent has 3 prizes. So
that's
long as Riley attacks. I mean, what could happen is Kurt could bring up the Arceus with an energy on it. It's got 2 retreat, so bring that up and start using quick shooting. And if Riley can't move it for a few turns, but there's so many ways Riley can do that. Escape rope, switch, or any energy card can move the Arceus. But we're in the range where that could be Kurt's win condition.
And also, Kurt does have a dead hand.
Yeah.
It's a double quick shooter, and this is a 0-card hand scenario, right?
Yeah.
Where you're just like, I'm revealing it. This is it,
And Riley probably perked up a little bit once Kurt played all those cards out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now we're cruising. Switch in hands, no sweats. It's totally fine. Kurt needs a certain amount of turns. Maybe the quick shootings are going on the Duraludon. I think that, maybe is he thinking that, okay, with 160 damage on that Duraludon, will the quick shootings add up quickly enough to take a bonus prize? All Riley has to do then is evolve it, right?
Yes.
So, and put it out of harm's way. But with the switch and the double turbo energy, that Arceus V-Star on the bench is going to make its way into the active spots.
The thing is there's not one card Kurt can top deck that allows him to even
There's
attack.
not.
Yeah.
Nope.
Because Clara only gets you 2 energies
Yep.
with the Moltres. So I don't think there's anything that, well, research. Okay, research top deck into the second Moltres into 3 energies or 2 in a training court. That would probably be just about it. Let's see what this top deck is. Evolution Incense gets Drizzile.
Does get Drizzile, so then it could be a research, right? We're taking a look at what are we getting. We know the Drizzile's in the deck. Shady Dealings. Shady Dealings can call up. It can't be a Raihan. There's no Pokemon to accelerate to. Can't be a Clara. It's only 2 Pokemon. It pretty much has to be a research, right?
Yes, and the Moltres is in the deck, but I see no energy cards.
Oof,
so
right.
the only way to get energy back is Clara and Training Court. Training Court only gets you 1, and Clara's a supporter, and you're playing research for the turn. It's just, I don't know that there is a path here for Kurt.
Yeah, it seems really tough. And again, we're just look at all this damage on Riley's board. How much damage is on this board? 170 damage on the benched Duraludon VMAX. We've got 130 damage on a benched Arceus VSTAR and 160 damage on another benched Duraludon V.
That's a lot of damage, man.
That's a lot of damage. No prize is taken.
Wow.
But 3 big guys, and I think Kurt sees the writing on the wall and is going to scoop it up.
Yeah, wise decision there. Maybe could have scooped it a little bit earlier, but Kurt's ready to move on to game number 2 and is definitely going to have to adjust a little bit moving into this next one.
Riley Hulbert just 1 win away from inserting himself into the finals of this 2K tournament and giving himself a shot at the grand prize. Kurt fighting for his survivability in this event. Let's see how this second game goes. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this match, twice now?
Mm-hmm.
We saw Kevin versus his opponent earlier on in the day, and Kevin 2-0'd it, I'm pretty sure. Riley, after a awkward start with the Duraludon V, stuck there forever, taking unnecessary damage from a Weezing, like a rogue Weezing just out of nowhere. Still, like, made it look ugly, right?
Yeah.
Which is funny because this deck doesn't play any healing. The guys are just too big.
The guys are just too big. That's what it really comes down to. And there's not enough gas in Kurt's deck to just be able to close out the game. I feel like this deck just relies so much on the weakness that it has against something like Mew VMAX, where, you know, I guess that matchup, you really have just kind of an easier time where you just plop down the Moltres after 3 prizes and it's gonna knock anything out.
Yes.
So whenever there's more to it than that, you have to go with the Weezing and try to slow things down, and that worked for a little while. Riley was slowed down, but Kurt just still didn't end up being able to do anything because the guys are too big. Riley could just keep attacking every single turn.
These players are set up and ready to go for game 2, so let's get down to the table and see who takes it.
It does appear like Kurt went first, attaches a Darkness Energy to the Sobble in the active, and benches an additional Sobble. Riley Hulbert starts the Arceus V incredibly strong with that Trinity Charge attack, wanting to find a double turbo energy and just start popping off right away.
Yeah, we'll see. Riley's going to take a look through the deck with an Ultra Ball. And just scanning through what options he has available, searches out a Duraludon V and puts it onto the bench, discarding a Switch. Yes.
We saw how that worked out for you last time, buddy.
I know, but Riley must be feeling confident that things are going to go well, especially if he's got the double turbo energy in hand. I'm not sure.
Or if he's just going to research here, right?
Right, then it's all getting discarded anyway, right? But if that Duraludon can get some energy accelerated onto it turn 1, then no liability. What's a liability, right?
No worries at all.
All right.
And both Switch hit the discard pile.
Ooh, that's fine.
Yeah,
double turbo, it's not double turbo, not a problem. Yep, who cares? Riley's switches are going to be those double turbo energies, right? Because the Arceus V is going to be able to pivot in and out of the active spots. You can even slap a double turbo energy onto a Duraludon to help ease its retreat cost. I mean, there's a bunch of things that you can do with the double turbo energy in this deck. And this has got to be feeling great for Riley. This is the
ideal
start you want. Yeah.
So good. And now Kurt, with just 2 Sobbles in play, staring down a field of Arceus and Duraludon. That's going to be tough for poor little Sobble to handle.
Yes, there are 5 energy in play on the other side of the board, and we just got started. Yep, so that's a lot of pressure.
And you can see why this deck is so strong. It just does this so consistently, so many energies in play. And it's really seeming like not a bad play for some of the upcoming regional championships where, if it's popping off here, it's sure to keep popping off throughout the rest of this format.
I think this Arceus Duraludon deck is for real. I think the Arceus is for real. That's for sure.
Yeah.
This is the best performance we have seen yet on one of our release day tournaments from a new card.
It's because Arceus is just that good.
It's because Arceus is the real deal.
It is.
This card is so nuts that it is asserting its place at the table in the standard format.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that at the Fusion Strike tournament, there was a couple of players playing Mew, but it really wasn't that big in the room. And I think part of the reason is people were wary of dropping the money on the cards before it had a chance to prove itself. People were not
just like, how do you build it?
Right. Nobody knew how to build
weird.
it yet. The VIP pass Cremomatic hadn't been.
The degeneracy had not been truly unlocked yet.
Meloetta was not being played.
No.
So people hadn't figured it out.
People were still playing draw supporters.
Yeah, who needs those?
Yeah, exactly.
But the difference here for Arceus is just that people look at it and know that it's going to be good. It's colorless. It can go in so many different things. And that's why so many more people were willing to fork up the money to play the deck, because they knew that this is a card that is going to be good for a long time.
Yes. And also I would say that the Arceus deck plays more like a traditional Pokemon deck than the Mew VMAX deck, which is just completely degenerate. It's like, how do you, the Mew VMAX deck is quite unlike any deck that has ever existed in the Pokemon TCG. It is just that broken. But it, it took maybe a couple weeks to get to that point, to realize how to maximize its effectiveness. The Arceus, it just works. I mean, there's almost no way to mess it up. You could put that card with anything.
Yep.
And it's going to make it better.
It will. I mean, even just for the Starbirth ability alone, it is incredibly strong. Kurt does get the turn 2 Galarian Weezing just with the Ascension, grabbing that out of the deck. That will turn off Riley's Starbirth. But all Riley needs here is an energy card, and Riley's got the energy and a Professor's Research as well. Riley is popping off and feeling good about this.
This is the dream. It's how you write it up. You're like, can I get a turn 1, Trinity Charge? Can I get a turn 2 Trinity Nova? Riley's not even going to accelerate any energy into play. Just shuffle his deck. Didn't find the DuraludonVMAX, but it doesn't really matter. At this point, I mean, you could even make an argument that, I guess maybe it can get healed from poison without being evolved yet. So it just is a really solid board state for Riley, and with no Galarian Weezing in the way, then it should be pretty easy for Riley to be able to piece some things together with the Starbirth ability next turn.
Kurt's hand is bad. Two Raihan, Boss's Orders, Clara, and then 2 Pokemon, the Hoopa and the Galarian Moltres. This is less than ideal. Kurt can still pull off an attack, though. Raihan onto the Hoopa can get the energy in play, and Raihan can search you out, scoop up net, or like the Inteleon to get a scoop up net and something for the next turn, which is probably going to be what Kurt eyes up, and certainly is the grab. So Kurt will be able to throw a little damage in play, which is really all his deck can do at this point. The question is Riley gonna just be able to run away with it?
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely run away with it territory for Riley right now. Riley's board has no damage on it.
Nope.
Just squeaky clean. If Kurt tries to throw a Sableye in the mix to maybe take a cheeky knockout sooner rather than later, then just forfeiting 2 more prize cards at this point in the game is going to probably favor Riley more than Kurt. Just doesn't feel great, but you never want to count this deck out. It has a lot of comeback potential, and Kurt has been navigating it well all day to achieve a record of 7-1-1.
Kurt's eyeing up that Sableye, not for this turn, but obviously for future turns. And with the quick ball grab, that makes me think that could be the play Kurt wants to pull off next turn, since there is the Raihan already in hand. So we could see our first crazy claws, which I would be excited to see. I love the Sableye V, but
I've seen this deck on stream 2 times now. I never get to see any crazy claws.
Come on, why is it in the deck, guys?
That's what I'm saying.
Bust that thing out. Let's do like 700. That's what the best part of the card is that it literally does like 600 damage, which is just absurd.
I know. All I've seen are some moderately insane claws. Yeah, nothing
crazy.
Nothing crazy yet. Yeah. So that would certainly be exciting to see in this match if Kurt can pull off a big crazy claws for knockouts. But with that Inteleon needing to be a shady dealing Inteleon, right, just to keep the ball rolling, that's one less opportunity to get a quick shooter into play. If the quick shooters are not hitting the board early enough, then that means that we're not getting a lot of chip damage on these guys.
Yep.
Imagine if we had like 2 quick shooters in play right now. Then you're starting to see like, okay, maybe there's some math that's really starting to check out with maybe a potential crazy claws play coming up soon, and then maybe a Galarian Moltres, swinging for just enough after a few quick shootings. But with, looking primarily like these Inteleon are needing to be used just to get attacks fired off at this point. We're not seeing any of that chip damage from the quick shooters.
And Riley's going to be content to grab another Arceus here. Not even worried about the double Duraludon. Arceus is honestly a little better because it has 2 retreats. So you can retreat out of some of the poison a little bit easier. You can retreat away from the heavily damaged Pokemon a little bit easier. So seems like a good choice to me, and makes good use of the training court as well. Quick Ball just discards that metal energy. Riley can just pop that back into hand at any time, kind of reminiscent of good old Propagation Execute. Just Ultra Ball it away and bring it right back. That's kind of what training court can do here.
Double Turbo going on to the bench, Arceus V, and then eyeing up the supporter options for the turn, looking like it's going to be a Marnie, sending the hand to the bottom of the deck, and we'll see 5 cards off the top. Yeah, the deal with Arceus is that it's easier to dance with, right? It's easier to dance around and just dodge those knockouts because it's huge. It doesn't really get one-hit KO'd by anything in Kurt's deck. And if you can just dance around long enough and make it so that Kurt isn't taking any big knockouts, then you're going to win the game. And I think that Riley has kind of revealed that so far in the sets.
Man, Kurt's hand is, you got to research, but there's just having a 4-card hand is not good for this deck. You need a lot of pieces. There's a lot this deck wants to do to make work. And also the collapsed stadium coming in play is huge because this deck loves to have a bunch of Pokemon in play. I mean, maybe that's the reason Kurt's never been able to use that Tapu Koko, because it's just you can't justify the bench space for it.
And that's the thing, is that the Tapu Koko makes this deck work.
Yeah.
Being able to just pivot in and out of the active spot, use Hoopa, get the Galarian Moltres out of nowhere, right? Get the Sableye V out of nowhere. That's what this deck wants to do. Every attacker needs to come out of nowhere, right?
Right.
And the Tapu Koko allows those plays to happen. Without the Tapu Koko on board, it's like, I got to play a scoop up net every single turn. This is terrible, right? Well, it's just not working.
Kurt's maybe piecing something together a little bit here. With this scoop up net, has a quick ball. I think we could be seeing Sableye here. It could be our first crazy claws, Andrew.
Crazy Claws, how much damage this thing got on it? 90? I mean, I guess, right?
I mean, it's doing 540 damage, 550 damage because it's base 10.
You're right. I mean, the Sableye is taking the knockout, but it feels bad because Riley's got 4 prizes left.
Yeah.
So all Riley would have to do is just send up, Duraludon, send up Arceus, and the game's over.
Sure. Well, think about it like this. Riley does not have the VSTAR yet. Right.
No.
And Kurt's pretty close to 2 quick shootings. So couple quick shootings for a few turns onto Duraludon after hitting it for 270 damage, setting up to go into a turn where you're hitting it for 270, plus 40 more, plus 40 more, right? That's enough to knock it out.
I'm feeling like at the very least, Kurt also needs this Tapu Koko in play. I mean, how many more turns can Kurt get away with playing Scoop Up Net?
That's true.
Frankly, we gotta
not many because there's only 3 in the list. So.
Yeah, so like, and 2 have been played the last 2 turns to pivot in and out of the active. So the Tapu Koko is like got to be found, and there's no counter stadium, so the Collapse Stadium is still in play. It's just it's definitely going to turn into a little bit of a resource crunch for Kurt coming down the line.
Right. So I think Kurt needs Riley to attack with the Arceus or needs to be able to boss the Arceus next turn and not have the V-Star. If Kurt can boss and knock out the V-Star with Moltres next turn while dropping quick shooting damage onto the Duraludon, and then Riley goes to just 1 prize remaining with only the Duraludon in play, Kurt will be able to double quick shooting again, and then Moltres again, and that would be enough for the KO. That is that's so many pieces to need, though, is the issue.
Right. It's a lot, and Riley needs so little.
Yes, Riley needs nothing.
Nothing. Like,
and that plan gets thwarted if Riley just has an Arceus V-Star or just attacks with the Duraludon as opposed to the Arceus. Like, it's not looking good. It's tough
because Riley's looking like, all right. You took a knockout. You're going to go to 4 prizes. That's fine. I've got my gigantic 330 hit point behemoth who's coming into the active and is going to take 2 more prizes to put me at just 2 prizes left to win the game. Then all Riley has to do is an announce attack twice because all of his attacks 1-hit KO everything in Kurt's deck. And that is not a great place for Kurt to be because in order for Kurt to win, Kurt also has to do that.
Right.
The next 2 turns. Right? Kurt has to announce 2 attacks that both take 1-hit KOs. That seems like an insurmountable task. And Kurt's going to extend the hand, seeing that there is no chance I 1-hit KO a clean Duraludon VMAX and a clean Arceus V-Star in the next 2 turns. Riley achieved checkmate and is going to advance to the finals with a 2-0 victory in top 4. That matchup seems like a wash.
It does not seem good for the Inteleon Dark player. And
No.
Mike Gibbs is playing it on the other side of the bracket. I'm trying to see if we can get an update on... Yeah, Mike won the other side of the bracket. So it's Mike versus Riley, and that is... If Riley just steamrolled Kurt like that,
yes,
it's going to be tough for Mike now.
We've seen this matchup on stream twice now, and both times it was a 2-0 in favor of the Duraludon deck. Mike is doing very well today and is now 9-0-1.
Yeah.
So Mike is not to be counted out.
No, absolutely not. And Mike runs hot at full grip, baby.
Apparently,
Yes.
Mike is known to win here, as Mike is our latest 1K champion from the Gym Leader Challenge event held last time during the Fusion Strike set release. So Mike can definitely do it, but he's going to have to get through Riley Hulbert in order to take the win. We're going to do some player interviews and get to our finals here at Full Grip Games in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Riley Hulbert in the house. Just punched his ticket to the finals here at the Full Grip Games 2K. How you doing, Riley?
I mean, I'm feeling great after that round, for sure.
Got to be. I mean, the last time we saw you on stream, it barely scraped by in a win and in match. So after that 2-0 win, you got to be feeling, I think, pretty good headed to the finals.
Yeah, this is definitely a matchup I feel super comfortable in. I played it in Swiss as well in a similar looking set of games.
So it's the second time you played it?
Yeah, it's the second time I played this matchup. Duraludon is just, in theory, they can get the knockouts, but in practice, it's incredibly difficult. You have these gigantic Pokemon. They have to KO 3 of them. It's not pleasant.
And you can dance around.
Yeah, and I've been on the other side of that too. It's not pleasant.
And the collapsed stadium is like annoying.
It is.
Yes,
it is.
I think so.
Yeah, and low-key, the one turn that the training courts come into play, really helps me too. So
Because you'll just take that energy back, no problem.
Because I love just retreating around, forcing just more awkward scenarios. You'll notice my bench in these games was much wider than it was in many of my others, because I know they don't have a lot of gust in that deck. So I'm really just trying to dance around and force them into awkward situations.
Like you can't Clara and Boss. I know
Correct.
that. Right. Yeah. So you're bodied. Yeah. So yes, I think it's definitely a good matchup, and it seemed good because we saw Kevin Baxter beat this matchup with a similar list to you.
Yeah.
Earlier in the day, you said now you're 2-0 against it in best of 3 rounds as well, but you've got one more Weezing Sableye deck to defeat in the hands of our Gym Leader Challenge 1K champion Mike Gibbs from Michigan in the finals. What do you think? Is there anything that you think can go wrong in this finals match, or are you going in full confidence? We got it.
I mean, the situation where things go wrong, you kind of saw that in game 1, what can happen. Unfortunately, I was able to kind of get my Duraludon out of there before things got really bad. But if you're able to get a free set of damage without me responding, without me having the evolution to get out of the poison and stuff like that, that's where things start to get sticky. But if I'm able to just do my game plan, if I'm able to Arceus on turn 2 or 3, if I'm able to attack with Duraludon thereafter, I feel generally pretty good unless they got the nuts in their hands, the crazy plays ready.
Yeah, and I think that maybe early quick shooting Intellions can spell trouble if they're just drawing the heat and not needing Intellions.
They can, but the problem is they
always need them.
They always need the scoop up nets. They always need to get the shady dealings. It's just really hard to afford the space.
Right, because they're getting knocked out every single turn.
Yes.
I mean, everything is getting knocked out. So it's you are almost needing to use them for the shady dealings instead of the quick shooting, and then you don't have an extra spot for that third Intellion line because of the collapse stadium. So it in practice it just never ends up going. I think how the Intellion player would like to write it up in their minds, but anything can happen.
Yeah, and if anyone can do it, it's Mike for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, he ran really hot here last time and did defeat Azul and Grant Manley en route to the victory last time. So that's he's got a thinker. I'm sure we'll be trying to figure out how to best this matchup in the finals. Is there anybody you'd like to thank? Helped you work on the deck getting to this point?
I mean, I just thank everybody who was hanging out last night with testing with us. Namely, Chip was kind of my go-to guy. He was at my side playing standard. He wanted to cube. He wanted to do anything else, but he was so committed to the bit of helping me with standard. And
we was running laps with Mew VMAX.
And we did switch decks.
Yes.
So as a result of that testing. So thank you so much to Chip, as well as Kevin and even yourself, and as we talked through things last night.
I did sell you on the mustard.
You did.
Yes.
You almost didn't play it.
I'll take that.
And it has been a fairly significant card in the deck. I can see that. You were right.
And it's dope.
Yeah.
So that combination of fairly
this interview
significant...
feels weirdly about you.
And dope. Well, let's get Mike over here for a quick player interview, and then we'll get to the finals in just a moment to see who takes home the grand prize of $600 cash. The tournament did pay all the way out to top 16 with the $2,000. So our grand prize winner will take home $600. It's a big money match we got on the line. Stay right there. We'll be right back. I am here with Mike Gibbs, your Gym Leader Challenge 1K champion from the Fusion Strike doubleheader. Back in the finals, back-to-back 1Ks. This is a 2K, actually. And back in the finals, you came to win the Fusion Strike Standard 1K, ended up taking home the Gym Leader Challenge 1K, but now you're here for a Standard 1K finals. How do you feel, Mike?
It feels great. I didn't think I'd get to the finals again in 152 people or whatever. It's a lot of people and a lot of lot of variance in standard. So I'm glad I feel like I played well today. I don't think I've taken a loss. So,
No, yeah, I think you're like 9-0-1 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I've gotten a lot of good matchups, but there's also not a lot of bad matchups here. So I don't know if it's too lucky, but I haven't played anything that like, oh, that's a bad matchup or anything. And yeah, a lot of decks can't deal with like Moltres and stuff. Like they're just like Weezing Marty, then they brick and the game. Yeah,
that's a pretty good strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, have you played against any of the Arceus Duraludon decks?
Yeah, I have a lot of like. I played against it like quite a bit because my my buddy was playing it, and yeah, I mean, there's only so much I can do in the matchup. It's probably the worst matchup in top 8 I could have. So yeah, it's hard. I think that was the matchup on stream in top 4, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard matchup. There's only like so much you can do in that matchup. It's more so like what does Arceus Duraludon do than what you do.
Right.
It's
yeah,
it's
a
hard
matchup. Kind of slow. That could be to your advantage.
Yeah.
If you can rack up damage early, you know. Yeah. So definitely excited to see how you navigate it though. You're on tear today. Haven't lost yet. What was your one tie today?
ID.
And yeah. So literally just undefeated. Yeah.
Yeah.
In any of the sets. Yeah.
A lot of times I would go close to time, but like in like a game 2 or game 1, I'd like see my hand play a turn, then just scoop real quick, you know, just try not to get a tie. So that's been to my advantage that not getting a tie because I'm scooping like just bad starts. Really
That's
fast.
awesome that you've been able to navigate those 50-minute best of 3 scenarios, and I know you've been putting in a lot of work playing online and stuff too. Been seeing you in the Tricky Gym Discord and participating there, so it's been awesome to see you around.
Yeah.
And just practicing, and it's amazing to see that hard work paying off with you and having another finals appearance. So major congratulations. Is there anybody here you traveled with or that you tested with that you want to thank before you head into the finals?
I want to so I had from my league I have like 15 people that came from my league because probably added to the how many people there are here now because they got 15 people from like a town coming. Now we got 4 cards coming. So I mean, yeah, shout out to George North, you know, the league leader of the league, to get everybody all competitive and stuff.
That's awesome.
And now everybody's competitive in my league. It's all competitive there.
Well, that's sick.
So yeah, it's a lot of people to shout out, but like Dan Irish, we tested a lot before the event, and we played the same 59 cards, and he made top 16. He went 5-0-3, so he didn't take a loss either. Like, just he got a few ties. So yeah, I'm really impressed with the deck in this format. It doesn't have very many bad matchups other than the one I'm going into, but
but
so,
it gets even better with the mana fee, right? So I mean, just having that option against the spread decks.
Yeah, it's an option, but I didn't play into my deck because I thought that it wouldn't matter.
Nobody's gonna play Jolteon today.
Well, there's like 7. I think there was 4 Jolteon and 3 Rapid Strike.
Totally fine, right? Yeah. No, today you definitely did not need to play it. No.
Like in future formats, it's a meta call thing, but I felt like I could use the space like better to further my odds against Mew and stuff.
You know that I love that strategy. Yeah. Don't actually tech for the matchup. Let everybody else do that. Yeah, exactly.
Everybody tech for me. I don't know if any of them got top 16 or anything like that.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome stuff. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how you do in this finals match. Congratulations again on making it this far, Mike, and good luck in the finals.
Yeah, thanks for the interview.
Of course. The finals are underway. Let's get some hype going for Mike Gibbs on the left with his Sableye Weezing deck. Mike Gibbs is no stranger to success here at Full Grip Games, having won the Fusion Strike Gym Leader Challenge event just a few months ago. Now finds himself in the finals of the Brilliant Stars Standard 2K event with a record of 9-0-1. Riley Hulbert, a regional champion, is on the right with a record of 8-0-2 with the new Arceus VSTAR featuring DuraludonVMAX. Riley Hulbert is also the co-host of the Tag Team podcast and an amazing World Championship level player himself. This should be an incredible match, but I gotta say, Chip, Mike Gibbs with a record of 9-0-1, anybody sitting across from Mike has got to be scared today.
Absolutely. I mean, to win a tournament, there's a few things that have to go right. You have to play well, of course.
Yep.
You have to pick a good deck, but it's also got to be your day. These tournaments have so much variance, so many matchups that you could hit depending on what record you're at. So many different draws, so many different scenarios. It's got to be your day to come out on top. And it definitely feels like it's Mike's day at 901, but it's also still Riley Holbert's day with a similar record of 802.
8-0-2. And if you watched how he got by in that 402 match, I tell you, you'd say he's got a guardian angel today, too. because that was nothing short of a miracle. So it has been a wild ride today. Over 150 players competing for the title. And we have got 2 phenomenal players competing for the grand prize. Riley Hulbert is a world championship competitor, multiple-time world championship competitor, and a regional champion himself, winning the 2018 Dallas Regional Championships. Mike Gibbs, our Gym Leader Challenge 1K champion from the Michigan area, and a really up-and-coming player in this area, making his way into the second finals back-to-back. You have to keep your eye on Mike Gibbs.
Absolutely love to see players coming out here making a name for themselves, to be honest, and Mike has certainly done that. This game has already gotten well underway. Both of these players are trying to get their boards established. Mike really wants to go in the early game with this Galarian Weezing. Its neutralizing gas ability will shut down the ability of Riley to use the Starbirth VSTAR power, which is the crucial way for Riley to be aggressive and set the board up and get things moving. And of course, Severe Poison just stacks extra damage counters on poison Pokemon over the course of multiple turns. So no surprise to see that that is the first Pokemon that Mike is eyeing up. Over on Riley's side, started that Arceus V, really wants to use a double turbo energy on turn 1 and use Trinity Charge to accelerate a bunch of energies into play. But unfortunately, Riley, after playing a Marnie, was unable to find that double turbo energy, had to just settle for the basic metal attachment. And Mike plays a Marnie, and I'm sure Riley's hoping for a reasonable hand off of this. And Mike wants to get more Sobbles in play. Level Ball is a great way to do that.
And this is how Mike said he has won a lot of his matches today.
Yeah.
I just Marnie got Weezing out and I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
That is the story of this deck. It turns out a lot of decks really like to have their abilities.
Yeah, decks like Mike's keep the rest of the format honest, right? You have to respect lock decks, ability lock, heavy Marnie lists, things like Path to the Peak and other decks. Mike's got the deck rolling right now, though, with that Galarian Weezing already in the active spot.
Yeah, so that poison is going to start racking up on the Arceus. Wow, what a top deck from Riley.
Wow.
The Arceus V-Star just in time. Double turbo energy in the hand.
And that's huge because it heals the poison damage, so it effectively is going to erase half of what Mike's attack was meant to do by going back into Riley's turn.
And it one-hit KOs the Weezing because the Arceus V was not going to be able to take that knockout by itself.
Yeah.
It needed to be a V-Star, and that card drawn right off the top of the deck is going to really set Riley's pace in this match. And taking care of the Weezing, that's the last thing Mike wants. Mike really needs that Weezing to kind of stick off the Marnie for a couple of turns. But we'll see how Mike is able to respond with the air balloon on the Drizzile. That air balloon is going to stick throughout the match as there's no tool scrapper in Riley's list. So that is going to be a pivot card that is going to act really effectively under the Collapse Stadium, since Mike will not have to make room for the Tapu Koko.
Having a pivot is really important for this deck because you're expecting your Pokemon to be knocked out every single turn. So you have to have something to send up that you can then in turn retreat into whatever other attacker you set set up. It's bad enough for Mike that Weezing got knocked out, but not. In addition to that, Trinity Nova throws 3 energies into play, and that Duraludon V on the bench is already looking pretty strong, just waiting to evolve into the VMAX.
So we've got a training court coming down from Mike, and it looks like a big research to just dig into the deck and see more cards. Mike trying to soften up this Arceus a little bit more with an Assault Gate, just keeping the pressure on. Needs to find a Darkness Energy, and is that one?
Is there one in the discard pile? Because there's the training court. I don't think... Yeah, there's one in the discard pile from the Galarian Weezing.
That's true. And there's one in the hand as well. So got that option available to him.
Ooh, also has the choice belt to throw a little extra damage in there. I'm not sure how the math works out, but Mike's going to say, hey, 120 damage sounds good to me.
Yeah, better than 90 by 30. So that's going to be a decent chunk of damage on the Arceus. Riley didn't actually play a supporter last turn, but with no Weezing in sight, Riley will be free to use that Arceus VSTAR's Starbirth ability to search out whatever he wants out of the deck.
Yeah, and we could even see the Busted Mustard plays. I'm sure Riley would love to set that up and just get 2 Duraludon VMAX in play that way. That would be ideal. Mike will use the training court, pop that Darkness Energy back into the hand. I think has the Evolution Incense in hand, so that is good for the next turn. Has a Scoop Up Net, so could reset a Drizzile to use Shady Dealings again, but with Evolution Incense, you're guaranteed to be able to get off the Sword and Shield Intellions Shady Dealings if you want it.
Riley is going to draw his card, take a look at the hand, eyeing up an Ultra Ball, and there's not too much else going on in the hand, so I bet that we are going to be seeing a Starbirth power this turn to just go get something more meaningful.
This looks like a mustard hand to me.
I think so. And if you're using your Starbirth power and you get the mustard, oh yeah, baby, let's go.
Riley's got to check to make sure the mustard's not prized. Needs the 2 Duraludon VMAX as well for this play to work out. So as long as those cards are available, Riley can go for that play. The nice thing about Starbirth is that it is just so versatile. You can be aggressive with boss's orders. You can value your setup a bit more. Oh,
I don't see the mustard.
That's unfortunate.
It is looking like it might just be a research for 7 instead, which is sad. I know, missed opportunity. Yeah, you really hate to see it, but it's fine. I'll live. We live to mustard another day. Gonna grab the Arceus V to the hand, and then maybe just thin, get some stuff out of the deck. Deciding Ultra Balling away this Arceus V, gonna get Duraludon VMAX, and then I'm thinking that we're probably going back into the deck with that V-Star power. Here we go. V-Star, Starbirth can get any 2 cards from the deck, put them straight into Riley's hands, and I bet we're gonna see a draw supporter.
Yeah, what a turn from Riley. What a first few turns from Riley. Set up
both
almost
of these guys
perfectly.
Just doing exactly what they want to do, but Riley just responding to every one of Mike's jabs, even though Riley went second in this matchup.
So Riley wants to establish a second Duraludon or a second Arceus, potentially. Has the option to do either one. We saw in Riley's top 4 match, he valued the 2 Arceus. They're a little easy to maneuver around because they can retreat for 2 energy with the double turbos, but they do have a little less HP. So let's see if Riley keeps to the same strategy, and it actually will be the Duraludon V this time.
I think that makes sense.
Sure.
Just have the opportunity to force the 8-prize game. These guys are going to be really big. There are a couple of Drizzile hanging out on Mike's side of the board. If those evolve into, if those evolve into quick shooting Intellion, maybe they start to ping some damage, and things could get out of hand if an Arceus V-Star gets knocked out. So I think it's reasonable to go with the double Duraludon play. And Mike is just going to be on, kind of on the back foot again, having to cook up another attacker every single turn, because this deck is just churning through Mike's Pokemon left and right.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Mike's deck takes a long time to get the damage necessary in play to pick up the KOs on these Pokemon. And Riley's Pokemon just have so much HP. The hit point number is too high. And Riley can just use that to his advantage, force the 8-prize game like you mentioned. And Mike not only has to deal with this Arceus VSTAR that still has 150 HP remaining, or something like that, quick maths, and also has to deal with 2 Duraludon VMAXs potentially, which have 330 hit points each.
Mike's got a pretty sizable hand. Iron Up and Evolution Incense, which can go into the deck, and probably find a Shady Dealings Inteleon if I had to guess, because we're going to need some magic to piece these plays together. But if it's prized...
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. Just scanning the deck real quick. Oh, it is not in there.
And
but with Scoop Up Nets in hand, you're like, okay, I mean, that's 4 trainers out of the deck I can get, right? But with no Shady Dealing Inteleon in the deck, that's nothing. A Raihan? What are you going to Raihan to a Drizzile? It's almost Scoop It Up territory. It's bad.
Do you know the name of Inteleon's attack? The quick shooting Inteleon's attack?
Oh,
it's Waterfall, Andrew.
Waterfall.
70 damage for 2 colorless. So that's pretty much the only option Mike has to attack this turn.
Right.
Grab the Inteleon. You can evolve the benched one and get a little quick shooting in, and then Scoop Up Net, pick it up, reset your Drizzile for the next turn, and then evolve the active one, Raihan to it. You get another quick shooting. You attach for turn. You're dealing 70 damage plus a couple of quick shootings. That is really Mike's only option to do damage this turn.
Yeah, and that's serviceable.
Yeah.
What, with 160 damage? Yeah, a couple of quick shootings and an attack with the Waterfall could add up over the course of a few turns. It's really Mike's only option. Mike is in the finals, so I'm sure we're going to see Mike, play this one all the way through. Also, this gives Mike the opportunity to learn as much as he possibly can about Raleigh's list.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowledge is everything when it comes to the Pokemon TCG, especially in a closed list format. I'm sure these guys have played near each other all day with similar type of records, so they've probably walked by the tables and seen what the other player's deck was, but you don't really get a great feel for the actual contents until you are all the way playing against that person.
Yeah, the Raihan to the Inteleon will allow Mike to go get whatever card he wants out of his deck. And what are we thinking, Chip? We could get a quick ball or something like that for an attacker. It's like you don't have any draw power without the Shady Dealing Inteleon, so you almost have to get research.
Right, and I think Mike did grab a supporter there, or is certainly at least considering it.
Right, because what else can you do? I think you have to attack with Waterfall, and you have to get a research because you have to see more stuff, and you don't have the Shady Dealing Inteleon, so you kind of see Mike's, you got to churning it out, figuring it out, like, okay, weighing all the different options. You saw the research pulled to the front, and then I think we may have pivoted to something else, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he grabbed, actually. We'll have to see once it hits the hand. I'm kind of surprised Mike didn't go for the Scoop Up Net we were talking about.
It's a Marnie.
Okay. Marnie is pretty good for the next turn. Can still get in there with the Waterfall here, get a little bit more damage in play, plus that quick shooting. But at the end of the day, after you finally deal with this Arceus after a 3 to 4 hit KO, how can you then would have to manage 2 1-hit KOs on Duraludon VMAXs, and that's just not going to ever
Without
happen.
a quick shooting Inteleon that's getting knocked out right now, it's not great.
Yeah,
yes. We do see that Mike kind of acknowledging, like, all right, I need to start softening one of these dudes up, right? Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So pinging 20 damage with the quick shooting ability onto the bench. Duraludon VMAX and Waterfall is going to be dealing 70 damage to the Arceus VSTAR, which still is kicking. And for those of you counting at home, that's a 4-hit KO.
Yeah.
On a Pokemon that only gives up 2 prizes. And if you average that out, that is 0.5 prizes a turn.
Not good.
Not good.
Not enough prizes.
not enough prizes to keep up with the trade.
Especially when your opponent is taking one prize every single turn. And that's really what this comes down to is Mike's Pokemon just don't have that much HP, and Riley's Pokemon all do enough damage to one-hit KO them. And Riley's going to really make Mike work to even ever be able to KO this Arceus, as Riley just retreats it to the bench and sends up this Duraludon. He says, I don't care that this thing has 20 damage on it. You can't do anything with just a Drizzile after I KO this Intellion.
And Riley making the gigantic noggin play of putting up the damage to Duraludon because he knows that Mike is not in a position to really do anything about it, right? If Mike sends up a Sableye right now, cool. Riley just attacks twice, it's game over.
Right.
And then and there's not enough prizes taken for a Galarian Moltres to do anything meaningful against it. So it's just more damage is going to get wasted on it, and then the clean Duraludon VMAX will come up later and just be completely out of reach.
Yeah. It's looking bleak for Mike here. I don't even know what 5 cards Mike could have drawn that even get him, anywhere close.
And here
this
we go.
point.
Yeah, scoop her up. We're going to game 2. And this is, Mike is undefeated today, but this matchup, we've seen it on stream now a number of times. This matchup is not good.
Not ideal for the Weezing player at all.
But the Weezing deck, it's got its strengths in this format and was able to get Mike here. If Mike can get some things to go well in game 2, we could see a game 3 scenario. That was about as smooth as I think that things could have gone for Riley. And honestly, Mike's start was not bad.
No, not at all. Mike started attacking on turn 2, got a Weezing in play, started poisoning, locked the abilities. Riley just had all the pieces, had the turn 2 Arceus, Trinity, Nova, accelerated a bunch of energies onto a Duraludon. And I think if that happens for Riley, it's really hard to lose this matchup.
It is. The way that things go bad is if Mike's Marnie Weezing play had stuck.
Right.
But with Riley just top decking the Arceus, there's only 2 of those in the deck. Yeah, and just...
don't tell Mike, bro.
I know. Well, some Ultra Balls too. But yeah, so it's only, with the top deck of the Arceus VSTAR, it was just smooth sailing from then on out because you've got this dude, 280 hit points just pumping out. One-hit knockout. And, having to piece together a whole bunch of different attackers just to take down a 2-prizer, which doesn't actually help towards your wing condition.
When there's 2 3-prizers on the bench.
That is like, you spend all this time dealing with this guy just to unlock the ability to deal with those guys.
It's not good.
It's not good. It's not good at all.
It's tough, but Mike's going to do the best that he can to try to make it work. We'll get down to the table. These guys are setting up. Mike will certainly be going first, and we'll see if he can find a way to win game 2 and force a game 3 here in the finals of the Full Grip Games 2K Brilliant Stars event. Looks like Riley had a mulligan, a hand with no basic Pokemon in it. Riley does only play 6 Pokemon, so it's pretty reasonable for this to happen a few times per tournament, and it looks like it has happened here once in the finals. So Mike will get an additional card to start off game number 2, which I think Mike is happy to see. Mike will take all the help he can get.
Definitely. Now, we've seen Riley have some pop-off starts going second. The cool thing about playing Arceus V is that you could just open an Arceus V and use Trinity Charge on the first turn of the game to get 3 energy in play. And if you can do that, you're going to be very hard to slow down.
Yeah.
Yes. And then, that just sets the tone for the whole game. But if Riley, does something weird, like starts a Duraludon V and doesn't do anything, then that could get a little bit out of hand. Allow Mike to build up a board without too much resistance. And I think that hopefully I didn't just speak this into existence. Top deck the Arceus was the last
7th
card in the hand. Yes, but I do see a Duraludon V in that hand as well.
And Mike gets one of his best starters, though. That Coughing can easily evolve to Galarian Weezing next turn. Sobble hits the bench immediately. Mike is playing very quickly. I think Mike knows that if he wants to win this finals, it's got to be 2 games, and they've got to go pretty quickly.
Definitely. Can't waste any time. We're just going to, Mike at this point, knows exactly what he's doing with his deck. He's been through 12 hours of play, 12 and a half hours of play so far today, has, battled through a field of over 150 players to get to this point. And now we are at the thrilling conclusion of the event. Mike is just firing on all cylinders right now, getting both Sobble onto the bench, and is going to put his best foot forward in this game 2 against Riley, who seems pretty unshakable right now.
Yeah, Riley is just firing on all cylinders, popping off. Mike's got a great start, though. This energy on a coughing, you get 2 Sobbles in play. You've got a lot of options on the next turn to just keep getting your board set up. Riley is going to be looking for the double turbo energy to go for that Trinity charge. And Professor's Research being in hand is a pretty good option to just get through the deck and try and make that happen. Riley could even thin a card out with the Pokegear, but thinks better of it and just plays the Research to draw these 7, and yeah, it's easy.
There it is.
Double turbo energy.
There it is.
He got 3 of them.
There's 3 of them. And here we go with the Arceus V, getting the turn 1 Trinity charge. Easy peasy. Just how you write it up. Gonna search the deck for 3 basic energy and attach them to the benched Pokemon in any way he likes. 3 energies straight onto the Duraludon V, and I like that play. No need to put energy anywhere else with, 3 double turbo energies available.
Yep.
We're just going to sauce up the one dude who needs some help, and that is Duraludon, the one guy who can get stuck. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike drawing a card, playing the Research, now drawing 7 cards, and has a Shady Dealings Drizzile. Plenty to work with. Ultra Ball can go grab that Galarian Weezing. But if Riley just has an Arceus VSTAR, he'll be able to evolve out of that poison. And we know that there's an energy in hand. There's also the Training Court in play. Riley did discard an energy already. So as long as that Training Court sticks around, Riley will have access to an energy for turn potentially. So Mike can poison this, but I don't know that it is going to be enough.
Yeah, this matchup. The dudes are just so big.
The dudes are just so big.
The dudes are huge. The 40 damage from the poison, the Arceus V just evolves, and then the poison's gone, and then the Weezing's gone with the 1-hit KO and more energy in play. It's just it's a lot to work towards. But Mike is.
I wonder if you should go for a strategy of a little Hoopa early to do the 90 and then try to Sableye quickly right after that. And then it gives up the 2 prizes, but you have more time to put damage onto the Duraludons, theoretically. It's just tough whenever Riley's getting knockouts every single turn, man. I don't know.
We've seen this matchup on stream now 4 times. And Mike, who is very well rehearsed with this deck, said during his player interview that this is the worst matchup in the room by far, and that there's not much you can do other than just play tight and hope your opponent kind of gets stuck somewhere, right? That's really your best bet. But, Mike knows this matchup through and through, has been testing it with his buddies. In every matchup that we've seen so far, Duraludon has smoked it. It just hasn't been super close because you can't even get Sableye out. That's a huge liability. Yeah. I haven't seen a Crazy Claws once today.
We saw a Crazy Claws.
Once we saw 1 Crazy Claws. All right, we saw 1 Crazy Claws today, and the dude, promptly got smoked.
Yes,
it was.
You got it. You trying to work it in. Just seems like it could be good, but in reality, it just loses 2 prizes. It loses you too much position, and that is not good.
No, yeah, it's tough trying to piece together the right time to play the Sableye, because you have to invest so many damage counters into taking out a single Arceus VSTAR, which is the major problem.
Right, and Riley plays an Ultra Ball right away, surely grabbing out the Arceus VSTAR, getting that evolution, healing the poison. There'll still be 40 damage here, but no more damage getting added going back into Mike's turn, and the Weezing's going to be knocked out. And Mike is left with a board of a Drizzile, a Sobble, and a Tapu Koko, which has no way to... I mean, you can allure for 2 cards, but other than that, there's no way to attack with anyway, so... It's this is Riley's popping off.
I think Mike has a research. Yeah, he's gripping a research there in his hand, as you can see. So he's gonna dig in and see what he can find off of that next turn. And with the Sobble and a Drizzile, he'll have some options available to him. But certainly, if there's one thing for sure, it's that. Oh well, yeah. Who cares? 2 double turbos, whatever.
Hey, wait a second though. That now means that Sableye does not get KO'd by the Arceus.
Sure, but
then the Arceus just retreats. And Duraludon is like,
who cares? Yeah. And that research gets sent to the bottom of the deck, but it's fine. Mike does find a level ball and is going to be in the clear. So there's really not too much that can happen to the Arceus. Again, yes, I guess a Sableye could. But again, then the Sableye goes down for 2 more prizes. And I think Riley is just okay to trade 2 for 2 in the middle of the game like this with the way that he's setting up his board.
Riley also gets to play an Ultra Ball, can go get the second Arceus VSTAR out. Go ahead and evolve that. Why not? Get it out of the deck. Just kidding. Duraludon V hits the bench. So Riley may want to set up that second VMAX. We saw this in the top 4 where Riley felt like this was a good option. And when you're going to Trinity Nova, might as well be doing it onto a Duraludon V.
Absolutely. Talking to Riley about this matchup during the player interview, he said that he really likes to go wide against the Sableye Weezing deck because he can just dance around. You just retreat, switch, and just force them into weird situations where they can't possibly chase down your guys to take the key knockouts that they need to because they can't boss and Clara in the same turn.
Right.
You can't Raihan and boss in the same turn. Right. And Clara and Raihan are the 2 cards that the Weezing deck needs to play to take big knockouts. It's just the way the deck functions. So Riley knows that. He's got the matchup down to a science. He knows that he can go wide and just end up with having, a bunch of damage on all my huge dudes. None of them really get knocked out. And then if Riley can just pave a way to a few prizes remaining without too many knockouts having been taken, then the game is going to be in his hands.
Right. Mike has plenty of options, which is good at least. Like, if Mike has a chance, it's going to be whenever he's able to play a bunch of Drizziles and use a bunch of Shady Dealings to set up whatever he wants. But even if he's setting up whatever, I don't even know what whatever he wants looks like at this point.
Right. I'm just excited to watch Mike try to navigate it. Honestly, having it's like, defeat Duraludon VMAX with Sableye Weezing challenge, difficulty impossible. We're gonna watch Mike give it his best shot, but every challenger has failed today.
It has not succeeded once.
Not once. See, even taking 1 game, I have not seen it take 1 game off of the Arceus Duraludon deck. That's how miserable the matchup is. Not even 1 out of the best of 3.
No, it's not very good. Mike did draw the energy, so we could see the Assault Gate from Hoopa throw another 90 damage onto that Arceus, but this is playing out very similarly to game number 1 at this point. So that's what Mike's going to do. He even has the Choice Belt for a little more damage if he wants it. Try to get as close as possible to KOing this Arceus V-Star. And maybe if you could just get a bunch of Intellions next turn. And yeah, Mike's going to value getting one now.
I think so.
Start stacking that damage, and you can actually get close to KOing this with just some quick shooting abilities next turn. Okay, this could work out decently for Mike.
It could. I think that this was the one missing piece that was going to be very good for any of the Sableye Weezing players that we've seen so far. Is if you're able to get a quick shooting Intellion online early enough, you can actually start stacking meaningful damage. And with Mike going first, we do finally see a reasonably timed quick shooting Intellion. It's one of the first we've seen out of any of these matchups that we have watched. Mike's got the pivot online with the Tapu Koko, so it's going to easily be able to transfer between attackers for the rest of the game. Still not taking a knockout yet. That's further down the line. Quick shooting on the bench Duraludon VMAX and another 120 damage to the active Arceus VSTAR.
Ooh, this is a painful Marnie. Mike had a pretty solid hand there with a Drizzile, plenty to work with, plenty of options, and now those cards go to the bottom of the deck. Finds a Scoop of Net, a Raihan, so there's still plenty of plays to be made. Riley getting 5 cards here, and it doesn't really even matter what Riley's got because his board is so good. Riley
did say that he loves it when the training court comes down because, he gets to use it. And we just saw him there scoop up the fighting energy. Yeah, I'm going to love that. Retreat into, and again, we're seeing, the super big brain plays of sending up the Duraludon with the 2 damage counters on it now, saying, I dare you to Sableye this thing. Like, go ahead. You quick shooting Sableye? I would.
That's not even enough damage.
It's not enough. That's what I'm saying. It's not enough.
Double quick shooting would get there.
Yeah, but it's not enough right now, right? So Riley's going to go to just 4 prizes remaining. Mike now has to deal with a Duraludon VMAX that has 310 remaining hit points after a Marnie to 4 cards. Under a collapsed stadium.
Yep. 1 less bench space than normal. Only 4 cards in hand. 5 with the top deck for turn. But Mike's got plays. Mike's got cards in hand, so there are options. And Sword and Shield Inteleon is going to be the first one. The double shady dealings, super shady dealings, gets 2 trainer cards out of the deck. Okay, so Mike had these options. Let's see what he pieces together. Could I up a Boss's Orders with a Hoopa? I don't even know how much. Yeah, maybe Boss's Orders with like a Moltres. Target that Arceus VSTAR. Go ahead and take care of it. Maybe just get a Moltres and hit pretty hard with it. That's 3 energy to only do 120 though. So this is he's got options, but how good are the options?
Right. Shady dealings. Gonna grab 2 trainers. They all feel bad.
Yeah.
They all do, but there is still a decent chunk of the game left. I mean, Riley is, until a 2-prizer hits the board, Riley is looking at 4 more turns required to win the game. Mike needs to take 3 knockouts. I mean, that is just going to be, the story of the match. Can Mike take 3 knockouts? There is one heavily damaged Arceus VSTAR on the bench. This Duraludon VMAX is about to take some foul treatment as well. Riley does have an escape rope in his hand, so he can easily get this Duraludon VMAX back out of the active position, no matter what Mike decides to do to swing into it.
And Riley doesn't really even care about what Pokemon he's knocking out for the most part. It's just kind of about taking knockouts. As long as Riley is knocking something out every turn, Riley's in a very good spot.
Yes, I would agree. It's going to be about just the momentum for Riley, trying to keep things going. Looks like Mike is going for the Galarian Moltres, but it's maybe the Galarian Moltres can take a knockout on the... Is there enough darkness energy in the hand? Just
it's only one, but there's a Raihan. Yeah.
Okay, and it's not swinging for a ton of damage right now. Maybe just 120.
That's right.
Yeah. So not a lot. It is going to do some damage though.
I think this is Mike's literal only way to do damage this turn.
And just realizing that he needs to continue piling damage on every single turn or else.
Don't know if I saw the Clara in the deck, so there wasn't an option to get back the Hoopa and use that as your option to deal a decent chunk of damage this turn, so it had to be the Galarian Moltres. Mike will reset the Drizzile and the Inteleon here, which is very good for the future turns. Can get anything out of the deck. I'm not even sure what's exactly super helpful here. Maybe just a quick ball or something for the next turn to find your next attacker. And yeah, I do not see that.
Clara. You see the gears turning. It's just fun to watch Mike play this deck. I mean, he knows
Mike's trying to see all the lines.
He is trying to see all the lines, and he's definitely thinking in 4D right now, trying to see, all right, dude, mentally processing every single card that's in that left in that deck, and you can tell just with the speed that Mike is playing. He knows exactly what he's doing, and is very confident in every play and every line he takes that this is the best I can do this turn.
Riley draws for turn. It is an Ultra Ball, so that can get the Duraludon VMAX from the deck. That is definitely something Riley wants to set up. Just go ahead and get that evolution in play. One less thing to worry about finding later. And you can also thin some useless cards out of the deck, like that quick ball's not doing anything for you. Just get rid of that, whatever else. And thinking about using that VSTAR power, and sure enough, Starbirth gets used. Will Riley take advantage of like a boss's orders play potentially? Double turbo is one of the grabs.
No, you knock out the Moltres. Boss's, or you just power that dude back up.
That's right.
Make Mike continue.
Well, I'm
doing
just thinking,
it.
That Mike has that Intellion in hand, right? Like,
nah. You force Mike to continue finding the resources because you can't Clara and boss. But if you boss something, then Mike doesn't need to Clara.
Yeah.
And then we'll just boss something and actually take a knockout.
Sure. Yeah.
So you knock out the Moltres every time. Riley just would probably like to do it with somebody else.
Right. Getting the switch, or we saw the double turbo energy grab from this power, so could just see the hard retreat as well, which would be solid.
Yep, switch double turbo.
Switch
new Arceus.
Yep,
new Arceus. Here we are. Yep. And now you've got a new 280 hit point behemoth, and look at me dancing. I'm just, just doing whatever I want to do. Ultra Ball in the hand. We'll see if Riley cares to play it to go find his DuraludonVMAX. Got a research in the hand. Hasn't played it yet, so it would be good to probably evolve up the bench Duraludon V. Probably fine. But Riley actually could use that Duraludon V to, force an even more awkward prize trade. So it doesn't, I think Riley was talking to me about that during the player interview
Gatling
too.
Slug can get in there.
He was saying that, that this is an option. If he wants to get even more gigantic brain, he can attack with Gatling Slug and keep that as an option on the board. There's really no incentive to evolve it, since the other targets will definitely be, I think, more interesting for Mike to gust, like the DuraludonVMAX. Right?
Mike is running out of Pokemon to attack with.
Yes. And having not taken a prize yet, like, dude, they're huge.
The dudes are huge. Riley
are huge.
3 prizes left. All Riley has to do is attack 3 more times. Every single Pokemon on Riley's board is ready to attack.
Is there a Clara in this deck?
I think that Mike plays one and it is prized.
Right. It's just like, it's just a classic case of the dudes are too big.
A classic case.
And there it is. Riley Hulbert is your 2K champion with Arceus, VSTAR, Duraludon, VMAX, an absolute force to be reckoned with. Riley Hulbert takes the win.
Well played by both players. Mike being 9-0-1 to get to this point, just coming up just short. Played the best he could, but in the end, the dudes were just too big.
The dudes they were. A fantastic finals by both players. Some top-notch play. These guys played amazing Pokemon to get to this finals match, and now they are hundreds of dollars richer, with Riley taking home the grand prize of $600 and a full case of Dragon Shields. Very excited for him. Mike Gibbs with his second back-to-back Full Grip Games tournament appearance, winning last Fusion Strikes Gym Leader Challenge 1K event, and now winning hundreds of dollars here at the Full Grip Games Brilliant Stars 2K. Wow, I mean, Mike did amazing here. 9-0-1, only losing to Riley. Ends up, it was Riley's day.
It was Riley's day indeed. It was Arceus's day, to be honest. Arceus VSTAR coming out here and winning the first tournament that it was legal for just goes to show how powerful this card really is. The energy acceleration, the solid damage output, and of course the incredibly strong VSTAR power in Starbirth, that insane consistency boost that it provides. This card is not going anywhere, and I feel like we're going to see it played in a lot of different decks.
A lot of different decks. I mean, consider the last few release weekend tournaments we've hosted here at Full Grip Games. The Evolving Skies tournament, I think Shadow Rider won. For the Fusion Strike tournament, Suicune won, or something like that, And then for this tournament, we actually have a card from the new set taking the win.
That's right.
Players trusted this card enough. It was broken enough to just to be an insane card on release. I mean, this is going to set the tone, I think, for the weeks to come. I mean, headed into the Salt Lake City Regional Championships, Arceus is the real deal. And we're going to have to think about that card heading into the Regional Championships for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to hear from Riley and hear about his tournament journey and how he's feeling after that incredible finals match. We're going to go grab Riley and see how he's feeling and speak to our champion.
Here with Riley Hulbert, hot off the Full Grip Games 2K win. Congratulations, Riley. How you feeling?
Relieved that I'm done playing Pokemon for the day.
Yes, we've been streaming for almost 13 hours.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. And you got the tournament win. After years of playing Pokemon, where does this stand? 150 players. I mean, this is a pretty big tournament.
Yeah. I mean, it's not quite a regional.
It's not quite a regional, but we'll get there, Riley.
But this was really awesome, seriously. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, I was just talking with Kevin and Dankus outside. When I was 102, I was dangerously close to just dropping. And I didn't lose a single match since.
I didn't realize you started 102.
It was an interesting start to the day.
Wow. Yes. So to battle from 102 all the way to the tournament winner, you're also going to get to pick, okay, you got a case of either Nebulas or Duels. Which one you getting, Riley? You want the Duels or you want the Nebulas?
Don't put me on the spot, man. I'm going to need to provide a deeper inspection.
Deeper inspection of the packages? Yeah. All right. Okay.
You need to read the lore.
You have to read
each dragon has a lore, right? So
they do, yes.
I need to understand what's going on with each of them.
I think that's fair. That's fair. Well, congratulations. I mean, I'm super excited for you. You're going to be playing in tomorrow's Gym Leader Challenge event.
Yeah.
You think you got any shot of running it back?
Probably not. but I'm amped to try.
Let's go. Let's go. Well, I'm excited to see how you do. And just very happy for you, man. It's been awesome to watch your run today. You were playing some top level Pokemon. It was a joy to commentate over throughout the day. So just really stoked for you. Is there anything else you want to say? Anything else on your mind? What are you gonna do tonight to celebrate?
Well, sleep is one of the priorities. I haven't eaten since my McGriddle this morning, so that's gonna be the number one priority, I think.
Yes.
And I have now the funds to make that happen.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right. Well, congrats again, Riley, and thanks so much for joining us for the 2K. I'm gonna wrap it up with Chip Ritchie here in just a moment. And that's it. What a day.
Wow.
After nearly 13 hours of Pokemon and over 150 attendees at our release weekend, Brilliant Stars 1K, Arceus Duraludon came out on top. Chip, you helped Riley test? Are you proud of the win tonight?
Absolutely. Riley absolutely killed it. We played a lot of games last night. We worked on the list together, and this was what we figured was the best deck for the tournament. Arceus is so strong. Duraludon is so good against a lot of the special energies out there, and Riley piloted it perfectly. Riley's such an insanely good player. He sees the game so well. He sees the lines so far in advance, and we really saw that on display in his last two matches here, the top four in the finals.
Yeah, just playing some top-notch Pokemon all day. It really was a joy to watch when you're watching somebody at the top of their game. Playing, you saw how many things can go wrong in paper cards. I mean, it's a different experience playing paper cards because there are no guardrails. There's there's no training wheels. You can
glowing boxes to click, right?
Yes, nothing glows actually, and you are free to mess up actually and ruin a game state. And being able to have the mental strength to get through 13 hours of grueling tabletop play, keeping everything in line and still still working efficiently towards the win. I mean, really, it's a joy for me to watch. So I love it. Hopefully you all loved it too. Thank you guys so much for joining us today, and huge thanks to you, Chip, for joining us for today's tournament.
Thank you so much for bringing me up here once again, Andrew. It was truly a blast. I love what Full Grip is doing here. These events have just gotten bigger and bigger. It's so much fun, and I really would encourage any of you watching at home, if you have thought about it, try to make the plans. These events are so good. The set release weekend is the most exciting time to play the Pokemon TCG, a new format, an unexplored event. We saw Isaac's deck, just a totally unique deck that he'd been working on his own, taking it to the top 8. We saw Riley winning the whole thing with a brand new archetype. What more could you want from the Pokemon TCG?
Flygon V today.
Yes.
We saw Mustard Beedrill today.
Yes.
We saw so much cool stuff. It really was an absolute blast. But this is not all. Tomorrow, we have got a Gym Leader Challenge, $1,000 cash tournament. Chip and I are going to be running it back.
Woo!
For another day of Pokemon TCG content. So hopefully you guys are all ready for that. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for supporting the shop here at Full Grip Games. We'll see you all tomorrow.